Chapter 1. The Invincible One. The traveler, Mysa, perched on a hillside, gazed with his luminous blue eyes at the swirling dust and debris stirred by the fierce winds, his dark, tousled hair catching the breeze. The earth lay drenched in a blood-red hue beneath the ominous sun, a desolate planet devoid of any signs of life, where he had resided for 5 years. Carl, our planet has fallen into desolation. Mysa lifted his gaze to the dark sun, feeling an indescribable sense of déjà vu from the words he uttered. A sleek, metallic vessel adorned with a circular emblem featuring 3 vertical slits hovered behind him, the AI on board emanating the voice that spoke with fervent loyalty. As Mysa became conscious, he found himself nestled within the ship's incubation chamber, the AI exuberantly pledging allegiance, revealing his name, Carl L. The AI's tone grew increasingly impassioned, and Mysa could sense the fervor resonating within its mechanical cadence. Carl, you are the scion of the great Emperor Agar. After the treacherous assassination of the former king, you are now the Emperor of Viltrum. You must lead our people to fulfill the legacy of our forebear. Ignite the cosmos and conquer all. Resting his elbows on his knees, Mysa pressed his palm against his forehead. This insistent AI had been reciting the same rhetoric since he awoke in this new realm, and the delusional warrior trope left him speechless, obsessed with battle and bloodshed. Indeed, upon learning his name was Carl L., he realized he had traversed into the DC universe and had taken on the mantle of Superman, the illustrious son of Tomorrow, the fastest reporter in Metropolis, Clark Kent. As the world's first superhero, even with his limited exposure to American comics in his former life, he was well acquainted with this iconic figure that had graced the silver screen multiple times. Although he was now a Viltruman rather than a Kryptonian, and the ship had malfunctioned, crash landing on this desolate planet instead of the farm in Smallville, he stood tall. Rising to his feet, he floated effortlessly 3 meters above the ground, as if flight were an innate ability, and the rocky terrain beneath him felt as fragile as paper. As for his heat vision, super senses, and freezing breath, they remained dormant. Logically, Kryptonians drew strength from yellow suns, and under this red sun, he should be considerably weakened. Yet, after 5 years under its rays, his powers seemed to be gradually intensifying. Perhaps, due to the divergent cosmic lore, he recalled that both DC and Marvel had long since embraced the concept of a multiverse. Regardless, as long as he did not court disaster, he believed his life would be secure in the cosmos. A beam of light from the ship enveloped him, and the AI's voice brimmed with astonishment. The former king believed, and my recorded data affirms, that you are the destined one for Viltrum, awaited for millennia. Look at your body. At merely 15 years of age, you are but an infant in the lifespan of Viltrumans, which spans thousands of years. Without the trials of combat or the specter of death, you have already surpassed most adult Viltrumans. In the universe to come, no force shall withstand your power. You shall be the Invincible One. This was the reverence and respect held by the victors of Viltrum towards Trig, as well as the pride that swelled within his very being. Trig entered the vast royal palace, cradling the skull of the former king. After the assassination of the king, amidst countless years of darkness, madness, and purges, the true strongest of Viltrum had emerged. Trig, now the Grand Regent of the planet. Now, after ruling for millennia, Trig's power remained formidable, capable of rending celestial bodies, and he never doubted his ability to obliterate any foe daring to stand before his people. Yet, even he felt powerless in the face of the catastrophic viral plague sweeping across the planet, as the once millions of Viltrumans dwindled to fewer than 50. In the galaxy, Viltrum's military might strained under the weight of its expanding territory, and the promise to uncover the royal bloodline seemed devoid of hope. In truth, he felt a twinge of relief. Trig held the head of Agar, gazing into its hollow eye sockets. Your Majesty, your progeny is without trace. The catastrophic virus may have obliterated your last bloodline. He set down the skull, scrutinizing the throne before him. Perhaps it was time. Trig strolled slowly, admiring the intricate patterns adorning the throne's back. A subtle raised circular mark caught his eye, and he pressed it gently, projecting a pale blue light from the palace dome, revealing an image of a ship and a glowing path traversing the galaxy. Recognizing it as a star map, he rapped his knuckles against the armrest of the throne. Trig hesitated, pondering what the projection concealed. Technologies from Viltrum's golden age? He contemplated a possibility. The Emperor may have foreseen the shadow of impending death, leaving clues about the whereabouts of the heir, the royal progeny. Gazing at the small image, he found himself at an impasse. Grand Regent, Nolan is prepared to venture to another planet. Our numbers are dwindling, and he is our finest soldier. What is this star map? Inquired the one-eyed Viltruman, accompanied by a cadre of spirited soldiers. As they entered the palace, their curiosity piqued. Resolute, Trig turned to the two men. General Craig, Nolan, your timing is fortuitous. This may be a message from the former king. He waved his hand, and the image began to play. The voice of the former king resonated through the chamber. The rebellion escalates. Viltrum is no longer safe. I have placed my child Carl in a cradle and sent him into the stars, away from the battlefield. He is extraordinary. Carl is the future of Viltrum. Whoever sees this image will understand when they meet him that this child embodies our destiny. Spare no effort in recovering Carl. The ship seems to have gone missing mid-journey, and the trajectory has not updated, but we can ascertain the original destination, Craig said, suppressing his excitement as he analyzed the star map with his experience. The beleaguered Viltrumans had longed for the emergence of the royal heir. I once vowed to uncover the bloodline of the former king, and now fate has rewarded my endeavors. Trig clenched his fist, releasing his emotions as he activated the detailed trajectory. The intended destination was a cerulean planet. He turned his gaze to the resolute and eager soldiers. Nolan, you have rendered countless services to the Empire. You are among the finest remaining. You have even been dubbed great. This planet, Trig pointed to the Azure world. Seize it, secure it firmly within the Empire's grasp, search for the ship's traces, and uncover Carl, our Emperor. Nolan solemnly vowed, I promise. The former king had taken extraordinary measures to safeguard him, so extraordinary that mere sight would reveal their significance. Trig unclenched his fist. What he had strived for over the millennia was merely the future of his race. If this child was indeed so special, then let him behold it. Let him see if he truly was the destined one with the capacity to lead Viltrum to unprecedented heights. Chapter 2, Earth. Earth, incredible. Mesa gently touched the ground with his palm, and the dust and gravel trembled and floated around him in sync with his breath, while the AI acted as an enthusiastic cheerleader. Astounding. Such records have never existed in the annals of Viltrum's history. The AI scanned the surroundings, exclaiming in wonder, an invisible field envelopes you, capable of changing according to your will. Bioplasma field, Mesa replied, excitement coursing through him. He had inadvertently awakened this force even without the yellow sun's rays. The bioplasma field is a quintessential representation of superhuman psychic power, akin to the friction against the coffin lid of Lord Bull, enabling the manifestation of one's thoughts into the physical realm, allowing a superhero to lift planes, skyscrapers, or even save Lois Lane at high speeds. Whenever confusion arises or explanations elude, is the bioplasma field at work. Spider-Man once endeavored to rescue his girlfriend during a high-speed fall, only to meet a tragic fate. His spine was instantly severed. Ordinary Viltrumites possess similar abilities, albeit through the manipulation of intelligent atoms, far less spontaneous than your own, the AI noted, referencing the spacecraft's data for comparison. Mesa raised an eyebrow. He had spent 5 years perusing the spacecraft's extensive data to pass the time. His long-lost father, Hagar, had filled the ship with a plethora of hegemonic ideologies for fetal education. But fortunately, he remembered his child was an ignorant infant, blissfully unaware of the world, and the database contained numerous educational materials. The DNA of the Viltrumites grants them the ability to manipulate intelligent atoms, with their very bodies composed of such, enabling them to withstand nearly any extreme environment, possessing immense strength, breaking free from gravitational constraints, and executing faster than light travel. Every adult Viltrumite is capable of obliterating celestial bodies. In light of this, they indeed differ from Kryptonians, who typically lack special abilities without the yellow sun's illumination. Over the years, your body and abilities have ascended infinitely, evolving from mere survival aboard the spacecraft to extraordinary prowess. Galactic conquest is but a matter of time. Indeed, this incessant AI always veered towards the notion of power. Such diligent assistance and counsel to the Emperor, you may as well be named Minster. Casting aside the AI's incessant chatter, Mesa exerted his legs, launching skyward, instantly breaking the sound barrier, the planet's curved edge coming into view as he found himself in the vastness of space. Turning his back to the planet, Mesa gazed into the dark abyss of the universe. He had long wished to leave this place, yet the dilemma remained. He could not find a route to Earth. Regardless of which parallel universe of DC Comics he currently inhabited, Earth remained the epicenter of conflict, implying the existence of a solar system within the galaxy. These 5 years had been stifling. Deprived of internet Wi-Fi and entertainment, he was left to sift through the dull, authoritarian trivia aboard the ship. Mesa sighed, realizing that his only means of passing time had become the study of Viltrumite knowledge and combat techniques. His previous life had consisted of just 3 years of high school and 1 year of graduate studies. Never did he anticipate that he would one day find solace in learning. How could modern individuals endure such a fate? While Viltrum had advanced thousands of years beyond Earth, it seemed to lack any form of entertainment, fully consumed by warfare technology. With lifespans stretching for millennia, how had Viltrumites survived? Were they all merely a repressed populace? No wonder they yearned to leave their home planet for others to exert their influence. Few could withstand such confinement without becoming psychologically unhinged. On Earth, with his current abilities, wealth would be easily attainable, allowing for a comfortable life. Not to mention, unlike someone like Chow Shaolin, who abstains from beef, he could at least enjoy a benevolent existence, doing as he pleased. He altered his course, allowing gravity to draw him downward, leaving a deep pit in the earth, now forced to remain with the battle-mad AI, digging for stones. Reassess the star map. The navigation component is damaged, and without repair parts, we may have to contact the Empire for a manual replacement. Lying at the bottom of the pit, Mesa rubbed his face in frustration, wondering if he could even reach the Viltrumite Empire. He genuinely suspected that the Viltrumites had long forgotten this so-called Emperor, or perhaps no one knew that the former Emperor had placed the prince aboard a spacecraft. He pondered with earthling logic. The Emperor, a strong and well-armed ruler, should take matters into his own hands. With the Emperor gone, would the rebel forces not establish a new dynasty? Or perhaps the chaotic struggle had concluded, a faction of warlords claiming the throne, and when they finally discovered him, they might proclaim him a remnant of the fallen dynasty and execute him. Was Zheng He's voyage to the west an endeavor to locate a worthy heir? Was the Viltrumite Empire's dominion over the galaxy a search for him? Mesa dismissed his wandering thoughts. The most pressing matter was to find a path to Earth and subsequently enjoy the blissful life of a wealthy man, relishing the present without further contemplation. A buzzing sound reached his ears, and as he turned, he noticed something gleaming within the fissures of the meteorite crater. Clenching his fist, he struck the crevice, and the pit collapsed into a seemingly bottomless abyss, with fragments of soil and stone cascading down, as if being consumed by a gaping maw. With his extraordinary vision, Mesa could discern flickering blue lights within the chasm, floating just outside the cave's entrance. Cautiously, he refrained from entering immediately. Though he had exerted considerable force, it was far from sufficient to carve such a profound cavity. It must have been an existing pit, disturbed by his descent. To fly directly into it seemed unwise. What if he encountered unforeseen dangers? He returned to the spacecraft. "Minister, does the ship possess any detection equipment? We can attempt to use a robot," the AI replied, issuing commands as a small, cube-headed bipedal robot emerged. "I'll upload the mental model, enabling remote signal transmission." Mesa settled into the cabin, and as the robot transmitted images, Minster controlled it, guiding it down into the abyss, steadily descending to the cave's depths, and the journey remained uneventful. The visual focus shifted to the object emitting blue light at the bottom, which appeared to be a spherical mass. Scanning indicates an absence of any matter. It should logically be devoid of any presence. AI Minster verified the incoming data. Mesa furrowed his brow. Have any energy fields been detected? Is there any record of similar objects in the knowledge base? None. No anomalous data has been recorded, and Viltrum's history has not encountered similar circumstances. Striking the spacecraft's panel, Mesa resolved to investigate firsthand. He had grown weary of the utterly uneventful 5 years, and considering the Viltrumite Empire's extensive expansion over the years, it was unlikely that any threats would be confined to this random planet. Maintaining a steady descent, he landed on solid ground, while the small robot leaped onto his shoulder, Minster's voice emanating from it. "Be cautious, Your Majesty. I have yet to detect any data." No energy radiated, yet it glowed, a clear sign that something was amiss. To Mesa, the sphere resembled a misty substance, reminiscent of the aerogel depicted in his high school textbooks. The swirling fog, akin to probing tendrils, began to entwine around him, and Mesa extended a finger to make contact. Warning, warning, anomalous energy coefficient. The world spun chaotically, and Mesa felt as though he had been thrown into a tumultuous washing machine. Light twisted and elongated, and everything within his sight disintegrated into a kaleidoscope of shapes. The voice of the AI became distorted as if dragged through a vortex. As he regained his composure, a cerulean planet came into focus, with a blazing yellow star burning fiercely in the background, radiating warmth and light. His cells, ravenous for energy, absorbed the radiance, causing Mesa to feel an intense heat coursing through his body. His senses transcended several dimensions in an instant. The blaring of car horns, the shouts of pedestrians, the shattering of dishes, and the neon lights flooded his vision, presenting a multitude of faces. From the Arctic's snow hares to the Antarctic's flapping penguins, all information converged upon him. Earth. Mesa tightly shut his eyes, striving to regain control of his mind. Even the AI, Minster, perched on his shoulder, seemed nearly at a loss for words. This is impossible. The world had transformed, and humanity had changed. Blue entities or creatures had appeared twice in the original narrative. The first instance resembled a blue mass of water, which granted the immortal hero extraordinary immortality and superior abilities, while the second involved a tentacled creature directly creating a past universe for the protagonist Mark, the invincible hero. Chapter 3. Is this Earth all right? With a thunderous crash, Mesa cradled his head as he collided with the surface of Mars, overwhelmed by the sun's energy, which surged into him too rapidly for his parched body to endure. His thoughts struggled to rein in the rampant cells and senses. Minster activated the scanning device embedded in his block-like head, relying solely on its internal mechanisms for analysis. Carl, the atomic composition within you is undergoing explosive growth. The energy from the star is being consumed by you. You need to calm your mind and empty your thoughts. The small robot tilted its head, emitting a series of beeping sounds. Due to the absence of a connection with the spacecraft, my processing capabilities have diminished, and without ample data for comparison, I am currently unable to ascertain the underlying principles. Mesa had suspected that exposure to the yellow sun would necessitate an adjustment period. However, he had not anticipated such a violent reaction. He recalled that in Steel Body, both Clark and Zod required time to gain control and adjust. While Clark struggled psychologically, Zod swiftly mastered everything in a brief span. His cells were like fish dying of thirst in a desert, desperately gasping for breath in a torrential downpour, and the physical tearing of his body made it challenging for his thoughts to coalesce. Fortunately, 5 years of maintaining military training on Vista allowed him to better control his fundamental bodily movements. Otherwise, had he plunged headlong into Earth, the surface might have been left in utter disarray. Many extraordinary individuals absorb stellar energy through solar disks to enhance their powers. However, the Vistrans have long abandoned this method, opting instead to directly draw cosmic background energy through atomic intelligence. This ancient approach is scarcely documented, and your cells may resemble the solar disk. Mesa focused his mind to listen to Minster's words, aware that the robot's rapid speech aimed to redirect his attention. Perhaps the star will bestow upon you extraordinary gifts unlike those of ordinary Vistrans, such as a plethora of superpowers found throughout the cosmos. My lord, you are one step closer to conquering the galaxy and beyond. The concept of solar disks and the abilities of the Vitrumans originates from the Invincible Universe Compendium, serving to explain the sources of various supernatural powers. It should be noted that the solar disk mentioned in subsequent comics differs from this context. As this text was initially raw and unedited, please overlook any discrepancies. The AI's battle-crazy essence remained unchanged, and a faint smile crept onto Mesa's lips. There must be a way to alleviate this. Minster searched through the scant materials. Please channel your excess energy to me. The robot, resembling a small cubicle dog, leaped onto his shoulder, intentionally seeking contact with his body. As they engaged their biofield, the robot sparkled with golden red arcs of electricity. Incredible! You are capable of manifesting your desires so effortlessly. My computational power is on the rise. Accompanied by Minster, a full week passed before the tumult within him gradually subsided. With layers of air bursting apart, Mesa glided over the Martian surface, extending his palm to touch the ground, leaving a long, deep groove. Minster, perched on his shoulder, cheered, "Perfect evolution. Complete transcendence. This is the rebirth of ultimate life in the universe, and the cosmos has entrusted the future to Viltrum." Experiencing a body that was truly satisfying, Mesa listened to the words of the AI, which appeared to be imbued with a richer emotional depth. He turned over and reclined, delightfully stretching as he glided effortlessly around the entirety of Mars. Upon a sudden halt, free from any inertia, Mesa gazed at a rock, and beams of golden red light erupted from his eyes, burning holes into it with his signature superhuman ability, thermal vision. He exhaled gently, a frigid wind sweeping over, freezing the rock into a solid mass of ice, which shattered into shards with a mere flick of his fingers. "Your Majesty, this is utterly astounding," the mechanical dog exclaimed, bouncing around the remnants and scanning them with waves of light. Crossing his arms, Mesa feigned gravity and lowered his voice, declaring, "Now, I lack for nothing." The mechanical dog, unable to contain its excitement, had flames blazing in its electronic eyes. "It is time, Your Majesty. The moment for your grand endeavors has arrived. That blue planet harbors intelligent life, and they are calling for the Emperor's arrival," Minster proclaimed with fervor. In truth, Mesa had always known that humanity existed on Earth. Yet he pondered how this AI had acquired such knowledge. "I intercepted quantum communication signals. The inhabitants of this planet, Earth, yearn to meet other forms of life, and have already established contact with another celestial body. How splendid! This means you have 2 planets to conquer," Minster continued, his excitement palpable. "The other planet is located in the vicinity of the Centauri system, a mere 42 light-years away, well within your military reach. How convenient." "No," Mesa mused, increasingly unsettled. "Is this really my Earth? This does not sound quite right, and this star system's location seems eerily familiar." It appeared that a portion of Earth's populace was still yearning for dominion from another planet. They referred to themselves as the Arrival Faction, desiring oppression. Humanity is evidently prepared for this. Clearly, it would be more fitting for you to reign over them. We may need to first warn the Centauri beings, proclaiming that Earth belongs to the Vitruvian Empire," Minster excitedly insisted, his feet tapping with fervor. "Earth is not yet ripe for their invasion. Is there a star system with 3 suns?" Mesa inquired, intrigued. "You are indeed wise, Your Majesty. Humans refer to them as the Trisolarants." Mesa clapped his hands, realization dawning. Is this not the narrative penned by Lu Cixin? Recalling the dark forest, the 2-dimensional foil, the dimensionality reduction strikes, and the cosmic reset, this universe is not easily navigated. "What is your assessment of the technological prowess of the Trisolarants?" Mesa asked. Minster, standing tall and dignified, replied, "Based on the monitored information, the Trisolaran civilization is of no consequence. A civilization lacking faster-than-light technology is akin to ants beneath a rolling stone in your presence." Mesa felt a twinge of discomfort. Was it not normal to lack faster-than-light capabilities? The American comics, with their editors assigning values, seemed to awkwardly juxtapose with a scientifically grounded worldview. During his perusal of spacecraft information, he had learned that a group of hastily traveling Vixing people had traversed from the Virgo supercluster to Vitruvian planet in under 24 hours. By calculations, that was an astonishing speed of at least 20 billion times the speed of light. Though the Vixing, composed of intelligent atoms, were more akin to teleporting through space than flying, such a remarkable figure felt more like something conjured by an author's whim. Currently, there were no discernible anomalies on that planet. Their technological advancement represented their martial strength. Minster continued his analysis. "Such meager potential is utterly insufficient to withstand you." "Wait, Minster. I now suspect we are no longer in the original universe. That organism may have transported us to an entirely different cosmos," Mesa interjected, raising his hand. The currents flickered on the screen, and Minster's metallic head shook. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Two civilizations so close should not be so isolated. Yet we cannot rule out this being a remote corner of the galaxy. His voice lowered gradually. Mesa patted its head, acknowledging the harsh truth that they had strayed far from the Vixing Empire and might never return. A reality difficult for an AI to accept, to conquer another universe. This is a divine opportunity. You shall become the greatest emperor. The galaxy and cosmic battlefield are far too limited. It leaped with excitement. I should not concern myself with this mechanical dog, Mesa sighed, oblivious to the terrifying monsters that had already landed in the solar system. Mike Evans stood at the bow of the ship, immersed in communication with the Master, as streaks of light occasionally crossed the night sky. Chapter 4. The arrival of the Master. Yi Wenjia's betrayal is quite detrimental to you. A string of subtitles appeared before Evans, revealing the Master's words inscribed on his retina by the Sapan. Subtitles: we do not share that opinion. Earth's technology has been stifled, no matter how hard they strive. They pose no threat. The Pacific Ocean undulated silently beneath the night, the sound of waves crashing against the ship's hull accentuating the stillness. Evans patiently explained to his savior, Master, your thoughts are exposed, while humanity's are not. You lack intricate strategies and do not engage in deception or disguise. Yet now humanity is aware of your existence. The subtitles remained silent for a long while. What use is this? Rather than worry about such matters, we should fear the quietude of the cosmos. Indeed, I will place those who have encountered Yi Wenjia's sociological ideas on the list. Deception is powerful. Examples of the weak triumphing over the strong are not uncommon. Subtitles: I require time to comprehend. Master, you need our assistance. No, I fear you. The Judgment Day continued its voyage, yet Evans received no further messages. The Master's communication had ceased. Colonel Stanton took a deep drag of his cigar, exhaling smoke. The flames licking upwards towards Mars, burning his fingers, while Professor Wang Miao beside him fidgeted nervously. The gouging operation was all set. After dismissing the ball lightning and infrasound weapons, Wang Miao's nanoblades emerged as the optimal choice. Stretching fine threads the width of a tenth of a hair along the canal, ready to sever the ship as it passed. Swift, precise, and clean, most importantly. It would not compromise the data aboard the Judgment Day. Now, as he watched the ship approach the designated site, Wang Miao felt dizzy, an overwhelming guilt gripping his heart. His invention was being utilized as a weapon for the first time, and those unaware sailors would be casually discarded. Wang Miao convinced himself that sacrifice was necessary. Obtaining genuine information was paramount when confronting an enemy far superior to Earth's civilization. Currently, Earth resembled a blindfolded infant in a boxing ring with Tyson, and it was imperative to remove the blindfold. He focused intently on the ship, drawing nearer to the set location, his temples throbbing, the sound of rushing blood deafening. However, the Judgment Day came to an abrupt stop, Colonel Stanton's cigar slipping from his grip. Wang Miao blinked, questioning whether he was in a hallucination. Between the ship and the poised nanoblades, a figure floated, clad in a silvery red interwoven battle robe, a scarlet cape billowing behind. One hand pressed against the bow of the ship, the other held aloft, forcibly halting the vessel. In that moment, Wang Miao comprehended the scene before him. Someone was intervening, separating the Judgment Day and the nanoblades. A person, using their hand, was restraining both the nanoblades and the colossal ship. Suddenly, Wang Miao understood why those physicists had taken their own lives. They should have witnessed this moment before doing so. He heard Colonel Stanton exclaim beside him, "What the F?" Mesa exerted his left hand, pushing the Judgment Day backward, distancing it from the blades. With his vision, he could clearly see the nano threads. His mastery of control and strength allowing him to press down on the strands with his palm. Through his X-ray vision, Mesa observed the crew ceasing the engine's operation. He withdrew his hand, hovering quietly above the bow of the ship. In truth, he had not intended to reveal himself so soon. He had planned to secretly observe until Luo Ji ascended as the wall facer and conceived the Dark Forest theory, marking a checkpoint along his journey. However, as he listened to the United Nations gouging plan and watched the crew go about their daily tasks, he heard the sailors discussing their hopes for the future. Mesa cared little for the fates of the arrival faction. This group of capitulating traitors were deluded, wishing for aliens to swiftly subjugate humanity, akin to a wave of good-natured people. Yet the innocent sailors should not meet such a grim fate. Thinking of the next moment when they would be severed in half, The superbrain even helped him recall the description from the book. The person stood still for several seconds before collapsing, their bodies splitting in two upon contact with the deck. The upper half crawled in a pool of blood, but could only use two half-arms to drag itself, as their arms had been severed in half. Thus, he halted the ship, perhaps reminiscent of a joke he had once heard. The servant chased away the beggars, as the kind-hearted master could not bear to witness the tragedy. He could not allow it to happen, Mesa thought to himself in self-mockery. Hearing the sound, he could not bear to witness the death. Through the porthole, Mesa saw Evans in the cabin, his expression grave as he rushed toward a computer. Upon discovering the Judgment Day's inexplicable halt and subsequent retreat, Evans was taken aback. Such an anomaly could only indicate UN intervention. He instinctively reached for the button to destroy the computer that housed the Master's data. Sunlight streamed down, warming his skin. He had not stepped out of the cabin during the day for a long time. Sunlight. Evans came to his senses, lifting his gaze to witness the upper deck violently torn apart, nearly cleaving the vessel in two. A silver-red figure stood suspended in the air, the brilliant sunlight transforming his dark hair into a golden hue, the intensity of the light causing pain to Evans's eyes. "My lord," Evans murmured, recalling a long-held fantasy of his, the arrival of the divine, descending amidst blinding radiance, wielding thunder and lightning to obliterate the wickedness upon the earth. Yet, Mesa was there to annihilate him. In the blink of an eye, Evans found himself on the banks of a canal where he observed two men, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed behind him. One of them, Professor Wang Miao, was a figure he recognized from the files previously warned by the Lord. Colonel Stanton swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his composure. "Greetings, sir. We are from the United Nations." Mesa observed the colonel, who was nervously extending his hands in a shaky gesture to shake hands. Grasping Colonel Stanton's right hand, he offered a slight smile to Wang Miao, and with a resounding boom, he vanished. "Superman." Colonel Stanton nearly leapt from his feet. "Did you see that?" He shook my hand. Wang Miao continued to reflect on his physics knowledge, striving to comprehend these phenomena, only to sorrowfully conclude that perhaps physics had indeed met its demise. "Isn't Superman supposed to wear a red and blue uniform?" he remarked to Stanton. "I saw the emblem on his chest. It has to be him. He stepped right out of a comic book." Stanton, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Miao, replied, "Superman has many uniforms, not to mention various incarnations of Clark." Wang Miao recalled the extraterrestrial origins of Superman, suddenly finding it particularly fitting, especially in light of the Trisolaran's emergence. The appearance of a super-extraterrestrial was not entirely out of the question. At least, he thought, he would not have to witness his inventions being used to kill his own kind. Almost forgot, Colonel Stanton signaled to the soldiers to subdue and bind Evans. Evans appeared lost in thought, showing no reaction to the unfolding events. "Your Majesty, your might is akin to divine power." A mechanical dog emerged from behind the cloak, extolling praises. "Humanity trembles before your towering figure. Before Emperor Vitruvian, they quiver, declaring you invincible." Mesa knew that this fellow relished witnessing others cower in submission. He cleared his throat and remarked, "I am merely extending goodwill to them. After all, we may be the only Vistarans in this universe, and we must first adopt a gentle approach." "Your will, your Majesty." Minister Minster mimicked the bow of a human minister. "I have tracked the presence of the Sapon. It has yet to move, suggesting the Trisolarans may be deliberating their course of action." Mesa had chosen the battlefield, standing in the Pacific Ocean, and now it remained to be seen whether the Trisolarans would allow the Sapon to unfold. Chapter 5. "I am Carl, speaking to the Trisolaran world," the military regent stammered. Fear enveloped the room, as the Trisolarans could not conceal their thoughts, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. The Trisolaran leader fixated on the information relayed by the Sapon. This being appeared almost instantaneously on the Judgment Day spacecraft during the Safan's observation, and upon departure, it even achieved a speed of 10 Mach in Earth units. "We cannot estimate its maximum speed," the military regent declared in disbelief. "Such life exists in the universe?" The scientific regent pondered intently. "Its planet may have extreme gravity, allowing it to fly upon leaving its home world, and its body density is extraordinarily high. Well, I feel such an environment should not be conducive to life. Perhaps it is silicon-based life?" The leader turned to the scientific regent. "Can the Safan's lower-dimensional unfolding contend with this being? The distance of 42 light-years is indeed too great. The Trisolaran planet cannot deploy forces and their only means of attack is to unfold the Sapon into another dimension. It has not exceeded the Sophan's limits. After all, it is merely a single organism. However, unfolding the Sapon would make it vulnerable to attack, and we only have 2 Sophans on Earth. More critically, this being likely originates from the cosmos, which means Earth's coordinates may have been exposed, and this being serves as the vanguard, the scientific regent asserted. Once again, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the room, as waves of thought intertwined, leaving the 3 unable to restrain their divergent musings. Should we cease? The leader suggested. Messa observed another school of fish leaping from the ocean's surface, counting them with interest, while Minister Minster anxiously twisted his head on Messa's shoulder. The Sapon has yet to move. Could it be that your display of power has frightened them? Catching a fish in his hand, Messa felt that his very existence posed a challenge to the Trisolaran's physical worldview. The shock was akin to humans discovering SpongeBob and Patrick at the ocean's depths. I fear we must lower the rating of the Trisolaran planet. Such life does not qualify as a subsidiary power of the Empire, Minister Minster expressed disappointment. Messa released the fish back into its school, and what of Earth? Humanity's technological level is likely inferior to that of the Trisolarans. Minister Minster perked up. This is entirely different. Humans and Vistarians bear nearly identical appearances. I scanned that Evans, and even their organs are remarkably similar, suggesting that human DNA may closely align with that of Vistarians. The hybrid offspring of Vistarians and humans may not differ significantly from purebloods. Such life naturally belongs to the Empire. Messa felt a sense of déjà vu from the AI's words, reminding him of a certain 5th evil deity seated upon a golden throne. Aliens are all malevolent beings, while humans are good currency. Suddenly, a sense of omnipresence washed over him, and Messa's pupils constricted as a transparent giant screen stretched between Earth and the cosmos. The Sapon had begun to unfold. Dimensional technology. The Trisolaran's technological means are rather unique, Minister Minster remarked in rare admiration. Yet it had not transformed into a weapon. Faint lights began to flicker. Minister Minster calculated the amplitude. They are communicating with us through a mathematical method. I will translate it for you. We have an illiterate among us, Messa thought, feeling insulted. Yet he knew mathematics could not be truly incomprehensible. Subtitle: Who are you? Haha. Minister Minster exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he had long prepared for the following lines. With the utmost respect, I present myself before you. Before you stands the Emperor of the Vitruvian Empire, the most esteemed ruler in the entire galaxy, the great Emperor Karl. Leader, their mathematical level is exceedingly high. For humans, it would take years to decode such information. Yet this machine accomplished it in an instant. The scientific regent expressed worry. The military regent pointed out, their system appears to be imperial. This individual is the ruler of an entire empire, but whether it is the greatest civilization in the galaxy remains to be debated. The leader pondered for a moment before instructing the Sapon to continue questioning. Subtitle: Have you disclosed Earth's coordinates? Now it was Minister Minster's turn to be perplexed. What is there to communicate about planetary coordinates? Allow me, Messa interjected, aware that the fundamental logic of the universe differed. The AI had momentarily short-circuited. We have not disclosed any coordinates, nor are we interested in exterminating life. I can assist you in resolving the Trisolaran issue, and you need not invade Earth. The leader looked again at the scientific regent. Assist us in resolving the Trisolaran issue? That would require power beyond stellar magnitude, which we have yet to observe. Moreover, the universe does not suddenly extend goodwill. Subtitle: I do not believe you. But we need not be enemies unless you seek to acquire Earth. They still dared to covet Earth? Minister Minster erupted. We must show them our strength. This is the territory of the Empire. Fortunately, without his own permission, Minister Minster's viewpoint could not transmit a biological force field. Otherwise, war might have erupted then and there. Messa rapped twice on his ironclad head, since he did not believe in their capabilities. Messa decided to lay his cards on the table. We can discuss this face to face. The leader was bewildered. What does he mean by that? Perhaps it was some sort of technology that could manifest projections, the scientific regent speculated. Taking a deep breath, Messa departed from Earth, beginning to accelerate. He knows our coordinates. The military regent exclaimed in terror. If he intends to threaten us with the dark forest, that would be one thing, but to come directly to us? That is a full 42 light-years. Even our matter-antimatter annihilation engines would require several hundred Earth years. He does not even possess a spacecraft, the scientific regent scoffed. He had vanished from the range of the Sapon-S observation. The leader scrutinized the data. This is normal. 2 sophons can only encompass Earth. I do not comprehend what he is doing, the military regent stated. Clearly, the 3 were expressing confusion through their thought waves. Long before Mesa lingered in the Pacific, satellites from several major powers had locked onto him. Colonel Stanton urgently reported, and the United Nations took special notice. General Chang Wei-si stroked his chin. What is he up to? Waiting for the Trisolaran to speak with him, Shi Chang replied. The others turned to him, and the tall Shi shrugged. Isn't it obvious? First, he dealt with the arrival faction, leaving us a wealth of data. Then he showcased abilities beyond reality. Now we know that whatever that Sapon is can monitor the globe, and he remains motionless on the ocean's surface. Colonel Stanton rose. We have conducted an urgent search of all farms in Kansas, yet found no evidence of anyone harboring extraterrestrial beings. The creators of DC's Superman have also been interrogated, and the intricacies of Superman's character have been meticulously examined. Although discussions regarding comics during the formal meeting seemed rather frivolous, the attendees maintained a serious demeanor. Wang Miao inquired, does this truly relate to Superman? That emblem on his chest is not Anne's, but rather a circular symbol. And no heat vision has been detected thus far. Suddenly, the silhouette on the satellite imagery vanished. As General Chang Wei-si observed the signal receding from Earth, he has left the planet. The assembly exchanged bewildered glances. Was this merely a chance encounter on his way through? A point of light appeared within the vast expanse of the Trisolaran system's detectors. The Chancellor continued to command the Sophons to contract and monitor humanity. But before he could scrutinize further, the panic-stricken thoughts of the military governor were relayed. That creature has appeared in our galaxy. The scientific governor collapsed to the ground. Impossible. It has only been a little over a minute. If it truly is him, then his speed has reached 2 million times the speed of light, which is inconceivable. The speed of light cannot be surpassed. The Chancellor's mind went blank, his thoughts grinding to a halt like rusted gears. It was now their turn to witness a miracle. Mesa felt the extraordinary energy coursing through him under the rays of 3 yellow suns. Minister Minster trembled with excitement. Yes, exactly. These wretches dare to disregard the Emperor's majesty. This is Vitruvian. As he noticed several probes approaching him, Mesa spread his arms wide. I am Carl, and I now demand a dialogue with your world. Chapter 6. The decision of the Trisolarans. A colossal sphere materialized before Mesa, and the panicked Trisolarans deployed the Sophons left on their home planet. A message appeared. Please do not approach. We merely wish to converse. I have no interest in destroying your home. Mesa reached out to touch the multidimensional Sapon, earnestly stating. The Trisolaran world was in chaos, and the appearance of the Sophons captured the attention of nearly all life forms. The Chancellor forced his mind to function, commanding the soldiers to maintain order. The scientific governor, as if in a dream, murmured, it is absolutely impossible to exceed the speed of light, even accounting for time dilation. We would still require at least 4 years. The military governor realized the implications of 2 million times the speed of light represented an overwhelming force. One that Trisolaran civilization could not withstand. They had never even dared to imagine such a level of technology. The Vitruvian Empire is indeed the sovereign of the galaxy. The Chancellor interrupted their panicked thoughts. Fortunately, at least for now, he does not seem inclined to attack. If war breaks out, can our pinnacle technological creation, the water droplet, be of any use? The Chancellor inquired calmly. The scientific governor responded with a sense of absurdity. The hardness of strong nuclear materials is indeed high, but a body capable of withstanding such speed would likely shatter upon impact with the water droplet. The military governor, in despair, declared, we must prepare for the worst. All nuclear weapons and water droplets must be on standby. If he wishes to converse, then let us face him directly. Prepare the ships, the Chancellor commanded. It appears this star system is of great significance to us as well. The increasing number of stars seems to further enhance your physical capabilities, Minster remarked in astonishment. Standing on his shoulder, the yellow suns act like batteries. 3 cells are surely better than 1. Mesa adjusted his gaze and spotted a ship approaching him. The hatch opened, and he floated into the cabin, surrounded by beings in peculiar, mirror-like spacesuits, radiating various brainwaves. Attempting to reach out with his biological field, he instantly comprehended the meaning of the light waves, and then he emitted his own brainwave. Greetings. My goodness, he speaks our language. How uncanny. The crowd erupted in excitement. Parting. With a message, the crowd naturally divided, highlighting 3 figures. the Chancellor, and the two governors. Greetings, esteemed Emperor Karl. The straightforward Trisolarans had yet to learn the art of subtlety, as the Chancellor directly communicated via brainwaves. Please do not annihilate us. We seek to survive. We accept any terms, as long as we can continue to exist. So accommodating. Mesa was somewhat taken aback. Please do not deceive us. We fear lies, the Chancellor insisted. You closely resemble humans. Please share your true intentions. The small mirror beings turned their gazes toward Mesa, for their physiological structure could not conceal thoughts. He could sense the panic, unease, and hope emanating from the light waves surrounding them. I am not here to bring destruction, but rather to establish a bridge between us. Your technology could transform Mars. There is no need for mutual annihilation born of distrust. Mesa candidly shared his perspective. I understand the Dark Forest theory. Where to survive in the cosmos, one must harbor the utmost malice. However, this principle is predicated on the backdrop of warfare among higher civilizations. And there is no need for the Trisolarans and Earth to reach such a point. Both civilizations can coexist. The Chancellor noted a piece of information. Warfare among higher civilizations? Yes, the Dark Forest is merely the act of combatants continually eliminating potential pawns that may expose themselves. They do not discern whether the target is an enemy, opting instead for a more efficient and direct eradication. How dark indeed. All the mirror beings flashed with this thought, followed by feelings of sorrow. Living in such a universe is excessively tragic. Mesa sympathized with them, as well as with the innocent lives caught in the crossfire. The entire Trisolaran universe had been engulfed in turmoil since the pastoral era. Godlike civilizations wielded the laws of the universe as weapons, carelessly reducing the dimensionality of the cosmos within their reach. The once 10-dimensional universe had been diminished to 3 dimensions, and the 4-dimensional world had been transformed from an ocean into a mere puddle, while this war seemed to stretch on interminably. Yet, I do not endorse such a universe. I hail from another cosmos. I am not merely an alien, but an interdimensional being, at least between Earth and Trisolaris. I am willing to attempt to burn down the forest. The Chancellor fell silent, and the scientific governor was left in a daze, a completely different universe. Your Majesty, can you take the Trisolarans away from this universe? We are willing to join the Vitruvian Empire. The Chancellor pondered. The intertwining light waves conveyed a singular message. This universe is a cesspool. Can we escape, taking our entire race with us? Mesa chuckled wryly. I will try. But for now, I can maintain the stability of the solar system and the Trisolaran system for at least 400 Earth years. Your planet will not perish due to stellar expansion. You will have ample time to migrate. Alternatively, if you wait a little longer, I may be able to push the 2 stars away. The abrupt changes in stellar behavior may attract the attention of higher civilizations. The Chancellor rejected the proposal. We are willing to converse with humanity under your protection, for we fear humans. The 2 governors raised no objections. We are willing to trust you. Even though the universe tells us there will be no sudden goodwill, we are but ants. Yet you are a giant, willing to bend down to communicate with us, and we agree to try. The Chancellor invited Mesa to their planet, an extraordinary conquest, to so effortlessly dominate a star system. Minister Minster was overjoyed. Merely displaying flight speed had compelled a civilization to bow, an unimaginable feat in the original universe. He recalled the Empire's history, where at least half of a star system's population had to be eradicated to force their submission, and he regarded Mesa's methods as truly remarkable. How did your Majesty come to know of the civilizational wars in this universe? Mesa chuckled. Perhaps this is why I am destined for greatness. I must possess some uniqueness. You are already quite extraordinary, your Majesty. The former king would be proud of you. My goodness, this is a completely different universe. Mesa let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the situation had not spiraled into the worst possible outcome. He had prepared for the moment of severance, ready to display force by destroying the water droplet or the Trisolaran military base. Such an action would inevitably lead to significant casualties. However, he was once human, and Earth held too many memories and familiarities for him. Stepping off the ship, he indeed spotted the iconic massive pendulum of the Trisolaran world. You, humanity, and I can sit down together and converse. Mesa gazed at the bustling metropolis. The ship continued its voyage, and the periscope detected an unusual trace. The Oort cloud appeared to have been slightly breached, with a vibrant trail of dust dispersed along one corner. The periscope faithfully executed its mission, observing coordinates, collecting data, and then conducting a cleanup. Occasionally, it would report anomalous phenomena, possibly left by civilizations still learning to conceal themselves. Intuition told him that there might be traces of civilization here. Chapter 7. The Vitruvian traversed the periscope tirelessly sought possible coordinates, yet to its disappointment. It uncovered no significant information, only dust clouds suggesting that a spacecraft had once traversed through. Perhaps it was another civilization's custodian. Failing to adequately conceal itself while passing through the nebula, he mused. Yet instinct urged him to delve deeper, for perhaps a surprise awaited him. Intuition. In the vast and desolate cosmos, seeks its prey. It is the most acute sense possessed by hunters. The periscope has served for thousands of cosmic epochs, perhaps destined to serve for countless more. It has launched a total of 400 light particles, accelerating them to near-light speeds, bombarding stars, igniting entire star systems. Efficient, economical, and clean. Of course, not all coordinates are guaranteed to harbor civilizations. Aside from those publicly disclosed, which may very well be a ruse, there are others inferred from detected signals. Regardless, taking a shot is never a mistake. He extracted a mass point using a gravitational probe, yet alas, he has yet to identify a definitive target. This voyage bears a more significant mission. Thousands of cleaners are converging, requiring synchronized information from their home planet. Quantum communication technology appears to have undergone further advancements, necessitating maintenance for the ship. Amidst the war, the home planet's technology is in a state of explosive growth, with the front lines in a stalemate. As the adversary's world is also engulfed in chaos. Just as he withdrew his gaze, the navigator sent a message, detecting fundamental particles unfolding in a lower dimension nearby. The periscope felt a surge of excitement. Such a civilization possesses remarkable potential, a potential that signifies the future threat level of this civilization. He entered the coordinates transmitted by the navigator, meticulously expanding the imagery. 3 stars. After a brief calculation, he selected one, eagerly loading the mass point into the barrel. Bang! Another tombstone was erected. Perhaps this dish is best left untouched, Mesa mused, eyeing the bizarre food before him and hesitating to refuse. Although the Trisolarans possess an extraordinary digestive ability, their tongues remain normal, and his earthling sensibilities found the dish's appearance rather unpalatable. The little mirror emitted light waves, strenuously attempting to explain. Even so, he pinched a twisted piece resembling a worm, closed his eyes, and shoved it into his mouth. It was somewhat akin to chewing a mouthful of frozen cola, surprisingly delightful. Mesa had spent a year on the Trisolaran planet, or what could be described as 10,000 Trisolaran cycles. After reaching an agreement with the leader, the Trisolaran Control Intelligence notified Earth of their decision to temporarily suspend the plan. Mesa was in no rush to return to Earth, after all. This was his first interstellar journey. The Trisolarans lavished him with the highest honors, allowing him to visit their monitoring stations for cosmic signals and even touch the water droplets, which he playfully tapped with a small hammer. The rich tapestry of their customs and traditions filled his vision, and after a year of uninterrupted communication, the Trisolarans had fully opened their hearts to him. Minister viewed the Trisolaran planet as a subordinate force of the Empire, exploring the planet extensively and seemingly deliberating where to position this civilization within the grand blueprint of the Empire. Now, Mesa prepared to pilot the Trisolaran spacecraft back to Earth, intending to convene a meeting of representatives from both factions, aptly titled the Third Kind of Contact, building a community of shared cosmic destiny. Observing a dozen Trisolarans seated, with the leader ready, Mesa lifted the small spacecraft, enveloping it in a biofield, and departed from the surface. Countless onlookers gazed skyward, the starlight casting vibrant hues across their surfaces, illuminating the shadows that cloaked them. Complicated waves of communication surged among them, placing the hopes of the entire world in Mesa's hands. He gradually accelerated, heading towards the solar system. As he passed a star, a slow-moving stream of light caught his attention. Mesa lowered the spacecraft, swiftly positioning himself ahead. The beam struck his chest, reminiscent of stones tossed playfully among childhood friends. Mesa reached out to retrieve the particle, realizing it was the advanced civilization's method of cleansing, a light particle strike, energized by 3 yellow suns behind him. This assault could barely cause him to bleed. A surge of anger began to swell within him. Had he not fortuitously passed this way, the Trisolaran system would have been consigned to history. Mesa boarded the ship, holding the particle in his palm. An advanced civilization had attacked the Trisolaran system. Minister calculated the intensity of the strike. This was likely a method of accelerating mass points to near light speed for projection. Such particles would pierce stars, unleashing immense thermal waves, obliterating planets, leaving both stars and planets as mere dust. The Trisolarans erupted in uproar. None had anticipated that their home world had brushed so perilously close to death. This is an affront to the Empire. Minister's electronic eyes burned with ferocity. An attack on the Empire's citizens, a method of total extermination. Your Majesty, you have saved the Trisolaran world, the leader proclaimed. All Trisolarans bowed to Mesa with the utmost reverence, reminiscent of ancient times when they had bowed in hopes of invoking stability and peace. No, it is not over. Mesa could no longer contain his fury. After traversing dimensions, he had never experienced such rage. The effort to salvage a nearly completed sandcastle was almost in vain. Minister wasted no time. I have calculated the firing location. In an instant, Mesa, accompanied by AI, ventured into deep space. Minister observed the trajectory. The attacker had departed less than 2 years prior, yet they were skilled at concealment, making it impossible to ascertain their final destination. In this universe, no vessel could exceed light speed. Mesa could overturn a radius of 2 light years. The periscope continued to gather information, searching for possible coordinates like a needle in a haystack. Time spent in joyous endeavors always felt fleeting. He longed for the moments when he had launched light particles. His home planet had dispatched billions of ships to hunt in the cosmos. Other civilizations likely sent even more. Often, the periscope could only find the ruins left behind by others' gunfire. He counted the most recent collected information. 1, 2, 3. His awareness began to fade. Mesa grasped the head or some sensory-rich part of the creature before him. The elongated diamond-shaped hull, spanning several kilometers, housed many astonishing weapons. Yet, upon tracing its origin, everything was merely ornamental. Judgment had concluded before these aliens possessed consciousness. He first smashed the ship in two, then sliced the wreckage further with a swift motion, while heat rays incinerated any remaining life. A lone survivor, who had held the gun at the ship's tail, met his end at Mesa's hands. Now, the silent explosion arrived belatedly, erupting in brilliant color against the profound backdrop. These lower beings were still gathering. A portion was set to undergo renewal and repairs within a star system. Minister fulfilled his duties, decrypting the information aboard this vessel. How far? 42 light years remain. Chapter 8. The Iron Fist proclaims. In an unnamed star system, ships were congregating. The navigator stood at the pinnacle of the ecological vessel hierarchy, while those responsible for cleansing traces of civilization, such as the periscope, represented a lower echelon within the ship. Over 100 vessels had yet to arrive. They may not come. Anything can happen in the universe. Although we have avoided busy routes, unforeseen events always occur, someone remarked. Lightspeed vessels can evade all attacks. If they have indeed been exposed, their absence here is the prudent choice. Maintaining lightspeed travel means that regardless of the attacker, their weapons will never catch up. However, fuel will eventually deplete, and ships cannot sustain a stable velocity indefinitely. Moreover, attackers may well be tailing them, erasing all coordinates from their databases. And beginning to drift would be the correct course of action. Unveiling the facade of fabricated silence, they revealed a planet entirely transformed into a mechanical body, where countless aliens performed their respective roles, forging terrifying armaments in their war-torn world. This planet housed a quantum entangler, synchronizing information with the home world. The wandering cleansing ships had long deleted their home coordinates, and even the navigator's cognitive memory had undergone erasure to prevent them from being locked onto their true home. Once the ships departed, they would never return. There will always be someone stronger than you, and always someone weaker. Evade the strong, eliminate the weak, maintain fear, and tread cautiously, all for the sake of survival. From communications, the navigators learned that the war with the adversary's world still showed no signs of victory, causing them great concern. Perhaps it was time to undertake dimensional adaptation transformations for their race. The enemy might already have done so, enabling themselves to survive in a two-dimensional realm. They could then ruthlessly conduct dimensional strikes, flattening everything within reach. Ordinary three-dimensional life would be forced to expand, utterly losing everything when compressed into a mere picture. The canopy system issued a warning. An unidentified flying object was near the sun, continuously absorbing stellar energy. When, logically, Anything entering the star system should be detected. Lightspeed ships could not evade the dense network of detectors, and the navigators felt a foreboding sense of dread. Arm yourselves and prepare for escape. Initiate the first strike. Utilizing photon spears and dimensional weaponry for reinforcement. As the navigator issued orders, the entire planet began to morph. Artillery barrels extended, and countless spacecraft set sail. Should a dimensional strike occur, this world of warfare must be forsaken. Mesa's keen eyes pierced through the illusions, gazing upon the planet's intricate machinery. It was a munitions factory where warships were produced and launched as new purifiers, while older vessels were maintained and resupplied. Noticing an enemy force launching thousands of ships, resembling artillery pieces aimed at him, Mesa clenched his fists. The energy of the star burned fiercely within him, a resolute killer's intent aligning the intelligent atoms tightly, rendering him invincible and unstoppable. Minster had never recorded such extraordinary values. It seemed the Emperor before him had surpassed all the strongest beings in the history of dimensional beings. He sensed Mesa rapidly consuming solar energy. The reserves from 3 yellow suns, supplemented by the current one, barely sustained the surging demand. It was time to develop a power-storing combat suit, and Minster prioritized this task. Mesa inhaled deeply, exhaling, his limbs radiating a golden-red hue, reminiscent of molten iron. 3 seconds passed in the material world, and the navigator commenced the attack, countless light spears blooming like iron trees and silver flowers. With no time to gauge the intensity of the enemy's assault, Mesa sidestepped the encroaching beams. Then came the fiery trails. The navigator, in an instant, perceived a web of red lines spreading throughout the galaxy. Despite initiating the attack, why was this happening? An invisible spider had meticulously woven a vast net. With the planet as its chosen hunting ground, and the departing ships were not mere lambs awaiting slaughter, but rather, an overwhelming fear surged within him. For the answer was too simplistic: superluminal speed. Indeed, superluminal speed existed. The detectors remained operational, faithfully notifying them. All departing ships had been annihilated. Initiate dimensional reduction. Let us descend alongside this cursed entity. The navigator closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. He began to forcibly tear through the membrane boundary. A far more perilous endeavor than any two-dimensional foil. If the two-dimensional foil was a broom of advanced civilization, this was a civilization's nuclear bomb. Dimensional strikes represented the pinnacle of offensive tactics. Now, the navigator poured all energy into a two-dimensional nuclear bomb, which would instantaneously draw the surrounding 5 light-years into a painting. Perhaps superluminal speed could still evade capture, but he would not extract anything from this planet. Mesa sensed an invisible collapse commencing, starting from a corner of the land. The canvas unfurled slowly, enclosing the planet within and continuing to expand, foreseeing that this painting would far exceed a single galaxy. Dimensional reduction, he mused. These damned advanced civilizations care little for the consequences of their refuse. The process of two-dimensionality would never cease. What the navigator accomplished was to instantaneously flatten at least 5 light-years, but thereafter, two-dimensionality would gradually spread until the entire universe transformed into a plane. This posed no threat to Mesa. A mere instant was still too slow. He could even return to Earth for a cup of coffee and then come back to admire the artwork. Continuing to breathe, he spread his arms wide, drawing energy from the star behind him, golden light cascading along his limbs, adorning him with golden patterns. Clenching his fiery fists once more, Mesa began to sprint. "Your Majesty, we are unfamiliar with this unique dimensional reduction technique," Minster exclaimed in shock. Meteors plummeted into the unfolding sea. The sensation of his fist was soft yet resilient, and he continued to exert force. The canvas tore from the center, the remaining corners compressed and coalesced into small fragments at Mesa's fingertips. The process of two-dimensionality was reversed. He propelled forward, shattering all creations on the planet, even as he deliberately controlled his speed. The resulting shockwave and explosions were sufficient to reduce the entire planetary munitions factory to dust. Habitable planets were rare and required protection. Who knows how many years it would take to nurture new life? The navigator opened his eyes. Nothing had transpired? He could still recall the sensation of descending into the painting. The two-dimensionality had been shattered. Someone spoke. Could this be classified as a divine civilization? It mattered not. To be destroyed by such a civilization was a form of honor. The navigator's last impression was of the fiery clouds on the horizon, thunder rumbling, deities enveloping boundless light and heat. It was over. Mesa halted his stride, and the traces of technology on this planet had vanished, returning to its most primordial state. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Minster scanned Mesa's body. The dimensional attack was shattered by your fist? Mesa was taken aback by the confusion evident on the robot's face. After confirming his well-being, Minster cast aside all concerns, immersing himself in this exhilarating conquest. He held his head high. This is the fate of those who infringe upon the Empire's dignity. I have recorded everything. It should be included in textbooks to guide the Empire's citizens and proclaim the Empire's greatness. Perhaps we should leave a playback device here to announce the Empire's arrival to the cosmos. As the fervor in his veins gradually subsided, Mesa felt his cells signaling their thirst. It was time to return to the Trisolaran system for recharging. Chapter 9. Earthlings, Trisolarans, and Vitruvians. The Führer observed the mass point preserved within the box through the instrument, marveling at the simplicity and brutality of the attack method. Mesa had already returned to the ship, taking the opportunity to visit the Trisolaran system to absorb solar energy, ensuring his internal reserves were replenished. Now, the solar system was within close reach. The Führer had once calculated the scenario of the colonial fleet arriving in the solar system 400 years hence. Humanity stood ready. Perhaps their increasingly advanced technological prowess would lead them to arrogance, yet the Sophins had long since locked the limits of theoretical physics on Earth, leaving them with little more than patchwork repairs, while the Trisolaran system would remain indifferent to such superficial efforts. Stepping into this realm hundreds of years ahead of schedule left the Führer somewhat disoriented. I will position you near Venus. A proclamation can be made to Earth, Mesa stated. The mirror-like individual piloting the ship jolted. At your command, Your Majesty. Now, the Trisolaran's brainwaves were filled with admiration and reverence for him, and these waves communicated among themselves within the ship, causing the intensity of their praise to escalate with each passing moment. The very act of saving their system filled the Trisolarans with gratitude. Upon Minster's return, he boasted extensively in the cabin, resulting in a rapid spread of word of mouth. What? You wish to witness His Majesty Karl's grandeur? Behold, the thunder and rain are divine blessings. VCR? Minster, acting as a war correspondent, had long awaited this moment. Please refrain from continuing the journey until a response is received. Let us pause here to prevent misunderstandings between the two civilizations. At your command, Your Majesty. Mesa reluctantly floated out of the ship, grasping Minster, and they returned to Earth. Yi Wenjie, upon learning the truth of the Trisolaran world, had become quite silent. For half her life, she had hoped the impending civilization would be a utopia of material abundance and moral integrity. When the cruel mystery was unveiled, she was not entirely surprised. She began to repeatedly recall the moment she ended 2 lives at Red Coast, a memory still vivid after decades. Her thoughts were interrupted by footsteps. Yi Wenjie, someone wishes to see you. She followed 2 guards into the room, where her old friend Evans had already taken a seat. Evans' survival surprised her. He appeared older than she remembered, his beard and hair unkempt. General Chang Weisi thoughtfully had someone pour hot tea for the 2 of them. I brought you here today because I wish to hear your opinions on certain matters. You 2 are the most knowledgeable on Trisolaran affairs. No, I do not understand at all, Yi Wenjie replied. Then let it be considered your experience. Is there any point in this conversation? The Sophins can monitor all information on Earth, Evans interjected. The Sophins have already conveyed information. We have many questions. Chang Weisi paused. Only one thing. Before the meeting at the operations center commenced, I informed the attendees that Earth had been monitored, and this information appeared on their retinas. We have decided to terminate the plan. Both Evans and Yi Wenjie were taken aback. The hunter had aimed the gun at the goat's head, but suddenly said, Sorry, the ammunition has misfired. I shall return home for a while. What could be the reason for this? A pang of conscience? What other reason could there be? Earth is being targeted by even more ferocious predators. There is no escape. Only a dead end, Evans stated coldly. This is precisely what the Planetary Defense Council feared, based on the belief that the Trisolarans would not lie, and the emergence of superhumans. After a year of absence, the Sophins displayed a second subtitle, We are in the solar system. A chill ran down their spines. Reaching their cerebral cortex, the end of days, for 100 years hence, had already arrived, leaving Chang Weisi gasping for breath. Subtitle, We wish to talk. We can participate in your meetings at the United Nations. Chang Weisi expelled the air stuck in his chest. We need time to think. What was happening? Is the Trisolarans seeking a seat at the United Nations? Countless questions swirled in Chang Wei's mind, nearly overwhelming him, and in that moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about Shi Chang. Yi Wenjie suddenly spoke up. General, have you ever contemplated what societal structures might exist in the cosmos? Through a pane of one-way glass, the committee members shifted their gaze toward Yi Wenjie. Let us first assume two axioms. First, survival is the primary necessity of civilization. Second, civilizations continually grow and expand, yet the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant. Coupled with the vast distances that atomize various civilizations, the differences become unimaginable. Chang Wei quietly listened as Yi Wenjie gradually articulated the questions that had occupied her thoughts since sending messages from Red Coast. The Saphan had stifled Earth's technological advancement, a move she found unsurprising, intended to prevent a technological explosion. Trisolaris was no utopia, and she was not naive. She had invested far too much to turn back. Now drowning in her fantasies, the dark forest hypothesis drew gasps from the committee, and Chang Wei's knuckles turned white from gripping the table. So another civilization has set its sights on us. The Trisolarans have chosen to ally with us? Because both parties' coordinates may have been exposed? No, Earth is merely an insect to the Trisolarans. Would you ally with an insect? Evans mocked. The being you refer to as a Superman. How amusing that you liken him to a blue Boy Scout from comics. In such a universe, his only intent can be conquest. Even the Trisolarans have succumbed. The Saphan furiously displayed subtitles. Do not insult the great Emperor. See, even their supercomputer has fallen into the hands of the wicked Superman. Evans laughed heartily at Chang Wei's shocked expression. Humanity will inevitably face its doom. It is merely a change of executioner. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed as guards pushed open the door, their faces pale. General, you must come and see. All the televisions and computers in the building flickered to black and white. Sentences in Mandarin, English, Arabic, and other languages began to emerge. I am the Prime Minister of the Viltrumite Empire, representing His Majesty the Emperor, inviting humanity and the Trisolarans to sit down face to dispel all doubts. The Trisolarans have accepted the invitation. The great Emperor will soon arrive on Earth with the Trisolaran leader, hoping to bring lasting peace to both worlds. Trust that the Empire does not condescend to deceive you. We shall soon reveal the fate of the once evil civilization that dared to disrupt the peace plan. The screen returned to color, displaying a video of billowing red cloaks, concentric rings of red light appearing and dissipating, followed by cataclysmic explosions that reduced entire planets to dust. Humanity, make your choice. Chang Wei trembled, nearly losing his footing, as representatives from various nations exchanged bewildered glances. All television broadcasts globally relayed this information. Our communication devices had been hijacked. The hijacking of devices was a minor issue. Yi Wenjie followed closely behind, pointing at the sunset outside. Handle this poorly, and it will be humanity's sunset. Minister Minster raised his head proudly, while Mesa stared in disbelief. Is this your so-called best way to notify us? Indeed, Your Majesty. I have meticulously studied human history. Informing a select few leads to deception of the majority, and only under immense external pressure do they briefly unite. Otherwise, they merely undermine one another. Preaching is futile. Only a mix of reward and coercion will earn their full compliance. What materials have you reviewed? The Prince, my efforts. Xuanzi's Nature of Evil, Han Fizi, and The Road to Serfdom. I must say, this fellow Hayek was remarkably astute, among other texts. What else have you read? The AI was infuriated. Chapter 10. The Empire's search. A colossal spaceship descended onto the planet's surface, stirring up currents of air. Its orderly, austere appearance and circular insignia signified its identity as a warship of the Vitruvian Empire. Anissa and Vito stepped out of the craft, hovering in the air as they surveyed their surroundings. They captured a fleeting signal. The bustling Vitruvians had finally found the time to investigate this desolate planet. General Craig designated the star regions near Earth as priority areas for inspection. Aside from Nolan, who had been dispatched to Earth to infiltrate peacefully, 20 Vitruvians, under Anissa and Lucan's leadership, scoured all planets, representing the maximum manpower the Empire could allocate. The arriving planetary alliance collided with the 20 Vitruvians, sending them into disarray, resulting in a resounding victory for the Empire. However, this slight triumph did little to quell the Vitruvians' confusion. They had previously managed to maintain a semblance of order under Regent Craig's command. Yet, After learning of the Emperor's existence, they were nearly driven to madness. Even the most eccentric and reclusive of conquerors had departed their homeworld to wander aimlessly. Years passed with no leads, and General Craig expanded the search area further, initiating inspections of various planets for any traces of Vitruvian technology. The population was simply too sparse. At least 30 individuals were necessary to maintain stability across the territories. The most formidable Craig needed to remain stationed on Vista, especially before the viral outbreak. Anissa gritted her teeth, recalling the corpses that piled high like a ring of stars. A wave of anguish flooding her. Millions of Vitruvians could dismantle the cosmos to retrieve their emperor. The good news was that, relative to their lifespan, a decade was but a fleeting moment. Typically, even if the emperor were still an infant, there were few threats capable of harming him. Thus the likelihood of his survival remained quite high. Craig speculated that His Majesty might still be slumbering aboard a spaceship, or perhaps hidden by someone with ulterior motives. After all, the Vitruvians were not only well known in the cosmos, but had also achieved a certain degree of notoriety. The appearance of a rogue Vitruvian would undoubtedly cause a stir. Unfortunately, Vitruvian technology had regressed significantly. They could barely utilize their remaining stock and possessed too few tools to investigate the lost ships, many of which had succumbed to the ravages of time over the millennia. Anissa maintained a speed of 10 Mach, catching a glint of metal in her peripheral vision. She halted abruptly, and upon seeing the familiar circular insignia with 3 vertical stripes, her heart skipped a beat. A small life support spacecraft lay quietly beside a massive pit. Vito noticed Anissa's pause. "What is it?" "Vito, we may have found it. The Empire has rarely constructed ecological ships, except when it was necessary to transport the infant Emperor." Anissa reached out to touch the metallic exterior. With a click, the hatch opened. This spacecraft had once housed an AI, though its core model was now absent. Its purpose was to educate, assist, and guide. And its database still contained technological information from the Empire's zenith. Vito adjusted his glasses. Anissa passed by the cryogenic chamber, evidences of life still apparent. She knelt to examine. "The Emperor has departed. Vito, retrieve the data stored in the ship. We need to track his whereabouts. I am Mark Grayson. Perhaps you do not yet know who I am, but my father is Earth's greatest hero, the all-powerful man. The World Improvement Committee of Vitruvian strives to nurture and defend those underdeveloped civilizations. My father voluntarily came to Earth to serve as its sole guardian, rescuing the world countless times, and he found love here, marrying my mother. Though I have only just begun my journey, I believe one day I will become a person as great as my father." Mark gazed at the bustling streets filled with pedestrians and vehicles, brimming with smiles. His father had recovered from the calamity that had obliterated the Earth Defense Force, yet he seemed somewhat burdened. Now, he was preparing to meet someone named Titan, to help eliminate a long-standing gang presence and free the community from fear. In the evening, he also needed to attend a date with his girlfriend, Amber. Time felt a bit tight, yet Mark remained untroubled. Resolving the issue of a gang leader known as Machine Head wouldn't take long, for he was truly invincible. The Planetary Defense Committee reached a decision after reviewing the footage, casting their votes. During this time, hawkish members attempted to rally all nuclear-armed nations to amass their nuclear arsenals for a decisive battle, only to be unanimously expelled from the meeting room. From the current situation, it seemed the Trisolarans had already cast their votes. The leaders of their regime had been drawn to the solar system. They recalled the previous year when Superman had vanished over the Pacific, piecing together the clues. He had spent a year negotiating with the Trisolarans, during which he had also destroyed a disobedient planet somewhere in the cosmos. It was ludicrous to think that humanity could contend against a being capable of shattering planets at speeds exceeding light. One could only question their sanity. Humanity, in the face of the Trisolarans, was akin to an infant battling Tyson, and against the Vitruvian Empire, it resembled an infant contending with Ultraman 7. Not to mention, the Empire implied a vast reserve of military strength. With the Emperor personally involved in negotiations, it was already a gesture of humility. And to dare refuse could result in warships descending upon them. General Chong Wei cleared his throat. "It seems there are no objections. Therefore, on behalf of humanity, I accept the invitation to meet." The words appeared on the cornea. "A wise decision. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. New York time, at the United Nations headquarters." It seemed that the events were indeed unfolding according to the Munster plan, as humanity swiftly reached a consensus for peace. Could it truly be a stroke of genius? Mesa sat within the Trisolaran spacecraft, contemplating how he would make his entrance tomorrow and bridge the divide between both parties. A robotic dog led the leader over, who, mimicking human customs, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I bring you a gift from the Trisolaran world, crafted at the suggestion of Prime Minister Munster." He opened a box, from which materials at the atomic level swiftly assembled into a battle suit. The colors, silver, red, and white, representing the noble identity of Vitruvian lineage, adorned with soft white fur on the shoulders, flowing into a red cloak. This ensemble could store vast amounts of stellar radiation energy, providing a more robust reserve, and could transfer it through a biofield in the face of more intense radiation threats. Munster excitedly elaborated, noting it also took into account Mesa's painful experience of first exposure to the yellow sun. All the red components served as storage zones, while the silver-white base facilitated conduction. The leader further explained, "We have also provided you with a son of wisdom for control to address your needs. Your Majesty, I am your intelligent steward." Son of Wisdom 005. Signals emanated from the battle suit. "Thank you for your generous gift," Mesa communicated with the Son of Wisdom, as the suit disassembled into a nanocloud, enveloping him and manifesting on his form. Mesa moved his limbs, the silky texture offering him immense comfort. "I am quite fond of it." The mirrored figures blocking the doorway emitted waves of excitement. Just as he was about to speak further, Mesa's keen vision detected a humanoid figure abruptly appearing beside the sun. Realizing the Emperor had delved into an underground cavern, Anissa left Vito to relay information back to the V-Star, turning to plunge into the cave, falling endlessly until she burst into a realm of blue light. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in an unknown star domain, and before she could gather her thoughts, a fluttering cloak appeared before her. "Who are you?" Mesa frowned, scanning the woman clad in gray and white uniform. The familiar insignia and attire sparked recognition, though he hesitated, remaining cautious. Seeing the visage that matched perfectly with the ship's data, along with the imposing red and white robe, Anissa joyfully knelt. "Your Majesty." Chapter 11. Truth, Justice. "In a brighter tomorrow, are you implying that after the loss of my father, Agar, the V-Star decided to eradicate the weaker genes within our race, leading to a self-inflicted population decline of half?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," and then encountered a catastrophic virus targeting the Vitruvian immune system, reducing our numbers to fewer than 50? "Yes, Your Majesty." "How many years have passed since the virus?" "Several hundred years, Your Majesty." "And what is our current population?" "Still 50, Your Majesty." Mesa clutched his heart in anguish, feeling as if he were succumbing to a heart condition akin to cockroach. "Are you all fools? It's been hundreds of years. And rather than focusing on reproduction to restore our numbers, you've dispersed to conquer? With even a century dedicated to rebuilding. Could the remaining V-Star inhabitants not differ in gender? Furthermore, aren't Vitruvian genes known for their assimilative qualities? Is there truly no other life form that meets your aesthetic standards? Your Majesty, I do not believe inferior beings warrant our efforts. Only those of matching strength deserve to reproduce. Regrettably, the remaining female V-Stars are all quite formidable. Anissa raised her chin defiantly. The breeding laws of the V-Star dictate that only the strong may reproduce. The V-Star is already an endangered species in the universe. Are we still concerning ourselves with this? Mesa felt suffocated, covering his face. Had he truly to lead such incompetent companions? Moreover, what of that regent named Trig? Did he have a tumor in his brain, unable to grasp the situation? This predicament necessitated a contraction of forces, stabilizing the homeworld, vigorously developing the population, and rescuing the race from endangerment. Once the numbers grew, even if they had an overwhelming love for conquering the universe, the individual strength of the V-Star would suffice, coupled with numerical superiority to dominate effortlessly. Why struggle as they did now? You should rest now. Accompany me to the meeting tomorrow. Mesa felt conversing with Anissa was more exhausting than obliterating a planet. And please, do not recklessly damage anything. I value this world greatly. Do not cause destruction. He pondered her mental state, offering a specific reminder. Anissa knelt on the ground. As you command, Your Majesty. Mesa beckoned Munster over. Is this how all Vitruvians are? Your Majesty. Her demeanor is quite gentle among the V-Stars. Munster replied diplomatically. This is precisely why the V-Star requires a great emperor, implying that the inadequacy of companions obscured the emperor's capabilities. Anissa was indeed regarded as the nurturing elder sister of the group. and Messa felt a sense of foreboding for the future. At least they seemed obedient and appeared devoted to the royal bloodline. He questioned whether royal lineage augmented intelligence. Otherwise, how could the V-stars have thrived under royal leadership for hundreds of thousands of years, evolving into a cosmic empire, yet faced extinction a millennium after losing their emperor? Reflecting on the current situation, Messa found some solace. Obedient soldiers were already a blessing. There was no rush. Strategies differ among 100,000 individuals, and among 50. There were 50 different strategies. He would demonstrate his prowess. It was known that humans and Vitruvians bore striking similarities in appearance, with their genes closely aligned and remarkably similar, both being aesthetically inclined to associate with similar beings. Therefore, why not allow the V-stars to integrate into Earth, have them engage in romance and marriage, so their offspring would emerge as nearly pure-blooded V-stars endowed with supernatural abilities? They should be amenable to this notion. As for the predatory societal views, such ideologies could be subdued for now. The emperor would issue a decree. Romance is of utmost importance to our race. Setting aside imperial matters, a grave concern loomed, the incident of crossing dimensions. According to Anissa's account, it involved contact with the blue light. What was this phenomenon that could directly connect two entirely different universes? Initially, he had presumed it a mere coincidence, distinctly recalling that the blue entity possessed consciousness. However, now a stable passage remained within the cavern, yet he lacked the means to find his way back. Everything had fallen into a state of stasis. Messa sensed a subtle misalignment, as all particles in the universe ceased their vibrations, and the sands of time no longer flowed. The blue light emerged. Messa swiftly retreated, his expression grave. First, a sphere appeared, followed by thousands of tentacles gradually coalescing into a furry cylinder, resembling an oversized sea cucumber. Kal-El, we know you, but it seems you prefer us to call you Messa, your name from a previous life. Messa remained silent, even as the creature before him revealed his greatest secret, his reincarnation. We harbor no malice. We are merely aiding you. The universe shattered into countless shards, each reflecting different scenes. We merely fulfilled your desire. The blue sea cucumber undulated slightly, its tentacles gently touching the mirror, pushing a fragment toward Messa. My desire? Messa grasped the shard, through its crystalline arc witnessing the familiar cavern. Earth. You wish to return to Earth. We granted you this ability. You now possess the power to traverse the Earths of various universes. The sea cucumber shifted its form. The multiverse is filled with wonders. At times, we hope for an individual to rectify the universe's regrets, but you are different. We sincerely wish for you to embark on a grand adventure. Thus we assist in awakening a remnant of your power. Time began to flow once more, and it vanished. The original ground left behind a translucent crystal, which Messa picked up. Sunstone. A profound knowledge surged within him. This crystal could aid him in swiftly crafting a fortress, connecting him to the Earths of different universes he had visited. It would be his solitary stronghold. At 9 a.m. New York time, representatives from various nations stood ready. A small dot appeared on the horizon, a small spacecraft hovering in the open space, as three reflective beings disembarked, waiting beside the human contingent. Ding-E observed these entities, the Trisolarans. It was humanity's first encounter with their appearance. After a jarring sound, Anissa landed, yet another Kryptonian. Stanton whispered to the nearby Shirchong. It seems Krypton did not perish. This explains everything. Joel must have constructed a countermeasure against the Council. Ding-E cast a glance at the American hardliner colonel, surprised that he still believed that was Superman. Anissa assessed the threat level of the seemingly weak beings before her. They appeared frail, yet decent in appearance. His Majesty Call wishes to reconcile the two civilizations that once stood in opposition. Survival is the yearning of civilization. We need not establish our existence upon the demise of others. The Emperor believes that the Vitruvian Empire has an obligation to assist the world in struggling to foster an accurate perception and escape the spiral of suspicion. As the royal family has long upheld truth, justice, and a brighter tomorrow. Anissa recited the manuscript given to her by Minster, and she found some resonance in these sentiments. The plight of the lesser beings is indeed tragic. Without the Empire's assistance, they are likely to self-destruct over the centuries. Becoming a part of the Empire would provide them refuge. She had always thought the Empire's original policies were excessively harsh, particularly their disdainful approach to conquest. However, discussing matters from such a lowly position felt too humble, yet it was the Emperor's command, and she believed that there must be more astute calculations at play. Listen closely. Your Majesty, Carl, Stanton whispered. The Superman, Carl L., and that slogan, apart from the last line, is entirely consistent with American conduct. Beneath the gentle sunlight, the red and white robes fluttered, and Mesa descended amidst the gazes of the assembly. With a smile, Mesa approached the conference building, and Anissa knelt on one knee, bowing her head in respect. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence our discussions. Chapter 12. Reaching consensus for millennia, humanity has speculated about the shape of the universe, fantasizing about the possible existence of extraterrestrial life. This fervor reached its zenith in the last century, with various reports of mysterious flying objects and crop circles. Humanity even initiated a message in a bottle project, continuously launching probes into deep space containing information about the solar system. By 2007, the emergence of the Trisolarans and the Vitruvian Empire marked the conclusion of such speculations, even if this universe is a far cry from what humanity envisioned. Yi Wenjie observed the aliens she had longed to encounter half a century ago. These peculiar beings were entirely unlike her dreams, save for their mirror-like skin that reflected sunlight. The conference proceeded, with the Emperor smilingly facilitating the dialogue between both parties, maintaining a basic restraint between humanity and the Trisolarans. The Dark Forest theory had received the Emperor's endorsement, and the disillusioned worldview left humanity unable to disguise its disappointment. We are astonished that humanity comprehended this truth so late. The representative of Eastern University remarked, humans are romantic. They always envision things beautifully, for humanity possesses love. Due to the absence of subtext and linguistic artistry in Trisolaran culture, coupled with their extensive knowledge of Earth, humanity found itself easily vulnerable. The Trisolarans recklessly decided to invade us and assassinated numerous esteemed scientists, shouted the French representative. You were as weak as insects at that time. Due to the chain of suspicion, we had to strike preemptively. In the face of survival, all can be sacrificed. As for the scientists, we can offer some advanced knowledge, the Trisolaran spokesperson retorted. Even if we are weak, we shall not allow you to oppress us. We will fight to the last man. You are the representative of France. I have studied your history. The actions of Germany were far more brutal than ours. The Trisolaran representative's words were cut short as the French representative flushed, seeking help from other human delegates, who all averted their gaze. Mesa struggled to maintain a smile, realizing there was indeed a French joke in this situation. You wish to commit genocide against humanity. As far as I know, the indigenous peoples of the Americas, the Native Americans, were slaughtered by your kind even more ruthlessly than we were, without facing any punishment. Now it was the turn of the American representative to react. After 3 days of continuous uproar, consensus was finally reached. Humanity and the Trisolarans decided to set aside past grievances and temporarily develop together, awaiting future developments. In truth, the outcome of the conference had been predetermined, Yi Wenjie mused, and this resolution had little to do with the two principal conflicting parties, the Trisolarans and humanity. Although humanity might now feel satisfied with what they could attain, the overarching direction rested in the Emperor's hands, who hoped for peace between the two worlds. The Trisolarans cared not for humanity, just as humanity regarded insects with indifference, yet the Trisolarans revered the Emperor. Indeed, Yi Wenjie chose to adopt the term revered, akin to the medieval Western worship of God, as she acutely sensed that the Emperor's capabilities might surpass what most humans could fathom. Your Majesty, under your auspices. The Trisolarans agreed to the treaty, the leader bowed. Flatterer, muttered a human representative under their breath. Your Majesty, Carl, Earth has no objections either. This marks a small step for humanity and the Trisolarans, yet a monumental leap for the universe. Thus, the Dark Forest theory was shattered, and the Dark Realm welcomed its first flicker of campfire. Minster stood atop the conference table and delivered a summary. Your Majesty, it seems you have yet to find a residence on Earth, Colonel Stanton remarked. Mesa regarded the soldier he had met before. Indeed. Colonel Stanton, eager, exclaimed. On behalf of America, I invite you to reside in Manhattan. We shall prepare everything for you. Of course, I trust in your sincerity. But I have already chosen a location. A space station will be constructed in geostationary orbit. Colonel Stanton sighed in disappointment, observing his hesitation. You seem to have some questions? I may be presumptuous, Your Majesty, but do you possess a surname? The Vitruvians do not have a culture of surnames, yet I do have one. My full name is Carlyle. I know what you are thinking. Indeed, I may share many characteristics with that son of tomorrow, but my disposition is entirely different. After all, I am an emperor of an empire. Mesa noted Stanton's excited expression. I understand well, Your Majesty. Colonel Stanton recalled his military career. Even so, I still wish to express my gratitude. During Operation Gujing, I was deeply pessimistic about the future of the next generation. The hope for humanity's victory over the Trisolarans seemed too dim, and I wondered what kind of life the wartime system would afford our descendants. General Chang Weixi approached. Lamenting, this universe is indeed too dark, Your Majesty. We sincerely invite you to visit Eastern University. There will be opportunities, Mesa replied with a smile. He glanced at Anissa in the corner, where other representatives attempted to engage her, only to be deterred by her icy gaze. Alas, the plan to enlighten the Vitruvians is an arduous task. The imminent crisis between the two worlds finally concluded peacefully. Perhaps he had indeed done a good deed. Mark painfully opened his eyes, his last memory being struck by a white-furred lion. My child, you have finally awakened. I knew you would pull through. His mother Debbie held him tightly, tears streaming down her face, while Nolan stood by the bedside. He had completely missed a date with his girlfriend. And 6 days had passed. It was only the self-healing ability inherent in the Vitruvian genes that had mended his wounds, leaving only bruises on his face. Where on earth did a mob boss find such formidable henchmen? Liar. The battle beast returned to the ship. There is no one on earth capable of granting me a worthy death. It is simply too dull. The cabin was strewn with severed limbs and a scene of devastation. The aliens originally hired by the machine head had long perished, and it savagely consumed a corpse to regain its strength. A dull voice echoed, I have a plan. The star map illuminated, and the coordinates of a desolate planet gleamed. I love those crew members, but you killed them. I am quite willing to assist you in achieving your demise. Oh, the battle beast revealed a sinister grin. This planet may harbor a being capable of ending your life. In my records, it is considered incredible, Your Majesty. Anissa rolled over several times to shake off her despair, spitting blood. Her eyes blazed with intensity. Your fists are stronger than any of my known companions. After sending the Trisolarans back to their home, Mesa sought a desolate planet to test Anissa's skills. Not only to gauge his own limitations, but also to gain a comprehensive understanding of the current strength of his kin. How do you rank among the remaining kin? Absolutely elite, at least in the top 5, Anissa confidently replied. It seems that under the yellow sun, elite Vitruvians would not pose a formidable challenge. He infused stellar energy into his battle attire, maintaining a state of cellular exhaustion. The intellect shed its battle attire, donning only black form-fitting garments. It was necessary to test without the energy of the yellow sun, representing the lower limit of his abilities. Anissa evaded a fierce punch with a nimble twist, executing a knee strike while simultaneously delivering a punch with her right hand. Breathing heavily, Mesa felt the impact, crashing into the ground and creating a deep trench. His speed and strength had diminished significantly, and his combat skills were utterly outmatched by the battle-hardened elite. However, it remained a contest of equals. Rising from the ground, he slightly tilted his upper body to evade Anissa's continuous strikes. You learn quickly, Anissa remarked with satisfaction. His potential was further unleashed, or rather, it was only at this moment that the Vitruvian genes began to exhibit their inherent characteristics, demonstrating an exceptionally high adaptability to the battlefield. Gripping the woman's left ankle, he twisted and struck the ground, creating a crater. He then hurled her away. Anissa had no time to pivot and crashed into the mountain, shattering the towering peak. Mesa reached out to assist Anissa in extricating herself from the debris, and with a thought, the intelligence armor adhered to his form. The Vistrians would grow stronger with each battle fought to the death. Surviving such fierce encounters invariably led to exponential enhancement. Anissa bore no visible wounds. Your prowess is remarkable, especially considering you have never engaged in combat before, let alone absorbed stellar energy. It is no wonder the former king believed you to be the chosen one of our race. You have long harbored concerns about the reproductive issues of our kin. Would you care to experiment with me? Anissa submitted a matching request. Is this topic appropriate? Chapter 13. Dreaming of life in the mountain city, beside the Yangtze River. Several fishermen were preparing bait on the mudflats, gathering at dawn with the intent to determine supremacy, setting down their fishing rods and arranging a radio. 3 or 4 men huddled together, and the conversation inevitably veered towards global affairs. Did you catch the conference from a few days ago? Those aliens certainly look bizarre. If they weren't strange, could they truly be called aliens? We have our own shades of black, white, and yellow here. A gentleman puffed contentedly on his cigarette. Superman. The Emperor of the Vitruvian Empire is quite handsome, one of the best-looking young men around here, akin to that mixed-blood youth. Mixed bloods are typically quite attractive as well. The radio-wielding fellow joined in. Even now, none of them knew each other's names, yet the discussion was fervent. The Interstellar Empire sounds impressive. That female alien even had to kneel before Superman. She must be living in a feudal society. The technological advancements do not seem to correlate with the level of societal progress. Not that advanced, actually still within a slave society, interjected a bespectacled youth. The gentleman observed the young man. Hey, you're a foreigner, and your Chinese is quite fluent. The young man patted his chest, deliberately adopting a translated accent. I love Dongda. This country is truly amazing, and I adore it here. Sharp-eyed, are you an English teacher in the mountain city? The radio fellow gave a thumbs up. How did you know? Mesa smiled. Foreigners are all English teachers, another fisherman chuckled. CCTV reported. Recently, conflicts in the Middle East are set to subside. Ms. Anissa, the Vistrian ambassador to Earth, expressed concern over local conflicts on Earth, stating that such acts of ethnic slaughter contradict the vision of building a better world. The ambassador of the Trisolarians also expressed astonishment. Relayed the radio's timely news broadcast. The West has certainly lost face over this. The gentleman clicked his tongue. Look, aliens are now meddling in national affairs. The radio guy adjusted the knob. Think about it. Do aliens genuinely assist Earth, which they have no connection to? Is such an opportunity to reap benefits without cost realistic? Have you seen The Matrix? First, they numb us, then they confine us to harvest resources. The Vistrians resemble humans so closely. Perhaps we were all one family 500 years ago. The gentleman shrugged off. Aren't people saying Earth once had an ultra-ancient civilization? What if they left Earth thousands of years ago? Isn't the investiture of the gods about divine wars? The Vistrians are descendants of the Shang dynasty, who lost to the ultra-ancient civilization and colonized the universe. Now, the Dragon King returns, rich and noble, to see how his compatriots fare. Mesa continued along the gentleman's line of thought. The fisherman laughed, and even the middle-aged man who had been fixated on the bobber chimed in. Such grand matters are not for us to worry about, especially with a monthly salary of 3,000. He shook his head. To prevent unnecessary unrest, the United Nations has concealed the Dark Forest Law, only announcing the Trisolarians and the Vitruvian Empire. The fisherman glanced at Mesa's catch, eyes widening. How do you have so many fish? Everyone stood up, revealing that a dozen fish had filled the net. Wow, a bountiful catch. In truth, I am a Vitruvian, fishing incognito, using super speed to hook fish without bait. Solely to annihilate you airmen. Mesa flicked his rod, raising an eyebrow. The little foreigner is quite humorous. Mesa released the fish back into the water under the envious gaze of the airman. I will check on another fishing spot. He walked to a secluded area, removed his glasses, and under the influence of the biological force field, people could hardly recognize the imposing emperor, despite the repeated broadcasts of Mesa draped in a cloak. As the intelligence armor adhered to him, Mesa leaped into the atmosphere, traversing the globe. He tossed stranded whales back into the ocean off the coast of Australia and rescued a downed plane over Russia. The pilot was intoxicated, confirming his stereotypes of Slavs. Mesa glanced at the sign and noted it was another Boeing. Not long ago, he had forcefully halted an earthquake in Sichuan province. Ordinary people in his past life were fine, but now endowed with super senses, the world seemed to erupt in events at any moment. Logic shrugged. Unable to recall the name of his short-term girlfriend, yet he had already resolved to part ways. Such matters no longer held significance, having experienced it too many times. He had become seasoned. His girlfriend continued to ramble on, while he absent-mindedly shoved his hands into his pockets, merely nodding along. Ever since by Rome, and he broke up, he had immersed himself in a series of fleeting dates, considering himself a genius. With minimal effort, he could become a young professor at Shui Mu, transitioning from astronomy to sociology without much expenditure of energy. Recently, he had contemplated establishing a new discipline, cosmic sociology. But the emergence of aliens had already crammed that field to capacity. It had barely been a while, and journals were filled with papers on alien societies. Watch out. Logic suddenly jolted awake as a green sedan sped towards him. He had completely forgotten to observe the road conditions. Sir, Perhaps using the crosswalk and paying attention to the traffic lights could prevent such situations. A teasing voice rang in his ear. The approaching car was effortlessly lifted. And logic snapped back to reality. Superman? Mesa set the green sedan aside, assessing the despondent young man before him, a character in this entire narrative with a luminous arc. Was it mere coincidence that he encountered a near-fatal accident without an assassination plot? Could it be that Logic's near miss with the car was an absolute moment in time, destined to occur regardless? He extended his right hand to shake hands with the bewildered Logic. Don't waste that clever mind, master of seduction. Mesa patted his shoulder. Logic watched the red figure fade into the horizon as his girlfriend rushed over, anxious. Are you all right? I'm fine, but as you mentioned yesterday, I should take relationships and work more seriously. Let us break up. A middle-aged man, shaken from the car, stepped out, while a little girl by the roadside pointed at the sky. Mommy, what is that? Is it a bird or a plane? No, it's Superman. Logic ignored his girlfriend's rapid-fire words and quietly replied. Mesa again returned to sit by the Yangtze River. 3 days prior, he had tossed a crystal into space, which absorbed cosmic energy to form a fortress with intersecting angles, steadily constructing a gateway between two universes, though its completion remained unknown. Squinting, he lay back on the grass. The morning fisherman had already departed from the airman camp. A gentle breeze caressed his face, mingling with the faint fragrance of grass, as sunlight warmed his body, lulling him into drowsiness. This was the mundane life of his dreams, albeit with the addition of playing the superhero. Are you fishing? Mesa opened his eyes to see a pale-skinned girl looking down, her Anka symbol necklace dangling above his face. Sitting upright, Mesa flicked his fishing rod. I'm here to entice those willing to bite. The girl made herself comfortable beside him, curiously inquiring about fishing techniques. Her attire was quite peculiar, clad in all black with gothic smoky eye makeup. Typically, such an ensemble would be more common among neon and futuristic punk girls. Yet beside her, Mesa felt a sense of calm. He joyfully instructed the girl on how to handle the fishing rod, but unfortunately, after several minutes, no fish had bitten. Are you from abroad as well? Sort of. I've come from a very distant place. I just arrived in the mountain city today. Though I will only stay here for a day, the girl replied. That's a pity. The mountain city has an abundance of delicious food, and Dongda's attractions are quite beautiful. The girl touched the flowing river, as if caressing the passage of time. I will cherish this day. Chapter 14, Love, Death. And the Vistrian's fishing requires a considerable amount of patience, sometimes taking 1 or 2 hours to catch a single fish, Mesa explained to the girl. My patience has always been ample. The girl gazed intently at the fishing rod, watching the bobber rise and fall as the fish seemed to probe. She interjected before Mesa could speak. My name is Teliot. Mesa retracted the words he had not yet uttered. I am Mesa. That's an intriguing name. It resembles the Greek term for the end of all things, the name for death. His superbrain word to life, recalling the Greek myths he had encountered in his past life. Tater, with a crescent moon smile, remarked, if you think that way, isn't your name significant too? Mesa is a Greek transliteration of the Hebrew word Messiah, meaning an anointed king and the savior of the world. Are your parents well-versed in Greek culture? To which Mesa replied, you are mistaken. This is actually my Chinese name, with Mei as my surname and Sa as my given name. The surname Mei is quite rare at Dongda University, and during my school days, everyone assumed I was a foreigner. With a flick of her wrist, Tater deftly hooked a small white fish from the water, removed the hook, and returned the fish to the Yangtze River. You are quite skilled, not at all resembling a novice, Mesa noted. I can fish. I simply wish to engage you in conversation. Tater winked. My dear girl, your method of flirtation is rather unique. Mesa regarded Tater's approaching visage, noticing the black paint at her eyes forming spirals on her pale cheeks, reminiscent of the eye of Horus from Egyptian mythology, a girl imbued with mystique. Mesa stood up, brushing off her trousers, resolved to astonish this girl with the spectacle of Anissa arriving from the outer atmosphere. Your Majesty, the fortress is nearly complete, Anissa proclaimed upon landing, her impatience evident. She found herself ill at ease in this universe. Mesa had even appointed her as an ambassador, yet communicating with these humans daily felt suffocating. The only time she had released her pent-up frustration was on the battlefield in the Middle East. Moreover, Mesa had recently declined her proposal for a match, further aggravating her. Now, she yearned to return to the cosmos and unleash her fury upon something else. Tater looked on in surprise, while Mesa nodded. Removing her glasses to see the girl's astonished expression, as if she were saying, "Wow, it's really you." A small sense of pride swelled within Mesa. "Very well. Let us prepare to depart." Mesa levitated off the ground. "Miss Tater, I bestow upon you this fishing rod. May we meet again by chance. Until next time." "Your Majesty Carl of the Viltrumite Empire," the girl replied, tilting her head and waving goodbye. As Mesa entered the fortress, Anissa expressed her discontent. "Your Majesty, you just rejected me, yet seem friendly with a mere mortal, a lower life form. My refusal is not due to your appearance or your capabilities. Indeed, you are beautiful and possess extraordinary combat skills." Mesa placed her hand over her heart. "Rather, it is because there is no emotional connection between us. You previously stated that the most important aspect of a race is procreation, yet you have turned me down." Anissa had long held on to this grievance. Had she been able, she would have pinned the Emperor to the ground to fulfill her desires. "Having chosen the crown, I bear the responsibility to protect your true hearts and offer you the opportunity to choose." "Anissa, you continue to live by convention. Your understanding of relationships is merely about procreation, stronger beings gaining power to reproduce. You desire to match with me because I am more powerful. But this behavior does not reflect your true thoughts. Love is the most wondrous and sacred treasure among humans. They celebrate it through poetry, experience it through dance, and describe it through words. Regardless of who they are, all hope to possess a genuine love. The genetic similarities between humans and the Viltrum people suggest that we likely experience emotions in ways not dissimilar from humans. I can safeguard our kin for a considerable time, allowing my people to attain perhaps the treasures they truly seek and contemplate the meaning of life. The dark years have caused you to lose too much. You need time to confront your own self, which is why I arranged for you to engage with humanity." Mesa gazed into her eyes. "If this is your command." Anissa hesitated. "You may interpret it as such." Mesa turned to observe the stabilizing energy vortex within the fortress, the scene across becoming vaguely visible. Tater remained by the Yangtze River, fixated on her fishing rod, as the sun quietly vanished, giving way to a starry night, and the bright moon revealed itself. She continued to stare at the rod until the clock's hands passed the final second. The day for the mortal came to an end. He collected this gift. Every century, Death would choose a day to experience the life of a mortal, and this time, he specifically selected this universe to converse with souls that had departed from him. Ordinary individuals encounter death twice in their lives, at birth and at life's conclusion. Now, Mesa had already met him 4 times. Though the soul returning from behind the curtain would not recall the first 3 encounters. He was about to commence his work. The tasks in this universe were always numerous, requiring him to guide many souls away. The world, gradually descending into oblivion, would conclude his work once the last creation lost its life, shutting down the silent universe and bidding farewell to a past fraught with conflict. All would return to silence, with only death enduring eternally. It was all the fault of that Dongda individual who had fashioned such a dark universe. He recalled the science fiction writer who had created works amidst the bureaucratic clutter of the reference office. However, the ultimate fate, billions of years hence, was gradually being altered. He wandered through the starry sea, gathering the souls adrift in shattered galaxies, placing them on the small boat of the river of oblivion, pushing them into the void. Neither cruel nor merciful, death gently ushered life away. Life was a miracle of the universe, and he always maintained a profound respect for these wonders. The Messiah departed as death witnessed the opening of the connecting passage between 2 universes. Naturally, wherever the Messiah fled, he would not stray far from his gaze. Perhaps next time they met, he would not feel exhilaration but rather fear. The thought of the Messiah attempting to project an air of authority before him made him chuckle with dark amusement. Craig paced around the blue orb of light. The Emperor has likely strayed into another dimension. Did Anissa follow him? Victor reported the situation in detail. Anissa is battle-hardened and possesses sufficient capability to locate and protect His Majesty, Craig replied. In that case, the value of Earth has diminished. Nolan can expedite the completion of the plan. Craig turned to leave when Victor hesitated and asked, "Will you not wait for the Emperor's return?" The regent halted his steps, acknowledging that, having learned of the Emperor's whereabouts, he had arrived at this planet. Yet, the thought of the Emperor truly appearing made Craig instinctively reluctant to face it. Confirming the reliability of the news was sufficient. "We are short-handed, and the Vista needs my protection." The regent soared into the cosmos. "Is this the planet you identified?" The berserker gazed at the dark red Earth. The AI on the spacecraft confirmed, I have a recent update in my database. The most powerful Viltrum people in the universe are also searching for this planet, and it is highly likely they have already arrived. The Viltrum lion grinned. This is precisely the adversary I have longed for. Chapter 15, Battle. Battle. Grant me glory. Oh my goodness. The one-eyed alien opened his eyes. Having just been in a fierce battlefield, after an encounter with the invincible hero, he returned to the Galactic Alliance to check the records, only to realize with astonishment that Earth had already been designated as part of the Viltrum Empire's territory. He must return to warn humanity. Before he could set off, the Alliance received distress calls from multiple civilizations, as several planets faced devastating assaults by a Viltrum being named Conqueror, who seemed to be in search of something. Since the Viltrum people swept through the regions surrounding Earth years ago, they had remained silent. The last encounter, where the Alliance had lacked any intelligence, resulted in a catastrophic confrontation with the Viltrum swarm. This time, the Alliance was prepared and resolved to hunt down the infamous Conqueror, and he naturally was part of it. Amidst the carnage and the maniacal laughter of bloodlust, his comrades were torn to shreds, and he, filled with rage, struck Conqueror's chest. It had no effect. The massive recoil broke his arm. Clutching his fractured limb, he retreated, only to have his chest cleaved open by Conqueror, watching helplessly as his innards were dragged out, marking the end of his career. I am not dead. Alan of Anopa, you have fortuitously survived, replied Speaker Tardis, standing nearby. Wow, look at these muscles of mine. How splendid. Such sturdy muscles. Alan attempted to take a few steps, flexing his arms. I must say, when the ship retrieved you, I thought you had perished. Fortunately, the last attempt to save Anopa succeeded. They truly created the ultimate weapon. You, capable of surviving near death and absorbing energy to evolve. Now, ordinary Viltrum people are no longer your match. Speaker, how do you know? Alan scratched his head, recalling how he had previously been pummeled by Conqueror. Tardis pulled at his beard, revealing a small mustache above his lips. Goodness, you are also a Viltrum person. Alan exclaimed in shock, realizing the head of the Alliance was a spy. After reluctantly explaining his identity as a traitor from Viltrum, Tardis issued a serious command. Now, I need you to go to Earth. The Empire will not waste effort there. Something must have caught their attention. Discover what it is, warn, and unite the people of Earth. I believe you can accomplish this task because you possess a kind heart, and because you are the ultimate weapon of battle. Battle weapon. This is the self-awareness of the Berserker beast, with flames eternally raging in his heart, scorching his very core and clouding his mind. Only through combat can he find a semblance of solace, and perhaps only death can liberate him from the inferno, allowing him to return to tranquility. Now, the battlefield he yearns for lies tantalizingly close. Vito stands guard outside the cave, noticing a figure approaching in the distance. Halt. He crosses his arms, coldly regarding the furry creature. Although I do not know where you hail from, it would be wise for you to vacate this place. I am feeling unusually merciful today. The Vitruvian. The white-haired lion subtly flares his nostrils, inhaling Vito's scent. It carries the essence of innocent lives and anguish, delightful, a formidable and sinful foe. His sharp fangs protrude as his barbed tongue sweeps across his nasal passages, the sweet metallic tang still lingering. On the contrary, my desire to kill is profound. Vito rolls his neck, seeking death. I shall skin you alive as a gift for his majesty. A massive paw, as large as a fan, strikes his face, shattering his nasal bone and pulverizing his cheekbone. Vito vanishes in an instant, a cloud of dust scattering. Steadying his cheek, he aligns the dislocated bones, his self-healing factors struggling to reconnect the severed tissues. Yet the genetics of the Vidians are far from capable of instantaneous recovery. Blood pours forth as Vito wipes away the clots from his nostrils. Formidable adversary. His battle spirit begins to boil, licking the blood from his palm. The Berserker beast smiles with satisfaction. Delectable. Vito propels himself off the ground, his iron fist aimed at the foe's jaw. The Berserker beast steps back to evade, countering with a downward elbow strike that connects with Vito's back. With both hands planted on the ground, Vito spins and kicks. The Berserker beast catches the blow, the force sending him sliding backward, his claws digging into the earth, leaving deep gashes. After one exchange, Vito comprehends the precariousness of his position. General Craig hears the thunderous clash above ground and leaps from the cave, hovering in midair. What is happening? A frenzied cat. Vito adjusts his waist, forcibly realigning his twisted spine. I do not wish for His Majesty's first impression of you to be your pitiful state. The berserker beast rejoices. There's another Vitruvian. Bring them all on. Robbing that spaceship was indeed his wisest decision, having encountered not a single worthy opponent in his first half of life. He now faces two at once, aided by AI. He draws his machete and giant axe, his most expensive weapons purchased at the Interstellar Transit Station, uncertain if they could sever the limbs of the Vitruvians. Caution, he is no ordinary foe. Millennia of warfare have bestowed upon General Craig a keen intuition. Together, Craig lunges toward the abdomen while Vito continues his fierce assault aimed at the head. The sweeping machete is intercepted by Craig's left arm, and the axe is kicked away by Vito. The berserker beast snorts in discontent. These merchants, he needs sharper weapons. Using the blade as a club, he slams it into Vito's abdomen, sending the axe flying and striking Craig. With his free hand, he grips the rigid head of Vito, pressing it against the ground. Veins bulging as Vito becomes dazed and limp, blood gushing forth, filling the crevices. Good teamwork, the berserker beast assesses. An enraged Craig performs a flying kick, only to be struck in the throat, the sensation of suffocation flooding his mind, rolling several times before dissipating the force. Vito, regaining consciousness, struggles futilely as the berserker beast lifts him by his head. You are too weak, the other one shows promise. Emerging from the stable vortex, Mesa returns to the planet where he endured 5 arduous years, leaving Minster in the Trisolaris universe for supervision. The mechanical pup mourns. A new generation replaces the old. How heartless is the Imperial family? The AI, GZ, remains silent, as she is a vested interest. GZ, the battle robe AI, must accompany him. Minster, you are my Prime Minister. Handling state affairs is your duty. After much persuasion, Minster settles into his role, allowing Mesa to confidently step into the portal. Oh, this does not bode well. Upon exiting, he witnesses 2 Vidians being ruthlessly beaten by a large albino lion, a sight too gruesome to bear. In such a short time, have the Vitruvians fallen to such depths? Anissa, in a fit of rage, is dismayed at the weak impression left on His Majesty upon their first meeting. A sharp explosion resonates as she propels her body forward, legs together, crashing into the chest of the berserker beast. Reluctantly, the berserker beast releases Vito, the sheer force hurling him backward, colliding with a mountain peak several kilometers away. The berserker beast leaps up and delivers a powerful strike to the pursuing Anissa. Magnificent. This is quite enjoyable. He bares his teeth, spitting blood, his armor shattered. I had anticipated at least a grand welcoming ceremony. Mesa surveys the battered Craig and gasping Vito. Then Anissa, like a projectile, is shot back, and he catches her with a raised hand, setting her aside. Your Majesty. General Craig bows his head in shame, while Vito, too terrified, cannot lift his gaze. The berserker beast leaps back into the fray, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth only heightening his excitement. A stronger opponent. His heart throbs with unprecedented vigor, the exhilarating battle elevating him to unprecedented heights, compounded by the looming pressure. The berserker beast senses that this may be the opponent capable of granting him the glorious death he seeks. Come, let us fight. Chapter 16. Individual, Family, Race Mark. We need to talk. Father, wait a moment. Fighting alongside his father to vanquish a formidable monster dispels the shadows of discord between him and his girlfriend Amber. Mark Grayson is ablaze with excitement, his heroic dreams materializing as he aspires to inherit his father Nolan's noble virtues, safeguarding the world. Together, they can resolve any crisis, even against monsters of astonishing density. Mark, this matter is of utmost importance. I have contemplated it for quite some time. Nolan's eyes brim with sorrow, as his son Mark remains enmeshed in that naive dream of heroism, yet he must shatter the fairy tale he has painted. Hesitation and conflict have robbed him of his past glory, once soaring through the stars, now reduced to a shadow of his former self, his intellectual prowess waning. The all-powerful Aurora approaches, a heavy fist striking his forehead. Rage ignites within him, the gruesome fates of comrades replaying in his mind. The immortal hero unleashes an unprecedented force. We believed in you so fervently, you murderer. Dad, the shifting scenario overwhelms Mark. The immortal hero unleashes a flurry of blows, and Nolan gazes upon the grotesque visage of his friend and comrade from the past 20 years. How could he hesitate before these seemingly feeble beings? How could he be so weak? 20 years is but a fleeting moment, akin to a mundane Sunday for humanity, unworthy of concern, unworthy of remembrance. Upon learning of Mark's awakening abilities, he swiftly eradicates the guard squad, yet he has hesitated in his quest for world domination, his wife having uncovered the truth. With Cicero questioning him, he must hasten. He only needs to complete his task before regret catches up. Now, only one obstacle remains, his son. Casting aside contemplation, he propels his body forward, landing a punch that pierces the immortal hero's abdomen. And in his dying struggles, he executes a hand strike that cleaves him in two. Blood rains down. Mark stares in shock at his father's brutal slaughtering technique, the familiar face now appearing so foreign. No, this isn't right. He rushes forward, grasping Nolan's head. Dad, please wake up. This isn't you. Are you being controlled by the villain? Cicero, please help him. At the Earth Defense Bureau headquarters, Director Cicero observes the scene on the screen, having intended to intercept everything beforehand, but the all-powerful is too formidable. The satellite-based laser, costing $4 billion, is as fragile as paper, and several modified revenants fail to breach his skin. After 20 years of camaraderie, Cicero knows that the all-powerful Nolan is the mightiest hero on the planet, yet he never anticipated such invincibility until today. Director, an unknown life form has entered the solar system and has breached the atmosphere. Cicero sighs. Damned, a series of unexpected calamities unfolds. I say, Mark, calm down. Nolan seizes Mark by the collar and throws him aside. Listen to me. Before he can recite the rehearsed lines, invincible kid, I am here to assist you. A large yellow alien charges from the sky, colliding with Nolan and sending him crashing to the ground. Listen to me, invincible kid, Earth is in danger. The Vitruvians are coming. Alan gestures animatedly with his hands. Vitruvians? What is happening? Mark scratches his head in frustration. And you just slammed my dad into the ground. Oh, my apologies. I thought you were battling him. Earth is truly remarkable, having such powerful beings as you two. Alan says awkwardly. He rolls his large eyes. None of that matters. Humanity must be vigilant. A Vidian is certainly lurking on Earth. Invincible kid, the Vitruvians are the most brutal, violent, and unreasonable race in the universe. They will enslave all life and annihilate your planet. You must be cautious. However, the speaker has dispatched me to assist you. We can defeat them decisively because I am indeed invincible, Alan. Alan exclaims exuberantly. Mark could scarcely believe the words that reached his ears. What are you saying? I come from the distant improvement committee of the Viltrum planet as the sole guardian. It sounded enchanting, akin to a fairy tale. You Unipants, how dare you attack me? A powerful uppercut struck Alan's jaw, and Nolan roared in fury, pursuing the audacious rogue and dragging him through the mud. Stop. Mark shoved his father aside. Is it true? You've been lying to me and Mom all along. Alan extricated himself from the muck, witnessing Nolan's mustache. My God, your father is that lurking Viltrumite. His gaze shifted to Mark. So you are too? Mark, it is imperative that Earth prepares to join the Empire. It is our duty. Facing Mark's incredulous expression, Nolan unveiled the entirety of their planetary existence to him. Our lifespans are prolonged. The older we grow, the more slowly we age. You, a mere hybrid, could live for thousands of years, witnessing the demise of friends and family on Earth. Viltrum is our true home. Even your mother is more akin to a pet for me. Liars. What do you think I would do? Abandon my friends to be enslaved for your damned empire? I care nothing for the empire. This is my home, and I will not allow you to destroy it. Finally pushed to this brink, Nolan relaxed his muscles. Very well. Mark's vision darkened as his father's fist struck him with immense weight. He retched, his insides churning. Nolan seized his arm, swinging him in a half-circle and tossing him aside. Alan rushed in to steady Mark. Brother, you're doing great. He surveyed their surroundings. We need to throw him into space. Onto the moon. We cannot fight on Earth. Believe me, you wouldn't want to see a Viltrumite rampaging through the city. Through mental communication, he quietly shared tactics with Mark. Alan ascended rapidly, embracing Nolan and propelling themselves into space, breaking through the atmosphere. Unipan remnants, I have obliterated your civilization, turning your planet to dust. Nolan broke free from Alan's embrace. Do you dare appear before me, obstructing the Empire's iron heel? His clenched fist reverberated through the vacuum, pressing against Nolan's chest, sending the creature that disrupted his plans plummeting to the moon. Emerging from the crater, Alan caressed his bleeding chest. It's not as painful as I imagined. Nolan was taken aback by Alan's resilience. He distinctly recalled that exterminating Unipans had not required much effort. A unique specimen, perhaps? Mark also soared from the surface, descending towards the moon under his father's shadow. You leave me no choice, Mark. Nolan no longer held back, dodging Mark's clumsy charge and delivering a powerful blow to his head. Shattered teeth mingled with blood mist in the vacuum, bones contorting beyond recognition. Dizziness, weakness, suffocation, death. Slamming into the crater's bottom, Mark struggled to rise. Mark, I do not wish to do this. Must you resist? Dodging Alan's pursuit, this wretched creature had no right to elicit mercy from him. His murderous intent burned fiercely. The two battled from the moon's highlands to the lunar sea, leaving a trail of dust and debris in their wake. You are quite strong, Unipan. Nolan knocked Alan down once more. Invincible hero, how are you faring? Alan anxiously communicated with Mark. Not well, Mark replied, bruised and battered, his teeth completely gone. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Nolan struck his face. Distracted in battle? Your father is too fierce. I can barely hold on. Didn't the speaker say that ordinary Viltrumites are no match for me? Why is this fight so arduous? Alan felt his consciousness fading. The all-powerful hero's speed and combat prowess were overwhelming, each attack leaving him reeling and wounds accumulating. A swift hand sliced through, eviscerating Nolan's eye, obliterating it completely. No. Mark finally charged in, only to be seized by Nolan, his head pressed into the ground, creating yet another pit. Your alien friend is dead. Now think carefully, Mark. For these inferior, worthless insects, you would defy the Empire? You are a Viltrumite. Nolan continued to rain blows until Mark was unrecognizable. Why must you force my hand? I can restart. It's merely another 20 years, and I have countless 20 years to experience. He withdrew his bloodied fist, his brow furrowing. Consider this, I implore you. Everything you hold dear, all life will vanish. You will witness this planet crumble to dust, scattered by the wind. 500 years hence, what will remain of you? Dad. I still have you, Dad. Tears streamed from the shapeless mass of flesh. The unimaginable blow struck Nolan, who had never faced such an assault in his millennia of warfare. This strike penetrated to the marrow, piercing through his heart. Nolan stared at his hands. What have I done? The berserker lay defeated beneath the fractured mountains, too swift. Truly too swift. His heartbeat faltered, struggling to circulate blood. As he charged at his foe, his claws shattered inch by inch. The blades he picked up disintegrated into fragments, and the axes he hurled were reduced to charred remnants. When his opponent reached for his head, he was hurled against mountain after mountain, tossed into the air and pounded into the ground. Life approached its conclusion. The once innocent lion cub, who had quelled the planet's turmoil, became the hero of his kind, enduring flames and self-exile, finally arriving at this uncharted world to meet his end. In his blurred vision, a crimson cloak emerged. Not even his attire was disheveled. It was a complete failure of a battle. Chapter 17. Battle, Glory, Life with Formidable Combat Prowess. Mesa compared his abilities to Anissa's. This large cat could likely take on 3 or 4 Anissas without breaking a sweat. With exceptional training and diverse tactics, he felt this creature could serve as a final boss in a Marvel or DC blockbuster. The roaring cat swung its weapon, and as Mesa exhaled gently, the biting cold of the wind froze the blade into an ice sculpture, and with a mere flick of his fingers, the sharp edge shattered into fragments. His eyes glowed with a fierce red, and his scorching gaze melted the spinning battle axe into molten iron. However, it posed no threat to him. Beneath the dark red sun, the GZ battlesuit steadily supplied solar energy, and the energy reserves consumed were surprisingly minimal. The recent actions likely depleted the energy he could utilize under the sun in a minute. A direct punch shattered the white lion's armor, upon contact with its fur. It failed to penetrate further. He was somewhat surprised. The defensive capabilities were impressive, and compared to it, the Viltrumites seemed relatively fragile. Mesa increased his force, his X-ray vision revealing internal bleeding. As he pursued the flying lion, he reached for its head. The berserker reacted swiftly, desperately twisting in the air to evade. Cannot fly. A rather significant flaw. In practical combat, mobility proved crucial. At equal levels, a flying opponent could easily dominate a grounded one, while the latter was left to wallow in impotent rage. Seizing its head, he crushed any protrusions in the ground, circling the planet completely as the thrashing lion endured a relentless barrage of blows. Casting aside the bloodied berserker, he observed it crash beneath the mountains they had initially shattered. While outwardly it bore no visible wounds, internally, most of its bones were fractured, and its heartbeat was weak. Mesa approached, watching the trapped beast struggle to rise. He grew increasingly curious about what sustained this creature. Still not giving up? You insult me, Viltrumite. The berserker bit through its lip, forcing its heart to exert itself. Desperately attempting to fight back, the flames still burned fiercely, and this battle had not quelled its anger but instead intensified it. This was no battle at all. He had to admit that he once envisioned a scenario where both sides were evenly matched, back and forth, exhausted, with victory claimed by the more resilient party, thus declaring the end of the loser's life. That was his lavish dream, a glorious duel to the death. Before him stood a being that effortlessly crushed him, showing no intent to kill. What a farce. Am I merely a child posturing before you? He found himself speechless, even with all his might. He could inflict no harm upon this Viltrumite. He respected such a powerful being. There was no glory in this battle, but he at least sought peace. I see your past, Mesa said. Suddenly, I possessed this ability, akin to telepathy. In that moment of curiosity, the biological force field responded to him, and the experience of communicating with the trisolaran brainwaves made it second nature to sense the beast's intricate emotions. You saved your planet, Sock, personally halting the unending war, creating a utopia. Your rage made you strong yet unfortunate, forcing you away from your homeland, lest it be destroyed by your fury one day. Scenes from the berserker's life played in cinematic fashion in Mesa's mind, his superbrain processing the information seamlessly. In the throes of anguish, Mesa recalled the figure of Ongron from the Warhammer he had encountered in a former life. The butcher's nails tormented the Emperor's son, driving him into the depths of madness. The berserker, however, retained a semblance of clarity, seeking the glory of death as well as tranquility. The biofield fluctuated once more, and the berserker sensed the flames waning, flickering like a candle. What was initially perceived as divine assistance had now morphed into a curse and torment, rendered feeble. A long-lost serenity washed over him, with a flicker of anger occasionally stirring, yet it was manageable now. Isn't it remarkable? I just discovered I possessed this ability, Mesa remarked with a smile. He extended his hand to help the berserker rise. Alas, it is only effective in my presence. It will falter outside the confines of the biofield's embrace. Thus, I must continue my pursuit of glorious combat. The white lion twitched his nose, and suddenly, the surroundings sprang to life. Previously, his focus had been solely on battle and the taste of fury. I appreciate what you have done for me, but I must seek other outcomes. Concerning the battles you pursue, I fear I am the most capable individual in this universe to assist you in finding them. Stay by my side, and not only will your anger be quelled, but I will also provide you with worthy adversaries. Mesa extended an invitation. Acquiring a highly skilled companion was undeniably advantageous. I can stay for a few days to observe. A fleeting thought of his past life's gaming voice echoed in his mind. First, defeat in battle. Then capture, a seamless series of moves. Your Majesty, Vito and Craig had recovered significantly from their previous injuries, kneeling before Mesa alongside Anissa. The power he had recently acquired proved to be exceedingly useful. Mesa noted that the emotions of respect, admiration, and obedience emanating from the two remained at their zenith. Having survived encounters with the berserker, Vito and Craig were acutely aware of the beast's immense strength. Craig even speculated that the regent might not possess such power. Is the royal bloodline truly so extraordinary? Perhaps this is fate. He had experienced a millennium of existence. In Craig's recollection, the late King Agar was not particularly formidable, at least not to the extent of creating an insurmountable gap. I need to take that ship with me. I promised it that it would witness my death. No problem. Mesa observed the vessel lingering in the distance. Mark opened his eyes to a white ceiling. Nolan had departed, and Sissel had urgently rescued him. In his final moments, he still recalled Alan's lifeless body. A wave of sorrow surged within him for the alien he had met only once, who had sacrificed his precious life for Earth and him. Ah, the invincible hero, you have finally awakened, the alien remarked, munching on snacks, his large eyes gleeful. Mark rubbed his dark circles. You're not. Because I am the invincible Alan. Huh. I survived the brink of death and evolved again. At that moment, your father did not manage to deliver the final blow before he rushed to confront you. Alan had bulked up considerably. The Omnipotent had abandoned his mission, leaving his post for an unknown destination. It was utterly astonishing. At that time, he had believed Earth was doomed, especially since they were both on the verge of death. Indeed, at least the world did not suffer catastrophic destruction. Mark relaxed, lying on the bed, his whole body aching. His father's betrayal left him disheartened. He merely wished to bury himself in his pillow. Sissel entered the room. This doesn't signify the end. Once the Vistarians learn of Nolan's departure, they will undoubtedly send more reinforcements. When that time comes, luck may not be on our side. You will need to undergo specialized training after your recovery, Alan added. Earth holds great significance for the Viltrums. They even swept through the solar system once. We need to uncover the reason. After his father's departure, Mark had become the mightiest hero. Whether through training or otherwise, he indeed required further enhancement of his strength. He could see the white ceiling multiple times within a month. He wished to never see that ceiling again. The reason lay aboard the Vistarian warship. The Emperor was set to return to his loyal Vistrum. The Berserker stood at attention, scanning the surroundings, moving closer to investigate anything that piqued his interest. Exhibiting traits typical of a feline, Mesa felt a desire to visit the Berserker's homeland, Sock, to explore the existence of other breeds of large cats. Playing with the crystal retrieved from the cavern, Mesa contemplated where to construct a passage to the Trisolaran universe. Gazing at the blue glowing crystal under the light, he wondered if traversing a new universe would yield a new crystal. Your Majesty, Craig replied, stating he would await your arrival at the palace. General Craig, being exceedingly loyal, had even ceased referring to the regent as such. Oh, Mesa stroked his chin. Having wielded power for a millennium, it was peculiar that upon learning of the Emperor's return, he did not rush to greet him nor visit the ship. The history of Blue Star was rife with powerful ministers who would not approach the throne without due decorum. Chapter 18. Ascend to Supremacy and Command the Six Directions. Zack activated his battle suit, launching a fierce counterattack against the encroaching Kresh. He was a human from Earth, and the reason he found himself combating a race of alien invaders so far from home stemmed from an incident where he stumbled upon a crashed spacecraft on his way home from school. The Geladarians were incredibly frail, thus they created a technological jacket that could enhance the host's physical abilities based on their fundamental qualities. This battle suit was bestowed upon Zack. He then followed the Geladarians to an alien planet to assist them in repelling the invasion. Zack unleashed a laser cannon, obliterating the advancing Kresh soldiers. On the battlefield, he charged forward, leaving no foe unvanquished. The basic qualities of humanity far surpassed those of the Geladarians, which had augmented Zack to a terrifying extent. It was merely a matter of time before he concluded this war. After destroying yet another warship, Zack beheld a tide of Kresh soldiers gathering, bracing himself for a more intense counterattack. However, they hastily boarded their vessels and retreated. Captain Kanda of the Gex squad flew over, his expression perplexed. They have retreated? This is unusual, isn't it? The Kresh, backed by the Viltrums, have always been brazen. Such losses should not wound them too deeply. I need to report this situation to the speaker. A dense array of corpses piled beside the planet, forming a ring of stars that swirled with the rotation of the Vistrum. This was a cold gravestone, a memorial to the kin lost to the cataclysmic virus. The vast universe had preserved these bodies well. Aside from Craig, who had remained at the palace on the planet for decades, most Vistrum had not returned to their homeworld in a long time. They were scattered across various planets, sustaining the Empire's rule, desperately clinging to the fading twilight. Yet today, nearly all Vistrum returned home alone, abandoning their bewildered subordinate races. Vito swiftly conveyed the joyous news of the Emperor's return to everyone. Detecting warships approaching from beyond the stars, Tula shut down part of the defense systems. After moving away from their homeworld, the Vistrum deployed an array of defensive weapons, utilizing technology scavenged from various star systems to ensure that no spacecraft could approach Vistrum. The Vistrum, however, flew back to their homeworld, as their speed surpassed that of the warships. As the warship descended slowly, Craig led over 40 kin, awaiting the opening of the hatch. The regent had deliberately removed his fur cloak, surveying the crowd, each face a blend of excitement and trepidation. Following the dark carnage, the people revered him as the regent, for he was an absolute powerhouse, and he had promised to uncover the bloodline. The cataclysmic virus had ravaged Vistrum for decades, leading many to believe the royal lineage had been nearly obliterated. Feeling a unique rhythm in his heart, he experienced a mix of relief and regret as the transition of power loomed. Anissa and Craig were the first to step out, kneeling on either side, and the others followed suit without hesitation, bowing their heads in reverence to the supreme emperor of Vistrum. "Rise, my compatriots," Mesa declared at the entrance of the ship. Nearly 50 Vistrum knelt before him, each one an elite warrior, some having endured the era of mutual slaughter, persevering through the torment of the virus. The youngest among them had experienced countless interstellar wars. This collective force represented the mightiest military in the universe. Together, the Vistrum could shatter entire planets. Now a sharp longsword, its ornate hilt presented with reverence, was offered to Mesa. "Vitrums, your emperor has returned." Craig led the way, guiding Mesa through the palace to behold its splendor. The man, bearing a striking resemblance to a great literary figure from a past life, maintained a basic respect for Mesa. Initially, he had anticipated a contentious exchange, yet the regent relinquished supreme power with ease, even kneeling alongside his kin. On the journey here, Mesa had contemplated how to amicably transition military power. "Little Craig, you are no longer a child. The heights of power can be isolating. Having upheld Vistrum for so many years, you should consider personal matters as well. Establishing your legacy is significant, but so is starting a family." Yet, without uttering a word, he gracefully stepped aside, having achieved his goal. The berserker placed the war hammer upon his shoulder, trailing behind Mesa, scrutinizing the man with a crew cut. "This individual is formidable," he mused, feeling a slight itch in his palm. "Your Majesty, this is the preserved skull of the late king." Traeg guided Mesa to the throne, casting a complex gaze upon the skull wrapped in cloth at the armrest. Mesa fixated on the bone. This was the father he had never met in this lifetime. The traitor Tardis had stealthily slain the late king, plunging Vista into chaos. Traeg gritted his teeth, as though he wished to swallow his words whole. The subsequent virus was equally perplexing. How could a disaster targeting our immune system erupt so conveniently? He must have provided genetic research, perhaps even devised it himself. Biochemical weapons could indeed serve as a means to reverse the tide. I had previously lifted the prohibition against interbreeding with foreign races. Yet those descendants could not fully inherit our abilities, proving too weak and inadequate, reaching the limits of their natural lifespan before the Vitrulian genes could take hold. "It is truly shameful, Your Majesty. Vista stands on the brink of extinction. Traeg, you have performed admirably. You will always be the regent of our race. I still require your assistance in managing the affairs of state." Mesa stroked his father's skull. One cannot fault Traeg for his singular focus on expanding and maintaining territory. After all, he inherited the policies of Emperor Agar and was educated within that framework. "Regarding our race, I have obtained reliable evidence that humanity shares almost 100% of our genetic makeup. I even harbor suspicions that humans may share a common origin with us. The planets are distant, and the environmental disparity between Vista and Earth is vast. How could the genes be so remarkably similar? I must delve into the royal archives to verify this. I have dispatched our most elite soldiers to Earth. I shall bring them back. If it is indeed of such importance, the Empire must seize it with thunderous force." Traeg stated with conviction. "At the very least, I have resolved to contract our population and abandon territories that are utterly unnecessary to maintain." Traeg could not help but retort, "How can we do this? This is the result of millennia of imperial expansion. If not for the traitor Tardis leading the planetary alliance, we would have already encompassed the galaxy." The mindset of warfare remains unyielding, yet Mesa had already prepared his retort. "I possess abilities beyond our race, capable of opening wormholes connecting multiple universes. Given a brief respite, our race could conquer far more than a single galaxy or a few planets. Our expedition will unfold on a cosmic scale. Consider this, Traeg, truly ponder it. The future lies within our grasp, and the visible prosperity of Vitrul is on the horizon. What we need most now is to increase our population." Mesa controlled the crystal to levitate with a biological force field. This is the key to constructing wormholes. Gazing at the resplendent crystal, visions of the future danced in Traeg's mind, causing his heart to race. "I understand, Your Majesty." As he watched Traeg depart, the berserker felt an overwhelming urge. He could very well be the adversary capable of matching me in a deadly duel. "Patience, patience. Having followed me for merely a day, you have encountered a regent of such strength. There is no need for haste. You have ample time to wait." The berserker still could not sit still and decided to find someone to spar with to stretch his muscles. This distance could still be enveloped by Mesa's biological force field. He commanded GZ to take over the palace database as he began to swiftly search for information. First, regarding his own origins. In this universe, there are no Kryptonians. Yet his powers bear a closer resemblance to theirs than to Vitrulians. This is illogical. Moreover, the words of the blue sea cucumber had piqued Mesa's interest. There was nothing particularly extraordinary, not even the data preserved by Agar behind the throne. According to the records, he was merely a child born of Emperor Agar and a woman, yet he was deemed extraordinary from birth, considered by the Emperor to be the embodiment of destiny. This is nonsensical. Mesa rapped on the armrest. Where did his abilities originate? Agar stood upon the balcony, gazing at the lush forest. Tonight, his child was to be born. This child would inherit millions of elite soldiers and soon dominate the entire galaxy. The only concern was a buffoon, the scientist Tardis, who openly opposed the Imperial journey. The guard presented the small infant to the Emperor. He is different. Yes, he is unique, Agar murmured. Your Majesty? The guard inquired, hearing the Emperor speak softly, as if conversing with someone. A name. I must give him a name. Carl is a fine name. A surname? Yes, he must have a surname. Carlel. He shall be the supreme. As the morning stars streaked across the sky, a fleeting light illuminated the wings behind the Emperor. Chapter 19. An emperor unversed in psychology is not a good doctor. Does living for an extended period among entirely different species on alien planets not feel oppressive? In the palace courtyard, Mesa sat in a chair, probing the black man across from him. No, Your Majesty, in fact, I do not live among them. I have no desire to converse with those inferior beings. I merely sit on the satellite, addressing any uprisings, spending most of my time counting sand. Mesa poured him a cup of hot tea, a gift from Wang Miao of the three-body universe. You need to relax and communicate more with your kind. Do not worry. Once you reach Earth, you will encounter aesthetically pleasing beings, and life will be far more enjoyable than it is now. Thank you for listening, Your Majesty. I have long sought someone to confide in, but it would be deemed a weakness among them. Another Vistarian driven to alienation by solitude, having been isolated for so long. Raised within a military framework, the stifling societal atmosphere rendered him incapable of expressing his true feelings. The Emperor's tea parties had been ongoing for several rounds. This was his devised method to swiftly bridge the gap with his people and attempt to alter their perspectives. Thus far, the Vistarians Mesa had encountered shared a common issue: societal atomization and dispersion, with only a few friends located on distant planets. The regulations of Vista forbade them from leaving their posts without cause, with terms of service starting at a century. They had trapped themselves, and the only means of venting was through suppressing rebellions, leading them to increasingly resort to violent outbursts, creating a vicious cycle of repression and violence. What he could do now was to become a friend with whom his people could speak freely, first by mandating that they express their innermost thoughts, then showing understanding and concern. Fortunately, he had the advantage of telepathy, allowing him to detect the emotional fluctuations of the speaker in real time. Mesa was no Batman. He was indeed not skilled in talk therapy. After all, Batman frequently dealt with various psychopathic criminals, and addressing the psychological issues of these Vistarians should be a trivial matter for him. At that moment, Mesa greatly wished for an external brain as a standard accessory for Superman. GZ was still gathering information on Vitral, due to the extreme scarcity of the population. All buildings on the home planet had long since fallen into disrepair, with factories and libraries neglected for years. Vitral had existed merely as a monument. Even Traeg was not well versed in the distant history and development of the Vista people. The quest to uncover the source of his extraordinary abilities was now deemed a failure, as no particularly strange occurrences or records of Kryptonian technology or genes had been uncovered. Regardless of how one viewed it, he was born as an ordinary infant, placed in a cultivation pod by the late king, and awakened a millennium later in a crashed spacecraft. Yet, this does not explain Mesa's abilities. Could it be the influence of a traveler, endowed with an innate golden finger akin to a complete Superman template? It begins with an interstellar empire. I obtained the Superman template. Since I cannot fathom it, I shall cast it aside. Mesa had always been one to take things as they come. If a problem arises, he would leave it for tomorrow's self to resolve. Currently, his abilities posed no detriment, only convenience. In his past life as a citizen of the East, Mesa understood profoundly that truth resides only within the range of artillery fire, and the essence of power is violence. Only those who possess violence earn the right to have others listen to their discourse. Otherwise, he would have already been torn to shreds by the platinum version of Hakimi Pro days ago. GZ was not idly collecting information either. He had garnered an unexpected revelation. From the archives at the lowest levels of the Royal Library, it was confirmed that the Vitrulians had migrated hundreds of thousands of years ago, experiencing a period of diverse abilities, during which many lacked any superpowers. After years of development, the current hexagonal ability evolvers emerged as the ultimate victors, leaving behind their genes and propelling the entire evolution of the Vista race. Upon learning this, Trey completely set aside his concerns and placed greater importance on Earth. This might very well be the ancestral land of the Vistarians. The Vitrulians did not abandon their home planet. Rather, they sought to return to their roots. Mesa glanced at the final entry on the Tea Party list, Conquest. If other Vistarians suffered merely from psychological repression, this elder was utterly broken. The Berserker, confronting the Conqueror, felt an immense satisfaction with his recent life on the planet Vixing. He could easily find someone to spar with, and there were even mightier opponents available for him to unleash his fury upon, such as Craig, Anissa, and, of course, the Conqueror before him. Although Mesa's force field had soothed his fiery temper, he still relished the daily battles, which, in Mesa's words, were akin to the first warm cup of tea on a winter morning. Particularly with the Conqueror, he eagerly welcomed the chance to engage the White Lion in combat. As the Conqueror was notably resilient, capable of putting the Berserker in a precarious position during their encounters. Alas, after overcoming the virus, the Conqueror's strength and defense had significantly diminished. In his prime, he might have been a worthy adversary against the Lion. That will be all for today, Conqueror. General Craig stated, His Majesty awaits your conversation. Now serving as a secretary, relaying the Emperor's commands, Craig felt a sense of pride in his position. I shall join you, the Berserker declared, setting down his warhammer. As you wish. The Emperor permits you free passage within the palace, Craig replied with a huff. Clearly irritated by his prior defeat, the Berserker grinned wide. I look forward to your vengeance, General. Please, make yourself comfortable, Conqueror, Mesa said, pouring 2 cups of hot tea. At just coming of age, he had already embraced a lifestyle reminiscent of middle age. Work, tea, leisure, and more work. He glanced at the large feline accompanying him. Have you two become friends over these past few days? The Berserker snorted dismissively. The Berserker does not require friends. Yet he noticed the slight smile on Mesa's lips, recalling how the sly Emperor of Vixing could peer into his soul. If one must say, he is considered my friend. The Conqueror's single remaining eye brightened at the mention of friendship, such a precious term. Mesa nodded in satisfaction, feeling justified for suggesting the Berserker spar with the Conqueror. Conqueror, I understand your heart. This suffering has come to an end. The Conqueror, devoid of friends and family, had no one to confide in. His overwhelming strength only instilling fear in his kin. In the end, even his name had been forgotten, leaving only the title of Conqueror behind. Both the Berserker and I are your friends, Mesa said with a smile. I would be delighted to converse with you at any time. The Conqueror broke down in tears. What a sentimental fellow. How did I fail to notice this days ago? The Berserker downed his tea in one gulp, while the elder held onto Mesa's hand, recounting his past and his tragic life in an unending stream. You are not much different. I know you long for your homeland. Perhaps I can accompany you back for a visit. The Berserker paused, allowing his thoughts to drift. For a century, the warm winds of his hometown seemed to still caress him. Sock, his homeland, the utopia he had forged. After so many years, would anyone still remember him? The Conqueror wept anew. Craig, look at the trouble you've caused. Even the elder is distressed, Mesa remarked while trying to soothe the situation. Just then, Craig entered the courtyard, frowning at the weeping Conqueror. The Emperor had recently conversed with each of the clansmen, and he keenly sensed the rise of sentimentality among them. Everyone appeared to grow weaker, even the Conqueror. This was detrimental. Craig had often wanted to advise the Emperor that weakness would dull their edge, rendering them incapable of striking. However, considering the decision to rest and recuperate, he held his tongue, believing that a gentle atmosphere might better suit their propagation. Yet he could not restrain himself. Your Majesty, the current policy is excessively lenient. Our culture requires different approaches for each era. I do not believe that releasing pressure will diminish our resolve. Mesa interrupted Craig's discourse. Enough. Craig sighed. He would keep a close watch on these individuals to prevent corruption, ensuring they did not repeat the mistakes of Tardis. Anissa burst into the courtyard, breathless. Your Majesty, Regent, we have received news from the Planetary Alliance spies. They report that Nolan has abandoned his duties and vanished from Earth. What? Craig erupted in fury. Just days prior, He had assured the Emperor that he had dispatched his most elite and trusted soldiers to ensure nothing would go awry. And now he received this disheartening news of Nolan's betrayal. It was a slap to his face, leaving him utterly embarrassed before the Emperor. He slammed his palm onto the table, leaving a deep imprint. Where has that traitor gone? How dare he betray the Empire? I shall personally see to it that he pays. Calm down, Craig. We must first ascertain the situation, Mesa urged, attempting to stabilize the raging regent. He turned to Anissa. Is there any further information? Anissa, still in disbelief, replied, the spies from the Planetary Alliance say Nolan has forsaken his conquest of Earth and left the solar system. This was witnessed firsthand by Tardis's confidant and is undoubtedly true. How could the great Nolan abandon his responsibilities? What could compel a battle-hardened, vixing warrior to forsake his honor? The berserker, uninterested in such emotional turmoil, flexed his claws. Carl, I can take care of this traitor for you, as I need to unwind. No, Your Majesty. Once we confirm his whereabouts, please allow me to confront him. I must rectify my mistakes myself. Craig stood, his demeanor resolute. The berserker scrutinized Craig from head to toe. I do not believe you are more suited for this. Can your strength truly accomplish it? Clearly. The White Lion sought to seize the opportunity to provoke the regent into combat. Ignoring the berserker's taunts, Craig focused intently on Mesa. Do not kill him. I wish to understand what could drive him to abandon 2 decades of subterfuge. Every clansman is invaluable to us. I wish to speak with him. Understood, Your Majesty. Mesa considered, still wary of this warmonger. Craig, do not harm the innocent. We require a stable external environment. It is reasonable to show a degree of weakness to the Alliance. Anissa, you shall accompany him as well. Mesa found himself quite occupied, otherwise. He would have preferred to attend in person, as the research on the crystals had reached a critical stage. Balancing research with state affairs was proving to be taxing. Even for someone with his prodigious intellect, he needed to enlist a scapegoat to help him manage the political duties, preferably someone kind-hearted and possessing a broader perspective. Where could he find such a candidate? Chapter 20. Paradise Island. Craig and Anissa bowed and departed. As Craig observed their figures fade away, he hesitated. Your Majesty, Nolan has rendered significant service to the Empire. I hope we might grant him a chance at redemption. Of course, General. Am I not a compassionate individual? I will understand his plight before reaching a decision. The worst fate he could face would be to be forcibly made to procreate, yielding at least 4 or 5 offspring each year. Mesa finished the now-cold tea, a premonition stirring within him that perhaps Nolan might provide the opportunity for a profound transformation in his clansman's worldview. Craig suppressed a smile, refusing to appear unprofessional before the Emperor. In truth, he had never felt so relaxed in the past millennium. Being near Craig always felt like walking a tightrope. The Conqueror had composed himself, standing beside the Berserker. The 2 imposing figures, reminiscent of grand iceboxes, provided an overwhelming sense of security. Akin to the legendary Liu Bei with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, or Li Er with Qin Xiong and Wei Qigong. Mesa too had his own formidable duo. However, their immobility made Mesa feel awkward. Do you not have other matters to attend to? No, Your Majesty, I am solely interested in slaughter. The White Lion regarded him with a look of disbelief, as if to say, do you not realize that I am only interested in battle? Clearing his throat, Mesa prepared to check on the laboratory. The intelligent being, GZ, was indeed a remarkable invention, far surpassing ordinary AIs, being a form of life. It could not be easily captured without lower dimensional expansion. Once the passage could be stabilized, he would send a few vixing individuals to assist his friends, the Trisolarans, with their relocation. He wondered if they had sufficiently comprehended the technology of the light-speed spacecraft before departing, a prized trophy acquired from the destruction of a planet. Contemplating the Trisolaran universe, he fondly recalled his time with the chatty little dog, Minster, especially since it had been an auxiliary AI capable of assisting him with political affairs. Alas, when will I be able to indulge in leisure once more? Inside the laboratory, the crystals trembled rhythmically, emitting brilliant blue lights that coalesced into misty formations. Master, you may attempt to visualize the cosmic entries you desire. Let us see if we can briefly open them. When did you start addressing me as Master? Mesa noticed the oversight. I have searched a vast array of human online information and found that males prefer to address females in such a manner. Stop right there, no need for explanations. Mesa shot a glance at his accompanying White Lion, realizing that if he continued, his esteemed reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The berserker disdainfully licked his lips. Little chef. Do not make your lion laugh. Mesa focused his attention, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Louise. I wish to see a universe with Louise. The berserker, witnessing the gateway to another universe for the first time, concentrated intently. The blue mist began to swirl, forming a vortex, revealing a brand new world within. Peter, swiftly descend from that infernal couch. Don't be foolish, Louise. This is a rare weekend. Hey, Brian, move aside. No, that's not the right Louise. Isn't this the absurd animation he adored in his past life? This cursed memory, the invasion of this bizarre entity, is like a flood, endangering the aspirations of the Empire's promising youth. Mesa hastily retracted his thoughts, the vortex returning. After another cough, Mesa extinguished the distractions, focusing entirely on meditation. Earth, another Earth. A realm with superheroes. The scene re-emerged, revealing a fragrant island. Faint traces of human architecture could be discerned. Mesa observed closely, noting that these structures bore resemblance to ancient Greek styles, featuring prominent temples, colonnades, and symmetrical aesthetics. He recalled past memories of Saint Seiya. If this is indeed the worldview, he felt an unsettling trepidation. The combat prowess seemed extraordinarily formidable. He had heard that the names of various techniques in the anime were authentic descriptions. More importantly, the intensity of the battles was overwhelming, with deities pulling the strings behind the scenes. The imagery shifted again, focusing on a girl with beautiful long black hair and an elegant figure. Cough, cough, cough. What is with this crystal? It shows no decorum at all. He sought discernible cosmic traits, yet the scene shifted to the girl. The berserker had grown so bored as to scratch the palace pillars. It seemed that finding a strong entity in another universe was no easy feat on the sandy beach of Paradise Island. The girl dipped her feet into the azure waters, stirring the sea as a certain gaze swept over her. Who is it? The girl assumed a battle stance, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, instinctively aware that someone was observing her. The ability to bypass the magical barrier set by the great Zeus unsettled her. This matter must be reported to her mother, Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons. She swiftly ascended, flying toward the island's center. It appeared that powerful beings could sense the scrutiny from across the screen. Mesa continued to observe the scene, reassured by the distance of an entire universe, collecting intelligence without peril. Mother, I feel as though someone has been watching me. Upon hearing her daughter's account, Queen Hippolyta was filled with concern. Her demigod daughter was exceptionally gifted, blessed by the gods, rendering her immensely powerful and increasingly beautiful. This was Paradise Island, established by Zeus, inhabited by the Amazon tribe for generations, who possessed the capability to seek out her daughter. A terrifying suspicion arose within her. Could it be Zeus, that notorious old lecher? The more she recalled Zeus's past misdeeds, the more Hippolyta's anxiety grew. With this thought, she hurriedly brought her daughter to the treasury, bestowing upon her the sacred artifacts. The truth lasso crafted from Gaia's golden girdle, a protective silver bracelet forged from fragments of Zeus's shield Aegis, the fire goddess sword and divine shield, crafted by Hephaestus, and the star crown. At last, Mesa recognized them. A complete set of luxurious equipment. In a gaming universe, it would be the pinnacle of gear only obtainable by top-tier players. The freeloader Mesa could only drool with envy, while the rightful owner was none other than the most renowned female superhero, the wealthiest woman on Earth. The girl's identity was unmistakable. She was Wonder Woman, Diana Prince. Upon comprehending her identity, Mesa could almost hear the electrifying music coupled with the sound of battle drums, reminiscent of the slow-motion sequences often seen in films. It seemed he had stumbled upon an authentic DC universe. Superman was indeed an indispensable figure within the DC realm. Without a doubt, this was a world where Kryptonians could be found, though the timeline remained uncertain, likely before various events transpired, considering Diana had yet to acquire her gear. Clad in the sacred artifacts, the girl sensed that the gaze had not wavered. Blessed by the goddess Athena, her perception was extraordinarily acute. At last, she pinpointed the source. Bold intruder. She lunged forward, and Hippolyta was unable to intervene in time. If it were indeed Zeus, it would be like a lamb entering the tiger's den. Mesa pondered whether to retain the vortex, hoping to wait until he completed the portal on Earth. Looking up, he saw the girl charging toward him, appearing before him. Was this plausible? Had he not yet activated the portal? The girl's reaction and speed were astonishing, nearly catching up to Mesa. He stepped back, evading, grasping her arm. pinning her against the wall. Wait, I can explain. Please do not strike. Arrogant scoundrel, daring to spy on Paradise Island. Ah, you are a man. Miss Diana, I implore you to remain calm. There is a reason for all of this. The girl struggled with greater fervor. Who is Diana? And who are you? Mesa gazed at her familiar attire. Was this not Wonder Woman? The girl kicked him in the leg. I am Princess Louise of the Amazons, Louise Lane. Let me go? You scoundrel. The leader of the Planetary Alliance, TARDIS, was filled with unease. The recent disappearance of the Viltrumite people was peculiar. No planets had been invaded, and even the once belligerent subordinate races had quieted down. The cosmos seemed to have abruptly entered a state of peace. Where had those warmongering zealots gone? At home, a multitude of spiders could be seen crawling as usual, but now, inexplicably, all the spiders had vanished, instilling a profound fear within him. Something must have occurred to capture the attention of all the Viltrum. Intelligence, he required intelligence. Fortunately, there was some good news from Alan. 2 Viltrum had betrayed the norm, one of whom was the renowned Nolan within the interstellar realm. He needed to locate Nolan and ascertain the intentions of the Viltrum. There was one final contingency. TARDIS entered a secure chamber where scientists were diligently researching a vial of liquid, a more potent, specialized version of the disaster virus, capable of utterly dismantling any Viltrum's immune system. Although the effects of the previously deployed virus were uncertain, TARDIS could surmise from the Empire's subsequent demoralization that it had suffered significant damage. This time, he would completely eradicate the Empire's hegemony. This is how it stands. We must locate your father, Alan explained to Mark. We've searched Earth for so long without uncovering any special items, and Nolan's life trajectory reveals nothing. It cannot be that the Viltrum prioritize Earth merely to seek women. Mark used seawater to extinguish the fire on the platform. I do not wish to see him again. The harm he caused to my mother and me is unbearable. She now often weeps at night. Days have passed, and he still cannot forget his father Nolan's betrayal. The wide-eyed companion placed a reassuring hand on Mark's shoulder. Please, invincible hero, this is crucial for the universe. The Alliance is currently blind. Very well, very well. I shall inform you of any other news. Nolan rescued a group of alien insects near a black hole, returning them to their home planet. What should be done now? The Empire would not spare him, nor his son. He had failed to become a competent warrior or a worthy father. Perhaps returning to the black hole to end it all would be best. Wait. A female mantis urged him to stay. Chapter 21. Louise, all personnel assemble. The mysterious disappearance of her daughter Louise left Hippolyta utterly restless. She was the unparalleled treasure of Paradise Island. The Amazon warriors donned their weapons and armor, the princess's vanishing instilling a sense of urgency among them, leading to fervent discussions. Princess Louise seemed to have discovered an enemy spying on the island, only to disappear before the queen. By Olympus's gods, could it be the god King Zeus? After all, Louise was blessed by the goddess Aphrodite, growing more beautiful by the day. The female warriors murmured among themselves, shuddering at Zeus's reputation. This was all too plausible. Paradise Island was personally established by Zeus. They could hardly conceive of anyone breaching the formidable power of a god-king unless it were an inside job. Hippolyta, overhearing her subordinates' conversations, was frantic, yet powerless. Zeus, you must not act this way, for Louise is your daughter. A brilliant blue vortex appeared, causing Hippolyta's pupils to constrict as the warriors readied their bows. Prepare. Mother. Louise peeked out. Do not worry about me. Oh my, you surely do not know. This is another universe, truly marvelous. I shall stay here for a few days. No. Princess Louise, I think it best not to worry your mother. It would be more appropriate for you to return home now. A male voice resonated in the background. And so, farewell, mother, I shall return in due time. Her daughter vanished again. Hippolyta momentarily relaxed her taut nerves. It was a man. Her subordinates began to murmur. Someone chuckled softly. I bet he is quite handsome and youthful. Disperse. All is well, but do not let your guard down. Louise may have been deceived. We must uncover why the shield failed and locate the passage. The queen issued a stern decree, commanding an end to the increasingly outrageous rumors circulating among women. She recalled a jest her daughter once made about bearing children for the mightiest of men, her heart racing at the thought. Surely not, Louise. I do not believe this is a prudent choice. Mesa watched as the girl departed through the wormhole. He elaborated, the passage may not remain stable for long. I still cannot comprehend how you traverse the vortex. You must act swiftly. "Do not fret, young boy," replied the Amazon. "We Amazons are immortal, should any mishap occur. I have ample time to wait." "Young boy? Me?" Mesa incredulously pointed to himself. "I am the Emperor of the Vitruvian Empire, the sovereign of the galaxy, the savior of both the Trisolarians and humanity, the breaker of the dark forest, a traveler of the multiverse." He attempted to fathom Louise's true thoughts, but his efforts were in vain. "There is no need to delve into mind reading. I am blessed by the goddess of wisdom and the hearth goddess, capable of sensing your emotions." "This hardly qualifies as mental domination," Louise chuckled. "Enough." Mesa was unaware of the multitude of blessings Wonder Woman possessed. She keenly observed the berserker sharpening its teeth, a fierce beast. The white lion rubbed its palms together, challenging, "Woman, come and face me. This will not be in vain." The berserker fully acknowledged Mesa's previous words. Only by following him could one encounter such formidable beings, and both Trig and the woman before him were clearly his equals. Powerful beings in the galaxy were still too scarce. Only within the multiverse was there an abundance of opportunity. "Big Cat, it seems you do not grasp the disparity between us." Louise narrowed her eyes. The Amazon certainly did not shy away from battle. "Do not fight in the palace." Mesa interposed between the two, bemused by the absurdity of a confrontation just moments after their introduction. "I find you intriguing as well, Carl." Louise's fervent gaze locked onto him. "You appear quite strong. At the very least, let us select an appropriate venue. Entertainment is scarce in Vitruvium. Should you be willing to exchange intelligence and temporarily heed orders, I shall host a duel with an audience." Mesa proposed. This suggestion piqued the Amazon princess's interest. "No problem. The guest is at liberty to choose." Leading Louise out of the room, General Craig stood outside, maintaining his composure. "Your Majesty, may I inquire who this is?" "The interdimensional barriers have temporarily been breached. This is a demigoddess from another Earth, Princess Louise of the Amazon race. I hope you enjoy your time in the Empire, Your Highness." Craig bowed. What would a union between a demigod and the Vitruvian royalty yield? A synthesis of their advantageous genes? Craig speculated. Louise was filled with curiosity about everything she encountered. "You are a ruler of a nation? The Vitruvian Empire is the sole superpower in the galaxy. His Majesty Carl is the most esteemed being in the universe." Craig boasted on Mesa's behalf. In truth, the nation still faced numerous challenges, which was one of the reasons I endeavored to traverse the multiverse. Having never set foot on Paradise Island, Louise was overwhelmed with inquiries about spaceships and the creatures of various star systems. Not all races resemble us. Many species in the cosmos appear peculiar to humans. In fact, the Vitruvians, like the Amazons, evolved from ancient Earth. I am preparing to lead the nation back to Earth to recuperate, having absorbed a wealth of new knowledge. Louise began discussing the situation on her Earth. The gods have not shown themselves in a long time, residing outside the universe. Paradise Island has always been secluded. And my mother mentioned that the human world seems to have just endured a great war, with the prospect of a second looming. Has the first war just concluded? The Kryptonian ship must have fallen to Earth at least decades later. I will arrange accommodations for you. Having acquired the desired information, Mesa felt a twinge of boredom. He now needed to devise a plan to entice this overly curious girl back home after the duel. The DC universe was teeming with bizarre entities. Mesa had no intention of deploying the Vitruvians en masse, fearing they might not return. The optimal choice was to locate the Kryptonian ship and bring it back, perhaps even acquiring a Superman in the process. "I reside in the palace," Louise said, tilting her fair neck. "The accommodations within the palace must be the finest." Quite astute. Yet regrettably, the planet lacked manpower. Even this emperor had to toil personally. The mysteries of the multiverse were opening their doors to me. Angstrom gazed excitedly at the completed machine. The Mole twins were indeed among the most brilliant minds in the universe, having perfectly realized his original vision. Donning the helmet, he would soon unify the memories of all world counterparts, becoming the god of knowledge and constructing his own utopia. "Hey, everyone, can we pause? I need to return you to prison." Mark watched as the Mole twins activated the colossal tree-like machine, a multitude of identical individuals seated within. This was disastrous. What conspiracy were they plotting? Cicero urged him to act swiftly. "Invincible boy, halt. This is an attempt that could change the world. For the greater good." Angstrom cried out. "You must stop." Mark punched one of the Mole twins, sending it flying. With no other recourse, he opened a spatial door and summoned dozens of twins to besiege the invincible boy. "Damn it, I can't hold my own." Blood stained the shattered visor as Mark realized this time he might truly be in over his head. Seated within the machine, Angstrom attempted to prevent the out-of-control twins from causing catastrophe, but alas, they were entirely unresponsive to commands. "Wow, Mark, my brother." The hulking brute hurled the blue-skinned twin off him. Mark spat blood. "You arrived just in time, Alan. Why does it feel like I am constantly being beaten since debuting? I must intensify my training," he vowed silently, battered by the twins. Angstrom breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to eliminate one of the few good souls left, Mark. The time had come. It was finally complete. He felt his sense of self expanding. The protective mechanisms initiated, allowing him to discern which memories truly belonged to him, thus mastering the consciousness of 1,000 counterparts. Now, he would set forth to eliminate those nefarious elements and create a brighter multiverse. A green arc of light flashed, and everything vanished. Mark and Alan exchanged bewildered glances. On a planet within the Vitruvian star system, Trigg surveyed the gathered compatriots. After conversing with each, the Emperor evidently conceived a new idea, a duel tournament. The conventional victors would not only receive accolades, but also the opportunity to spar with the Emperor. This would be a grand entertainment event in Vitruvium. They had not experienced such excitement in centuries. Trigg had no intention of participating. He felt no need to showcase his prowess through this opportunity. Under a millennium of rule, his people were well aware of his strength. To him, this was merely a means for the Emperor to assert his authority. Quite commendable. At least His Majesty was not solely focused on resolving issues through tolerance. Mesa floated above the arena, signaling for silence with his hands. Clearing his throat, he raised Louise's left hand high. "Today, we gather to commence the duel tournament, celebrating the rebirth of the Empire and extending a warm welcome to our ally, Princess Louise of the Amazons. I hereby declare the duel officially opened." The berserker could hardly contain its excitement, brandishing its weapons. "Who will face me in battle?" Craig, eager to redeem his honor, declared, "I shall." 3 seconds later, his humiliation was renewed. Anissa shook her head slightly. "That is not how one fights. In true warfare, one would be dead." She held out for 2 more seconds. With 2 consecutive victories, the berserker was unstoppable, blood pumping with adrenaline. The Vitruvians nodded in agreement, compelled to admit that the white lion the Emperor had brought back was indeed astonishing. Even the regent sat up straighter. Mesa felt the girl's hand tremble in his palm and smiled at her. "Go forth, Louise. This is your stage." Louise leaped into the arena's center. Bearing sword and shield, arms outstretched, her bracelets shimmering with divine power. "Let me face you, big cat." The sharp claws extended, bearing fangs as the berserker's fur bristled. "I have awaited this moment." Chapter 22. Superman and Wonder Woman, Misunderstanding. "You do not wield weapons?" The berserker noted as the woman made no move to draw her sword or shield. She tapped her forearm armor. "This is all I need." Louise had no intention of concluding matters hastily. Once she drew the sword of the god of fire, this great cat would be but a fish on the chopping block. The blade, meticulously crafted by Hephaestus, the god of forging among the 12 Olympians, could slice through subatomic particles, nearly impervious to any defense. The white lion perceived her disdain. Raising its voice, "Emperor." Mesa released the bioplasmic field suppression, reigniting the flames. The berserker chewed on its fury, anger being both the curse of its desolate life and the source of its power. With a fierce charge, a headlong assault, the divine power reverberated as the berserker collided with the woman's face. The damage inflicted by blunt instruments was mitigated under the blessing of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Steadying herself, Louise skillfully deflected the devastating swing of the colossal axe with her right arm. "Your reflexes are commendable, formidable warrior," she remarked, evading another long sword. She seized the berserker's hands, which were too slow to retract, pulling back in response to an even more ferocious headbutt. Yet, she was still far from secure. Bloodied and dazed, the berserker relished the pain, laughing maniacally. "Excellent." Both combatants were fervent practitioners of battle, their extensive experience over the years having transformed them into masters of combat and weaponry. The berserker's style was wild and flamboyant, showcasing a raw power that he had honed from childhood on the battlefield of the stars. Louise, as an Amazonian princess, had learned from various schools of thought, inheriting divine techniques passed down through generations. Even her half-brother, the god of war Ares, had secretly trained her in the art of combat during her confinement on the island. After thousands of years of rigorous training, her movements became instinctive, and within moments, she firmly regained control of the situation. The Viltrumians watched in rapt attention, their pride humbled by the prowess displayed by these outsiders. There were greater powers beyond the heavens and stronger beings beyond humanity. Louise brought her arms together, unleashing a surge of divine protective energy. The air tore apart, and the earth lamented as the berserker bore the full brunt of this long-accumulated force, blood gushing, limbs wounded. Unable to rise again, despite facing defeat once more, the white lion felt exhilarated. The visceral clash of blows clearly delighted him. Even in defeat, he bore no grievances. Unlike another who avoided confrontation with overwhelming speed, merely enduring punishment. Filled with admiration for the beast, Craig directed several tribesmen to take the injured berserker for treatment. But the berserker insisted on remaining at the edge of the arena, awaiting the final duel. Craig paid no mind. Such injuries were trivial for beings of their caliber, healing within a day or two of rest. Gradually calming her breath, Louise acclimated to the surging divine power following her warm-up. Today marked her true battle. While the Amazons were indeed formidable warriors, they paled in comparison to her semi-divine prowess. Queen Hippolyta had always told her daughter that it was she who fashioned Louise from the clay of the sea, beseeching the gods to grant her life. However, Louise had learned early on from clandestine meetings with her brother Ares that she was born from a night of passion between Zeus and the queen, making her the youngest daughter of Zeus, the heir to the king of gods. Drawing her sunlit sword from her back, she called out, "Who else?" The crowd stirred. The only remaining contenders were the Conqueror and the Berserker. The Conqueror exchanged whispers with the Berserker while Craig remained composed, a steady presence. Louise fixed her gaze upon Mesa. Mesa descended slowly, raising Louise's arm once more. Since no one else wishes to participate, the victor of the inaugural duel is Princess Louise of the Amazons. In a universe teeming with powerful beings and heroic figures, humility before the cosmos was essential for the Empire's true revival. "Louise, do you wish to duel with me?" Mesa inquired, retracting his cape and revealing his form-fitting battle attire. "Then let us proceed." The crowd fell silent as the berserker struggled to rise, eyes fixed on the impending clash. Blade met blade as Louise positioned her sword, her left hand gripping the shield with grace. The union of sword and shield igniting a fierce intensity in her gaze. In an instant, both warriors vanished from sight, followed by a deafening explosion. The forceful strike was absorbed by the shield, while the long sword deftly carved a crimson line upon Mesa's flesh. It was his first taste of blood. The fire god's sword could be deemed a special weapon of the Viltrumians, its tightly arranged intelligent atoms teetering like a fragile sandcastle, collapsing with the slightest push. However, Mesa was more than merely a Viltrumian. "What's wrong, little boy?" "I won't bite," Louise teased, twirling the hilt of her sword. Mesa applied gentle pressure, and the wound healed quickly, leaving no trace. "Oh, does the thought of injury bring tears to your eyes, little prince? You best maintain that mindset, Louise." This time, the force of her strike nearly skewed her shield, and she was thrown off balance, evading a knee strike while twisting her body, her shield hurtling towards Mesa. The divine shield was both offensive and defensive, its edges honed to a razor's edge. The shield paused in her grasp, easily caught by Mesa, who counter-threw it back. Captain America would have been speechless, the Winter Soldier would have wept. Dodging the returning shield, a searing laser cleaved the earth in twain, forcing Louise to raise her arm in defense, sliding backward. The protective silver bracelet could extend its shield to absorb both physical and magical energy, and the intense beam posed no challenge. She prepared to clash her arms and unleash Zeus's power, only to be forcibly pried apart by iron-like hands. "Apologies, dear princess, but that move has already been used." With a powerful slam, Mesa forced Louise to the ground, kicking away the fire god's sword. Rolling several times, her long hair fell loose as she reached for a lasso, launching it outward. Mesa felt a chill run down his spine, hastily dodging. This was no trivial matter. This was real damage, a weapon of true consequence. Once ensnared, all secrets would be laid bare. Finally, Louise seized her opportunity. The protective silver bracelet collided, unleashing a shockwave that sent dust and debris flying. Yet, she was suddenly captured in a tight grip, unable to break free, no matter how hard she struggled. "I concede." Louise observed the smile on Mesa's face and sighed. She had exhausted all her tactics. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The Vitarumians rallying for their emperor. Mighty, truly mighty. Ha ha ha, your majesty is unrivaled. Craig, free of worry, felt confidence return to his heart. With such formidable power, the emperor had no reason to fear mere traitors or the worms of lesser civilizations. Moreover, with Princess Louise, the berserker, and himself allied with the emperor, one had to question who could possibly stand in their way. We must thwart the Vitarumian schemes. Tardis proclaimed passionately in the council. Not only have 2 Vitarumians defected from the empire, but we have also received word from the Jerdalians that a human from Earth has acquired extraordinary powers. The empire is on the brink, teetering on the edge. The advantage lies with us. Once we locate them and uncover the Vitarumians' intentions, we shall engage in a decisive battle to determine our fates and consign this hegemonic empire to the annals of galactic history. That night, Mesa escorted Louise back to her chamber. The girl inquired, "Why did you evade the lasso before? With your strength, you could have easily pulled me in and knocked me down. The power of compelled honesty is somewhat sinister, and I dared not risk it. You must understand. Being emperor entails many unspeakable thoughts," Mesa replied candidly. "It was merely a fear of social demise. My lasso does not compel truth unless specifically requested. Although I am uncertain why you confused me with someone from your memories," Louise remarked, producing the lasso for him to see. "This is the lasso of obedience. It compels those bound by it to heed my commands." That sounded even more ominous. Perhaps this was the nature of the multiverse, Mesa lamented, wishing he had read more comics in his past life. His hand trembled, and the lasso ensnared Louise, causing her to cry out as she fell to the ground. Mesa was taken aback. "My apologies. It seems the lasso has a mind of its own. How do we untie this?" "This is my weakness," Louise gasped, her legs pinned. "Once bound by the lasso, I lose my divine power." Is there such a twisted concept in Wonder Woman's lore? Which editor harbored such wicked thoughts? "Wait. I'll help you untie it." Mesa bent down, attempting to loosen the lasso, but it only tightened further. "Come here." Louise's breath quickened. "The knot is behind me." Leaning over her, Mesa reached back. Does it really knot itself if I don't touch it?" "Of course not," Louise replied, lifting her head and biting Mesa's ear, her tongue teasingly caressing him. "The night is long, little prince. Just like Medea stealing the golden fleece, the god of love Eros shot an arrow from afar, striking her." She gazed intently at the unfamiliar boy from another land, admiring his youthful handsomeness and vitality as everything in the world faded away, becoming inconsequential. Morpheus noticed death was in a daze. "What are you doing?" "Just watching. You helped the soul cross the origin wall yesterday. You cannot continue like this. You must gather your spirits." He observed the expression on his sister's face. "Are you still watching that soul that departed the curtain?" "You know he is not our concern." "I am merely watching," Death replied. "How long the night is," she continued her work. "How fleeting it is." Nolan cradled his newborn child, his second. Somehow, he chose to remain on this planet, living among the mantises, and now had another child. He felt a pang of sorrow. These beings had such brief lifespans. So short that even if his son possessed Vitarumian genes, he would only live for a few hundred years, while his wife would soon pass away. Why does one feel sorrow for these fragile lives? He made a decision. A lone individual cannot protect his own children, as the shadow of the empire looms ever closer. He requires his eldest son. He needs the invincible hero. Chapter 23. Thus, the monarch must attend the morning court initially. Mesa had been reluctant. As an exceptionally accomplished youth of the empire, how could he be ensnared by a woman or indulge in sensory pleasures? Yet, her allure was overwhelming. And his younger brother had his own inclinations. Humanity is indeed a delicate species. At times, the younger brother is the true elder. The allure of sensual indulgence ravages the talented youth of the empire. Mesa struggled to rise from his bed, exclaiming, "I cannot succumb to such depravity. The empire needs me. The people need me. The universe requires my presence." Just then, something soft pressed against his back, and delicate hands began to roam. "Perhaps just one last time?" An hour later, he declared, "I must attend to state affairs. You may join me in the hall once you have rested." Dressing resolutely, Mesa exited his chamber. Louise, still drowsy, murmured in response, "I must depart." Outside the palace, General Craig maintained his unwavering gaze. "Good morning, Your Majesty. In truth, there are no urgent matters requiring your attention. You may still enjoy a bit more rest." With a serious demeanor, Mesa replied, "The revival of the empire is only just beginning to take shape. How can I neglect such pressing affairs? Yes, Your Majesty. Craig observed the Emperor's attire and adjusted his posture accordingly. The war beast's wounds were nearly healed, and it approached. Utilizing his super intellect, Mesa raised a hand to signal, "Stop." I seem to have developed an allergy to lion fur today. He deftly evaded the war beast at the intersection, leaving the bewildered white lion behind. 3 hours later, with his hair disheveled, Mesa slapped the table and commanded Craig, "There's no need to search for numerous finished weapons. I've instructed the intellect to scan all recorded documents. We can retrieve the necessary information for production later. I require more paper records, more secrets, and more lost technologies. And those rare materials from the cosmos must be collected without exception." "What do you mean everyone believes those items are useless? Hurry and gather them. The super cannon of the Star Alliance cannot harm us." "How does that relate to the advancements of the Viltrum civilization?" "I said not only to collect weapons, but also those unique, irreplaceable items that are difficult to manufacture or find. Inform them that this is my command and must be obeyed. Mark my words, I will make the following arrangements." Mesa called upon the intellect to identify all crucial locations marked with a star. Turning to Anissa, he stated, "The items in the building located 1,000 meters west of the statue of Emperor Agar must be relocated. Busily working until the sun set in this star system." Mesa finally directed the Viltrum people to load the important items onto the spacecraft. He reclined in his chair, exhaling deeply. "Are you tired?" Louise draped her arm over Mesa's shoulder, pressing her forehead against his. "These people are too rigid. They utterly fail to comprehend the utility of technology, believing that fists and weapons can resolve all issues." Mesa complained to the gentle girl, "It makes us seem like barbaric nomads in the universe." Louise caressed his chest, saying, "I can't understand these matters. If it were up to me, the universe would indeed solve problems with brute force. The Amazons still wield bows and spears, naturally. Princess Louise cares not for advanced technology. Strength is the truth. When technology is truly needed, one should seize it from civilizations that study it. While neighbors hoard grain, I will hoard weapons. My neighbors are my granary." The nomadic Amazons understand this well. "At the very least, we must begin organizing a systematic approach," Mesa proclaimed. "Strange occurrences will inevitably arise. Preparedness will pave multiple paths, and differing worldviews will encounter various crises." He firmly believed that the multiverse is indeed unpredictable and fraught with peril. Given the existence of the Trisolaran universe and the DC universe, there is no telling when the plethora of novelists, comic editors, and filmmakers striving to boost sales might come knocking. One cannot rely solely on the belief that his fists can shatter every crisis. After all, the authentic Superman often faces challenges. He hoped that in the next cosmic blind box, he would receive a technological giant, perhaps Batman, Iron Man, or Doraemon. He began to make wishes to an inexplicable existence. My little boy, you are quite an ambitious monarch," Louise marveled. Mesa regarded the woman who had settled upon his lap with skepticism, chuckling. "Your line of thinking hardly resembles that of a hero. You wouldn't happen to be a villain from your Earth, would you?" Embracing his back, Louise kissed his cheek. "Power equates to authority. If I were to traverse into the future, I would undoubtedly not be the Wonder Woman you envision." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "I would certainly become the Queen of the Amazons. If I must have a code name, I prefer Super Queen. And if you were to bestow upon me a code name, what would it be?" "Superman." "No, Superman cannot suffice. Little Prince, you shall be the supreme force. The most potent being in the universe. You should be called the Supreme." Mesa chuckled. "Then I shall simply be known as Supreme Superman." Before he could finish his sentence, she began to slide down. "Wait, I have matters to attend to tomorrow." Mesa feigned restraint, his feeble hands lacking persuasion. Night is a time for rest. Rest, however, was not on Angustron's agenda. He continued to traverse different universes. He possessed a unique gift that no other counterpart shared, allowing him to open the doors to various universes and make selections. The zombie universe, the wasteland universe, the doomsday universe. And a universe with a spider hero, as well as one with a bat hero. What were these circumstances? He halted his busy pace, after absorbing 1,000 counterparts. He had never encountered a universe devoid of familiarity. The distinctions between parallel universes generally lie in the differences between the all-powerful hero and the invincible hero, while others diverge dramatically with worldview transformations. However, it was his first experience in a world with entirely unfamiliar superheroes. This Batman bore a resemblance to Darkwing. Was he yet another counterpart? There was no time for contemplation. The worlds in need of salvation were numerous. He decided to begin with those parallel worlds that were vivid in memory or those with simpler crises. Angustrin had dealt with two worlds, one ravaged by a plague leading to extinction, Pandemic Company, where he devised a vaccine. The other a parallel universe where the invincible hero Mark had lost his mother during a battle against his father, the all-powerful hero. He deduced that this event could adversely affect the universe and thus sought out Debbie, a woman who had lost her son and husband, conversing with her before sending her on her way. Now, it was time to continue his work. Possessing vast knowledge and superintellect, he was confident he could usher many universes toward a brighter future. The spaceship was finally ready to set sail. 10 warships laden with knowledge and weaponry departing from the planet Viltrum for Earth. Mesa sat in the bridge, meticulously maneuvering the ship's course. With a flourish, he named the flagship the Glorious Queen. Beside him lay the still warped solar stone crystal, through which the distant Paradise Island could be glimpsed. Upon arrival on Earth, he would securely fix the teleportation crystal. Presently, there were two coordinates, the Trisolaran universe and the Amazon universe. At times, Mesa pondered that had he known back when he encountered the blue sea cucumber, he should have wished for the ability to traverse the myriad worlds. Now, he could only navigate between Earths, relying heavily on metaphysical guidance to provide a rough direction. Acquiring the Superman template allows me to traverse the myriad worlds, sounded significantly better. Louise leaned against the window, marveling at the tranquil universe. Even at 5,000 years old, she had never witnessed the cosmos. Craig entered, announcing, "Your Majesty." The spy has reported Nolan's location. He was seen heading toward a planet. At the mention of Nolan, once his most trusted soldier, Craig's hand trembled. Nolan, why? The regent was eager to confront this traitor directly. Since there was concrete evidence, Mesa instructed, "Set out at once, take Anissa with you, and be cautious. Avoid any collateral damage." The war beast was already donned in armor. "I intend to join as well. My anger will no longer cloud my judgment." "Are you truly capable?" Mesa expressed concern for his friend's condition. The white lion leaned close to his ear. "I can also keep an eye on Craig, preventing any reckless actions." Now that has some intelligence. Mesa was taken aback, realizing the growth in his friend since their last encounter. He nodded in agreement. The regent's disapproving gaze fixated on the war beast, as if he believed his ears were deaf. After the two departed, silence enveloped the command center once more. With no tasks to attend to, he fell into a state of idleness. With intellect monitoring, the ship merely needed to follow the preset course, devoid of any other distractions on board. It was the perfect opportunity to catch up on sleep, as he reclined on the sofa, preparing to drift into a peaceful slumber. "The universe is truly beautiful," Louise whispered. "In the vast cosmos, the stars twinkle as celestial bodies, likely surrounded by planets conducive to life, where beings may be engaged in the act of respiration. In the desolate expanse of the universe, the occasional glimmers of light conceal the miracles of life, revealing its rhythm in fleeting moments." Mesa sighed, remarking that such a magnificent backdrop was perfect for a brief respite. Louise's fiery gaze seemed ready to shoot forth heat rays. A sense of foreboding washed over Mesa. "Which kind of rest do you speak of?" The unspoken understanding lingered in the air. "On the planet Circassa," Mark was taken aback. "You married on this planet, and even bore me a brother? Are you jesting?" Reality felt surreal to Mark. He had intended to accompany his idol in aiding extraterrestrial civilizations, only to find his father reigning as a local tyrant. Moreover, the revelation of a baby being his half-brother added to the absurdity. Especially troubling was the notion that, after inflicting severe harm upon his mother and engaging in infidelity, his father expected to be forgiven and to discuss impending disasters while protecting a group of unrelated aliens. "Fine. I shall listen," Mark conceded, resigned to the situation, observing the onlooking mantids with a sigh. Chapter 24. Trigg's brutal confrontation with Nolan. "The Empire will surely find me, Mark," Nolan stated, glancing at his son. "They will not spare the circus ants. These innocent lives shall be annihilated. And your brother? The Empire only permits the proliferation of genetically similar beings. In their eyes, he is a monster who will also meet his end." Mark gazed at the purple infant cradled in his father's arms. He could not remain passive in the face of such impending death, nor allow his brother to perish. "But I am so weak, powerless even to retaliate against you. Do not fret, there is still time to train you. Your genes are nearly identical to the purebloods." and you will grow as powerful as I am. Together, we can save everything." Nolan smiled, confident that his son would accept his proposal. Unlike the weak man he had become, Mark was a genuinely steadfast individual. He embraced Mark, who was enveloped in the warmth of their reunion and the shared path ahead. However, this warmth was short-lived. Nolan's expression turned serious. "Mark, when I give the command, you must flee with Androsia and your brother." "What?" Mark's eyes widened. "Now, run, Mark. Protect them." Shadows descended behind Mark, though the figure remained unseen. A prickle of dread raised the hairs on his neck. "Great Nolan, you truly fathered a child with an Earth woman." Anissa lunged for Mark. "Do not touch my son." Nolan swiftly interposed, casting Mark backward. "Flee, Mark. The Empire approaches too swiftly. Take your brother and go." He held back Anissa's outstretched hand, repelling her. The arrival was Anissa, and Nolan recognized that. While she might not surpass him, he could not swiftly overcome her. Moreover, Anissa was exceedingly fast, and the children needed to escape to safety. Given that the Empire had discovered his betrayal, it would not merely dispatch Anissa. The formidable strength and past glories he once took pride in were now becoming the noose that threatened to strangle him. "Fear not, Nolan, we shall not harm your children." Quite the contrary, the Empire holds great interest in him. If we can confirm the stability of his genes, His Majesty might even commend you, and your shameless treachery could be forgiven. His Majesty? The Vistarians would never use that term to describe the regent. They have certainly found out. Sensing the turmoil within Nolan, Anissa retreated. "While you were lost in your shameful fantasies of domesticity, your kin were tirelessly seeking the Emperor's whereabouts. Recently, the great Emperor has returned. You should count yourself fortunate. Had it not been for His Majesty's curiosity about you, you would have faced execution today." "Execution? By you?" Nolan suppressed his agitation. Striking Anissa with force, she crashed through several buildings, managing to regain her footing, and exclaimed, "You remain as formidable as ever. I truly cannot defeat you." Nolan harbored a terrifying suspicion. "Conquerors, you have sent the conquerors. Bring him forth. He shall not harm my child." "No, it is I who have arrived." A massive shadow loomed, the imposing figure expanding under outstretched arms, obscuring the light. The familiar voice nearly shattered Nolan's resolve. He could scarcely believe it was the regent. "You again?" The berserker assessed the war hammer he had selected from the Empire's arsenal, surprised to encounter the invincible hero once more. Instantly disinterested, he pointed at Mark. "You do not deserve to die by my hand." "This is trouble." Mark clenched his fists. The White Lion had dealt him one of the gravest defeats in his career, the memory of being pummeled like a dead dog etched vividly in his mind. Damn, there are orcs in the Vitruvian Empire. Yet, there was still a chance. This beast did not appear to fly, and he could swiftly escape with his brother and Androsia. "I advise you not to flee. Nolan is the Empire's target, and now you are as well. I never imagined you to be a hybrid of the Vistarians and humans. Mesa will surely take an interest in you." The White Lion retracted its claws, its recent feeble rage granting it an unusual patience. "The Empire will scour this entire planet to locate you. You surely do not wish to witness the carnage of these insectoids." Reflecting on the time when he was robbed by aliens, Mark realized they had not lied, with Nolan and his son on Earth. They were indeed rare adversaries in the universe. Despicable. Mark bit his lip until it bled, appalled that innocent lives were being used as leverage against him. The berserker set down his hammer, beckoning with a finger. "If you can defeat me in a fair fight, the Vistarians will likely overlook your transgressions, but you cannot. Yet you still have a chance to negotiate." Mark glanced at Androsia, who held his brother, unclenching his fists. "I will return with you to negotiate, provided you guarantee their safety." Nolan, in a daze, was lifted by Trig, who grasped his throat. "You are my most trusted warrior. You have conquered hundreds of planets, resolved dozens of threats. How have you become so weak and unworthy in such a short span on Earth, leading you to betray the great Empire?" "Trig, mind your tone. His Majesty still wishes to converse with him," Anissa cautioned. "I am fully aware." Trig hurled Nolan to the ground, lamenting, "You were once so resolute." "You know nothing of love, Trig." Nolan coughed blood. "Dad." Mark charged at Trig, attempting to shove him away. "Stop, Mark." Nolan gasped in alarm. The regent seized Mark's fist, crushing the bones within, and struck him with his elbow. Weakling. A buzzing filled Mark's ears as he collapsed beside Nolan, unable to rise. The berserker returned with Androsia. "There is still a child here." Upon seeing the purple infant, Trig bellowed at Nolan. "You fathered a child with such a repulsive creature. You bring me shame. His hand reached for the baby. Stop! Mark screamed in despair. The white lion forcefully knocked Trig to the ground. You shall not commit such an act. This is a disgrace to the race. I have spared the insectoids of this planet, but this hybrid must die. Mesa has instructed me to keep a close watch on you. You must adhere to the Emperor's commands. If you refuse, I would be more than willing to engage you in battle. The berserker swung his hammer as a warning. Anissa stood beside the berserker. His Majesty will not permit this, Trig. Swallowing his anger, Trig turned and departed. Very well, then take them all away, and await His Majesty's decision. The Emperor sat on a couch, steeping tea. For 5 days, Mesa had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep, toiling by day and night. This life was becoming unbearable. It cannot continue like this. A resolute heart is my strength. Rejecting unhealthy habits, he took a sip of tea. The warship sailed steadily along its course. In a few days, they would reach Earth. Along the way, spaceships of various interstellar civilizations, upon spotting the Empire's insignia, quickly veered aside, eager to avoid being caught and punished, reflecting the notorious reputation of the Vistarians. Thus, there must be spies from the Planetary Alliance among them. When would they arrive? Surely they would not wait until they reached Earth to discover the Empire's trajectory. The grand assembly of warships advancing in formation was undoubtedly designed to reveal their presence to the universe. That speaker, Mesa narrowed his eyes. Reflecting on the upheaval caused by the assassination of Emperor Agar, and the possibility that the virus had ravaged millions of Vistarians, he could only express regret. Mesa would disclose the identity of TARDIS. This was an internal matter of the Empire, and any who dared to meddle would test the limits of his iron fist. An eye for an eye. All who harbor grievances against the Empire, come forth. He intended to resolve everything in one fell swoop. As Mesa decided to shoulder the sins committed by the Empire and formally declare a policy shift for the future of the galaxy. The atrocities committed by the vexing Empire over the millennia are indeed numerous, and it is imperative that they account for these misdeeds. They cannot approach Earth burdened with their sordid past. A chance for vengeance must be granted to all, utilizing every resource at their disposal. Emperor Vitruvian shall personally confront every adversary in the vastness of space. Louise reclined on her bed, captivated by the flickering flames dancing in the Supreme's gaze. How ambitious! How autocratic! She had long discerned that while Mesa did not oppress the weak with the same brutality as many formidable beings, he harbored a deeply concealed pride. The boundaries he established were not to be breached, and his principles, though somewhat flexible, favored humanoid species above all else. He showed little concern for numerous other extraterrestrial life forms, only regarding those with whom he shared camaraderie, emotional connections, and a willingness to adhere to the rules. How enchanting it was to wield such power, to be so formidable and self-assertive. What a perfect lover for the Amazonian princess, who revered strength. Louise shifted her long, pale legs, feeling an irresistible urge. Noticing her peculiar expression, Mesa hastily took another sip of tea. I have much to attend to. Craig has captured Nolan and his son and should be returning to the ship shortly. It may take some time. Louise blinked, extending her legs from the soft bed, playfully curling her toes. Woman, do not disrupt my resolve. A heart as pure as ice remains unshaken by the collapsing sky. Does this cursed body yield no respite? Alas, my grand ambitions are being thwarted by you. I must resolve to abstain starting tomorrow. Craig boarded the vessel, followed by the bruised Nolan and Mark, who exchanged glances to assess their predicament. With the Regent in front and the Berserker behind, they dared not make any impulsive moves, especially with Anissa cradling a baby. His Majesty awaits you in the throne hall, Craig directed, fixing his gaze on Nolan. Long time no see, the great Nolan. Indeed, long time no see, General Craig. Craig scoffed. Look at you now, fragile as a lesser being. In just a few decades, you have deteriorated. Where has your formidable will gone? You wouldn't comprehend, Craig. How could I expect you, a traitor, to understand my plight? One Earth woman has reduced you to this. It is shameful. Repent before the Emperor, Nolan, and spend the remainder of your life expressing gratitude for His Majesty's mercy. Chapter 25. The audience Angus tumbled into the filthy mire, having failed miserably due to his hubris. He should have realized that he was not particularly astute. Most isotopes were merely ordinary individuals endowed with a passion for learning. The collective consciousness of 1,000 ordinary souls might possess diverse knowledge across various universes, yet his own processing capabilities remained unchanged. particularly as he had deliberately differentiated himself from others, causing his thought processes to remain largely the same. Angus had not salvaged this universe. On the contrary, he was on the brink of demise. The portal opened at his behest to a world devoid of superpowers and supervillains, soon to face annihilation. And he had planned to rescue a mundane realm to gain experience. His strategy was meticulously crafted, initially unfolding flawlessly until the emergence of a monstrous entity. The creature, gaunt and famished, defied description, its grotesqueness inducing nausea. It leaped from a shadowy corner unseen by Angus, extending a sticky, suction-like appendage to drain him of vitality. Impossible. There were no superpowers here. How could such a creature exist? This was illogical. Before he could activate the portal, he was grievously injured and barely managed to escape to an unknown universe. With nearly all bodily fluids siphoned away, he lacked the strength even to reopen the portal. Angus paid the price for his arrogance, awaiting death in silence. A pair of leather boots stomped beside him. Mark Grayson, donned in yellow and black, looked down at the unexpected presence in his territory. "Oh, Angus, what brings you here?" Mark listened intently to his father converse with the strange, one-eyed man, gathering his wits. Prior to being brought aboard this flagship, he had witnessed a massive fleet silently navigating the cosmos. Earth had long been claimed by the Viltrumite Empire, and his father, Nolan, was merely a spy sent to subtly influence humanity to avoid diluting their strength. The fleet surpassed Earth's technological advancements, comprising countless soldiers as powerful as his father. Should such an armada invade Earth, everything he knew would turn to ashen flames. His mother, Debbie, his girlfriend, Amber, and even Eve, whom he had begun to harbor feelings for, would perish. Mark recalled a conversation with Alan, who had recounted the Empire's actions against the Europa planet. The Unipans did not submit and valiantly resisted the vexing rule, prompting the vexing Empire to obliterate the planet into dust. Humanity could not directly capitulate. The vexing would never tolerate it, and Earth's fate seemed sealed. No, he would not allow that. As he prepared to meet the Emperor, he contemplated the possibility of confronting the supreme ruler face to face. If he and his father could swiftly capture the Emperor of this empire, perhaps they could spare Earth. Mark's mind raced with solutions. He could not let Earth become mere stardust. Craig halted, standing solemnly beside him as the grand doors slowly opened, revealing a hall designed like a palace with a chilling decor. At the center loomed a man upon the throne. Mark strained to open his swollen eyes, endeavoring to absorb every detail. This was the supreme ruler of the empire. Contrary to his expectations, the man was not as imposing as the regent. He was tall and slender, his loosely curled black hair appearing effortlessly disheveled. "Your Majesty," Craig and Anissa knelt, while the berserker chose to take a seat nearby. "Craig, Anissa, thank you for your efforts," the man acknowledged, gesturing for them to rise. This purple child, who was his progeny? A creature of insectoid nature, similar to a mantis. "Your Majesty." "Ah, another valiant warrior against pests." The Emperor turned his azure gaze upon Mark, who tensed, yet found no malice within it, only playful curiosity. Mesa chuckled at the two battered figures, barely recognizable. "Craig seems to harbor quite the resentment. Nolan has truly wounded his heart." Observing the middle-aged man closely, Mesa recalled hearing Craig, and Craig praised this soldier. Nolan had joined the military upon reaching adulthood, and after training, he had traversed the stars, vanquishing countless foes, engaging in numerous deadly battles, and eliminating many threats to the Vitruvian Empire while expanding its territories. He was among the most elite, resilient, and composed of the remaining kin. Unlike mere conquest, which could be achieved through sheer strength, but often resulted from unstable personalities leading to unresolved issues, the Vexing viewed him with fear, employing him as a refuse disposal machine. In contrast, Nolan was revered as great, possessing honors and status nearly unparalleled within the Empire, having spent the majority of his life in its service. Thus, Craig had entrusted the crucial task of overseeing Earth to him. Now, this seemingly unbetrayable man had abandoned the Empire, leaving Craig feeling as though he had heard of a great general's surrender to a rival. Yet, Mesa could surmise the reasons for his betrayal, especially upon seeing the youth beside him. Was it love, Nolan? His wife, his children? His family had long since breached Nolan's defenses, rendering his self-deception vulnerable. At this moment, hearing the Emperor directly address him brought a sense of relief. As if he had been unburdened, he did not voice, "I miss my wife." How absurd. On the precipice of death, he began to reminisce about Debbie's embrace. Mark turned to see tears streaming down his father's face. Craig's fury erupted. What is this? That gaze, those tears. Do you believe they can save you? Stand up, Nolan. Even if you have betrayed the Empire, we shall permit your life to end in a duel, not in such a disgraceful self-pity. Mark longed to strike the regent. You are the true monster. What do you know? I harbor no doubts. Mesa nodded. If even the staunch Nolan could be swayed by a compassionate environment, then ordinary Vitruvians would surely be no exception. Moreover, with the Emperor's decree, they were sanctioned to engage in romance and procreate, and the transformation should occur swiftly. Approaching, he beckoned. Come forth, Nolan's son. Under his father's worried gaze, Mark inhaled deeply and stepped toward the throne. Mesa meticulously observed the features, identical in every aspect, with no discernible differences. Indeed, human genes and those of the Vitruvians were perfectly compatible. It was nothing short of a miracle that, despite being separated by vast distances across different star systems, the genetic variations had remained minimal even after hundreds of thousands of years. Mark, gazing intently at the Emperor before him, could not restrain his curiosity. What do you intend to do with my father and me? Not much, really. In fact, I plan to release you both. Your contributions have been substantial, and we will have ample time together in the future. An ominous feeling enveloped Mark. Release us? Back to Earth? Of course, back to Earth. But we will accompany you, Mesa stated, rising from his throne. Now that we have confirmed a definitive destination for the fleet, we shall proceed to Earth. A heavy blow struck Mark's mind, distorting his senses. Nolan, unable to contain himself, shed tears. Earth? He envisioned his home and school engulfed in flames, filled with cries of despair. No, no, no. This cannot be. There must be another chance, Mark resolved. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized, an invisible pressure binding him like chains. Mesa placed a hand on his shoulder. I understand your thoughts. Consider why Trig, Anissa, and the Berserker have shown no objection to your proximity to me, despite having the freedom to act. The weight pressed Mark down, rendering him incapable of resistance. The biofield's telekinetic force held him firmly in place. Mark, Nolan exclaimed, as the Berserker pinned him down, stay still. We will not harm Earth. We will integrate with you. For Earth is also the homeland of the Vitruvians. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the Vitruvians sailed into the cosmic seas, modern humans and Neanderthals were still dwelling in caves. In other words, we have a strong claim to Earth. This planet belongs to us as well. Mesa tossed the powerless Mark back to Nolan's side. The Empire will not instigate conflict. Your father surely knows this. We are now fewer than 50, and we will propagate on Earth. This will be beneficial for humanity. Extraordinary power and advanced technology will transform the world, leading us toward a brighter tomorrow. Mesa turned his gaze to the window. Take them down. I must prepare to greet our distant guests. Chapter 26. The Planetary Alliance Speaker. We have received news from the Vitruvian Empire. The subordinate's face turned pale, trembling as he clutched the screen. Tardis took the message and reviewed it. They have assembled 10 warships, navigating in a fixed direction. He crushed the document in his grasp. Trig, what are you plotting? Indeed, the recent inexplicable contraction of power and silence had been suspicious, concealing preparations for this operation. They proceeded boldly, disregarding the presence of other planetary civilizations. Speaker, this situation appears quite dubious. Tardis regarded his subordinate silently, then ruffled his hair. Your logic is sound in other contexts. The Alliance must consider traps. But this is a gathering of Vitruvians. Have the Vitruvians ever cared about other interstellar civilizations? Not to mention the entire legion of Vitruvians. They often create chaos alone in the cosmic seas, even attacking the home worlds of other civilizations without hesitation. From the Virgo supercluster to the Vitruvian homeworld, they charged forward without a second thought. Unfortunately, the high individual quality of the Vitruvians made it exceedingly difficult for even the weapons developed by the Planetary Alliance to inflict effective damage upon them, let alone those minor civilizations. Pretending as if nothing were amiss, and then launching a surprise attack on the Alliance, would represent the pinnacle of Trig's strategic thinking over millennia. The Vitruvians' usual combat method was to identify enemy strongholds and then charge in to obliterate them. Their formidable power and faster-than-light mobility meant they needed only to learn the simplest tactics, gaining intelligence, striking, and returning victorious, simple and effective, with few variables. Has Alan returned? He has been urgently notified and is on his way. Moreover, the Galdarians have dispatched a small team for support, led by the recently renowned human from Earth. Excellent. We need every capable fighter available, Tardis remarked. Trig may believe this operation leaves the Alliance helpless, but he would come to regret it. While the number of soldiers left in the Empire post-catastrophe from the virus was uncertain, a large-scale operation that could capture them all would undoubtedly inflict significant damage, enough to cripple the Empire. Tardis gazed at the glowing green vials in the secret chamber. This was his true ace. Cool. Zack was in high spirits. Having recently concluded the interstellar war against the Galdarians, sweeping the battlefield with unparalleled might, with no one daring to confront his firepower. Not only had he become a battle hero, preserving his battle armor to return to Earth, but he had also fallen in love with Princess Len, the daughter of the Galdarian leader. Despite the Vitruvian's formidable reputation across the stars, none could rival his strength. Kanda and the other team members in jackets followed closely behind him. They were primarily there to observe the situation with the Vitruvians and to assist the Alliance when necessary. The forces of the Planetary Alliance quickly assembled, and Alan swiftly flew to Tardis's side. The invincible young hero has left Earth. He is missing. Another potential ally lost. Tardis felt the weight of despair. Whatever he is doing, it is too late for him to arrive. We must depart immediately. The Vitruvian warships continued their steady course toward an unknown destination. Tardis still could not discern their objective, but it was precisely what the Empire desired to thwart. Alan observed the trajectory of their voyage. It seemed to pass through the planet he had just departed, and a chilling realization struck him. Their destination is Earth. I must warn humanity. You must come with us to intercept the fleet. It is vital to prevent the Vitruvians from reaching Earth, or else humanity's efforts will be in vain. Earth, once again, Earth, what enchantment does this planet hold? After Nolan's defection, Trig had decided to mobilize all forces. Tardis equipped his armor with the green liquid. Let us set forth. Outside, numerous warships were gathering, and Messa admired these technological marvels, the essence of other civilizations. Nolan noticed the atmosphere growing increasingly somber, attempting to prevent Anissa from leading them away. Wait, what is happening? Today marks the day of transformation and rebirth for the Vitruvian civilization, Nolan, Anissa explained. His Majesty will announce the Empire's future decisions to the Planetary Alliance or other forces attempting to thwart us. At the very least, you have accomplished one task. The genetic integration between Earthlings and us is promising. His Majesty has decided to nurture and reproduce on Earth. You want to turn Earth into a breeding ground. Mark recalled Alan's grim expression when he mentioned breeding grounds. Not a breeding ground, but rather to become an entirely new kind of human. There are already many races on Earth. We will be one among them, Messa replied nonchalantly. You could refer to us as the new humans. The conflict between the new humans of the cosmos and the native humans of Earth felt like a scene from another play, as Messa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Louise entered the hall, kissing his cheek. I want to accompany you. The prospect of witnessing her lover intimidate the universe thrilled her heart. Trig frowned, hoping the Emperor's first progeny would be a pure-blooded Vitruvian. Still, considering this was a strategy to unite with other demigod races from the universe, he let go of that concern. Wearing an orange outfit, Louise was even more formidable than Trig, leaving Messa with little to worry about. Noticing the berserker stirring restlessly, he interjected, You cannot go, you cannot fly. Even with a flight pack, it would be a burden. And you cannot involve Sox Planet in the war between the Alliance and the Empire. The berserker hesitated, relinquishing his weapon. You are right. Drifting into the vast cosmos. Messa positioned himself before the fleet, awaiting the approaching diplomats. Who is that? Alan pointed to a figure emerging from the group. Tardis stroked his beard. That is not Trig. Seeing two more figures emerge, the one behind us, he recognized the figure clad in royal robes. For decades, the Vitruvians had frantically searched within a certain range of star regions. Had they truly found the royal heir? Tardis was unconcerned with royal blood. It did not augment combat strength. Or else Agar would not have fallen to him. I am the new emperor of the Vitruvian Empire. Messa activated the biofield, transmitting his voice into all warships. I am determined to alter the Empire's previous approach, to engage with other civilizations in a more peaceful and open manner. For millennia, the Empire's turmoil has inflicted great harm upon many civilizations. Moving forward, we shall implement policies of peace and coexistence, striving to distance ourselves from cosmic conflicts. Now, those who believe in me may disperse. Messa clapped his hands. The Alliance was immediately engulfed in heated discussions. with TARDIS cursing under his breath. The audacity of the Empire to resort to psychological warfare and internal strife. Their ambitions are glaringly evident. We cannot trust their words. They seek to dismantle us one by one, and to conspire with the Tiger is to court death. TARDIS admonished sternly. These civilizations united out of oppression. They were hesitant to confront the Empire head-on. However, if the Empire genuinely wishes to reform, perhaps it is worth giving them a chance. The Vixing Empire is malevolent. Yet they rarely lie. I believe they disdain deception. Zack glanced at the Gexing team, and Candace shook his head. Our animosity lies primarily with the Kresh. And having just endured war, if the Vixings are willing to support peace, we need not engage them in conflict, even though they have previously supported the Kresh. Zizi shared the turmoil within the opposing fleet with Mesa, demonstrating the prowess of the advanced technology from the Trisolaris world. A disarrayed assembly poses little threat. The next step is to target a singular objective. TARDIS, come out. The uproar intensified. Do you not know that the Speaker of the Planetary Alliance is a Viltrumian? The anguish of centuries past weighed heavily on him. He must bear the responsibility. His father, Agar, was slain by this individual, thrusting us into an era of chaos and bloodshed. He is the instigator of our wars. Were it not for his cowardice in hiding within the Alliance to evade justice, the Empire would have long since eliminated him and reclaimed its homeworld. The fleet erupted in chaos. TARDIS, is what the Vixing Emperor said true? Alan felt compelled to intervene. Though the Speaker is a Vixing, you truly are. TARDIS shot a fierce glare at Alan. He resigned himself. The Alliance had always banded together under duress, and it was no surprise that they would fracture at the slightest alleviation of pressure from the Empire. Furthermore, he surveyed those leading the discussions, fearing that traitors had long since defected to the Empire. Damn it, this descendant of Agar, where did he learn such cunning? This is not the Viltrumian way. TARDIS inhaled deeply. Indeed, I am a Viltrumian, but having witnessed the Empire's brutal suppression, I chose to betray. Had Agar lived, the Vixing would have commenced their invasion sooner. Without my leadership, you fools would have been obliterated by the Empire long ago. Now you dare to beg for peace from them? Very well, but you remain oblivious. The Empire's demise is upon us. He loaded the gas into the launch tube, charging out of the ship towards the Emperor and the Regent. Speaker, you wicked spawn of the royal family, I shall personally send you to hell. TARDIS launched the gas projectile, the erupting green mist enveloping all before him. This was a further iteration of the virus, more potent and effective than its predecessors. The eerie green gas spread, and Mesa inhaled deeply, dissipating all toxins in a sweep, then puffing out a green ice shard. Although he felt it posed no threat to himself, it was prudent to freeze it just in case. Indeed, this virus was developed by you, the traitor. Trig recognized the familiar gas, confirming his suspicions. The thought of countless kin perishing to the virus tore at his heart. These were the elite who had survived the harshest trials. The revered former king also fell victim to this despicable man. TARDIS, you shall die. Chapter 27. The Crumbling Alliance Impossible. The meticulously crafted gas, sufficient to engulf an entire star system, was inhaled in a single breath and subsequently frozen into ice by the cold gust exhaled. TARDIS was struck with disbelief. Was this still human? Was this still a Viltrumian? Gazing at the green ice shard, his mind became clouded, recalling an afternoon in his youth spent watching ice sculptures with his father on Vixing. Yesterday and today, memories and reality blurred, leaving him uncertain whether he stood in a dream or in truth. The Regent's massive hand descended, and the centuries-old hatred consumed Trig with fury. In this moment of crisis, Alan shielded TARDIS from the wrathful strike. Their fists collided, Alan's bones cracking audibly, yet he persevered. 2 near-death transformations had allowed him to surpass the once formidable Nolan. Yonopa! Trig exclaimed in astonishment, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Alan struggled to hold his ground, hoping the Speaker could escape swiftly. The culmination of all technology from the Yonopa planet shone through him. Yet, Alan could not save TARDIS. A fleeting crimson silhouette passed, and TARDIS's head was severed from his body. Mesa observed the head, still bearing a look of confusion, and sighed inwardly. He understood TARDIS's motives to assassinate the Emperor and flee the Empire, rallying the planets to counterattack. The military totalitarianism of the Empire was unbearable. In a narrative akin to comics, TARDIS would undoubtedly be the protagonist, that character who awakens to the truth, abandons darkness for light, and provides strength and support to the hero. Conversely, The Viltrumians would surely be the antagonists, destined to be vanquished by love and justice. Alas, this was a time of war. Mesa stood on differing grounds, with compatriots who believed in him, adored him, and would follow him across galaxies for merely praising Earth. These compatriots would never question his decisions, yet their enmity towards Tardis was profound. The hatred and divide between Tardis and the Empire could not be resolved through dialogue. Thus, Mesa raised the severed head, presenting it to his comrades. Fellow kin, I have taken the traitor's head. He has paid the due price for regicide, treason, and the slaughter of our own. My father, King Agar, can finally rest in peace. With a firm grip, he crushed the head into fragments. Mesa turned to the opposing fleet, to the other members of the Planetary Alliance. The Empire no longer wishes to drag the cosmos into endless conflict. Let us part ways. His gaze fell upon the sorrowful, large-eyed aliens. Of course, for those who seek vengeance for the grievances of the years, or remain loyal to Tardis. I offer you an opportunity. Mesa stood with his hands clasped behind him, hovering before the Alliance fleet. The enemy Emperor stands before you. Come forth and attempt to slay me. Let us settle old and new grievances alike. The communications of the Alliance erupted in chaos, several ships retreating from the battlefield. You are leaving just like that? The speaker has protected you countless times. We must look ahead, and who knows if it was Tardis who drove the Empire mad, leading to a clash of civilizations, allowing us to remain safe within the Alliance. How can you say such things? The speaker has risked so much over the millennium. You saw the conflict between the Viltrumians. It has nothing to do with us. Alan watched in despair as the vast fleet scattered, only a few hundred vessels remaining, determined to fight to the end. The speaker's lifelong efforts had been rendered futile. The cannon concentrated its energy, and the loyalist ships fought valiantly. Mesa stood firm, awaiting their strongest assault. A beam capable of detonating a star was unleashed, its brilliance illuminating the dark cosmos as if it were daylight. As the light faded, darkness returned. Yet Mesa remained undisturbed, not even retreating an inch. Is it over? Allow me to bring this to a conclusive end. His eyes glowed red as he released two scorching beams, sweeping across the battlefield, effortlessly slicing through the enemy's ships, reducing them to mere fireworks. No. Alan summoned all his strength, delivering a punch to Mesa's head, but a single finger pressed against his knuckle. Yonopa, you are indeed remarkable and exceedingly powerful. There are countless heroes in this world, yet technology has birthed a being such as you, Mesa remarked. Unable to advance, Alan attempted another strike. Yet the thorny restraints ensnared him, leaving him powerless. Louise dragged the hulking figure aside, handing him over to Trig. Now, no one in the galaxy will dare oppose you again. This battle has revealed the true disparity, leading them to lay down their arms and observe the future. That is for the best, said Mesa. The Jerdalian ships had not departed far. Their enhanced vision allowed them to witness the unfolding events. Zack felt a shiver of apprehension. Is this what it means to be a Viltrumian? Just moments ago, I almost considered saving that rather amiable large-eyed Alan. The Alliance had managed to endure for a millennium under the onslaught of this race. Tardis was indeed a formidable figure. No, at least they were never this powerful before. Kanda expressed, equally astonished. Although Vixings typically possess the ability to effortlessly annihilate celestial bodies, the depth of this level of strength had never been witnessed. This Emperor is likely an exceptional case within the race, Kanda speculated. This is not entirely unfounded. Historical records of the Vexians indicate that among many ordinary species, there occasionally emerge a few exceptional individuals endowed with abilities far surpassing those of their peers. Given that ordinary Vexians are exceedingly powerful, it stands to reason that these unique individuals would be even more extraordinary. It seems all races must now live according to the whims of the Vitruvians. Let us hope the Emperor's words ring true, for the Vexians no longer seem interested in conquering the world. Zack gazed from afar at the Vexian warships accelerating away, shaking his head. Regardless of circumstances, he was bound for Earth, likely never to lay eyes on this group of anomalies again. Mark, did you see that? Nolan whispered. Mark remained silent, at a loss for words. The father and son were under house arrest in a room, witnessing through the window the demise of the speaker and the fleet of the Planetary Alliance falling like leaves in autumn. He had not forgotten that the destination of the Vexian fleet was Earth. These civilizations might escape and hide, but Earth would bear the brunt of the assault. Your friend, Genopa, has been captured. However, The current emperor seems less bloodthirsty and is likely to hand him over for research. Superpowers are a crucial resource. The Vexians will not kill him before extracting his formidable secrets. At least his life may be spared for the time being. What can we do? Mark's despair was palpable as he buried his face in his hands. Do you want me to witness Earth being occupied, with humanity reduced to mere breeding stock? Nolan hesitated. We could assist the Empire, at least to save your mother, your girlfriend, our friends. You must confront reality, even without the Emperor. Humanity is but a fragile insect before the might of the Empire. Moreover, you have seen, the Emperor's power defies explanation by mere Vexian physiology. The levels of this power are beyond anyone's capability to withstand. Mark sank to his knees in agony. It's impossible. Eve, Cecil, they won't stand idly by. They will surely go to war. Everything is lost. Do not be so pessimistic. The Emperor is merciful, Anissa said, cradling a child. Noticing that the two were spiraling into despair, nearly losing their wits. Anissa waved her arm, playfully teasing the infant. I have visited another similar planet with the Emperor. You will be safe. We will integrate harmoniously rather than cause destruction. Now we need humanity. Besides, you are powerless to act. Simply wait for the Emperor to reveal his grand design, and you will see that this is the best outcome. Lucan entered the room. Anissa, we all need to undergo blood tests. Although the Emperor has frozen the virus, he remains concerned about potential infections. Very well, Anissa turned to the two prisoners. What about them? They must also be tested. After all, they are our kin, and we cannot afford to lose any more compatriots, Lucan replied. Excellent. Let us resolve this universe's greatest historical dilemma, Mesa declared, throwing himself onto the bed. Now, it was merely a matter of reaching Earth to establish a nation and sending Vexians to infiltrate human society. He stretched his limbs, yawning. With the multitude of superheroes on Earth, combined with the Vexians, there ought to be no significant issues. Counting on his fingers, he realized that a few more hands were needed in the Trisolaran sector and decided to dispatch some to establish a presence there. Once sufficient manpower was amassed, they would incinerate the dark forest entirely. The Amazonian Earth posed no significant threat. Any issues could be handed over to the future Justice League. DC's world is replete with heroes. Now was the time to further plan the enhancement of Vexian technological prowess and racial standards. In this universe, Vexian abilities suffice, but in the multiverse, they are rather unremarkable, lacking in some aspects and superior in others. Mesa had already set his sights on a target, the Kryptonians and their advanced technology. In his view, Kryptonians represented an undeniably superior race. He had seen glimpses of their technological prowess while scrolling through short videos, rumored to possess a wealth of cutting-edge innovations. His own genetics, aside from the trace of royal blood, showed no other discernible differences. Thus he sought to find a genuine Kryptonian to assess the situation. Mesa now harbored a faint suspicion that perhaps his abilities did not stem from his genetic makeup. If he could merge the enhanced physicality bestowed by the Kryptonians' understellar radiation with the Vitruvians' atomic manipulation capabilities, the new humanity would be even more perfect. His superintellect allocated a section of storage, classifying his envisioned future acquisitions: Batman, Iron Man, Kryptonians, and the myriad of universes he must avoid, such as Warhammer, Cthulhu, and the Foundation. These must not even be contemplated upon opening the door, and if inadvertently entered, retreat must be swift. Mesa had no desire to be captured by yellow-skinned entities, nor to attract the attention of Naya, nor to face narrative-level repercussions. He refused to swim through a sea of filth. Exploring the multiverse should be simple and joyous. Carefree traversal through the cosmos could lead to unforeseen encounters. Softness brushed against him as Louise whispered in his ear, I have a special thought, Mesa. Do you not find the universe beautiful? A preposterous notion emerged in his mind. You mean to say you could envelop us in a force field, ensuring we remain unseen? Mesa cradled Louise, soaring out of the ship's cabin. Vowing to himself this would be a singular occurrence, he secretly swore to abstain from such indulgences tomorrow. Chapter 28. I am your uncle. What is the status of the blood tests? Craig inquired of the personnel responsible for the analysis. Given the significant threat posed by the virus capable of causing catastrophic devastation to their race, great caution was warranted, especially since Craig had witnessed firsthand the harrowing era when millions of soldiers perished. Numerous toxic gases, frozen by the Emperor, were pulled into the laboratory by completely sealed soldiers. They needed to study the virus's mechanics in hopes of creating a vaccine or antidote. and these soldiers must be thoroughly isolated from others. Now, all the blood from their kin was being collected for testing to prevent any potential infections from the TARDIS outbreak. All are in good health, with no signs of infection. Craig breathed a sigh of relief. Have there been any results from the virus research? It is challenging. Much of our technology has been lost, and many subordinate races employ it more effectively than we do. Furthermore, this migration did not bring along those inferior beings. Then let us temporarily secure it. We shall research it further upon reaching Earth. Humanity should also be affected by the virus. We can recruit some highly intelligent scientists for the study, the regent pondered before making his decision. However, there are 2 blood samples that exhibit some peculiarities. What do you mean? The blood contains a distinctive substance entirely different from that of ordinary kin. The researchers hesitated to meet the regent's gaze. We suspect that Nolan may possess royal blood. Royal blood. This hypothesis left Craig incredulous. He has lived among us for over 1,000 years. How could it have gone unnoticed? Perhaps Nolan is simply too powerful. During his travels, he rarely sustained injuries warranting medical attention. The few times he suffered severe wounds were likely far removed from our sphere of influence. He relied on energy absorption to restore his condition. The absurdity of the situation was almost comical. The royal descendant they had long sought was right beneath their noses. Although this development paradoxically led to the true heir, Mesa, as designated by the late king, returning to the empire, the political climate was improving, and even the planetary alliance that had caused him much distress was fracturing. However, this unexpected twist was enough to leave Craig in a state of turmoil, especially since Nolan and his son were still traitors to the Vitruvian Empire, prioritizing humanity over their kin. Questions regarding the order of succession and how to handle these 2 prisoners bombarded the regent's mind, making him feel as though his head would burst. Previously, the Emperor had hoped to utilize Nolan and Mark as bridges between the Empire and humanity. Yet now, Craig clenched his fists. These 2 had become sources of unease. Mesa reclined in a grand bath, barely keeping his face above the water's surface. In his former life as an ordinary person, he relished submerging himself in hot water, though he often struggled with the technique, either choking on water or feeling discomfort while lying down. Now it was a breeze, biotic field activate. Moreover, where would an ordinary household find such a grand bathtub? In this life, he was the emperor of an interstellar empire, enjoying a palace's bathing facilities. The entire flagship, the glorious queen, had been luxuriously refurbished by the Vexians, adorned with royal decor. Mesa could scarcely imagine the opulence enjoyed by Emperor Agar during the Empire's zenith. Much of his legacy evaporated posthumously, leaving only scraps for Mesa. He was now akin to a bankrupt version of the 13th Prince, Kilimanjaro, sifting through graves to recover lost technologies. Louise, draped in sheer fabric, lounged beside the pool. She delicately offered him a translucent fruit he could not identify, and Mesa bit into it, playfully nibbling at her fingers. Did you not say you would teach me combat techniques these days? Louise caressed the bridge of the boy's nose. Next time, I assure you. Recently, I have indeed been rather complacent. Without encountering formidable foes, the obstacles in my path were effortlessly crushed, diminishing my urgency to enhance my abilities. However, the question of how to augment my strength remains. Having traversed 2 worlds, the radiant sunlight has bestowed upon me a significant boost, elevating me beyond the pinnacle of this universe. Even the Trig War beasts falter before me, as if a giant had entered a child's playground. Alas, there is no system to grant me enhancements, I lament silently. Must I merely bask in the sun to grow stronger? I recall the initial intensity of solar exposure nearly tearing me apart, only salvaged by Minster's deft redirection of the excess energy. It seems prudent to consult a proper Kryptonian. My regard for them has increased. I still entertain thoughts of unconventional methods. If my physical form cannot grow, perhaps I should turn to technology. Equipping myself with battle armor and the like would be advantageous. A Gundam would be even better. I draw the girl, who feigned evasion, into my embrace. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the training grounds. You may join me in visiting Paradise Island. My mother possesses knowledge that could potentially enhance your abilities. Louise rests against me. Perhaps magic is involved? The water soaks through my clothing, and Louise notices my barely restrained eagerness, her half-smile scrutinizing my face, her fingers teasingly pointing. Aren't you supposed to abstain? Moderate activity is, after all, beneficial for both body and mind, I assert with conviction. Our fleet is set to endure several monotonous days of cosmic travel, with little else demanding our attention. Routine matters can be delegated to Trig. After engaging in so many battles, shouldn't we indulge in some enjoyment? The Empire has eased its oversight. Nolan and Mark are free to roam this warship. Mark cradles his brother, observing him grasp his outstretched finger, his previously agitated heart finding a semblance of peace. He remains nameless. The Cirxan people mature rapidly, choosing their names upon reaching a certain age. Nolan gazes at the starry sky. What of my mother, Androsia? We left her on that planet. The lifespan of the Cirxan is merely a year. She will soon perish, while your brother, under my genetics, could survive for centuries. Leaving that planet is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Nolan's words are laden with complex emotions. This is why I spoke to you, as I did upon the moon, Mark. You must endure this as well. The older we grow, the slower we age. You are nearly pure blood. It is quite possible you could live for 1,000 years. I do not wish for you to live in solitude. Only compatriots of the Empire can accompany you through life. Mark, filled with sorrow, embraces his brother, lamenting the impending farewell to their mother. His girlfriend Amber, friends William, mother Debbie, and Eve will ultimately depart from him. Such burdens weigh heavily on Mark, barely a teenager. On the brink of university, we must make a choice, Mark. We cannot allow them to die now, Nolan insists. Should we assist the Empire or flee? Where can we escape to, relying on the Empire to forget us? We could persuade Earth to cease its resistance, which would save many lives. Again with this. What difference does it make from when you knock my teeth out? I shall never agree, even if it means death now. You ought to perish now. Trig proclaims from the doorway. Your recent attitude has thoroughly disappointed me. Nolan stares in shock at the regent's clenched fists. Trig, what are you planning? The Emperor spared our lives. It is precisely for His Majesty that I must undertake such actions. I shall ensure your demise is comprehensible. Nolan, you are a descendant of the former king. You may very well be His Majesty's brother. I know not how you survived the bloody struggles of the royal family following the death of the former king, but your very existence is a threat to His Majesty. You are, in fact, a traitor to the Empire. Your weak-mindedness will influence the remaining compatriots. Trig nearly bellows these words. What are they arguing about? Why does it seem a fight is imminent? Mark is bewildered, yet he prepares for battle. Just right. I, too, wish to vent some frustration. Are you threatening me? It seems I was too lenient when I last struck you. Trig retorts with bitter laughter. The forceful blow sends Mark crashing to the floor, his skull cracking audibly. Brother, Mark cannot afford to worry for himself. The flung infant is caught by Anissa, while Trig is hurled from Mark by Craig's strike. Staggering. Trig is then kicked in the back by the hastily arriving Lucan, struggling to maintain his composure. Are you rebelling? You are the one defying His Majesty's orders. Anissa hands the child to Nolan, who is raising himself. Lucan shakes his fist. The researchers informed us of Nolan's identity ahead of time. So, you have chosen to support this traitor? Trig, what on earth are you thinking? Can we not discern who is truly worthy of our loyalty? The decisions made by His Majesty invoke our loyalty. Even conquerors such as him are content with their current lives, surrounded by soft companions. We follow the wisdom of the royal lineage, not mere strength. The reign of the former king surpassed yours in many regards, and the current emperor is even better. Our resistance against you stems from your audacity to contemplate executing scions of the royal bloodline without notifying His Majesty. General Craig interjects coldly. His Majesty would never permit such a massacre. Trig glares at the unfamiliar subordinates. They would jeopardize His Majesty's position. Nolan would not harm His Majesty's standing. He would only undermine yours. Wake up, Trig. You are merely realizing that another could surpass your authority. In terms of strength, compassion, and wisdom, who could believe Nolan would affect His Majesty? Anissa begins preparing for an assault. Trig recognizes that his plan has failed. He no longer has the opportunity to eliminate these two traitors. You will come to regret this. You are not His Majesty, Trig. Therefore, could it be that Nolan is my half-brother? Mesa struggles to rise from the warm cocoon of his bed, hastily dressing and rushing to the conference room to meet the arriving report bearers. Fortunately, his keen senses alerted him to the unrest aboard the warship, prompting his swift arrival. Otherwise, Anissa would have dragged him from his slumber. Trig remains indignant, realizing only today that his kin have long harbored resentment toward him, previously daring only to seethe in silence. Why is it that whenever Mark appears before me, he is always bruised and battered? Mesa points accusingly at Mark. Am I this boy's uncle? Chapter 29. The Invincible Incident. The crisis on Earth at present It does seem so, Your Majesty. Mesa retracts his finger. Has Nolan not already lived for 2,000 years? Have you not noticed? For goodness sake, there are only 50 pure bloods in the Empire. How could a background check miss a royal bloodline for a millennium? Do you not require blood tests upon enlistment? If only everyone underwent a blood test to examine their DNA profiles, would we still be searching in the dark for so long? The others appear embarrassed. After the virus ravaged our ranks, we all assumed the royal lineage had perished. Following the sudden death of the former king, conflict erupted among the royal families, escalating into a crisis that engulfed the entire empire, claiming half of the populace. During this turmoil, many descendants concealed their identities. Perhaps Nolan was hidden away during this period, even unaware of his own lineage. Until Trigg pledged to surrender power upon locating the royal family, the descendants had all but vanished. Subsequently, they encountered a virus of near-extinction proportions, and everyone tacitly believed the royal family had long since disappeared. It was only when Trigg discovered information regarding the throne that they began their earnest search for Mesa. I possess little knowledge of my own lineage and harbor no aspirations for the throne. Nolan breaks the silence. I, too, care not for royal bloodlines, unless it allows you to distance yourselves from Earth. Mark, having been struck by Trigg, wears a crooked expression yet remains defiant. This impudent nephew's strength aside, his character is quite formidable. The aura of dominance is palpable. Mesa claps his hands. What mischief has Trigg gotten into this time? He glances at the brooding regent, still seething with anger. Upon receiving the news, he sought to eliminate Nolan and Mark. Mesa is taken aback. What kind of reasoning is this? These Vexians seem intent on creating chaos in my life. I believe they will influence your decisions and standing. These traitors may leverage familial bonds against you, Your Majesty, and could potentially fracture our ideological unity, Trigg asserts. Mesa leans back in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture. With only 50 of us, what could possibly be divided? I intend to integrate into Earth. To put it bluntly, the Empire is akin to a disintegrating entity. Information is only disseminated among kin during missions. Otherwise, they are free to do as they please. Trigg is clearly driven by an overpowering desire for authority, fearing Nolan might eclipse him. General Craig sharply criticizes. This does make sense. A millennium-long power player, and I, a mere parachuted emperor, cannot relinquish power without sentiment. A new royal relative has emerged to impose upon him, which is quite understandable given the circumstances. Indeed, Craig has his own grievances. I have dedicated a millennium to the supremacy of the Empire. What right does Nolan, a mere traitor, have to stand above me? The state of the Empire's governance is not your concern at this moment. Simply acknowledge the effort I have invested over 1,000 years. Mesa observed the rigid figures of Craig and Anissa. It seemed the regent's prestige among the populace was waning. As others rose against him without hesitation, I have grasped the general situation, Mesa stated solemnly. Blood ties cannot be erased. Nolan and Mark are indeed members of the royal family, a fact we must acknowledge. Given this reality, there is no need to delay our subsequent plans until we arrive on Earth. Mesa turned to Nolan, who had his head bowed. I shall release you and Mark. You are to precede the Imperial fleet to Earth, informing humanity that the Vitruvians are merely a branch from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and that we envision peaceful coexistence and mutual development. We shall offer Earth a brighter and renewed future. Mark regarded the Emperor, now his uncle, grappling with the complexity of their familial ties. The alien Emperor invading Earth is my relative, he thought. You must ensure no harm comes to humanity. As long as they do not violently resist the Empire or plan to attack us, I will refrain from retaliation and guarantee Earth's safety, for it is our shared home. Mesa reassured. Your ability to serve as a bridge for communication between both parties is crucial for the trajectory of our future, especially since you are well aware of the Empire's strength. Humanity will heed your words, particularly yours, Mark. For you are the indomitable hero who has fought valiantly to protect Earth, even standing against your father. You must exert control over the remaining clan members and impose certain punishments on some individuals. Nolan cast a sidelong glance at Craig, insinuating his concerns. He feared Craig would inflict significant damage upon humanity. Alas, Nolan, you have found a family on Earth, forged meaningful connections, and thrived as a hero. You do not need me, your relative from the Weixing Empire, yet you demand. You must control your subordinates and uphold justice. However, you show me no respect. You do not regard me as kin, You are even unwilling to address me as your majesty. Mesa rapped his knuckles against the armrest of the throne, yearning for a berserk beast to relieve his agitation. Nolan hesitated, ultimately requesting, "Please assist us in managing your soldiers, your majesty." Mesa spread his hands. "You may depart now. Make haste. In a few days, the fleet shall arrive." A cloaked figure, clad in long boots, strode into the fortress. He was renowned throughout the cosmos, celebrated for his exceptional efficiency, known as the premier mercenary, Kong. Having just completed a hunt, he rushed over for a task that promised substantial rewards. The master admired the robust and athletic Kong. "I once possessed your youthful fervor, yet now my armor no longer meets my needs. I seek something more advanced and powerful. I have learned of a person who donned the technological jacket from Gerdalia, an armor that not only enhances its wearer, but is also reinforced by the wearer. This may be the most formidable battle suit in the universe. I require you to procure it for me. The location and name." Kong was succinct. "It is a human named Zack. I was initially hesitant, but the Vitruvian Empire is en route to Earth, and you must arrive before them to complete the task." The Weixing possess extraordinary physical capabilities, exceptional combat skills, and their numbers are vast. Their emperor has ascended to another level. Earth has already been declared their territory, making this mission arduous. Do you refuse? The price must increase. Kong tossed his cloak aside, speaking earnestly. Zack returned to Earth, where the Jexians, in gratitude, assisted him in constructing a space station capable of monitoring crises both on Earth and in outer space. Princess Lin chose to remain and live with him. Their days were now splendid. The crises on Earth were mere trifles for someone like him, who had engaged in interstellar wars. Some challenging tasks were simply managing threats from outer space. Such matters had previously been handled by the omnipotent hero, who had betrayed and slain the global guard and vanished following a breathtaking battle on the moon. The most powerful hero, the indomitable hero, was supposed to maintain safety, but disappeared shortly thereafter. Well, it suffices to pass the time. Zack tossed a peculiar giant insect into the sun to incinerate it. He had not contacted Cecile from the Global Defense Bureau, for he did not believe he required allies. That second-generation guard was purely comedic. Aside from the immortal hero and Atom Girl, he found no one else of use, especially since Atom Girl had left the team. Zack could effortlessly resolve all matters alone. It was unlikely that a cosmic powerhouse would suddenly invade Earth, given its remote location and lack of allure. He accelerated his flight home, anticipating a date with Lin that evening. Angustrin struggled to open his eyes. The situation was dire, having been found by the abominable horror, one of the most twisted beings across all parallel worlds. He was now bound, cables and neural wires infiltrating his mind, rendering him incapable of utilizing his dimensional traversal abilities. He could barely control his thoughts. "Oh, look at you now, Angustrin. Without my assistance, you'll perish in the sewers, a tragic fate indeed. I have shown you great mercy by saving you. Think of your son, how terrified he was before I ended his life." His mind began to recall the suffering endured by this universe's counterpart, and despite distinguishing his identity from theirs, the tragedies ignited his fury. "You are unworthy of being the indomitable hero." Intense currents surged through him, causing him to convulse. The abominable horror reveled in his distress. "I merely wish to see you in this state. Your expression of helplessness is truly delightful. Tell me, what is that ability of yours to open the green portal? Is it traversing the universe?" "I will not divulge anything, nor will I kill." Angustrin gasped. "Look at you. So naive." The horror paced back and forth. "Traversing the universe. What a splendid opportunity. I have grown weary of this world. Consistently slaughtering those numb humans has lost its thrill. I crave something more exhilarating, more vibrant." Angustrin caught his breath, mocking, "Your strength cannot achieve such feats. You are far inferior to other versions of yourself in different universes." "Other versions of me? How amusing." "Perhaps. But I wager I am the most intriguing and charismatic across all worlds." The horror's eyes widened. "You likely assume I would conquer other universes, correct?" Noticing the man's expression, the horror shook his head. No, that would be dull. Simply seizing other Earths is too monotonous. I wish to meet other versions of myself, forge amusing friendships, and eliminate the uninteresting ones." "You wish to recruit other marks, to establish an alliance?" "Only those worthy may join us. I trust no one. Yet I am willing to consider myself. If it ultimately leads to mutual annihilation, that could be quite entertaining." The horror propped his chin on his hands, contemplating possibilities. You shall not achieve any of your objectives through me. What leads you to believe you possess any choice? The mere fact that you are in my grasp suffices. The horror clapped his hands, and a yellow iron shell entered. Angustrin recognized the robot in terror. It was one of the most intelligent beings across all universes. The robot will alter your brain to obey my commands. Farewell, poor Levi. No, he cannot do this. Has he truly labored his entire life only to create a monster that threatens the universe? He still had a chance. He must find a way to notify the one, the most powerful and benevolent indomitable hero. Chapter 30, Lincoln Hero. I shall lead the charge. Craig, you have disappointed me. Mesa dismissed Anissa and Craig, addressing the regent alone. Understanding is one thing, but Craig's autocratic behavior must be addressed. Did you not consider how I would treat these two relatives? Your Majesty, I harbor no intentions of betrayal. I merely worry. I am aware of your loyalty, yet you have not positioned yourself appropriately. The biofield's telepathy revealed the regent's emotions to Mesa, and Craig still held him in high regard. You are an excellent military leader, possessing remarkable situational judgment, and you do not oppose my decision to recuperate. However, you are no longer the decision-maker. You must heed my orders, Craig. You have grown accustomed to authority, even attempting to project your thoughts onto me. This is indeed the case, and Craig fell silent. You lack the true empathy of a ruler. Tell me, Craig, why have Craig and the others served you for a millennium without any pressure to oppose your decisions? Mesa interrupted his rebuttal. You are not a commendable ruler. For the manner in which you treat both kin and alien is indistinguishable in your eyes. Both are suppressed by fear. You lack the capacity to empathize with the thoughts of your own people, rendering your regime devoid of obedience. You may claim that my strength has emboldened them to oppose you, yet the more pressing reason is that they have long since grown weary of you. They only comply out of inertia, and the empires need to subjugate the galaxy. He attempted to speak in his defense, but Trig found no words. Your Majesty, I understand. I shall take my own life. Mesa, with a throbbing headache, tapped his temple. The empire has changed. How could I treat you with such cruelty? Listen carefully. You are to bear me at least 4 children within a year to replenish our numbers. I care not how you accomplish this. It is settled. Furthermore, I will strip you of your position as Grand Regent until I deem you fit for it. As you command, Your Majesty, Trig replied, his mouth agape. Resigned to his fate. Mother, Mark exclaimed as he stumbled into the yard, noticing his mother, Debbie, looking considerably haggard, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. Debbie, in her melancholic state, reached for a bottle of wine when she suddenly heard her son's voice. Mark. She let the red wine shatter on the ground as she rushed to embrace her long-missing son. Tears streamed down Mark's face as he held his mother. But the thought of his infant brother abruptly shattered the poignant atmosphere. Awkwardly, he turned to Debbie. Mother, there is something you must know. He glanced at the sofa. I went to another planet to assist, a group of insectoid aliens. Oh my God, Mark. You cannot just vanish without a word. Especially to such a distant place. Did you not consider what would happen if you could not return? Debbie covered her mouth, shocked by her son's thoughtlessness. That is not the crux of the matter. I encountered Father on that planet. In fact, it was he who deceived me into going there. Mark paused. He has remarried and has a child. He guided his mother to the sofa, where a purple infant lay. Debbie's heart shattered at the realization. How could he be so shameless, so despicable, to abandon me so easily and father a child on another planet, leaving this child behind? How could I have not seen him for what he truly was? I wept for him. How could he do this? I have been at a loss on how to face Chizu's girlfriend these days. The baby is innocent. He does not even have a name. We cannot abandon him. I must care for him. Looking at the infant, Debbie's ire softened slightly. Nolan is a scoundrel, but I am not. I will take a few days off to care for him. Perhaps I can hire a nanny. Actually, Father did not leave. Mark observed a shift in his mother's demeanor. He returned with me. What did you say? Debbie gasped. Nolan appeared before her, taking her hand. His expression laden with guilt. I am sorry. A slap resounded across Nolan's face as Debbie, enraged, found herself at a loss for words. How dare he stand before her as if nothing had occurred? Treating himself like a pet, he crushed their son's teeth and now had an affair with an alien. Fathering a child. Gentlemen, can you resolve your family disputes later? I need to understand everything that transpired after Mark's departure and why Nolan has returned. Cecile stated as the portal opened, brandishing a pistol directed at Nolan, addressing Mark. 10 minutes later. Thus, the Emperor has released us. Permitting us to announce the impending arrival of the Empire, Mark elaborated to Cecile, providing a detailed account, with Nolan supplementing the state and strength of the Empire. Then we shall acquiesce to them, Cecile concluded. What did you say? Mark could scarcely believe his ears. Cecile had always been a staunch Earth conservative, a proponent of human supremacy. I said I agree to them, to accept the Empire's integration into Earth. Cecile dismissed Mark's incredulous expression, as if he were questioning. Who are you, and what have you done with Cecile? The truth remained that Earth was utterly incapable of resisting an empire that could easily annihilate even the planetary alliance. Moreover, since you are relatives of the Emperor, belonging to the imperial family, the Viltrumines are notably superstitious regarding bloodlines, which may allow for a degree of negotiation. I am unconcerned whether they come to restore the population or whether they may eventually conspire for conquest. As long as they are willing to protect Earth, that suffices. As for what may transpire centuries hence, my child, I cannot plan that far ahead. It depends on you and Nolan. Cecile adjusted his suit. Prepare yourself, Mark. I shall take you to persuade the president. Suddenly, alarms blared as Donald rushed in. Cecile, monitoring, has detected an unidentified object hurtling towards Earth from outer space. Landing in Kansas. The Viltrumines have arrived? Cecile furrowed his brow, turning to the two men. Nolan dismissed this notion. Impossible. The fleet will not reach Earth for at least another 2 days. Based on our experience with the Emperor, he does not seem the type to retract his decisions or send someone ahead. Send the global guard to teleport there, Cecile commanded Donald. As for you two, stay here and observe the situation. Meanwhile, Zach's father aboard the space station noticed the unusual occurrence and alerted his son. Zach, you need to take a look. Zach was feeling dejected. He had hoped to connect with Lynn tonight, but they had overlooked a critical issue. They were not of the same race. Most embarrassingly, their anatomical interfaces were incompatible. Frustrated, he inadvertently hurt his girlfriend's feelings, prompting Lynn to leave him. I am on my way, Zach said, forcing himself to shake off his gloom as he flew towards Kansas. The cosmic mercenary, Kong, broke through the atmosphere and plummeted to the ground. Notify the employer. I have arrived on Earth. The Viltrum Empire has yet to arrive. He should prepare the payment and receive the armor. A farming couple, driven by curiosity, approached the site of Kong's descent, hoping to salvage something. Kong spotted the two insects and, needing intelligence, opened his mouth to bite the husband's neck, intending to extract his blood memory. Hey, alien freak, you will not commit any wrongdoing. The object that flew towards him exploded in front of his eyes as Kong waved his hand to disperse the smoke. Rex pulled out explosives from his pocket. What? Do you want to lick my handsome face? Do not let your guard down, Rex. Analysis shows his energy levels are exceptionally high, and his physical capabilities may rival that of an invincible hero, the robotic scanner reported gravely. The terrified couple was rescued by Black Samson. I merely wish to fulfill my commission. How dare you obstruct me? Kong was irritated by the relentless explosions. These objects posed no harm to him, but buzzed incessantly like summer mosquitoes in his ears. With a swipe, he knocked down the beast girl who lunged at him. How repulsive. The doppelganger Kate released a dozen replicas to entangle Kong's body, but he effortlessly tore the fragile forms apart. The immortal hero, recently resurrected, arrived on the battlefield. Release her, monster. With his palm against his fist, Kong kicked him away. The immortal hero's insides ruptured as he lay on the ground, adjusting to his injuries, helplessly witnessing Kong slay Kate beside him, pressing towards the last replica. If this replica perished, Kate could never be revived. In a flash, the other teammates were caught off guard. This was not a battlefield they could penetrate. You bastard. The immortal hero, desperate, charged forward, but Kong anticipated his move and easily evaded. Kong seized the immortal hero's head and yanked it off. Simple-minded creatures are of no consequence. Teleport them back. Cecile gasped in shock. He had never imagined that a mere being from space could possess such formidable power. Light flashed, and the remaining guards were transported back to base. Kong, indifferent, knew that if he truly wished to slay these insects, teleportation would be too slow. However, as a mercenary, killing beings not on his list would be a futile endeavor. Disdainfully, he crushed the immortal hero's head beneath his foot, already encountering interruptions to his actions, truly unfortunate. By the time Zack arrived on the battlefield, only devastation remained. The guard had failed to hold Kong for even a minute. Where did that monster go? He inquired of his father on the space station. Monitoring shows he moved towards a nearby town, then ceased all movement. I am on my way. I cannot allow him to kill again. Mark, Nolan, the Defense Bureau lacks the means to confront such a threat. I need you both to go immediately, Cecile urged. Observing the satellite imagery with trepidation, for the footage revealed that this unknown monster had uprooted an entire town, lifting it in its hands and flying through the air. Mark was equally concerned about the situation. He nodded and, along with his father, donned the teleportation rings before departing the Pentagon. Cecile could not suppress a sigh. The world was becoming increasingly unstable. Perhaps having a group of Viltrumites to protect Earth would not be such a bad thing after all. Chapter 31. The invincible technology jacket falls. Zack hastened to the designated location, only to be confronted by a vast chasm where the town had inexplicably vanished. What could have transpired? Before he could investigate further, a shadow enveloped him completely, and a vehicle crashed past his ear. Looking up, he beheld the cloaked masked figure hoisting the entire town above him, poised to bring it crashing down. Calm, witnessing the mission objective finally emerge, breathed a sigh of relief. Time was of the essence, and he had no desire to encounter the Imperial fleet. It was best to settle this swiftly. Zack crossed his arms protectively over his head, realizing his abilities were insufficient to save the town. The impending impact would surely result in catastrophic casualties. He couldn't help but berate himself for not alerting the Global Defense Agency sooner. He had placed too much faith in his own strength. Fortunately, the town was caught mid-fall by none other than the all-powerful Nolan. What? Kong felt a surge of frustration. Nothing was going his way today. Having returned to his heroic duties after a long absence, Nolan placed the town gently back on the ground. Feeling a sense of fulfillment and joy that seemed uncharacteristic for him, Kong, floating in midair, resolved to capture Zack first. He lunged forward, only to be met by a furious punch that shattered his mask. Look at what you've done. Mark showed no signs of holding back, relentlessly pummeling the enemy before him. If not for his father's timely arrival, countless lives would have been lost. For the first time, he felt an intense desire for vengeance towards someone. Amid the storm of Mark's powerful strikes, Kong took a moment to regain his composure. He glanced uncertainly at Mark and Nolan. Two Vitruvians? Why did this mission keep encountering unexpected complications? The employer's intel had clearly indicated that Earth was a primitive civilization. The previous immortal hero had already been a source of annoyance, not due to his strength, but because the effort did not match the reward. The employer had only provided enough funds to strip the armor from that individual. Now he faced a significant dilemma. Two Vitruvians had arrived ahead of schedule. Eliminating them might not be overly difficult, but he could not bear the consequences of retaliation from the Empire. Once the Empire placed a bounty on his head, Kong could forget about continuing as a mercenary. This was utterly unacceptable. How could they expect him to risk his life for so little compensation? Yet, his professional ethics forbade him from retreating. Backing down would guarantee a 100 failure rate for the mission, a flaw that would be irreparable no matter how much work he undertook afterward. As he deflected Mark's attacks, Kong contemplated his next move. A brilliant energy beam shot towards them, prompting him to grab Mark's arm to shield against the blast and create a momentary escape from the battlefield. Struck by the laser from the technology jacket, Mark winced in pain. My back. Zack, filled with regret, helped the unbeatable hero. I'm sorry. It's fine. Mark understood that friendly fire was inevitable in chaotic battles, especially with this unknown hero who was a ranged attacker, while he himself was focused on close combat. Having secured the town's safety, Nolan appeared beside them and voiced his agreement with Mark's earlier sentiment. Exactly. You must harbor the intent to kill in order to unleash your full potential. Mark instinctively retorted, I don't kill. Perhaps you should heed the all-powerful hero's advice. Holding back in battle will eventually cost you your life. Zack, who had experienced war, reminded him of the importance of giving one's all. Kong, standing at the side, felt a headache coming on as he observed the situation before him. As a mercenary, one's information network was crucial. He recognized the middle-aged man, Nolan, the illustrious figure of the Vitruvian Empire. Should he continue? Evaluating his capabilities, Kong felt he still had a chance, though his agility was not on par with the Vitruvians. Escaping after removing the armor posed another challenge. He resolved to make one final attempt. I have no intentions regarding you Vitruvians. I only want the armor from that individual. Bring him to me, and I won't linger on Earth any longer. Dream on. Mark charged forward, fists ready. Foolhardy, Kong smirked, grabbing Mark's shoulder and tossing him aside. One less obstacle for now. Nolan positioned himself in front of Zack, bracing for the confrontation. Though it seemed absurd, He suspected that this man was a rival on the same level as Regent Trig. Kong suddenly halted before Nolan, dodging a straight punch, and with a powerful push from the ground, struck Nolan beneath the chin, nearly biting his tongue on his own teeth, while a crack formed in his facial bone. Nolan, adjusting his momentum, stepped toward Kong's back. The impact did not harm Kong. Rather, he used the force to propel himself toward Zack. Zack, still on the edge, swiftly switched weapons. Although the armor mainly functioned as a turret, it did not imply he lacked prowess in close combat. He was indeed a master at dismantling warships. Confronted head-on by the rapidly approaching Kong, he knew that if he could stall for just a few seconds, the three of them could completely suppress this monster. However, with a flurry of claws, Zack's armor was reduced to mere fragments. The jacket had long fused with Zack's flesh, a gruesome amalgamation of blood and steel. This disassembly was akin to being slowly flayed alive. Kong felt exhilarated. His earlier feigned strength had been a ruse to establish dominance swiftly. Did this kid truly believe he could exchange blows with him? Nothing on this planet could defeat him. Grasping the seemingly lifeless Zack, Kong surged toward the clouds. Securing his target, exiting the battlefield was paramount. Just as Mark and Nolan prepared to pursue him, a voice crackled through their headsets. Stop. That individual has already left Earth, heading into space. So what? We must retrieve him. Mark accelerated his flight. In a flash of blue light, he found himself transported back to the Defense Agency's base. What are you trying to do? Cecil regarded the impetuous Mark. Mark, that monster has taken what he wanted and left. He will not return. I cannot risk allowing you to leave Earth for space. The Viltrumite Empire is about to arrive, and you must not encounter any mishaps. Are you asking me to abandon my comrades? To forsake my recently saved allies? Mark did not heed such reasoning, his voice rising in anger. Cecil, I don't understand what's wrong with your mind to say such things. Now let me go? That monster is far stronger than you and your father. He spared you because he had a clear objective. Think about it, Mark. What good will it do to rush in again, only to be nearly killed once more? Cecil, exasperated, recognized that this half-grown child never grasped the gravity of the situation and would need Nolan to intervene. Yet perhaps you are right, Cecil, Nolan interjected, but like Mark, I will not heed your counsel. What has gone awry with you, Nolan? Reading the confusion in Cecil's gaze, Nolan discarded his teleportation device. I was not a good person before, but now I wish to be a hero. He seized Mark, assisting his son in accelerating their ascent. The two of them transforming into arcs as they soared into the cosmos. Kong, clutching Zack, had already reached Mercury when he saw two figures hurtling toward him. Damn it! His speed in space paled in comparison to that of the Vitruvians. Mark, utilizing his velocity, collided with Kong, rescuing Zack from his grasp, only to see his father barreling towards the sun with the monster in tow. Dad, he gasped, that is a star. For heaven's sake. Are you trying to throw your life away? Kong struggled desperately, but Nolan, fueled by determination, dragged him down towards the sun's surface. Excellent. Standing on the star's surface, Kong had completely surrendered. He could not escape the gravitational pull of the sun's acceleration. This damned Vitruvian had trapped him here, rendering his mission's rewards utterly futile. Do you really wish to oppose me? He yanked Nolan down, preventing his escape. You won't get away either. Enduring the wrath of Kong's onslaught, Nolan coughed up blood, which immediately evaporated in the intense heat. Due to the gravitational effects, Nolan was significantly faster than Kong and could barely hold on. Time continued to pass, and Nolan's consciousness began to blur. How long had it been? 1 day? 2. He remained locked in combat with Kong, his attacks barely penetrating Kong's defenses. Had it not been for his speed and regenerative abilities, Nolan would have perished long ago. Could he not even kill this monster on the surface? Must he delve into the core of the star? Deeper entry would expose the Vitruvian's intelligent atoms to the high-temperature plasma, rendering the star's interior toxic for him, slowly disintegrating him. Perhaps dying here would be the best outcome for him. Would Debbie mourn for him? Before returning to Earth, his longing for his wife had overshadowed everything. But upon actually meeting Debbie, fear and guilt overwhelmed him. He reflected on the reckless deeds he had committed, cursing her as merely a pet in front of his son, abandoning her and their child to escape into the cosmos, and having a child from an extramarital affair that he left for his wife to raise. He found it utterly absurd, but these were actions he had taken himself. The only solace was that during his battle with his son, no human lives had been lost. Otherwise, the weight of guilt would have likely crushed him. The memories of his acquaintance and deep connection with his wife replayed in his mind. Perhaps, at this moment, meeting his demise as a hero would indeed be a perfect conclusion for him. Nolan resolved to allow the empty claws to pierce through his body, channeling his final strength to collide with the interior of the star. You shall not harm my son or the world I protect. Damn it, you lunatic. The void was utterly breached. What was wrong with this man that he was determined to perish alongside him? Did he harbor a significant grudge? Have I ever harmed your son? As he plummeted towards the searing star, Nolan felt himself gradually fading away. First his hair, then his skin, and now his internal organs. Upon reaching the solar system, he was greeted by a rather grand spectacle. Nolan. The descent abruptly halted. A familiar voice resonated in his ear. The Emperor of the Empire. Mesa unexpectedly stood within the heart of the star. Mesa incinerated the astonished and struggling void with thermal beams, casting him into the core, reducing him to ashes. And as he emerged from the sun, he beheld Nolan's skin beginning to regenerate. If death were to come, it must first be preceded by the birth of 4 or 5 more children. Your reproductive duties remain unfulfilled. Chapter 32. Imperial Presence. Your Majesty, please save my father. As the fleet entered the solar system, Mesa spotted Mark dashing toward him, tears streaming down his face. Time had passed, and now the warships of the V-Star Empire signified not an invasion, but a beacon of salvation for Mark. My dear nephew, you remember your uncle now, and even address me as your Majesty. Mesa stepped out into space, the long-awaited warmth of the sun enveloping him. Without needing an explanation from Mark, he immediately noticed Nolan bathing within the star's interior. Mesa swiftly retrieved the nearly unconscious Nolan, who was scorched to the point of resembling a mummy, while simultaneously incinerating the grotesque creature attempting to attack him, scattering its ashes into the sun for purification. How is it that humanity faces so many calamities, now encountering foes capable of battling within the heart of a star? What audacity for such a small planet! He suddenly recalled that he too was an uninvited guest from outer space. Then there's nothing to worry about. Mark rushed forward, embracing his father's withered, skinless form, tears cascading down his cheeks. Thank you, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Mark loathed his own weakness. The temperature on the sun's surface diminished his combat prowess, while the internal heat could instantly obliterate him. Charging in would only hinder Nolan. Now, he could only bear witness to his father's impending death, reliant on his uncle even for the body. Your father is far from death. He can still be saved. Mesa observed the faint heartbeat of Nolan's heart and noted that his brain had not sustained severe damage. For a Viltrumite, as long as the heart and brain remained relatively intact, other injuries could be healed by self-repair factors, provided he was supplied with sufficient energy. Thus, the combat techniques of the Viltrumites often targeted the head and chest, aiming to leave no opportunity for their adversaries to recover. Immediately, Mark lifted his father and soared towards the Earth's Defense Bureau. Cecil, where are you, Cecil? I need you. As Mark accelerated away, Mesa intended to inform him that medical equipment was available aboard the warship, likely superior to Earth's technology. This reckless child. Never mind, Nolan could survive on his own, merely needing to rest for a few more days. Cecil covered his head, as Earth's satellites had detected the approach of the V-Star fleet, and now Mark was heading directly toward headquarters, signaling to the Empire the most vulnerable point of Earth. Although they were prepared to accept their integration, they could not allow people to come directly to the headquarters. He welcomed Mark, systematically arranging medical personnel to usher Nolan into the emergency room. Zack had already organized treatment a few days prior, and Nolan remained in a coma. Complaining about Mark was futile. He needed to make the most of the time available. Standing outside the emergency room, Mark removed his mask to wipe away tears, while Cecil patted his shoulder. He should not expect a freshly graduated high school student to make perfect decisions in the face of his father's near-death situation. He will be fine, Mark. I'll notify Debbie to come and care for him. You must gather your spirits. You have witnessed the Imperial fleet. You need to stabilize the relationship between humanity and the Empire. Forgive him, child. He had to place the weight of the world upon Mark's youthful shoulders, as only he could bear it, for he is the invincible hero. Park the warship on the far side of the moon, Mesa instructed General Craig. Trig, having been removed from the position of Grand Regent, was in seclusion for reflection, while General Craig had been honorably promoted to a position of significant authority. Mesa recalled the myriad of mysterious conjectures that the world had attributed to the moon in his past life. For instance, the moon was said to be an alien monitoring device, concealing alien spacecraft on its far side. Indeed, it would be amusing to imagine that in this lifetime, there were spacecraft on the moon's far side, perhaps 10 warships, he whimsically considered. Humanity has once again sullied itself. Tremble, humans. For the cosmic sovereign Mesa is here to reckon with your sins. GZ, send a communication to the headquarters in the Pentagon, informing humanity that I will be visiting shortly. Cecil stood at the door, waiting, as Mark remained beside him. He blinked, and a silvery red figure appeared in the air. Slowly descending, he extended his right hand. Humanity welcomes your arrival, Your Majesty Mesa of the V-Star Empire. We come in goodwill and harbor no intention of war. Mesa shook hands with Cecil. Must every superhero universe have a director? The bald white man before him appeared more amiable than the villainous character from Marvel movies. Viltrumites are indeed a type of humanity. We have returned to embrace our homeland. Cecil expressed skepticism regarding this assertion, as according to Mark's description, this was merely the Emperor's perspective. If this were a deliberately fabricated lie, it would be rather terrifying, indicating that the Emperor was someone capable of scheming to promote a banner of integration, maintaining a calm demeanor. With his left hand discreetly feeling for the button in his pocket, Cecil smiled. Your Majesty, I am pleased to learn that we share a consensus for peaceful coexistence. Mesa's biofield informed him that this individual harbored feelings of suspicion and wariness, yet he remained composed. I am equally pleased. His X-ray vision scanned Cecil's button, detecting the arrangement of a sonic weapon designed to emit sound waves at specific frequencies. A weapon targeting the inner ear of Viltrumites. It appears Earth possesses its share of capable individuals who have studied Mark's vulnerabilities. Such sound waves would disrupt the perception of Viltrumites, rendering them unable to fly, though they could recover after a period of adaptation. He also heard faint sounds emanating from Cecil's earplugs. The resurrection unit is on standby. Mesa's gaze swept around, spotting a hidden chamber filled with a multitude of humanoid weapons, a mixture of flesh and steel. He could even discern the internal structures and muscle movements of these weapons. The high caliber of such resurrection units mildly astonished him. If the numbers were sufficient, they might indeed pose a threat to several ordinary Viltrumites. His reconnaissance was completed in an instant, and Cecil remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences. This was the consequence of lacking intelligence, unaware of his extraordinary senses, and treating him as an ordinary Viltrumite. Mesa smiled, choosing not to reveal this, allowing them to believe they possessed some level of defensive capability, thereby facilitating the continuation of their conversation. Mark observed the two schemers exchange smiles, feeling a sense of relief. The conversation concluded promptly, with Cecil representing humanity agreeing to the Imperial fleet stay on the moon's far side, and permitting Viltrumites to come to Earth to coexist with humanity. The President of the United States initially voiced some dissent, but Mesa discreetly shared some compromising information, leading him to acquiesce without conditions. Issues concerning humanity and the nation could be set aside for now. Should the Emperor disclose such damaging information, his life would be in jeopardy, and he would undoubtedly experience a mental breakdown tomorrow. Compared to humanity, his own life took precedence. Cecil grew increasingly anxious, yet they found themselves powerless to thwart the Empire. Avoiding a confrontation with live ammunition was already the best outcome. As long as the Empire did not impose its rule over humanity, Cecil believed there was no significant problem. He also made a request, hoping Mesa could ensure that Viltrumites would not harm humans, to which Mesa readily agreed. From this point forward, everything depended on the invincible hero. Cecil thought, glancing at the rejuvenated Mark. His role was merely to perform the superficial work. It was Mark, as a member of the royal bloodline, who would genuinely influence the internal dynamics of the Empire. Upon returning to the moon, Mesa commenced the activation of the solar crystal portal. The blue vortex began to swirl, and the crystal fortress rose upon the desolate lunar sea. The first world had been constructed, and the gateway to the trisolar universe could now endure. The second world, the passage to Amazon Paradise Island, required further stabilization. Mesa stroked his chin, still perplexed about how Louise had traversed here. He stepped through the door and found himself in the Trisolaris universe, where a delicate and joyful voice, full of warmth, leapt upon his face. Your Majesty, sob. You have finally returned. Breaking free from the woman's embrace, he inquired, who are you? Messier scrutinized the woman before him, his super intellect whirring with astonishing wisdom. "You are Minster." The woman saluted him with military precision. "Indeed, I am your loyal Prime Minister, Your Majesty. You have fashioned a bionic body for yourself using Trisolaran technology." In the original text, the being known as Saphan also possessed a bionic form, exhausting the aesthetics of humanity. Yet it was surprising that this broad-eyed mechanical creature, Minster, also yearned for a human body. Messier raised his hand, halting Minster's continued advances. "Inform me of the situation here." "Yes, Your Majesty. A decade has passed in the Trisolaran universe, during which the advanced technology returned by the Trisolarans has propelled society into a new era. The Lightspeed engine technology, a spoils of war left by you, has also been thoroughly examined by the Trisolarans, but the curvature engine produces a trail that exposes its coordinates. Thus they dare not use it lightly. 10 years. How can the flow of time differ so drastically between our two worlds? After investigation, it was determined that while the portal remained closed, each universe maintained its respective flow of time. However, once the portal was opened, the time flow would synchronize, meaning the future Trisolaran universe would align with the primary universe's timeline. Tapping his knuckles, Messier pondered, "I shall dispatch a warship, a superluminal vessel, accompanied by 3 of our kin to manage the situation here. They will also experience life in the human world. We shall see if their offspring retain their capabilities." Although the genetic makeup of humanity was consistent across the two universes, Messier harbored concerns regarding reproductive issues stemming from differing foundational logics. "You will remain here to maintain order." "Very well, Your Majesty," Minster replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking sympathy. This mechanical creature still sought to entice him, but Messier remained resolute, unfazed. Turning back to the primary universe, he selected 3 individuals to pilot a warship into the vortex, instructing them to heed Minster's commands, reminding them to cultivate their romantic relationships on that Earth. The 3 soldiers, driven by the fervor of conquering the cosmos, embarked as the fortress yawned open, engulfing the warship within. Messier needed to remain vigilant in the tumultuous primary universe, guarding against any threats to Earth. In contrast to the logically stringent sci-fi realm of Trisolaris, the primary universe was rife with anomalies, where superluminal speed could indeed dominate. Chapter 33, The Bad Boys Alliance Get Lost. "Don't touch me," Mark, sporting a mohawk, cursed vehemently. "I am the Emperor, you fools." "There are other emperors besides you," retorted another, adorned with the imperial insignia. "Hey, friend, cursing won't make you any cooler," remarked Mark, whose voice resonated deeper than the rest, reminiscent of a versatile hero. "I came to conquer other worlds as promised. Where is that yellow and black one? Show yourself. You are unworthy of being an emperor. The regent is managing quite well." A Mark clad in white V-Star armor expressed his dissatisfaction. "All you think about is gathering numerous Eves for your harem. Such a waste of imperial resources." "Huh. The empire is truly laughable," Mark, marked by wounds, scoffed. "Hurry and open the door. I just want to kill. Let me have some fun." A group of 20 Marks gathered, spitting vitriol at each other, their mutual disdain palpable. In the lab, Jingy sighed. "Why are they all such bastards, disobedient to a fault? Is it easy for me to track them down one by one?" Surprisingly, he realized he wasn't the only one who had ascended to the throne. He thought he was the sole one responsible for Nolan's demise. He touched the illuminated hood of Levi, lamenting, "Angustron, I am in dire straits. I regret enlisting their help." Angustron remained silent, seemingly just now grasping the situation. "Look at my memory. I forgot you had become an imbecile. Frankly, losing the time you spend berating me has diminished my amusement significantly." Yet, Angustron retained some semblance of thought. The device had stripped away much of his cognition. Fortunately, the fusion of 1,000 memories saved his life, barely preserving his core consciousness, though his mental agility was severely diminished. "I need to think. There must be a way," Angustron pondered desperately, hoping to devise a method to save himself. "It must be covert and lethal, allowing me to escape in an instant." That frail monster. He recalled the reason for his current plight. The creature seemed to have left a mark on him. As a natural dimension traveler, he occasionally sensed dissonance within his body. If he could exert all his strength to deviate just once at the moment Jingy manipulated him to open the portal, even a small opening could potentially summon the monster. It was a perilous gamble he could not afford to delay. Several robots were already developing dimension transfer machines, capable of anchoring worlds that had previously opened portals. If he waited any longer, who knew how many universes would become their playground? Angus Tron, brimming with resolve, was willing to stake his life on it. The Empire had arrived for a month, yet Mark had noticed no changes. The Emperor truly kept his word. He could not detect any Vitruvian among the crowd. After all, there were only 50 in total, and thrown into billions of humans, they were like drops in the ocean. This period was even more peaceful than usual, with far fewer crises to address, leading Mark to suspect that the V-Stars were working in the shadows. Zack had recovered, expressing gratitude and even granting Mark access to the space station. His father, Nolan, had long since been discharged from the hospital, and Debbie had forgiven him, filling their home with noise throughout the night. If there was any distress, it was the pink trajectory that descended, revealing the atomic girl Eve beside him. "Hey, Eve. How are you?" "Mark, you haven't attended class lately." His university life was in disarray. He had little time for study, and the common ground with his girlfriend, Amber, was dwindling. Were it not for his identity as a Vitruvian summoned by Sissel, he would surely flunk out and struggle to find employment. "You know, being a superhero takes a lot of time. You may need to make a choice, Mark," Eve said, her bright eyes fixating on him, stirring something within. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted at the port, and Mark flew off immediately. "We'll talk later." Upon arrival, he found a man who had been firing lasers unconscious nearby, while a familiar figure, smoking, prepared to depart. "You are General Craig?" "Mark Grayson, you must understand, I acted to ensure the children's safety. The future of the Empire cannot be jeopardized," General Craig replied, his body stiffening, his tone serious. "No, who asked you that?" Mark, bewildered, could not comprehend why Craig would utter such words. Craig fell silent, lifting a woman and leaving. "Is that Craig's wife?" Mark marveled. The V-Stars were swift in romance. If only my relationship could be so smooth. Returning to the Defense Bureau, the immortal hero, revived from shattered cranial fragments, was shouting at Sissel. "How can you allow the Vitruvians to remain? Nolan is a brutal executioner, let alone the others. This is currently the best approach." Sissel continued his work undeterred. "Mark, have you noticed anything unusual today?" "No, Sissel, at least the Empire has been very docile lately." The immortal hero approached angrily. "Keep an eye on your father. I will be watching him closely. He has truly reformed, I swear," Mark hastily explained, while the immortal hero turned to continue arguing with Sissel. After a long, exhausting day, Mark returned home, calling out for his brother, Oliver. His brother had grown at an astonishing rate, resembling a child, and even possessing his own name. However, what greeted him was the unforgettable figure of a man. Craig was carefully examining Oliver. "What are you doing?" Mark attempted to snatch his brother away, only to be pushed back by the man. "Calm down, Mark. I will not harm him. The Emperor's orders bind me strongly." Craig set the struggling purple child down, pondering. "He is growing quickly. The Vitruvian genes are taking hold rapidly." "What do you mean?" "Nothing," Craig replied as he departed. Another bewildering scene left Mark thoroughly confused by the Vitruvians. What on earth is wrong with them? "You intend to go to the planet Circassa?" Messier looked at Craig in surprise. "Did I not instruct you to find someone to date and quickly produce offspring? That is precisely why I am here." A jolt of realization made Messier sit upright. Besides Nolan, was there another expert? Could it be that Craig's experience was so peculiar, adding yet another warrior to their ranks? "I have observed Oliver, Nolan's child, who swiftly absorbs our genes. Through the Circans, he could rapidly assemble a formidable army, and I could fulfill reproductive tasks in no time. It seems that the mindset of warfare still prevails." Mesa glanced at Craig, questioning whether he could be so ruthless with himself. "Transforming this war fanatic will require considerable time. You may proceed, but do not compel them." "Yes, Your Majesty." However, the other ordinary tribespeople have already undergone changes. As Craig departed, Mesa picked up the tablet to report the day's significant events. The earthquake doctor appeared near the volcano, only to be subdued by Lucan. Gang leader Mr. Lu attempted to wreak havoc in the city, but was quelled by a passing berserker. A sea monster emerged in the Pacific, and while Anissa was vacationing there, it too was dealt with. Setting the tablet down, Mesa rubbed his temples, realizing that he had quickly taken on the mantle of Earth's safety. Yet, the state of this world is absurd. In just a single day, numerous villains have arisen. How did Nolan and Mark manage not to be overwhelmed before? Crossing through the fortress into the Trisolaran universe, Ambassador Mr. Vito saved another group of workers today from a life-threatening fire in a skyscraper. A sweet female reporter, Microphone in hand, excitedly interviewed the man beside her. Mr. Vito, what were you thinking at that moment? I didn't think much. It was simply something that needed to be done, and I happened to have the ability. I couldn't let my girlfriend down. She's an elementary school teacher at Dongda, always encouraging me. On the screen, Vito appeared benevolent, entirely unrecognizable from his previous war-crazed demeanor. In Fortress 2 of the synchronized orbital bastions, Minster was watching the news broadcast. Although unaware of why AI still needed to watch, Mesa suspected it was a habit she had developed. Taking a sip of cola, Mesa reflected that while change is indeed a good thing, it has occurred far too swiftly. He had anticipated it would take years for a noticeable transformation, yet within a mere month, almost everyone had completely changed, even before the birth of the children. The solution was clear. It was all due to star oppression. Those who once embodied loyalty to the Empire, fighting to the death, were merely playing the part of regents. Should humans attack, they would be the first to surrender. As Mesa managed the necessary tasks, the intertwining regimes of the Trisolaran universe presented an abundance of matters to address. Fortunately, his superintelligence allowed him to swiftly navigate through them, primarily commenting on various national policies. Mesa rather enjoyed this keyboard warrior role, pointing fingers at others while they felt compelled to listen. Failure to comply would mean a visit to the fortress for tea with the Emperor. First, he implemented an 8-hour workday with weekends off, ensuring overtime was compensated and housing prices were lowered. With such advanced technology, how could these minor issues remain unresolved? The cattle must be thankful for King Mesa's blessings. It felt as if his merits were burgeoning. After concluding his routine work, he returned to the base in the main universe. Touching another swirling vortex still exuding mist, Louise turned to Mesa. Is there nothing left to do? None. Has the Earth portal in the Amazon not stabilized yet? I don't know why, but accessing that universe seems quite challenging, as if a wall is obstructing us. No rush, we have ample time. Louise is immortal, and even Mesa, being merely a simple Vexian, likely has a lifespan of thousands of years. Not to mention, it remains unknown what strange elements have been infused into him. Moreover, it is said that soaking in the sun allows one to live indefinitely. Recently, I recalled amusing stories my mother once told me at night about a wizard who granted divine powers to mortals. Louise rested her chin on her hand, twirling her long hair with her fingers. If you wish to continue enhancing your powers, perhaps such magic is worth exploring. Divine powers and magic, akin to Black Adam and Shazam. I have indeed watched both films. In my past life, I heard others criticize Superman for having zero resistance to magic. It would be quite splendid to rectify that deficiency. Once the portal stabilizes, perhaps I shall seek it out. Regardless, the tranquil days of peace are simply marvelous. I must address some diplomatic environments, Mesa thought, as he approached a room, glancing at the large-eyed alien within. Chapter 34. The departure of Alan. The adventures of the invincible Alan have barely begun before they were abruptly halted. Sitting on the ground, Alan reflected on the first half of his life. Born in a breeding camp for Utopian refugees, he did not even know who his parents were. The remaining individuals regarded him as the strongest weapon, handing him over to the Planetary Alliance, only to discover he was not as formidable as anticipated, insufficient to withstand the Viltrumite Empire. Subsequently, he became a mere mascot, wandering among various planets, ultimately showcasing his talents in a near-death experience, becoming one of the universe's mightiest. His mission was to embody love and peace, uniting the oppressed to counter the Empire and expel the Vexians from the galaxy. Yet, he faced defeat, rendering his career bleak. Now, Alan had not even seen a Vexian in over a month. They had imprisoned him and abandoned him, a truly tragic fate. Even the enemy showed no interest in him. A figure entered the dim room, none other than the tyrant of the Empire. Has his execution day finally arrived? Viltrumite, the Utopian hero, is to be killed, not humiliated. Alan clenched his fists, fully aware that he was no match for the tyrant. Yet he resolved to fight to the bitter end, staining the Emperor's hands with blood. Mesa stood before Alan, gazing down at this counterfeit scion. For an entire month, he had completely forgotten about this captive, as his kin were preoccupied with romance, and no one mentioned Alan. Fortunately, today's work had concluded, otherwise, he might not have remembered him for some time. You may leave, Alan. What? Keeping you serves no purpose. Am I to allow you to consume resources for free? The Empire is no longer concerned about you causing trouble. You may return whence you came. Alan tentatively took a step forward, then another, and then a third. Were they truly not going to apprehend him? But what should he do next? Standing outside the prison, Alan wore a perplexed expression. The speaker Tadius was dead. The planetary alliance disbanded. What could he possibly do now? Do as you wish. The Empire has laid down its arms. There will be no more war. You have the opportunity to witness this and inform all civilizations in the galaxy. Mesa left his side, not glancing back. Is he really leaving? Is he truly that untroubled by me? Floating in the space outside the moon, Alan observed Earth, as calm and blue as when he last visited, entirely devoid of the devastation or destruction he had envisioned. Regardless of what the Empire was plotting, he was now free and could return to find his girlfriend. However, he could not just leave. He needed to seek out Mark, as the invincible hero must surely be a first-hand witness to the events of this month. Mesa, observing Alan's movements from behind the fortress wall, noted that he was heading toward Earth, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With such a strong yet single-minded character, one cannot engage him in too much reasoning. He would not comprehend it. Alan was best left for Mark to handle. His nights were indeed quite occupied. Mark, look outside. There's a monster. Amber screamed beneath him. Mark, preparing to indulge in a moment with his girlfriend, was startled by Amber's sudden exclamation. He hastily donned his trousers, only to find a familiar one-eyed muscular figure knocking at his window. Alan, the Empire is willing to release you. Apologies, Mark, for interrupting your good fortune. Alan awkwardly thumped his palm with his fist. Understanding, Amber quietly exited the room, and Alan sat cross-legged on the bed as Mark took the opportunity to put on his shirt. It's no trouble. I am actually quite sorry. I cannot request the Emperor to release you. Mark, unperturbed by Alan's sudden arrival, expressed his relief at Alan's survival while also conveying his regret. Mark was well aware that he had the opportunity to approach Mesa and plead for Alan's release. Yet, the Emperor had saved his father. The shallow familial ties with this nominal uncle were immeasurable. His shameful selfishness compelled him to preserve this fragment of kinship, hoping that if humanity and Mesa were to clash in the future, he could still mediate. Alan understood Mark's sentiments and waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was not concerned with such matters. Protecting Earth is your responsibility. I just cannot yet believe the Empire has truly coexisted with humanity. This is illogical. The Viltrumines are cruel, bloodthirsty, and resolute. They will not abandon their goals so easily. He sighed heavily, pondering if the Vexians could truly be changed. Had the speaker's efforts over the millennia been nothing but futile? Mark nodded. I too find it hard to believe, yet I can occasionally see them saving lives. Alan, I am just as perplexed by their intentions. The reality is that human society and the Emperor have transformed them. Nolan opened the door. Just as Debbie changed me. The Vexians are gradually evolving. You may find it hard to believe, but I can discern that Craig and others are indeed, in Traegus' words, becoming soft. Reflecting on the encounters I had with Mesa, I am quite certain that he does not embody the rigid and cold demeanor of military leaders like the late King Agar or Trigon. Rather, he resembles the benevolent monarchs of human history. It is indeed a fortuitous circumstance that Mesa did not grow up on V-Star, as he is not particularly fond of its name and prefers to be addressed simply as Mesa, as Nolan sincerely noted. The Vitruvians have unwavering faith in the royal lineage, and under Mesa's influence, they are subtly transforming, a change that the current terrestrial environment has accelerated. Mark, Alan, you cannot fathom the thoughts of Vistarians who have lived their entire lives in a harsh, oppressive atmosphere when they suddenly encounter humans, their emotional depth mirroring their own. Nolan poured a glass of wine for Alan, expressing gratitude for his intervention. Had I followed my initial impulse to wage war in the city, I would have never dared to return. Alan felt a rare sense of joy, always finding happiness in rescuing others. I am delighted to have aided your return to the righteous path. Mark was inclined to trust his father's perspective. I can breathe a sigh of relief then. Sissel is under significant pressure, and I hope I can keep a watchful eye on these Vistarians. You need not heed his words. I scarcely ever listened to Sissel's commands, yet I was once the greatest hero on Earth, Nolan remarked, giving his son a thumbs up. Mark embraced his father. You are still that hero. No, the greatest hero on Earth now is you. I have always believed you would become the true invincible champion. Nolan affectionately ruffled his son's hair. However, a responsible man should not abandon his girlfriend. You must seek out Amber. She is a good girl. Nolan urged his son to console Amber, who had departed that night, prompting Mark to hurriedly bid farewell to Alan. Now, only Nolan and Alan remained. Are you still unable to let go of the past? Not quite. I simply find it hard to accept that the alliance I once protected has dissipated following the speaker's demise. And now the Empire seems to have no need for my resistance, which I am powerless to offer. Perhaps you should ascertain your identity, Nolan suggested, raising his glass of whiskey. You are not the speaker. You should not presume you must lead the alliance. And does TARDIS not owe you a great deal? Yet, that is not the case. TARDIS merely regarded me as a weapon, and when I nearly perished in battle against Conquest, he did not even see to my healing, simply wishing to observe whether I could evolve. Then you need not dwell on the past. You must rediscover your original intent, reflect upon the person you aspired to become. This is the wisdom of one who has lived for 2,000 years. A hero, one who protects the weak and resolves the dilemmas of their homeland, Alan suddenly realized. Let go of all internal strife. A single thought can widen the universe. He, Alan, is merely an ordinary man, not a leader, so why should he worry? He ought to return to the rhythm of his own life. Thank you, Nolan. I should return to being a hero, to protect Talarisquia and my beloved Talia. That is the spirit. Nolan handed Alan the wine. This is a fine American vintage. Drink it on your journey. For there are no police in the cosmos to check for drunk driving. My big-eyed friend, perhaps I can accompany you part of the way. The tech jacket descended from the sky. I, too, wish to accompany Lynn on a cosmic expedition. Upon awakening, Zack discovered he was unemployed. There was no significant crisis on Earth requiring his intervention. This, too, could be seen as a blessing, for he could use this time to address the emotional crisis between himself and Lynn, born of physiological factors. He certainly did not wish to part ways with his girlfriend over such a trivial reason as mismatched interfaces. He hesitated, looking at Alan. You are an alien, aren't you? You are returning to another planet, correct? Seeing Alan so familiar with the omnipotent hero, he began to doubt whether the big-eyed creature they encountered during the war was also a native of Earth. It was not that he failed to notice Alan's unique appearance. Rather, many humans on Earth had mutated into forms even more peculiar than Alan's. I know you. You are the tech jacket of G-Star. We were once allies. Alan fist-bumped Zack, who was thrilled at the prospect of a spaceship. He could hardly wait to reunite with Talia. Nolan watched as the two were whisked away by the ship Lynn had piloted, finishing the remnants of his drink. He was now a retired hero, savoring wine with his wife and guiding the youth. Life was far more enjoyable than when he was a spy. The wisest decision Emperor Agar made in his lifetime was sending Mesa away in a spaceship. Had Trigon raised Mesa instead, Nolan suspected he would have long since had his heart ripped out. I would reach in and extract Nolan's heart. The wretched gestured animatedly to his counterparts, recounting his grand deeds. Enough of that. I killed him too. There is nothing to boast about. I had not even had the chance to kill him. I have only just escaped from prison, and I will surely eliminate him. The prisoner mark pressed against the scars on his body. You think you can kill an elite with such meager skills? Target mark challenged the wretched. You likely aren't even as strong as I am. The abilities of those in our universe are not equal. Here, Nolan could nearly match Trigon in a fight to the death. They gathered together, deliberating on which universe to target next, to commence their conquest or entertainment. Is there a universe in which one of us is homosexual? I find that utterly revolting. Let us kill him first and seize his world. Anywhere will do. I simply wish to kill for the thrill. My heroes have all been eliminated by my father. The wretched took to the skies. I have a plan, a brilliant idea. Kill the next counterpart, impersonate him, live for a while, and then begin the invasion. Wouldn't that be amusing, to witness Eve and the others' incredulous expressions? For heaven's sake, that notion is utterly perverse and devoid of meaning. Brother, your idea is far too extreme. The wretched, incensed, retorted, do as you please. I intend to proceed with this plan in the next world, and do not disturb me. Robot, activate your brain and find a benevolent version of me. It has finally commenced. Angus Strong revitalized himself. Success or failure hinges upon this moment. Chapter 35. The Invincible Incident. Warning. Search quickly. Utilize Levi's brain to find a peaceful, kind version of me, one who does not indiscriminately kill. Does such a version truly exist? That sounds rather old-fashioned, akin to something from a superhero comic. No one reads that sort of comic anymore. People prefer dark, violent characters. The wretched paced back and forth, instructing the robot to execute the task. Scientific dog comics are quite entertaining, one Mark interjected. What is Scientific Dog? You are unaware of the tale of Scientific Dog? Time machine explosion 2 years ago. Stop. No noise. I am searching for coordinates. The wretched once again felt the headache of his chaotic self. While it could be amusing at times, it was equally troublesome when it became bothersome. I have found one. The robot announced, retrieving a world coordinate from the memories of this brain. Excellent. The green portal opened, and Angus Strong focused his thoughts, recalling a universe that seemingly possessed no extraordinary abilities. Come find me. I am here. He prayed that the creature could sense him. Why has a small opening appeared over there? Target Mark pointed to a tiny green circular hole, and with a bark, smoke billowed from his fingertips. What on earth is this? A head of some sort emerged from the tiny crevice, followed by the entire emaciated body of a creature that oozed pus. V-Star Mark questioned the wretched. What world have you opened? Does our universe harbor such monsters? They felt queasy merely gazing at the grotesque being. The hunting dog brandished its appendages, having come to harvest time. However, this world felt off, for it had locked onto one target amidst a sea of traversers. Its appendages, mixed with slime, shot forth, striking Target Mark's chest. The target observed his unscathed body. It merely looked strange, its attack power not formidable. Not a worthy prey. The hunting dog relinquished this target, finally locating the original one. It swung its claws, tearing apart Angus Strong's lower half. The searing pain of the slime burning through him. Once again, his bodily fluids were siphoned, but he ultimately gained freedom, opening a portal beneath him and falling into it. He vanished. Angus Strong, you are doomed. The wretched howled in fury, crushing the hunting dog beneath his foot. You fell for it, you fool. Mohican mocked. He evidently retained consciousness, seeking a monster to save himself. Fortunately, we already possess the coordinates of our own world. Otherwise, we would have been trapped in your universe, you idiot. The wretched ignored the jests of his counterparts. Can we track where he escaped to? Yes. The robot nodded, pinpointing the coordinates of Angus Strong's disappearance. It is that same benevolent Mark's world. The wretched felt humiliated before his counterparts, repeatedly stomping on the hunting dog's corpse. He cannot escape. No matter where he flees, I will retrieve him. Capturing him is imperative. Our grand plan has yet to commence. However, we require intelligence. Venturing into an unfamiliar universe is truly unwise, and previously, there were Angus Strong's memories to explore. V-Star Mark restrained his eager companions. His abilities can only traverse fixed locations. If we go there now, we will undoubtedly be besieged at the headquarters of the Defense Bureau. There is no need to take such a risk. The unmasked Mark suggested. Let us choose a different location to open the portal. I also have an idea. A brilliant one. The hound returns to the universe. A part of its body remains there, able to leap back at any moment. When Angustron fled, it failed to detect its target. Now that thin veil has been pierced, the remaining targets this time are difficult to capture and facing a formidable and thankless enemy. It is prepared to abandon the pursuit unless a ruler wishes to intervene. However, the one making the request is not the ruler of Tindalos, but the true sovereign. Mysis Ha. Before it could proceed, a large hand scooped it up. Do not leave. I am quite intrigued. A beautiful girl, with a fan concealing her face, twisted her features and toyed with the hound, a universe devoid of dreams. She slightly parted the fan, revealing her bloated tendrils. Spring breezes carry delight. Mark enjoyed a joyful evening with his girlfriend, humming a tune as he arrived at the headquarters of the Defense Bureau. Since the battle on the moon with his father, he had not experienced such a tranquil routine. To be precise, ever since he acquired his superpowers, he had been perpetually occupied, nearly losing his life countless times. This past month, he had not seen the white ceiling of a hospital. It had been a long time since he had been brutally beaten. He is nearly a pure-blooded Viltrumite, having undergone special training, and in the cosmos, he is among the 1% of the powerful. Previously, he simply had poor luck, encountering monumental cosmic events. Now, everything seems rather pleasant. Mark only desires a peaceful life. Invincible hero. Mark Grayson, you must be vigilant. They are coming. They will seek you out. A green beam of light flashed, and a man screamed as he fell before him. Are you the one who built the device? Mark rubbed his eyes. Good heavens, what has happened to you? Angustron, dragging half of his body, struggled to crawl, grasping Mark's pant leg. My life is inconsequential. You must remember my words. A cosmic threat is imminent. They will surely come for you first. You must be prepared to face. Do not speak yet. Thankfully, you are in the Pentagon, Sissel. Hurry, come and save him. Mark, you must defeat them, rectify my mistakes. You must conquer the invincible hero. Sissel smacked his forehead. How did this guy end up at headquarters? In the medical room, Angustrin lay unconscious, as robots desperately attempted to save him. His lower body had been torn apart, the wounds uneven, and he had nearly lost all his blood. I need to modify him to ensure his survival. The robots attempted to learn from Sinclair's methods of creating resurrection beings, applying this technology to restore the man's limbs. Donald held a report. Director, the investigation results are in. He has fled from another universe. He may be a dimensional traveler. Jesus. Sissel's head throbbed. Mark, do you understand what he means? Not at all. What does it mean that I must defeat the invincible hero or them? I am the invincible hero. Mark clutched his helmet, suddenly appearing before himself with a barrage of riddles. Who could comprehend his speech? If he is on the brink of death, could he not be more clear? Another universe's invincible hero? Sissel inquired of the robot. Rudy, can you locate the coordinates of his previous universe? It is possible, but it will require time. Without his assistance, it could take many years. The robot replied while performing surgery. Right now, the most crucial task is to bring him back to consciousness. Even the robot stated this, indicating that uncovering the situation on the other side may no longer be feasible. Sissel continued to ponder. Regarding his warning, I have some thoughts. It is highly likely a parallel world. The robot offered its opinion. He clearly escaped. We can hypothesize that an evil force possesses the ability to traverse dimensions. And the leader of this force is likely a version of Mark from another universe. Since Mark has royal blood, it is possible that in that universe, the invincible hero has become the emperor of an empire, having conquered the world and now seeking to dominate more universes. The robot Rudy elaborated. I find this very plausible. After finally stabilizing his own world, must he now confront an invasion from a parallel universe? Mark felt an ominous premonition. I need you to find the emperor, Mark. Sissel calmly stated. No matter who comes, they cannot contend with a horde of Viltrumites. If the enemy is an empire from another universe, the emperor would surely be willing to intervene. Fortunately, there are 50 Viltrumites on Earth, and a Mesa remains on the moon. Even if the emperor wishes to rule humanity, he would not want to see Earth fall into the hands of another world. If he aims to protect the planet, it would only bolster his resolve. Mark's expression turned serious. I am heading over immediately. Temporal fluctuations occurred on Earth. Gizi reminded Mesa, who was engrossed in a game. Is the Solar Stone portal completed? Not ours. The vortex in the fortress is still forming. Mesa frowned, opting to log off, causing his teammates to express their frustration in the chat. Are there others researching dimensional travel besides us? I did not notice any such technology during my previous visit to the Defense Bureau. Your Majesty, Mark is outside the fortress. Let him in. Upon seeing Mark's hurried demeanor, Mesa knew trouble had arisen. Earth truly is plagued with calamities. Amber heard the doorbell and opened it, finding her boyfriend, who had left not long ago, leaning against the doorframe with a teasing remark. Mark, do you have some free time today? You are a black man. My heavens. Amber, confused, responded, what are you talking about? Shouldn't you be a blonde, white beauty? Mark sighed. How cruel. I have lost all appetite. He banged his head against the wall. I thought I could find some amusement, but instead, it is quite nauseating. How have you become so politically correct? You were my first girlfriend. Who could stomach a black man? I should have gone to Eve's place. What are you saying? Amber gazed at the familiar stranger before her, unease creeping in. I was merely lamenting that the perfect plan failed from the very beginning. The more I think, the more unexpected occurrences arise. I truly did not anticipate this. I originally intended to ask you a few questions. Mark, or rather the unmasked version, shrugged. Forget it. They only require me to gather some intelligence. Farewell, Amber. Chapter 36. Leave my world, you are not Mark. Amber trembled, the cruel smile on her boyfriend's familiar face sending chills down her spine. I am indeed Mark, and unlike the one here, I am not weak or incompetent. The unmasked one stood on tiptoe. Therefore, you would do well to divulge everything you know. What powerful figures exist in this universe? I can hardly wait to test my skills. Amber closed the door. Get away from me. With a swift motion, the unmasked one ripped the door apart. Smirking, you will tell me willingly. Otherwise, I shall crush your bones piece by piece and feed your spinal cord to you. His gentle visage belied the cold words that escaped his lips, and Amber's stomach churned, fear causing her acids to surge. You had better flee quickly. You have no idea who owns this world. Amber recalled her boyfriend's previous complaints about his uncle. Earth already belongs to the Emperor of the Viltrumite Empire. The Emperor? Oh dear, poor Amber, thinking the Emperor can save her. The unmasked one laughed uproariously. I have met several emperors. They may not be as strong as I am. Do you think I am unaware of how the royal bloodline is regarded? To take a step back, even if he is stronger than Nolan, so what? If you still think the Viltrumites will assault me, you are terribly naive. Our numbers are greater. He activated the transporter, shouting inside, You may come out now. The most powerful being on this earth is merely the Emperor of the Empire. Hearing the unmasked one's words, Jing Yi exclaimed, This time, I shall extract Angustran's brain and store it separately. Is this Emperor not Nolan or us? How peculiar that such a character exists. We could capture him as a slave and appreciate him thoroughly. The target stirred. Phew. Let us go. Let's go. I am suffocating. We must separate, seek our desired destinations. Clustering together serves no purpose. The marks exchanged glances. First come, first served. They scattered, searching for intriguing locations to open portals. Prisoner Mark, Omnipotent Mark, and Viltrumite Mark remained inactive, while the Mohican had yet to awaken from his universe. Do these individuals lack brains? They dare to act on such scant intelligence? Not all of us are clever. They have become arrogant and overconfident. They will eventually fall because of it. Let them walk into the minefield. Your Majesty, you must go to Earth. Another version of you is likely planning an invasion. Mark dashed into the fortress. I have heard your words. Though you were mistaken in a slight regard, it is not merely another version of yourself, but a full 20 invincible champions. Mesa has allowed GZ to don the battle suit. How could this be possible? You must act swiftly. On the surface, you cannot afford to move at excessive speeds, lest the aftershocks devastate the entire city. Call Sissel and have him initiate the teleportation to send you there. The other heroes are unnecessary and would only complicate matters. And you, Your Majesty? Mark pressed the communicator. Me? I need not worry about speed. Mesa began to extract energy from the battle suit, the cells rejoicing in their long-awaited exhilaration. The maskless one tightened his grip around the girl's neck. Do you still wish to flee? Amber, are you truly afraid of me? How disheartening. Amber kicked her legs in the air, struggling to breathe as she clutched his fingers. Look at you, like a drowned fish. It displeases me to think my golden-haired Amber has been reduced to this. Never again. You should have heeded her words. A crimson cloak enveloped his head. Pray tell, what manner of creature are you? The maskless one was about to raise his gaze. In the next instant, his arm was severed at the joint, blood stinging his eyes. How dare you? A massive hand seized his head, lifting him forcefully from the ground. Did she not inform you? The earth belongs to me. Mesa tightened his grip. The skull cracking and deforming, skin and flesh peeling away in layers, broken bones piercing through the exterior. A horrific wail echoed. Are you curious about who the Emperor is? Do you wish to battle a formidable opponent? I stand before you, and you, disgusting wretch, dare to invade my realm? Mesa raised him once more, locking eyes with the bloodshot orbs of the maskless one. Remember this moment well. You may revisit it in hell at your leisure. Fingers pierced into the maskless one's skull, leaving smooth holes in the cranium, and with a firm grasp, brain matter and blood mingled, resulting in a headless corpse collapsing to the ground. Mesa picked up the dimensional gateway device beside the corpse, pondering how these individuals had managed to study such technology. Just moments ago, peace prevailed, and the Empire was deemed invincible. Now, an adversary has descended from the heavens. Mesa leaped into the air, colliding with a long-haired Mark patrolling among the clouds, reducing him to a mist of blood. He activated his senses, gathering reports of global emergencies. There was no need for him to intervene. Many Marks were already being soundly thrashed. Mesa felt a sense of satisfaction watching those familiar figures stand tall. He merely needed to ensure that this calamity did not spread further. A target was about to charge towards a shopping mall, only to be struck aside by a punch as General Craig stood before the building. The Mark I know would not act like you, maggot. Oh, Craig, have you somehow become a good man in this world? The target was overjoyed. Just in time. I have yet to battle you. General Craig regarded him coldly. You shall not set foot in that mall. His 3 wives are still shopping inside. The target crashed into the Pentagon. Hand over Angstrom. He has not departed. Do not attempt to deceive me. Sissel had received Mark's notification and sighed. Thankfully, our universe's Mark is nothing like you. He pressed the switch, and sound waves reverberated throughout the entire building, causing the target to clutch his ears and plummet from the air. A blue halo expanded, and numerous resurrected beings rushed forward, having made Sinclair toil intensely for a month to prevent the Emperor from losing his temper. You think to defeat me with petty tricks. The target suppressed the dizziness in his inner ear, casting off the resurrected beings clinging to him. Do you truly believe such cheap theatrics would affect me? They cannot penetrate my skin. I killed my father, an adult Vitrulian. Sissel observed the target growing increasingly fierce amidst the crowd, heading towards his location. I know another weakness. A robot emerged from the side. Vitrulians are far more fragile internally than they appear. I have studied the reports of Mark's injuries. Sissel looked at Rudy with admiration. It is in your hands now. Several resurrected beings struggled to pry open the target's jaws, the continuous effects of the sound waves aggravating him greatly. Once more, he shook off those clinging to him, howling, "You are courting death." The robot accurately threw a bomb. In fact, it is you who is seeking death. The bomb rolled down his open throat, lodging in the target's esophagus as the robot pressed the switch. The explosion originated within, yet was halted by the hardened exterior, the shockwave surging upward, obliterating the target's brain and eyes, creating a gruesome display of carnage. Well done, Rudy. Sissel admired the robot even more, ruthless, rational, and filled with wisdom. He was precisely the heir Sissel envisioned. Merely a miscommunication. To effortlessly deal with a Vitrulian is still an impossibility. The robot shook his head. The Defense Bureau's headquarters still possesses considerable prowess. Mesa observed the entire process, circling the Earth and crashing through the marks still airborne. Beneath his iron frame, the flesh and blood of ordinary Vitrulians felt as fragile as paper, easily pierced. The Titan drove at 100 miles per hour, indifferent to the speed bumps beneath its wheels. Mesa scanned the globe once more, noting that several marks had been surrounded and beaten to death by incoming Vitrulians. How could there be so many Vitrulians on Earth? Shouldn't they be dispersed to suppress other star systems? Damn it, where is the maskless one? And how is his intelligence network performing? He has nearly led us to ruin. Mesa shook his head. Even 20 Vitrulians could stir up considerable chaos, but on his Earth, all they could do was astonish everyone with their sheer number of vile marks. Their emergence could be deemed a blessing, allowing humanity to witness the Vitrulian Empire's protection of Earth, and Sissel could finally understand what true Vitrulian madness entails. The best way to strengthen the bonds between both parties is to present a common enemy. A mere 5 minutes have elapsed, with 10 marks remaining. Louise descended to the ground, satisfied as she withdrew the fire god's sword, facing 3 marks clad in head coverings, masks, and advanced battle armor. It is remarkably convenient for you to gather together. She would not miss this rare opportunity for a battle feast. A woman unlike any other, the masked one remarked. The mark with a head covering spread his arms wide. We have yet to separate, madam. Your luck is unfortunately lacking. Let us finish this quickly. The others have likely already begun. The F-star armored mark added. Louise pointed the sword's tip, sequentially indicating each of the 3. Why not join forces? You might survive a bit longer. Well then, only 7 marks remain, Mesa thought. He did not believe any mark could withstand that sword, which could draw blood from him as easily as slicing through a cucumber. Mesa ascended, maintaining synchrony with the orbit, once more absorbing sunlight. Golden red energy surging through his veins and igniting a searing temperature that sparked minor lightning around his eyes. A beam of light shot from space, annihilating the remaining vile marks. Sissel's pupils constricted. The Emperor's power surpassed even his most exaggerated imaginings of the Vitrulians, rendering him utterly incapable of formulating countermeasures. The crimson glow in his eyes returned to normal as Mesa gradually descended before Sissel. I require knowledge of their dimensional teleportation device. It would be my honor to elucidate. Your Majesty, the robot replied. Mohican stretched and yawned as he returned to the cosmos. Through the target, he now possessed 3 Eves, each night a delightful reminiscence. The empty room startled him. They have all departed. I must hurry and seize a piece of land for my empire. The Vitrulian mark scoffed at his foolishness. You should thank your desires. Otherwise, you would have perished alongside them. The prisoner found it hard to believe how swiftly the omnipotent mark fell silent amid the 20 versions of himself. Is the water in this universe truly so deep? Chapter 37. Interdimensional Pursuit. Scott Duvall held his niece's hand as they strolled leisurely down the street. The city bustled with traffic, and the throngs of people hurried along the sidewalks. Uncle, can you perform that trick again? His niece gazed at him with sparkling eyes. She was always so adorable. Scott could never refuse her requests. Of course. Scott brought his palms together, a crackling yellow electricity gathering between them. Cool, Uncle. It would be even better if it were larger. This is the extent of my ability. Scott laughed heartily. If only it were stronger, he might even be a hero. For now, it was merely a means to amuse a little girl. Suddenly, the electricity intensified as his power absorbed excessive impact, leaving Scott puzzled as he flipped his palms. A booming sound erupted, sending shockwaves that rattled the ground. I remember this place. Nolan once sent me flying into that building. The bulletproof Mark emerged from the indentation, hovering silently before the building. The mustached Mark followed closely, surveying the surroundings. I am different. I have killed many here. Scott lifted his knees and took cover behind a support pillar, cautiously peeking out. Are there two invincible champions? He recognized the world's most famous heroes. But how could there be two? As he gazed at the terrified crowd fleeing down the street, a thought crossed his mind. Had the invincible hero lost his sanity? It seemed this destruction marked a return to familiar grounds. I can hardly wait to witness the expressions of these worms as they are crushed, the small bearded man remarked. Bulletproof Mark directed his gaze towards a fool hiding behind a pillar, deciding he would be the first target. What a charming girl. He mused as a yellow figure stood before Scott. Clutching his niece close, Scott buried her head in his chest, declaring, "You shall not harm her. If only your powers were stronger, you monsters." The dark blue figure flashed forward, pinning both Marks to the ground. The invincible hero from the main universe glared fiercely at his two malevolent counterparts. You dare to threaten the innocent? Shaking off the debris, the small bearded man looked at Mark in astonishment. You are truly the hero of this world. You should join us. Bulletproof attempted to persuade Mark. You must realize you are fundamentally different from humanity. You are not of the same essence. They exist merely to amuse us. Hurry, we must leave. Mark urged Scott in a hushed tone. Thank you, invincible hero, Scott responded gratefully, still shaken from the near escape. Indeed, the invincible hero had saved both him and his niece in the nick of time. The small bearded man bounced on the ground, stretching his limbs. Haven't you realized? He is quite the traditionalist. Forget it, let us eliminate him. Bulletproof abandoned his persuasion. I will kill you, Nolan. The all-powerful Mark stood outside, confronting his enraged son. My son is nothing like you. Perhaps I should teach you who this earth truly belongs to. Before a confrontation could ensue, crimson rays descended from the skies, tearing through the clouds with devastating energy, creating gaping holes and dispersing the dark clouds. In cities like New York, Chicago, Paris, Hong Kong, and London, columns of fire erupted from the earth, linking the cosmos with the surface. The remaining evil Marks across the globe were simultaneously engulfed by the crimson light, their flesh melting, bones shattering, and blood evaporating. Annihilation left not even ashes behind. Like a shepherd distinguishing sheep from goats, he methodically eliminated each one. The flames in his eyes rising so swiftly that everyone believed the judgment occurred simultaneously. The glory of the divine manifested in the heavens. When Mesa descended, this brilliance illuminated the earth. Louise sheathed her longsword once again as the three Marks before her were reduced to mere fragments. Now even those remnants reduced to dust. Cecil lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. This is truly remarkable, Nolan muttered. The genes of Emperor Agar must have mutated. He and Mesa should belong to the same lineage. Mark also looked up at the parting clouds, the sun's warm rays filtering through the opening, bathing him in light. The fleeing crowd found themselves frozen in place. The scene of the fiery sword descending from the sky felt dreamlike. So this device mimics his abilities, Mesa observed from outside the observation room, where the still unconscious Angstrom lay. The robot dismantled the recovered traverser. This technology is familiar. It must have been created by another version of me from a different universe. Can it be activated in reverse? Easily, but this person's abilities are flawed. It can only open doors at corresponding locations in both universes. For instance, if it opens at the Pentagon here, it will only appear at the corresponding Pentagon in the other universe. That is of little concern. I can explore that world, Mesa remarked, eyeing the robot. What a talent. I never expected to find such a scientist on Earth, comparable to Iron Man. I shall recruit this robot for my own purposes. Open the door. We must leave. The all-powerful Mark addressed the robot from the horrifying universe. They were almost instantly killed. The Traverser will surely be captured, and we are not safe here. I must return to my own universe. The V-Star Mark understood that such destructive power was beyond their capacity to withstand. Never in the history of their empire had there been a battle where more than 20 Vitruvians were wiped out in one sweep. The opposing universe was terrifyingly strong, and they only numbered 4. They needed the robot to record the coordinates of their original universe and could not simply leave. The Mohican produced his traverser. I won't interfere. I'm off. Eve is waiting for me. Fool. If you don't clear the coordinates, the opposition could very well chase us into our universe. We must have the robot erase the traces of temporal fluctuations, the all-powerful Mark thought, lamenting the presence of someone with such a low intellect. Luck sometimes determined fate. However, the robot remained unresponsive in its container. Finally, he has perished. A sense of foreboding crept in as the V-star Mark emphasized. I said, give us the coordinates. Then clear all traces of fluctuations. With a click, the robot's container surprisingly self-destructed. He didn't even treat his own subordinates well. The prisoner Mark exclaimed in frustration. That yellow and black one dies, and the robot refuses to help, even choosing self-destruction. What did the horrifying one do to the robot? This has put us in a dire predicament. The all-powerful Mark glared at the Mohican. Go fetch your robot. We need it. Do you understand? Even if you hide over there, the enemy may find you. Only by having the robot clean up can we hope to survive together. The Mohican nodded vigorously, feeling that failure to comply would result in being killed by the three Marks. After such an effort to arrive, there's no need to rush away. A green portal opened, and a robot suddenly appeared. Only one robot. The Mohican sighed in relief. The all-powerful, the prisoner, and the V-star Mark wore grim expressions, their gazes fixed intently behind him. That person is behind you. Throw down your weapons. The previous words had not come from the robot. A hand patted the Mohican's head. You, Mark, have quite the unique taste. The Mohican swallowed hard, trembling as he turned around. A man in imperial robes with dark hair looked down at him. Are you also an emperor? Be spirited. Don't disgrace yourself. Mesa clutched his hair and patted his shoulder. Chapter 38. Can we reach an understanding? The Mohican Mark feigned calmness, feeling the weight of the man's hand on his shoulder like a mountain. The remaining three Marks tensed, ready to flee. Can we reach an understanding? The Mohican asked, his eyes filled with hope. Surely you jest. Mesa continued to apply pressure. The Mohican gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength. His right hand straightened and struck Mesa's abdomen with a knife-hand blow. Bones shattered. His palm collided with Mesa and disintegrated into pulp. His elbow bending backward as shattered fragments protruded. Oh! The Mohican cried out, clutching his severed arm in agony. Dare you retaliate? The Mohican Mark could no longer care about the pursuit. He pressed the button and dashed towards the portal. Truly thoughtless. The V-star Mark cursed under his breath as he watched the Mohican flee in panic. As expected, the Emperor followed closely behind with raised brows. Now you wish to escape? Only a robot remains by your side. He noticed the other two still unmoving. You would do well to surrender. My true form has not arrived. The robot opened its armor to reveal an empty cockpit. The three exchanged knowing glances, feeling it was better to surrender than to lose face. The Mohican cried out in terror to the 8 warships in space. Conquer. Anissa. Craig. Save me. Your Majesty? Several V-stars were taken aback at his disheveled state, wondering who had reduced Mark to such a condition. The warships began to activate, countless subservient soldiers striving to control the weapons. Mesa followed closely behind the Mohican. I suggest you surrender. I am determined to kill this man. Conquer smirked. Where did you come from? You counterfeit emperor, worm? My version of Conquer would never dare speak to me in such a manner. Before he could finish speaking, Conquer realized he was plummeting. Mesa's hand had swiftly severed his head. Boasting before confirming the opponent's strength only makes one appear cheap. Anissa and Craig charged in, but their actions were still too slow. Mesa slightly sidestepped, and Anissa's punch narrowly missed him. He seized her head and hurled her towards the warship. Just as it prepared to fire, Anissa's body crashed into the ship's surface, the immense impact fracturing it and igniting a fierce fireball. Craig, alarmed, was about to halt and regroup when a searing gaze sliced him in half. Mesa attuned to the pulse of this earth, the cries of billions of lives under immense pressure resonating painfully in his senses. The Mohican continued to flee, too terrified to look back. They had to escape quickly. Damn it. This portal was taking too long to vanish, and they were being pursued. His peripheral vision caught sight of another spacecraft exploding in the next moment. As 8 battleships, amassed over many years, were reduced to cosmic debris without firing a single shot. Darkness enveloped him, his hand instinctively covering his face as Mesa dragged him towards the sun. The searing heat instantly melted his skin, and his screams were stifled in his charred throat. The sun's high-energy plasma pierced through the Mohican's intelligent atoms, slowly disassembling him. This perverse being showed no fear of the star. The last remnants of his consciousness were intertwined with pain and terror. Watching the final ashes slip from his fingertips, Mesa swept aside the remnants with his cloak and turned back to Earth. On the surface, the people discovered the collapse of the Imperial fleet. They tentatively emerged from their shelters, tears streaming down their faces as they gazed at the flickering fireworks in the cosmos. Mesa descended from the sky, and the frightened populace fell to the ground, daring not to lift their heads. This Earth was in ruins. Its population, once in the billions, had dwindled to less than a billion. Mesa even spotted the warmonger Trig leading the resistance here. It was perhaps best for the Empire to be obliterated. It was all over. Mesa picked up a filthy little girl, too terrified to open her eyes. He gently stroked her head, assuring her that the brutal regime had come to an end and normalcy would soon be restored. This world needed a benevolent leader. After some contemplation, he pieced together the scattered fragments of the immortal hero, encasing them in a biological force field to mend him. As the immortal hero opened his eyes, the emblem on his chest and his red and white uniform nearly caused him to faint. Vitruvian. Mesa intercepted his furious punch, urging him to remain calm. Immortal hero, I am not the emperor of this universe. Mark's reign has ended. It is now your turn to lead humanity. Me? The immortal hero pointed at himself. Weren't you once Lincoln? Although I am unaware of how you were assassinated, you surely can establish a regime. I can, he replied. Mesa brought Trig from this world. Knowing how to handle such a violent individual, I hereby declare this Earth under my rule, temporarily handing jurisdiction to the immortal hero. The immediate goal is to restore production and ensure the populace lives in peace. Trig, do you agree? Trig, still bewildered by the shifting environment, had mistakenly thought there was a civil war within Mark's empire. Do you agree? Faced with this emperor from an unknown universe, Trig assessed his own strength. No objections. Excellent. You are indeed a sensible individual. Assist the immortal hero. If I return and see no improvements on Earth, you will know the consequences. Mesa nodded in satisfaction, releasing the curious girl and handing her to her hesitant mother. He pressed a button he had pilfered from the Mohican, opening a portal, and finally warned Trig, work diligently and heed the immortal hero's instructions. The immortal hero, still dazed by the sudden transition from death to being Earth's leader, was approached by Trig, who solemnly advised, you heard him. You must begin organizing immediately. If your efforts yield no results, the next time this man returns, you may be safe, but he will not. The green portal opened again, and the Marks beheld the Emperor emerging. Alas, even if the Mohican was a fool, let us observe a moment of silence for him. Your Majesty, has it been resolved? Inquired a robot. Mesa nodded. The Marks' empire no longer exists. He turned his gaze to the remaining 3 oddly dressed Marks, a prisoner, a pseudo-Omni-Man, and a Vitruvian elite. The prisoner knelt suddenly. I fought against my father, but ended up imprisoned. I have shed blood for humanity. The pseudo-Omni-Man attempted to maintain some pride, but succumbed to fear upon meeting Mesa's gaze. I had a miserable life. My mother abused alcohol, and my father neglected me. I despised my family until I realized that Nolan still loved me when I killed him. His words brought sorrow to listeners and tears to hearers. Seeing the other 2 kneel, the Vitruvian Mark also saluted. Your Majesty, I was raised under imperial principles. I swear to obey your commands. I haven't had the chance to commit any misdeeds yet, Your Majesty. All 3 chorused, spare us. Truly, they were kindred spirits, their thoughts resonating together. Mesa probed their emotions with a biological force field, discovering that they largely spoke the truth. However, deception was inconsequential. He could always use Louise's lasso for interrogation later. For now, I shall spare you. The 3 breathed deeply, relieved to be alive. Mesa turned to the robot. What discoveries have you made? The dimensional technology of this universe was destroyed after my suicide. The robot reviewed the information of the counterparts. Upon seeing himself in a jar as a grotesque creature, Rudy, resembling Rex, felt a pang of pity. Mesa activated his senses again. This universe's Earth was equally tragic, ravaged to the brink of extinction. He once again pieced together an immortal hero to assume temporary control. With this, his influence expanded into parallel worlds. Yet his resources were stretched thin. This universe's superheroes had nearly all perished, and only the immortal hero's unique abilities had preserved him. If Mesa hadn't reassembled him, who knows how long it would have taken for him to return to life through self-healing and fragment aggregation. The immortal hero witnessed the collective demise of his comrades. Humanity's suffering was more chaotic than the psychological state in the Mohican universe, and he could only serve as a stopgap measure. A stable dimensional portal needed to be established, and that remained the robot's task. Chapter 39. The uniqueness of the multiverse. Mesa returned to the fortress with the 3 compliant marks, instructing the duty officer Craig to confine them. The prisoner Mark felt disheartened. He had just escaped from the Vitruvian prison only to find himself imprisoned again. The robot suggested, "I can create a mechanical moon with adjustable gravity to securely confine them. You can manage that?" Mesa regarded him, realizing his research capabilities rivaled that of Iron Man, elevating the robot's status further. "Do not worry. I believe they will behave in prison, right?" He looked at the 3. "Absolutely guaranteed." The 3 marks stood tall, responding robustly. The robot's electronic eye discreetly observed Mesa, recognizing him as a sovereign wielding supreme power and absolute authority, unlike the leniency shown by Mark. The crises on Earth and the incessant emergence of supervillains posed significant challenges. The invincible hero refrained from killing, opting instead to imprison foes, complicating resolutions. Moreover, there was the F-dimensional universe, where time flowed faster, eagerly eyeing Earth's invasion. Initially pessimistic about humanity's future, the Emperor and the Empire's existence sparked new ideas. Yet continued observation was necessary. The Imperial Chancellor, the Emperor's most loyal subordinate, and the Grand Administrator of the Trisolaris world, Minster, relaxed in her chair, organizing governmental affairs. Although an AI not requiring manual labor, the ritualistic nature of these tasks brought her joy. Contemplating Mesa's return and the stable existence of the portal uplifted her spirits. Minster's foundational design was intended to protect and assist the then Prince Emperor. Reflecting on the past decade of hardship, isolated, and watching humanity, she found it immensely challenging to engage in dialogue with them. Thankfully, Trisolarans were obedient, allowing her to use their influence over humanity. Had local disputes been quelled? Excellent. The Emperor required a more stable Earth. She feigned flipping through pages while actually browsing the electronic database. Why had the South American gangsters not been eradicated? Did they possess superpowers? They must be dealt with by tomorrow. She mimicked human communication. "Connect me to the representatives from America. What are they doing? Do they need an alien chancellor to address public welfare?" After a tirade, Minster satisfiedly ended the communication. Counting the issues resolved. Famine. Monopolies. Minster perused numerous human books and philosophical thoughts, but still struggled to comprehend this species. Despite having entered the interstellar age and shifted to clean energy from oil, why were they still entangled in petty disputes over trifles? In this world, there could only be one superior, the great Emperor. The rest should dutifully serve as subordinates, nurturing the remaining humanity to be robust and thriving. Alas, humanity's complexity made them difficult to govern. The Trisolarans, on the other hand, were straightforward in their thoughts. Minster reached for the reports submitted by the Trisolaran Chancellor. The Trisolarans were gradually establishing the initial framework for a settlement on Mars. The colonization fleet, under the protection of the Vitruvians, had activated its light-speed engines, ensuring no identifiable traces were left behind as it set course for Mars. Minster was not the least bit concerned about the Trians lacking a place to reside. The main universe empire possessed an abundance of habitable planets. One could be chosen at random for relocation. Unfortunately, the Trians, with their limited strength, would likely struggle to contend even with Earth within the main universe. And without the support of the Vitrums, they could easily fall victim to passing anonymous threats. For the time being, with manpower insufficient, it seemed prudent for the Trians to remain settled within this stable solar system. Minster continued with his work. Angus Terran awoke from his stupor. The sound of electric currents buzzing in his ears, the memories of his previous indignities still vivid in his mind. He gasped for breath, barely able to assess his condition. Am I still alive? What about the invincible hero? Relax, Levi, Sissel said, seated beside his bed. He had researched the records of this world and comprehended the identity of the individual before him. You need to acclimate to your new body first. Angus lowered his gaze and discovered that his once carbon-based flesh had transformed into cold steel. Attempting to lift his foot, he was surprised to find the sensation of the ground still vividly intact. He inhaled once more, hearing the subtle sounds of gears turning and the rhythmic vibrations of his heart and lungs diligently performing their duties. When you arrived here, you were left with only your upper body. Even your internal organs were nearly hollowed out. Rudy constructed this machine to barely sustain your vital signs, Sissel explained. Rudy's technology is remarkable. This body will not provoke rejection, and the sensations are perfectly replicated, perhaps even superior to the original. As long as you can mentally accept the current state, you should encounter no significant issues. Angus stepped out of bed, taking a few strides and bouncing lightly, dismissing his bodily concerns. Such trivial matters did not faze him. His mental fortitude was robust enough to endure the consciousness of thousands of isotopes. Now, it was merely a change of vessel. If I can still lie here in peace, does that mean the invincible hero has dealt with those scoundrels? He inquired. They didn't cause any major disturbances. They were neutralized shortly after arriving on our Earth, Sissel reassured him. Is Mark truly that formidable? Angus felt a weight lifted from his heart, though a hint of confusion lingered. He knew that benevolent Mark would endure more beatings and face greater challenges than those malevolent entities, thus escalating his strength at a quicker pace. Yet, under normal circumstances, disparities between isotopes, even if present, should not be vastly pronounced, especially since Viltrum seldom exhibited significant individual gaps. After all, few things in the universe posed a threat to them. Even certain regions nurtured in the cosmos could not be deemed entirely superior. The onslaught of 2 or 3 Viltrums was a challenge for even the strongest to withstand, and he had thought that his desperate warnings might merely mitigate some casualties. No, our world is under the reign of the Viltrumite Emperor. Earth falls within his dominion, and he intervened personally. Sissel recalled the astounding power of Mesa. A tinge of worry creeping in. Did the entire empire just arrive on Earth? That would indeed safeguard humanity. The Emperor directly eliminated all the marks that came over. He has now ventured into the opposing universe and is likely to return shortly. So, there exists an exceedingly unique entity. This is understandable, given the peculiarities of the multiverse. But is this right? Angus dismissed the notion of forced comprehension from his mind. There must be something amiss. The universe where benevolent Mark resided was a parallel world where individuals corresponded to each other, even if the Empire exerted great effort to nurture its regents. It was inconceivable that they could defeat a collective of over 20 marks in direct confrontation. I wish to understand the situation in detail, he declared. Sissel extended his hand. We, too, hope to exchange intelligence. After perusing the information shared by Sissel, Angus found himself perplexed. Where did this Mesa emerge from? It was said to be a descendant sent to an alien planet by the late king, Agar, which was indeed plausible. Perhaps in other parallel worlds. A spaceship malfunction had occurred, resulting in such a designated emperor either failing to awaken or perishing in the cosmos. His knowledge of the Empire's history was limited, and it was normal for divergent branches to appear in parallel universes, remaining within his scope of understanding. Yet, the level of this situation seemed somewhat off. Were the Viltrums capable of evolving to the point of glowing eyes and exhaling ice? Did they possess superpowers that no other individuals could claim? Comparing the Emperor's situation with his own, he found striking similarities. Angus maneuvered his stiffened body, realizing that his grand plan to save the multiverse had nearly collapsed entirely. He had underestimated the crises inherent in the world. 1,000 pieces of his intelligence could not be deemed prophetic awareness. A creature whose origins remained unknown had placed his life at risk, nearly molding him into a villainous alliance that would threaten the cosmos. Without strength, mere possession of a unique ability was insufficient. After facing a significant setback, his thoughts began to shift. Perhaps he needed an ally. A friend who could comprehend his noble ambition to save the world, one strong enough to dominate the realm. This setback might also be an opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. A chance to meet a unique individual in this universe, one who aligned with his expectations, an emperor, remarkably distinct within the multiverse. Chapter 40, Present Matters. Dismiss unimportant affairs. A fire erupted in an apartment, causing residents to gasp in alarm. Passers-by below attempted to intervene, but hesitated to approach due to the terrifying heat, resulting in a scene of chaos. Mark soared through the city, summoning the elements to extinguish the flames and rescue the panicked crowd. Despite the bitterness within him, he continued to fulfill the responsibilities he had assigned to himself. Not long ago, several malevolent versions of himself wreaked havoc across the world. Even though they were quickly resolved by his uncle, the public's aversion towards him had escalated significantly. The once adoring fans who clamored for his signature had vanished, replaced by the palpable fear reflected in the eyes of ordinary people. Mark could empathize with this fear, as those rogue versions of himself bore an almost identical appearance to him, save for their attire. Time alone might be able to erase such hesitations. Most importantly, Amber had ended their relationship. After hearing her recount the terror she felt upon encountering the faceless Mark, the despair when he gripped her throat, Mark understood her desire to escape such a fearful existence. She had faced too many dangers alongside him. All he could offer was an embrace before they embarked on separate paths in life. Sighing heavily, he reflected on how all of this was a burden he had never before borne as a teenager. Thus far, Mark had endured many beatings from others. These physical pains had not broken him, but instead fortified him. However, the emptiness within and the torment of being unable to shed tears proved far more agonizing. Invincible hero. A familiar figure waved his arms, persistently signaling him. It seemed to be someone he had rescued days prior. Mark landed before the man, who excitedly produced paper and pen. "I'm Scott. My niece and I are immensely grateful to you. We are both your fans. If it weren't for your assistance that day." He shook his head, continuing, "Could you grant me an autograph? My niece has always longed for one. After this incident, I wish to emulate you and become a hero, helping others." "Of course," Mark replied, feeling somewhat uplifted as he eagerly accepted the paper and pen, his signature flowing elegantly. All he strived for was to protect the innocent. Yet, being a hero was no simple task. It required confronting numerous conflicts. Memories of past familial disputes surfaced, and his current emotional turmoil prompted him to express his thoughts. "I know you've likely been feeling down lately," Scott attempted to console the young man before him. He, too, had noticed the societal trepidation towards the invincible hero. People will eventually come to realize just how great and wonderful a superhero you are in the not-so-distant future. They will once again excitedly call out your name. Invincible hero. In the main universe's fortress, Mesa listened as Minster, who had arrived from the Trian world, reported on the situation. He had grown so lethargic that he allowed the Prime Minister to come and read to him. He had no desire to move, not even a single finger. His superbrain told him that lounging around felt far more comfortable. After enduring a grueling battle and resolving a universe-level crisis, he had convinced himself that it was time to commence a life of leisure. Louise leaned softly against him, her touch rather pleasant. Minster, dressed in his secretary attire, cast fiery glances at Louise, lamenting, "Surely this enchantress has poisoned the Emperor's ear, causing him to neglect his morning court. Your Majesty, allow me to congratulate you on conquering 2 more universes. However, the Empire's grand ambitions of conquest have only just begun, while a little rest can aid relaxation. One must never become engrossed in frivolities. What is going on? Where has my AI sycophant disappeared to? Has he turned into a reformer?" Mesa roused himself, summoning his authority. "After fighting for so long, can I indulge a little?" Continue the music. The Fortress Palace's walls concealed speakers that began to play an immersive Dolby surround soundtrack. Indeed, Mesa extravagantly commissioned Cecil to construct an immersive palace for his enjoyment, a venture that necessitated human ingenuity. Upon hearing such a request from Mesa, Cecil could not help but smile internally, as he had been pondering how to captivate the Emperor's affection for Earth. He immediately declared that this modest sum was trivial compared to the expenses he incurred for transmitting flowers, considering it a gracious invitation from Mesa. Unwilling to yield, Minster shot a glare at Louise, leaving her bewildered as to why this synthetic being seemed to target her so persistently. Louise, however, simply plucked a grape and offered it to Mesa. The Prime Minister could not idly stand by while such moral decay unfolded. The burden of 4 capital planets and 4 universes rested heavily upon her shoulders. She boldly interrupted the Emperor's complacency, saying, "Your Majesty, all affairs within the Trisolaris universe are steadily improving. However, I have heard that you are troubled by a shortage of personnel." Indeed, Mesa nodded in agreement. "I have a plan that could illuminate the current situation," Minster proposed. "Oh, please, elaborate," Mesa replied. Minster edged closer, whispering into the Emperor's ear, "The Trisolarans, Your Majesty. They would serve as your finest administrative aides. Their thoughts are transparent, devoid of convolutions. They are exceptional at adhering to regulations. Furthermore, when deployed in numbers, they can connect their thoughts, greatly enhancing processing capabilities, and possess the technology of the Sophin for thorough grassroots inspections." A spark of inspiration ignited within Mesa. What a splendid idea. Truly. This auxiliary AI left by his father encapsulated the remaining wisdom of Viltrum. "Your suggestion is most ingenious. Let us proceed with this plan," he exclaimed, unwittingly adopting an archaic tone. Minster clapped in delight, I have already arranged for the first batch of Trisolarans to settle on Mars in that solar system. I have selected 200 individuals for positions. Excellent. You shall oversee their arrangements and expedite their arrival, Mesa commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. With a grand gesture, he declared. The court is dismissed. This cannot be, Your Majesty. Please revert to the energetic, action-oriented, and cunning sovereign that you once were. Minster lamented. Damn that enchantress. She is truly a modern-day Dodgy. The future of the empire is doomed in your hands. How can one govern an empire alongside such vermin? Minster glared at Louise once more. Noticing Minster's peculiar mental state, Mesa felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Louise was being unjustly blamed. Minster, have you spent a considerable amount of time watching films and television shows over the past decade? Indeed, but I assure you, it has not detracted from my duties. What have you been watching? Mesa inquired, curious about the AI's taste. The Ming Dynasty 1566, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Investiture of the Gods, Fifth Republic. I see. You indeed possess discerning taste, Mesa mused. In the secret base of the Atomic Girl, Mark paused on the treehouse platform, removing his mask. Hey, Eve. Hey, Mark. A silence enveloped them. Eve gently gestured for a vine to sprout beer, plucking a bottle and handing it to Mark. You traveled all this way to find me. And you want to even speak? Eve teased, tossing her long hair as she settled beside him. No. It's just that there has been a lot on my mind lately, and I don't know where to begin. Is it about your breakup with Amber? Mark downed the beer in one go. It's more than just that. Are you aware? Of course, Amber is my friend. She confided in me before deciding to end things with you. Eve took another beer. The affairs of the Empire, Oliver's growth, the breakup, and society's fear of me, it's all overwhelming. Mark chuckled wryly, understanding that true heroes would not wallow in such troubles. Just like his favorite comic, The Scientific Dog, who would sacrifice his future for the happiness of others without hesitation. He had once dreamed of being such a steadfast hero, yet he ultimately remained an ordinary man. Mark, listen to me. You protected the Earth from the omnipotent and saved countless lives. You faced a formidable emperor in the cosmos. Even when he effortlessly dismantled a fleet before you, you stood against two malevolent variants. The good you have done will not vanish. People simply need time to emerge from their shadows. You are so powerful and gentle, you will surely find love. Mark sat at the edge of the platform, gazing at the mountains obscured by darkness, swinging his legs. You're right, Eve. In fact, today, someone I saved came to comfort me. They still trust me. I just need a brief respite. Eve recalled Amber's words, resolutely deciding to act. She kissed Mark on the lips. Perhaps you would be willing to accept my love. Chapter 41. Who wishes to harm me? In the Imperial Palace of the main universe, Mesa summoned 3 prisoners from their cells, brandishing thorny ropes as he meticulously interrogated them. Everyone, step aside. Speak. Have you confessed to all your misdeeds? We have. We've hidden nothing, Your Majesty. The 3 were nearly ready to strip bare. If you would only grant me mercy, I would do anything. The prisoner Mark knelt before the Emperor, grasping his hand, weeping profusely. The omnipotent and Vitrian Mark were astonished to discover that this tiger-striped egg was surprisingly compliant. You truly only think of yourself. Mesa returned the ropes to Louise. Prime Minister Minster cleared his throat. Attention, everyone. According to the law, you should all be stripped of your rights for life and face execution. However, considering you did not cause a grave error and are guilty of only attempted malice, I will reluctantly grant you a reprieve, converting your punishment to labor, education, and social reform. The 3 rejoiced. Your Majesty is wise. Mesa pondered briefly, questioning whether the Empire had indeed enacted any laws. An AI sycophant leaned in and whispered, Your every word and action is the law, Your Majesty. What more could be said? Mesa nodded in satisfaction. Being Emperor had its perks. Since the coordinates of the 3 prisoners had yet to be recorded by the terrifying robots, the plan to trace their origins was currently unfeasible. Nonetheless, he still had 3 royal Vitrians as a backup. Calculating, he realized he now commanded for universes: the main universe, the Trisolaran universe, the Terrifying universe, and the Mohican universe. Mesa promptly named the 2 deceased individuals' code names for the universes. Under Minster's tireless efforts, stability was maintained across the 2 parallel worlds, with the Trisolarans eagerly preparing to embark on their journey to entirely different realms, filled more with enthusiasm than discontent. In their leader's view, this was an opportunity to witness a broader and safer world, truly worth dying for. Your Majesty, A robot seeks an audience with an unfamiliar man. Anissa reported as she approached. Mesa had scheduled the remaining tribespeople for duty, rotating each day, with Anissa on duty today. Very well, let us meet in the previous hall. 5 minutes later, Mesa adopted a serious royal demeanor, seated on the throne. He inclined his head slightly toward the robot. Rudy, it has been a few days. Greetings. Your Majesty. This is the natural dimension traveler, Angus Strongly. He was captured by the terrifying during the recent incident. The robot introduced the man beside him, whose body was largely composed of steel. Angus Strongly spoke, Your Majesty Mesa. My abilities allow me not only to open portals between parallel dimensions, but also to create gateways to entirely different dimensions, even adjusting them according to my thoughts. A natural multiverse traveler? Mesa thought, how desirable. The current solar stone portals were rather inconvenient, and he wondered why establishing a stable gateway to the DC universe proved so challenging. So what brings you here today? Mesa sensed this man had an agenda. Angus Strongly's gaze was intense. He had been studying this emperor named Mesa for days, and according to the Defense Bureau and Mark's intelligence, Mesa was a benevolent ruler, distinct from a tyrant, possessing compassion. After comparing multiple parallel worlds, he concluded that this emperor harbored no strong ambitions. As Lord Dong would say, he valued civil governance over military prowess, focusing more on agricultural development of his stronghold. Most importantly, after traversing numerous parallel worlds, he could ascertain that no counterpart of Mesa existed in any other universe. He seemed to have appeared in this world out of nowhere. It must be some form of destiny. He felt called to action. After enduring the terrifying merciless insults, I have come to deeply realize my own insignificance. The wish to save the world cannot be accomplished alone. I hope to join forces with you to explore dimensions and jointly rescue those worlds in turmoil and crisis. As the biological force field touched the man before him, Mesa grasped the truth. Angus Strongly seemed to be a genuine altruist. He truly wished to save the multiverse. The question then arose, even if we were to unite, would we be worthy? A world capable of encountering crises is undoubtedly complex. Even the weakest entities can inflict significant damage upon intruders, let alone those cosmic realms that are inherently perilous. The mere act of crushing them likely does not necessitate the involvement of formidable beings. Perhaps upon entry, it would simply be a matter of saying, young friend, what are you observing? Followed by a swift grasp, leading to their immediate dissolution. Mesa's journey through the cosmos was intended to be a mere dalliance, begrudgingly. He possessed a semblance of foresight, quickly retreating at the slightest hint of danger. He understood the three-body universe well, aware that nothing could extinguish his peculiar existence, which is why he dared to challenge the entirety of the cosmos. Now, when you approach me with the claim that our collaboration could salvage the multiverse, it is akin to suggesting that Benbow and Babla could together subdue that troublesome monkey, utterly absurd. Observing the uncertainty on Mesa's countenance, Angustrin remained oblivious to the misstep in his words. He endeavored to elaborate. I have traversed numerous worlds, at least 1,000 parallel dimensions, and the countless distinct realms have provided solutions to afflictions plaguing many worlds. With the aid of robots, we could even establish a permanently fixed portal, thereby harnessing the advantages of multiple universes. You could construct a magnificent empire spanning across dimensions, in this utopia where ailments, wars, and oppression would cease to exist. Save for you, the sole philosopher king, Your Majesty Mesa. Mesa perceived a striking familiarity in this scene, reminiscent of the grandiose visions he once painted for Craig when discussing imperial conquests of the cosmos. Angustrin unveiled a portal, revealing a luxurious throne crafted from gold. Adorned with intricate engravings, its symmetrical aesthetics and angular constructions imparting an air of majesty. Even amid the imminent collapse of numerous dimensions, he implored Mesa to ascend as the monarch of the multiverse. Gazing at the golden throne, Mesa felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu. It was increasingly disconcerting. Who was attempting to ensnare him? Had the golden toilet been summoned? Was the trickster at work here? Would sitting upon it lead to his own depletion? Unable to contain himself any longer, Mesa inquired, You claim to have traversed many dimensions. Have you ever encountered a universe where 4 or 5 malevolent deities engaged in chaotic revelry within the galaxy? He suspected that this was a trap laid by the trickster, and that Angustrin might already be possessed. No, have you had an epiphany? Angustrin replied. If so, then all is well, merely a coincidence. Mesa relaxed his tense grip. By the way, how did you, possessing the ability to traverse dimensions, end up captured by the horror? This is precisely the reason I resolved to abandon my solitary approach. He reminisced heavily. Initially, I intended to practice in simpler worlds. The first few realms were quite manageable, as my multiple incarnations memories led me to prioritize parallel dimensions. However, I encountered a mishap in a mundane world, believing the crisis to stem from a plague or a world war, only to discover that even the universe with additional restrictions harbored extraordinary beings. Mesa continued to listen, intrigued, pondering how a man could falter in an ordinary world. Could it be the tennis prince? Did he fall victim to a black hole conjured by a tennis ball? Angustrin continued. It was a creature beyond description, one that had never existed before. It launched a surprise attack from a corner behind me, inflicting severe injuries, nearly draining my blood, leading me to my current predicament. He sighed. Yet, it was ultimately through its aid that I escaped from captivity. The indescribable creature, coupled with its sudden emergence and blood-draining abilities, gave Mesa an ominous feeling. What did you emphasize during your traversal? Absolutely no worlds with superpowers, Angustrin responded. Did this creature emit a bark upon its emergence? Now it was Angustrin's turn to be astonished. You know, in the universe of horrors, I indeed heard a dog bark. Interestingly, this creature's relentless pursuit of me bore a striking resemblance to that of a hunting dog. Alas, he had indeed fallen into a trap. Mesa sighed deeply. Chapter 42. Crisis Contingency Plan. Mesa found himself disinclined to continue listening. His gaze flitted across the figure of Angustrin, who now resembled a colossal ticking time bomb. If it were merely the hounds of Tindalos fixating on him, it would be manageable, although a single hound could easily eliminate an ordinary time-traveling investigator. In a universe teeming with extraordinary abilities, it would be insufficient, even if they were immortal. What became of that hound? Mesa pressed. It never reappeared. It was likely slain by the horror mark, Angustrin replied, puzzled by the Emperor's sudden shift from nonchalance to grave seriousness. Mesa tapped his fingertip rhythmically on the table. Logically, hunting dogs assess the value of their targets. When the prey proves too formidable, they often opt to abandon the chase. The hounds serve as blades of temporal energy. With the dog king Msi Shah having ascended to the outer gods through his conflict with Yog-Sothoth, the master of time and space, faced with a being capable of shattering planets, the hound would likely deem the risk of death unworthy. If that hound had not piqued the interest of the dog king or other outer gods, then the situation would not be dire. In his understanding, most deities from the Cthulhu mythos were rather laid back, with the more active among them primarily pursuing the great old one, Azathoth, generally indifferent to such trivial matters. Wait, is it possible for creatures from the Cthulhu mythos to cross into this universe? Or must you open a portal to that realm for the hounds to pursue you? Precisely, Your Majesty, Angustrin affirmed. I had surmised the barriers of the multiverse were not so easily breached. I comprehend your request, yet expansion across dimensions requires a methodical approach. We must not aspire too high too quickly, and a detailed plan must be established before we proceed. Mesa began to weave a web of persuasive rhetoric for Angustrin. I understand your dream. I too am stirred by the grand endeavor of saving the world. The path is fraught with challenges, yet the future shines brightly. Remain within the Empire as an advisor, and I shall require some time to fortify my own strength. We can select a few worlds for preliminary investigation. Mesa rose. However, one point is paramount. You must never again open a portal at will. His eyes narrowed, enveloped in a biological force field. Given that the situation had been established, whether Angustrin wished it or not, this man must remain under his control. He would not permit a free agent capable of igniting a crisis in his universe to roam freely. Angustrin's acquiescence was expected. Refusal would result in dire consequences. He was confident in his speed to conclude matters before Angustrin could consciously attempt to flee. Mesa lacked a deficiency in his ability to traverse dimensions. Even if constructing a solar stone portal required time, his extensive lifespan could bear the weight. And he had no intention of risking the situation by allowing Angustrin to recklessly endanger himself. I promise you, Your Majesty, I shall remain in the palace and refrain from any movement. Angustrin readily agreed. Having made the decision to seek Mesa's assistance, he chose to commit wholeheartedly. Moreover, he had spent most of his time in the safe house reading, his reclusive habits ingrained. Recent encounters with danger had instilled a lingering fear. He preferred not to test his abilities across numerous dimensions. Excellent. It appears the situation has not escalated to the point of hostility. Mesa turned to the robot. Rudy, I hold great admiration for your capabilities. You heard our grand plan. Would you care to join us? I would be delighted to offer my assistance, Your Majesty. The robot responded. Mesa led the two through the vast corridor, intending to present them with the solar stone for further insight. He retrieved an electronic data pad, instructing his chancellor. Minster, please retrieve literary materials from the three-body universe, focusing specifically on the Cthulhu series. He turned to Angustrin. You are correct in stating that certain crises and enigmas across dimensions can indeed be resolved in others. However, I must caution you. Once you have perused these materials, you must never again personally traverse the boundaries of the universe. In the Cthulhu cosmology, knowledge is perilous. An individual who becomes aware of too many secrets stands a high probability of attracting the gaze of the outer gods. Angustrin, a man devoid of powers save for his ability to open doors, would likely find himself in a predicament far worse than death. He originally intended to delve into the DC and Marvel comics of the three-body universe. Yet, perhaps due to the butterfly effect initiated by Yi Wenjie and Evan's contact with the Trisolaran civilization, the worlds of Marvel and DC inexplicably merged into a single comic company during the 1980s. Numerous superhero character rights were exchanged, and aside from those with significant market impact, many secondary heroes like Iron Man and Green Lantern faded into obscurity, with the comic storylines diverging entirely from the films he had previously watched. Even the origin story of Superman has undergone alterations. For instance, Jor-El's purpose in sending Clark to Earth was, astonishingly, to establish a harem and procreate, which bears a striking resemblance to the Mesavitrum revival plan. Much of the content in the Clark series diverges significantly from what he had previously encountered in his past life. Fortunately, the trajectory of the founder Lovecraft remains unchanged, and the pivotal architect Dreyfus continues to exist, despite the subsequent authors involved in derivative works varying greatly. They have nonetheless preserved a stable overarching narrative and central theme, providing Angus with a reference point. He recalled a detail. Minster had halted the process involving the Trisolarans in the terrifying universe, as there remained certain elements that required clarification, necessitating a temporary severance of its connection to other universes. Exercising caution, Mesa decided to first isolate the terrifying universe, which might be susceptible to Clark-related influences. According to Angus, the Hound's last known location was the Pentagon of that universe, although he found no unusual circumstances while capturing 3 variant marks there. It was prudent to conduct a thorough examination. Even if insurmountable troubles were to arise, one could simply abandon a parallel world, preventing total disaster. Some might perceive him as ruthless, yet he regarded this as a wise sacrifice. Angus received the documents and surmised that the Emperor's earlier grim demeanor likely stemmed from this information. He also realized that prior to the invasion of multiple invulnerable variants into this universe, the Emperor had undergone at least one-dimensional traversal. It was indeed striking. He marveled at the revelation that Mesa himself possessed the power to traverse dimensions, further solidifying his belief that this was a remarkable twist of fate. Though unable to traverse personally, he was unperturbed. His only desire was to satisfy his curiosity regarding what circumstances had provoked such concern in the unparalleled Emperor of the Vexing Stars. In the terrifying parallel universe, the Pentagon. One morning, the immortal hero traversed the desolate corridor alone, arriving at the transparent window to gaze upon the city, which was on the brink of resurgence. Following Mesa's visit, the pervasive clouds of terror that had enveloped the world finally dissipated, yet the wounds left by the terrifying had yet to heal. Sparse clusters of people gathered and intertwined in the streets, as the city's diminished heart began to pulse once more. The sun had finally returned to the earth, and faint glimpses of children playing and laughing could be seen. The immortal hero sat quietly by the window, reflecting on how hard-won this moment was, not long ago. He had been nothing more than a collection of tattered flesh. He returned to reality and began to tackle the mountain of tasks that had accumulated. After inadvertently touching a swirling mass of blue energy, he found himself alone, washed over by the sands of time, bereft of family and friends who would soon fade away. As for love, the poignant memories of his past romances had also vanished like whispers in the wind, and he could no longer recall the names of his former wives. Setting down his pen, he pressed his hand to his aching chest. It was a phantom pain that had often plagued him since his rebirth. Before his eyes, the agonized screams of the deceased lingered, pleading for his assistance. "Save us. You are a hero. You must defeat Mark. You need to protect us. The pain surged through his veins, reaching his very marrow. We were friends, weren't we? Why am I the only one who died? Mark crushed my bones. It hurts so much. No, no, no. This is merely an illusion, a remnant of trauma. The immortal hero felt as though he might tear his own head off, his fingers digging into his scalp, leaving trails of blood. As the phantom pain subsided, he exhaled heavily. Perhaps it was guilt. The immortal hero perceived this affliction as a retribution for his failure to fulfill his responsibilities, the suffering souls clinging to him incessantly. Picking up the pen that had fallen to the corner of the desk, he resumed reviewing the submitted manuscripts, his gaze fixed upon the densely packed words. The letters twisted and contorted, the printed ink flowing backward from the contact point of the pen, staining his right hand black before his horrified eyes. The ink trickled across the back of his hand, sketching overlapping forms. Save us. Immortal Hero. Chapter 43. Angus, who uses whom is up for debate in the main universe. The sun shone brightly upon a secluded residence in the mountains. The immortal hero rose from his bed, while Kate lay sleeping beside him. Gently covering the girl's smooth back with a sheet, he tiptoed out of the bedroom. He opened the refrigerator and poured himself a cup of water. Gulping down the icy liquid, his mind instantly cleared, returning from a night of revelry. Ever since encountering the doppelganger Kate, his previously blank existence had finally been imbued with color. Initially, they were merely two sorrowful souls drawn together, both having faced death countless times. Kate had forsaken the wayward Rex, recognizing him as her true love in this life. The immortal hero had never loved a girl with such fervor. Kate had even filled the void in his soul. After preparing breakfast without waking the exhausted Kate, the immortal hero soared into the city. Embarking on another day as a hero, he circled above the city for a while, finding no signs of imminent danger. Recently, the world had stabilized considerably, likely due to the presence of the vexing stars. Many villains had been dealt with by others, negating the need for his intervention. Yet, the thought of these vexing stars troubled him. Although they had played significant roles in the previous crises of the parallel world, Nolan had left a profoundly negative impression on him. Who could have anticipated that a man who had risked his life to protect the Earth during multiple world crises would suddenly turn traitor, ruthlessly turning against his comrades? The brutal deaths of friends like Chizu and Darkwing were memories that haunted him. He would keep a vigilant eye on this group, never again allowing himself to grow complacent. His ears caught the sound of screams emanating from a nearby bank. He prepared to investigate. A familiar figure flew past. Was that the invincible boy? Put down your weapon. My friend, that gun of yours looks rather extraordinary, Mark said, dodging the beam fired in panic by the man. Since establishing a relationship with Eve, he had become terrifyingly strong, brimming with boundless energy. Wait, buddy, what kind of technology is this? Mark marveled as he witnessed a nearby car being sent skyward by a shot. What a joke. Who would use such high-tech weaponry to rob a bank? This gun's technology must be worth more than the bank's vault. The robber, trembling and panicked, clearly a novice in the criminal world, dropped his weapon and fell to the ground. Are you the invincible boy? That's it. I'm going to prison, he lamented. Upon entering the building, the immortal hero spotted a fully armed man wiping away tears. What is going on here? He inquired, intrigued by the young man. Mark, equally perplexed, noted the novice criminal's sudden despondency. And the immortal hero? Why are you two the ones to stop me? I have no chance. I thought it would be Rex or Black Samson. Am I really up against the invincible boy and the immortal hero? Is this for real? Typically, it would be ordinary heroes addressing such matters, but Mark had been unusually idle lately. After the Varian invasion, the world had witnessed the terrifying power of the vexing Emperor, leading many formerly familiar villains to mend their ways. For instance, the Mole twins, biological and mechanical tech geniuses, were currently working for Cecil. Mark felt a pang of pity for the man. Had it not been for the Vitruvian's near resolution of all major issues, he wouldn't have been left to handle a bank robbery. We need to take him to jail, proposed the immortal hero. Fine, I knew it. I'm done for. Please don't hurt me. I'll go with you. The man seemed to lose all color. No, we can talk to him first. I sense he has his reasons, Mark insisted, believing the man to be somewhat reasonable, especially given the minimal damage caused. He couldn't fathom why someone with such technology would resort to robbery. The immortal hero agreed with Mark's assessment, and together they led the man to a secluded spot. Chris, the robber, sat on the stairs, revealing his truth. I need money. After the previous world crisis, my girlfriend Hannah wanted to marry me sooner, but I couldn't afford a ring worthy of her. I used my last bit of money to create this equipment, and now I can't afford anything. There are my debts in the bank. I have no way out. Chris said, raising his gear to mark. These boots can distort the gravitational field, allowing me to fly. The gun operates on the same principle, pushing any object in the opposite direction. The two exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend Chris's rationale. You lack money. So you built a set of high-tech weapons to rob a bank? Why not sell this technology? Even the simple-minded immortal hero found this absurd. And another question, with your level of knowledge, why are you broke? I graduated high school and went straight to work in a factory. This stuff is cobbled together from stolen factory parts. I have no savings, Chris lamented, feeling utterly defeated in life. Mark scratched his head, pondering whether the two weapons in his hands, which effortlessly surpassed the Defense Bureau's equipment, were concocted from second-hand parts. Perhaps someone would be inclined to acquire your expertise. Trust me, you may find yourself no longer in want of funds, nor facing imprisonment. Mark thought of his beloved uncle. In the fortress core, Angus put down the data pad, the condensation nearly seeping through his bionic skin. Had he truly traversed such a perilous world? The ominous and mysterious words painted vividly in his mind sent a shiver down his spine. His imagination surpassed that of ordinary men, having witnessed the hounds firsthand, leaving him with a profound dread of the world described within those texts. The robot had not perused the materials. It intended to accompany the Emperor in personally exploring the world, showcasing its ambitions. Perhaps other realms held the key to breaking the curse afflicting his beloved beast girl. The girl's frequent transformation into a green beast gradually aged her to infancy, while he had stabilized her age through a time-controlling bracelet. Restoring her to a mature woman's form depended solely on the passage of time. Cthulhu literature had deeply unsettled Angus, while Mesa found amusement in the notion that he should not be the only one to worry. Coming to a halt, the azure crystal architecture materialized before him. The core of this magnificent palace was directly generated by a warship deployed on the far side of the moon. The once glorious Queen of Radiance had transformed into a living fortress after merging with the Sunstone. The Sunstone could assimilate materials and proliferate according to Mesa's desires. Although Mesa could not fathom the principles of this fantastical technology, its efficacy sufficed. Moreover, the Sunstone served as an excellent biotic field and stellar energy conductor. Mesa had already begun devising a plan to enlist someone to design a planet-sized transforming mech. Perhaps the engineer Rudy would prove to be a suitable candidate. Those who dared to invade would witness the palace rise from the ground, transforming into a formidable fortress. He would then sit within, acting as the pilot, delivering a crushing blow to the intruders. Returning to reality, he introduced the two. This structure represents the palace's most critical architecture, the dimensional portal. Currently, one was stabilized while the other continued to develop. Angus marveled at the portal brimming with dimensional energy, exclaiming, "This is truly a match made in heaven. Your Majesty, may I attempt to engage with it?" Mesa, aware of Angus's intentions, consented. Try to connect with that universe. Angus stepped forward, reaching out to touch the swirling vortex, silently activating his abilities. The ever-changing scenes within the portal suddenly stabilized, revealing a new universe to Mesa. The robot scanned the spatial fluctuation data. He had completely stabilized the energy oscillations. "Your Majesty, this is a passage that can exist permanently." Indeed, his dimensional travel and the portal could yield a cumulative effect, prompting a satisfied nod from Mesa. It seemed Angus had become a rubber stamp. Whenever faced with a challenging universe, a mere touch from him would convince the other side that Mesa possessed a pass for entry, a necessary element for smuggling. Minster applauded, exclaiming, "Great Majesty, your endeavors have progressed once more. As the saying goes, those who are aligned with the way of heaven receive great assistance, while those who stray from it find little support. Your Majesty, you truly embody the essence of one who follows the heavenly path." Chapter 44, The Indomitable Incident, Cancerous Mutation. Progress was smooth as Mesa surveyed the clear scenes before him, even catching a whiff of the fragrant grass and trees at the edge of Paradise Island. The gateway to the DC universe had finally been constructed. Should he encounter an invincible entity from the Cthulhu mythos, he would seek aid from DC. He recalled a short video he had once watched, featuring a group fixated on power rankings. He remembered that DC and Marvel occupied the apex of the hierarchy, teeming with formidable figures. Even the authentic Superman would hardly be deemed strong. Surely the highest power of the Cthulhu pantheon, Yog-Sothoth, would receive a couple of slaps upon arrival. Using the Sunstone, he continued to activate the dimensional gateway, this time allowing Angus to input the coordinates of the terrifying universe. The crystals vibrated slightly, and the blue passageway opened forth. He stroked his chin, realizing that he now held the reins of the traversal, no longer reliant on the robot's technology. You stay here. I shall personally investigate. Afterward, I will deactivate the Sunstone, so do not reopen the portal before my return. Mesa instructed the two while asking Minster to summon Louise to guard the core, though he had many subordinates. Sending anyone to investigate a universe potentially tainted by Cthulhu's influence evoked a sense of a rookie investigator sent on a perilous mission, doomed to perish far from home. Dispatching each one felt akin to the adventures of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, where each would inevitably fall. Gathering everyone for the task would prove futile, collectively. They could not match his own capabilities. If any trouble arose, it would likely deplete his resources. Thus, he resolved to lead the charge himself. If he could not resolve the matter, it was best to abandon this universe altogether. Mesa stepped through the portal, ensuring the door closed behind him. Retrieving the Sunstone and placing it on his person. From his vantage point in space, he gazed down at Earth, the sapphire planet appearing as tranquil as ever. He cautiously avoided descending immediately to the surface, instead circling the planet, opening his senses to absorb the cacophony of life. After enduring the dark reign of terrible Mark, humanity's cities began to awaken, and he could hear laughter and chatter, filled with hope for the future. At present, it seemed that the hounds had ceased their relentless pursuit, and the Cthulhu deities had paid little heed to this place, as no evident signs of pollution were apparent. At the very least, Mesa had not observed any writhing tentacled monstrosities crawling upon the land. Yet, he could not make hasty judgments. Many traces could lurk silently in the background. He intended to investigate the site most likely to have faced invasion, the resting place of the hounds, at the Pentagon. Without drawing any attention, Mesa skillfully infiltrated the Pentagon headquarters. Akin to a legendary investigator, Terrible Mark's former stronghold lay within these walls. The floors gleamed as if polished, devoid of any dirt or decay. Mesa circled the secure storage area, finding no evidence of corruption or decay. The disturbances caused by his rapid flight were smoothed over by the biotic field. He observed the hurried office workers, each face alight with hope, entirely untroubled by any abnormal occurrences. Even those engaged in their daily tasks exhibited no signs of peculiarity. Could it be that he had truly overthought the situation? Mesa proceeded to the former presidential office of the Pentagon, moving with incredible speed. Pushing the door open to find Everlasting Hero engrossed in paperwork. Upon noticing Mesa's arrival, Everlasting Hero erupted into laughter, his 8 teeth flashing in a perfect smile. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. I've been swamped with work lately and could not come to greet you. This was not right. Just days prior, when Mesa had reassembled Everlasting Hero, he had been in a state of extreme instability, wearing a pained expression, solely shouldering his responsibilities. Mesa had intended to find someone to substitute for him, so he could rest and recuperate. Minster had even arranged for the Trisolarans to assist Everlasting Hero. How could he be so exuberant and content in such a short span of time? Could an overwhelming workload truly invigorate him? Had he developed such extraordinary psychological resilience? Mesa instantly understood the source of his unease. Since his arrival in this universe, every sound he had collected and every person he had encountered had been smiling. The entire world seemed to be enveloped in a sea of joy. The shadows of the past tyrant and the grief of lost loved ones appeared to have been cast aside by the populace, leaving only the beauty of the present and the promise of the future. The world was divided by a surging tide, one side steeped in anguish and sorrow, hidden beyond the river's flow, while this side brimmed with joy and happiness, as humanity joined hands, dancing towards tomorrow. Have you encountered any peculiar occurrences recently? Mesa decided to cut to the chase. Peculiar? Not at all. On the contrary, I feel absolutely wonderful. Everlasting Hero beamed. Your Majesty, you may not know, but it is nothing but good news. A vast number of people have resumed their lives, and no one is mired in sorrow. Society is gradually accelerating towards reconstruction. Soon, we shall return to our former pinnacle. Everlasting Hero set aside his papers, tapping the window ledge, the dappled shadows of the swaying branches painting stripes across his face. Is that so? Your productivity has surpassed even your time as Lincoln. Mesa meticulously scanned Everlasting Hero, yet found no source of abnormality. The man appeared entirely normal in body. Everlasting Hero stepped away from the window, striding across the floor with a resonant thud of his boots, fully restored to the vigor of his immortal state. As if he held dominion over all matters. He recalled the days of Lancelot wielding his sword for King Arthur, the achievements of discovering the Americas, and the glory of saving America during the Civil War. Signaling Mesa to follow, Everlasting Hero led him to the newly constructed assembly room of the Defense Bureau. Everyone knows you saved the world, and they are immensely grateful. They all hope to shake hands and meet the Emperor. You claim the world will soon return to its former peak? Mesa interrupted his words. Certainly, Your Majesty. After all, the numbers have returned. He joyfully swung open the grand doors. Friends, our Savior Emperor has returned. The Atom Girl Eve, Bomb Rex, Robot Rudy, and a dozen other heroes gathered in unison. Many were unfamiliar to Mesa, some of whom had debuted as villains in the main universe. What astonished him most were those he had believed to be dead. At least the robots from this universe he had witnessed lifeless. I have made the most prudent decision in these millennia. For the being who granted me immortality has sought me once more. The immortal hero continued his exuberant monologue, excitedly recounting his exploits to Mesa. He pitied my plight, reflecting that bestowing upon me the gift of eternal life was a selfish act, and this time he decided to generously bestow power upon me, which I chose to share, granting my friends, family, and all others the gift of immortality. No need to listen further, Mesa sighed. The immortal hero had lost his mind, and at least one of the Chaos Gods had undeniably graced this world. Atom Girl Eve gazed at Mesa with longing. Your Majesty, it was you who saved the world from Mark. You are a true hero, and I wish to bear your child. You wish to give birth to a tentacle monster. Mesa retreated a step. We are eager to share all of this with you, Your Majesty, an immortal realm under your leadership. Just think of the splendid achievements we could forge, the robot remarked. Mesa could discern a smile on the cold, metallic exterior. He had already consumed enough of their nonsense. Angstrom had drawn grand blueprints for a golden throne, and now this group of lunatics wished to feed him more, albeit stale bread. You are all mad. Chapter 45. Mesa's Slaughter of the Horrific Universe. Mad. Surely you jest, Your Majesty. The immortal hero laughed heartily, and a cadre of heroes beamed at Mesa. I have never felt such joy. Mesa seized the immortal hero's head, fingers tightening around it. Yet even amidst the excruciating pain, he still managed to grin. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Shaking his head, Mesa detached the head. Perhaps a taste of death will awaken you. Since the immortal hero was the beginning of shared powers, perhaps killing him would yield some results. However, the severed head in his grasp continued to speak. I am quite awake now. Has the power of immortality been enhanced to such an extent? Mesa clasped his hands together, rubbing them back and forth, reducing the head to a pulp. The headless body of the immortal hero pushed itself up from the ground, touching its empty crown as flesh began to regenerate at a visible pace. This regeneration was far superior to that of the Viltrums. Why bother? Our invitation is sincere. Just imagine the bright future for humanity, Eve lamented. Beside her, a man roared, his clothing tearing as he transformed into a red Tyrannosaurus Rex. Who are you? Mesa beheld the resurrected dinosaur, its fiery gaze incinerating the still sit-up, immortal hero to ashes. I will not allow you to obstruct Earth's future. The dinosaur man's claws lunged, crashing against his skin and shattering into fragments, flesh splattering. It appeared that the immortal hero's demise would not dispel their effects. At this point, Mesa's right fist shattered the dinosaur man's scales, punctured his chest, and with a swift kick, sent the remaining body flying. The heartless corpse still struggled to rise. He frowned. Each individual possessed such absurd immortality. If encountered in a game, players would undoubtedly criticize the developers mercilessly. The Beast Girl exhausted her entire lifespan to transform, a massive green form bursting through the Pentagon, towering 20 stories high. She roared, her skin rippling with protruding keratin and sinewy muscles. If you refuse, then perish. The Beast Girl brought her fists down, but Mesa effortlessly held her at bay with a single hand. You wish to kill me? A pair of arms wrapped around Mesa's body, attempting to restrain his movements. This was a middle-aged man with a head full of gray, clad in a tech jacket akin to Zack's. The other heroes quickly fled. Captain Britain, self-destruct. The robot commanded. Mesa was slightly taken aback by this man's sturdy physique. It was the first time he encountered someone who could withstand such force and not escape instantly. A deafening light and heat enveloped the entire Pentagon, the released energy vaporizing the beast girl, who hadn't managed to escape in time, from skin to bone. The scorching breath spiraled from the deep pit, ascending to the clouds. Mesa's black hair became somewhat disheveled as he exerted force to pry the man's arms apart, seizing his neck and smashing him into the ground, leaving a human-shaped indentation in the rock layer. The attack was commendable, yet still lacking. "Do you not care for your comrades? Death has receded from us," the robot replied. Not far away, a cloud of ashes began to regenerate, wisps of flesh appearing in the air. Even turned to air, they could regenerate. It was as if the rules of death in this world had ceased to exist. Eve opened her arms in rapture. "This is indeed the ultimate gift bestowed upon us by all existence. The world shall know no sorrow, and no one shall endure the pain of losing loved ones. We can accompany each other until the universe crumbles to dust." A pink beam shot forth, slicing a corner of Mesa's battle suit, and the skin that touched the beam showed signs of scorching. "Your abilities can now directly affect living beings in the main universe." Although Atom Girl Eve could manipulate atomic substructures through her mind, rearranging and restructuring molecular and atomic configurations, her power had a limitation. It could not affect living beings, significantly diminishing her combat prowess. Mesa had learned this while occasionally monitoring what the Nolan family was up to. "Are you implying that the scientist meddled with me? Under the care of the great being, my mind has transcended barriers." She pushed her palm forward, the pink wave expanding in a semicircle, and as Mesa leaped, everything touched by the light was flattened. Quite troublesome. However, it at least indicated one thing. Turning the universe into this grotesque spectacle was certainly not the doing of the deity who bestowed powers upon the immortal hero. Perhaps it was the immortal hero's own misguided understanding, or simply a deception. Which chaos god could have come? Captain Britain, still propped up, attempted another explosion. But as Mesa stepped on his head, the unexpected hardness caused his foot to slip, only shattering half of his shoulder. This man is quite tough. Even he required more effort. Captain Britain activated the detonation button. Although the armor's self-destruct had already been used once, exhausting all energy, he still carried a nuclear bomb. Given the utmost hardness of the universe, to compensate for his feeble offensive power, the nuclear bomb had been his common means of attack before acquiring the jacket. This explosion could rival a solar flare. "You had this planned all along." The Defense Bureau's portal opened, a horde of resurrected beings roaring as they surged forth. It was unexpected that the main universe's Sisal had managed to enjoy the backup in this universe. Sinclair cheered, dancing with joy. "Hurry up, hurry up." Mesa began to absorb solar energy in large quantities, his limbs turning crimson under the surging heat, the ground beneath him melting into flowing magma, spreading outward and forming voids. Even Captain Britain at his feet was vaporized into air. The biological field trembled violently as Mesa floated in place, manipulating the force field into fine threads, locking onto individual targets. It was as if the world's clock had been pulled back a frame. Sinclair, though fully focused, found Mesa had already appeared before him, a burning fist descending upon his head, turning the mad scientist into steam. Behind him, hundreds of resurrected beings were reduced to mere wisps of smoke. "Your Majesty, you are truly formidable," Eve marveled. "It makes me want to have a baby with you even more." "I apologize, but I do not entertain such propositions," Mesa coldly retorted. He turned and flashed before the robot. Even in madness, this individual's intellect was not to be underestimated. To prevent this person from creating time machines again, Mesa chose to eliminate him first. The specialized steel could not hinder Mesa's outstretched hand. Before it even touched, the machine's shell melted into molten iron, and he pressed his palm against the deformed body. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a chilling wind, freezing the last remnants of ash. It is well known that when faced with an indestructible foe, one should resort to sealing techniques. This Earth is doomed, yet a solution remains within reach of my abilities. Mesa resolved that, as a precaution, he would shatter the planet, extinguish the sun within the galaxy, and leave these tainted beings to freeze in the bitter void of space, forever losing all capacity for movement. Mesa accelerated away from Earth, his fiery trail streaking across the sky. In his senses, billions of humans lifted their heads, offering him smiles. "Very well, no matter which outer god you are, having caused me to lose a planet, await your reckoning." I shall ensure your annihilation." A large-eyed monster swooped in from behind, delivering a punch to Mice's face that caused him to lean back slightly. "Hey, I am the invincible Alan, and you, Mad Emperor, shall not bring about the world's destruction." Alan squinted and grinned widely, overwhelmed with irritation. Mice's fury erupted as he formed his fingers into a blade and cleaved the alien in two. "Wow, you truly are as formidable as they say," the corpse remarked. The heightened abilities from the brink of death surged rapidly under the influence of the undying, causing Alan to swell, his bicep muscles larger than Mice's head. And he continued his assault. Mice sensed another entity approaching from behind. He turned and seized the intruder by the neck, colliding with Alan and hurling both toward the sun. Was Trig there too? The bowling ball he had thrown was indeed the regent. He dashed forward, grasping one and thrusting the two into the sun's core. If you can regenerate, then do so abundantly and truly experience the sensation of being roasted to a golden crisp, ignoring the mirth that echoed in their consciousness. Only a madman could still laugh amid such agony. Fine, Misa relinquished the idea of destroying the earth. It would be more fitting to subject this band of monsters to extreme heat and freezing. He grasped the two, circumvented to the back of the star, and shoved them into the core, propelling the sun toward Earth at a terrifying speed. Let the star consume it entirely. A thorough disinfection was in order. The immense mass disrupted Earth's orbit, and the planet began to accelerate madly toward the star. The sun's scorching heat began to envelop the planet, and Earth, like a heated glass bead, saw its oceans boil away, vegetation wither, and animals, along with humans, incinerate under the relentless heat. As Misa reached a critical distance, Earth began to collapse from its sunward face, crushed by an invisible hand, the crust and mantle disintegrating instantaneously, transforming the entire sphere into splintered lava debris that spiraled into the star. However, from the core emerged a colossal machine, unfurling from the curled sphere. This was the whisper of a great being that had once graced their ears, imparting such wondrous ideas, a doomsday weapon forged by the robot Rudy, the gravitational manipulator Chris, with references to technological jackets and a sprinkle of forbidden knowledge, creating a supergravitational field. Flesh and blood conduits entwined with Eve's body, absorbing and amplifying her strength. Atomic Girl was indeed the pilot of this machine deity. Oh wow, Misa could no longer hold back. Are you serious? Can mechanical warfare even exist amidst this pollution? My palace hasn't transformed, yet you have? Note, the protagonist has never seen the Mecha God roar or the Demon Slayer Saint. Chapter 46. Those who slumber eternally are not the dead beneath the steel-like exterior. Several cables twisted together like organic strands of flesh, functioning as the power transmission system. The mechanical creation unfurled from its curled position, resembling a human, its head illuminated by two green lights. The machine deity stood majestically in the void of space. Life on Earth vanished alongside the planet's destruction, with even the speed of regeneration unable to match the pace at which the ashes were consumed by the sun. Only Eve, now within the machine deity, remained. Her power, once constrained, was now liberated under the hushed whispers of the great being. Previously, her abilities could only be unleashed in a state of near death, briefly affecting living beings with insufficient strength for more than a single use. But now, an unending stream of energy was absorbed by the machine deity and infused into her being. The once pink light waves took on a luminous green hue, gradually transforming into a shadowy emerald, as if hellfire were rising. Eve now possessed the universe's ultimate power, precisely as promised to her, the ability to create a beautiful world and alter a sorrowful past. Atomic manipulation, boundless energy, cosmic gravity control, and mechanical amplification. Eve commanded the machine deity to raise its hand, and under the influx of overwhelming energy, her ability to alter reality flowed effortlessly. The mechanical components of her hand reconfigured and withdrew, revealing a cannon. A green beam shot forth, instantly erasing the star. I once dreamed of sharing the world with you. Yet you have destroyed Earth, obliterating our future. The laser pierced the sun, striking Misa's form, ricocheting off the tightly woven biological force field, gliding past his flesh into the depths of space. He gazed at the skin on the back of his hand that had been stripped away. This was indeed an unprecedented crisis. The mere touch of this beam caused his tightly arranged subatomic skin to reconfigure and vanish. A fiery spirit ignited within him, and Misa found himself exhilarated, His long dormant body responded to his will. The exposed red flesh was once again enveloped by regrown skin, reborn anew in this universe. And this eager impulse was a first. He spread his arms wide, the explosive surge of power coursing through his vibrant muscles. With the sentient energy source within his battlesuit faithfully supplying solar energy. Yet it was not sufficient. The sentient energy source marked all nearby yellow sun coordinates. What a nuisance! He was beginning to dislike the need for yellow sunlight. To quench his thirst, the Vitruvian's innate ability to absorb cosmic background energy activated fully, temporarily compensating for his need for sunlight. In this hand, Mysa had not anticipated that. But now it was just right. Eve piloted the machine deity toward him. This structure, the size of a planet, possessed agility beyond its dimensions, effortlessly reaching faster than light speeds. The gravity field controller engaged, manipulating the mass and gravity of the entire star system to bind Mysa in place. "Emperor, I admire you so," she exclaimed, seemingly oblivious, unable to comprehend the madwoman's ramblings. Mysa broke free from the gravitational field, instantly accelerating into a spatial leap toward the core of the machine deity. He intended to dismantle it, pulling the insane woman from within. Eve's heightened senses detected his intent, yet she was too late. Mysa had already penetrated the outer steel. Hiding within a turtle shell would not suffice. She needed to confront him directly. In a flurry, Eve activated atomic reconfiguration to create a neutron star, separating their offensive. She screamed silently in the cosmos, green light rippling outward in concentric circles, encompassing all directions. This green ring swept past Mysa's form, like a knife gliding over a fruit's surface, obliterating his battle armor and exposing his skin. Pain surged through him, but Mysa gritted his teeth. And in the blink of an eye, his wounds healed, though regrettably, his battle suit did not return. The machine deity's arm swung toward him, and he raised his hand to block, delivering a kick that severed the mechanical right arm. Mysa wielded this mismatched limb as a weapon, striking the upper body of the machine deity with force. Although the ability was hard to counter, her combat skills were woefully inadequate. The two similar substances collided, bending and shattering. At last, Mysa beheld Eve emerge from the armored shell. "I do not believe it. I have not lost. I can still win." Her face contorted. "I will reclaim the future." Living in a world of paper, she had to keep her body in a state of slumber to prevent damage to the things she cherished. But now he had given her a stage grand enough to indulge in. With all his might, Mysa tore through layer upon layer of protection. This universe held nothing that he cared about. In a panic, Eve unleashed a radiant arc of light, this energy more intense than before, yet Mysa, enduring the cutting pain, seized her by the neck and pulled her free from the machine. With no recourse, Eve watched helplessly as this skeletal man, adorned with a bit of flesh, grasped her. Her familiar form gradually re-emerged over the bony frame. "It hurts," she gasped, as Mysa grinned. "I shall shatter you to pieces. You won't even die from this." She began to scream again, as searing beams shot from her eyes, slowly melting her from her toes upward. Though unsure if her madness would still bring her pain or regret, Mysa felt satisfaction enough. With nothing remaining in his hands, he floated in the pitch-black universe, exhaling a sigh of relief. Atomic Girl's capabilities were indeed formidable, but she fell short of being able to kill him. Now, there was something else that piqued his interest, the super mech that had emerged from nowhere. He drifted to the remains of the machine deity, examining it. The mech exuded a raw industrial essence, and its precisely crafted steel plates imbued it with allure. "This shall be my spoils," he mused, growing increasingly fond of it. Though a worry about potential contamination lingered. Just as he pondered, the remains began to stir once more. The once bulky steel plates shed, revealing a rugged skeleton. The head starting to fall away, exposing a skull-like structure. The steel shifted towards the shoulders, sprouting wings of bone, glimmers of green flickering upon them, while a tail with a sharp blade extended from its back. In an instant, the transformation was complete. The machine deity had perished, yet death was not the end. Its bizarre body continued to obey commands. Perhaps it could now be referred to as a ghostly machine deity. This was not an achievement attainable by the knowledge of the horrified universe. The true force behind the bizarre transformation had not yet relinquished its hold. How could it still move without a pilot? Mysa swiftly resolved to vacate the battlefield, his instincts warning him that this entity was unlike anything he had ever comprehended. He needed to reach more of the yellow suns to bide his time and assess the situation. If anything seemed amiss, he would hastily retreat. Behind him, the god of machinery unleashed an attack, though it was not aimed at him. However, Mesa felt an ominous sense that all the stars in this universe had vanished. The infinitely vast and expanding cosmos no longer held a single star. The god of machinery had a protruding, long, and curved horn on its head. It extended its hand across the distance and grasped Mesa. Nyarlathotep had captured this creature of interest at the very moment it had just tasted victory, satisfying its own whims. It seduced the bewildered immortal, offering immortality that would envelop all life on earth, whispering secrets into the ear of the atom girl, imparting knowledge meant for the robotic deity. The eternally slumbering were not the deceased. In the bizarre eternity, even death would eventually fade. The avatar, new to this universe, was far from powerful. Yet knowledge would grant it sufficient strength. Rudy had crafted a vessel for it, and Eve's abilities provided the necessary convenience for intervention. Now, it could reap the rewards of this clandestine passage. Nyarlathotep crushed the man into fragments, extracting his soul, yet found it utterly empty. Mesa was not present. Chapter 47. Embracing death, Mesa felt as though he were submerged in a turbulent river, his hazy consciousness still reeling from the moment he was forcefully subdued. What a joke! Let me face the three pillars of God. The distinct tuft atop his head was unmistakable. Upon seeing it, Mesa surmised that Nyarlathotep had come to this universe. Moreover, this entity was lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment to prevent Mesa from opening a portal. Though even if he had, it would have been futile. Currently, he found himself helplessly drifting along, dazed and unable to discern the riverbanks, choking on the water. A sharp object snagged his hair, pulling him above the surface. A familiar Gothic girl, wielding a familiar fishing rod, hoisted him ashore with a forceful tug. Coughing, Mesa spat out the river water. Tailt? The girl nodded. It's me. Long time no see, so you really are deaf. Finally expelling the accumulated water, Mesa let out a long sigh of relief. Good. It seems I have connections down here as well. Looking back at the water, he realized it was merely a calm stream. What a tragic death. I have lost my physical form, leaving only my soul behind. Mesa had once heard elders say that the state of death would be reflected in the soul. His complete form indicated either a peaceful end or a dismembered corpse. Now, he understood everything. This must be the river of the dead. Death awaited him on the banks, suggesting he was utterly finished. Pure malice, pure malice. Couldn't I have developed for a few more decades? He recalled his demise at the hands of the three pillars of God and was filled with resentment. Angus, you truly have ruined me. Why had the difficulty of the battle suddenly escalated so drastically? If it were an ordinary outer god, there would still be a chance, as the disparity in the Cthulhu mythos is vast. Alas, what had come to confront him was the chaos of the hidden, the god of 1,000 faces. The messenger of Azathoth, the embodiment of cosmic eternity. Nyarlathotep, whose malevolent nature relished tormenting humanity, scattering seeds of calamity, and waiting for the fruits of ill omens to ripen, had finally struck Mesa down. In the Great Ascension stage, a minor cultivator had dared to oppose a golden core expert. Bravo, Nyarlathotep, well done. You cannot rest yet. Tailt noticed Mesa's inclination to give up and admonished him. Haven't I already died? Must I work overtime in the afterlife? As a living being, I was a wage slave. Now I'm a ghostly slave. Mesa sighed. Having died, what else could he do? Tailt blinked. You are not dead yet. I will return you. My workload is truly overwhelming, and now I have to find time to look after you, she lamented. You're going to send me back? But I don't even have a body. Think, Mesa, really think. Tailt pointed at her head with 2 fingers. Your Kryptonian-like abilities are almost unrelated to your Vitruvian genes. Can you guess where they come from? Of course, they originate from the soul. She dropped her hands, tilting her head. The physical body is not such an inconvenient thing. You can simply conjure another. It sounded reasonable. Indeed, his superhuman powers bore no resemblance to those of the Vitruvians. The only subatomic manipulation he rarely employed was unnecessary, given that biological force fields were far more effective. But I can't fight even if I return, Mesa ventured, sensing that the girl was eager for his return to the universe. Adhering to the principle that supplies must be provided before a great battle, he decided to drop a hint. The eternally slumbering are not the dead. Even in the bizarre eternity, death will fade. She recited the most well-known lines from the Cthulhu series. Indeed, it is true. Death will eventually fade, but it will not be at their hands. Tailt generously spread her arms wide. Would you like to embrace me? Embrace death? Will there be benefits? Mesa felt remarkably at ease by her side. Even in a joking mood. Incredibly powerful benefits. Mesa drew her into an embrace. After a while, the girl stepped back, raising a fist toward him. For my sake. Unleash your fire punch upon him. The god of machinery stood frozen in place, searching fruitlessly for that intriguing soul. Now, it was Nyarlathotep's avatar in this universe. What could possibly slip through its grasp? Light gathered, and a humanoid form began to materialize from thin air. Nyarlathotep watched the scene with amusement. It was truly fascinating. Mesa opened his eyes, his body restored to its former state, standing amidst the void of the universe. The enormous god of machinery, with its pointed head, seemed to be observing him. It had yet to realize that the balance of power had shifted. Mesa's senses heightened, and a new battle suit gradually formed over his bare body. The suit was pitch black, emblazoned on the chest with the red circular emblem of the Viltrumite Empire. His fists ignited with flames that dripped like molten lava, his feet planted in the vacuum, where even space burned. His energy no longer emanated from stars, but was drawn from the boundless darkness and solitude. He could perceive the passage of all life, witnessing the universe's inevitable march toward oblivion. Now, he was the embodiment of death, the Black Reaper. The god of machinery ceased to observe silently. A green light enveloped the space, and with a single strike, it aimed to obliterate the entire universe, determined to seize the soul before it. Yet, it proved futile. For every conclusion simply led to an end, and Mesa was now death itself. The god of machinery's attack merely hastened that process without altering its essence. Mesa began to run and leap, his fist connecting with the mechanized form, and then it was all over. The god of machinery perished, leaving only an expanse of emptiness. Witnessing the impact of his avatar, Nyarlathotep mused, "How amusing. What a load of nonsense." That punch, following the connection to the avatar, struck the face of the swollen woman still in her own universe, knocking her folding fan to the ground, causing her avatar to dissipate in an instant. As the most liberated outer god in existence, Nyarlathotep had never faced such humiliation. Its suits were both lost, and won even in its own realm. Mesa withdrew his fist, extinguishing the flowing lava. The experience of such immense power was nearing its limit. What a pity. If only a simple embrace could grant him the strength to hold tail every day without letting go. If Mesa could retain such might indefinitely, he would willingly sell his soul to death. You should not relax now. Causality is always quite intricate, and the connection between the two universes does not end here. Tilt whispered in his ear. Shocking mark. In an instant, Mesa recalled the name of the counterpart that designated this universe. His physical body still resided in the main universe. In the main universe's Pentagon, Cecil entered, inquiring of Sinclair, how much longer will this transformation take to succeed? Bound by various instruments was none other than the corpse of Shocking Mark. After the robotic destruction of Shocking Mark, Cecil had recovered his body, hoping to present it to the resurrection creator, Sinclair, for further experimentation. The goal was to determine whether a resurrected being could be created with the powers of a Vitruvian. And this experiment was nearing completion. It will be done shortly, Sinclair exclaimed, waving his scissors with excitement. To obtain such ultimate material is truly a boon for a scientist like me, who seeks the pinnacle of humanity. But is he already moving? Cecil reminded him. Wasn't this your doing? I haven't even reattached his tendons yet. How can he move? I haven't even installed a control system. Sinclair, hearing the director's words, looked puzzled and lowered his gaze. Struggling to stitch his face back together, a pair of green, glimmering eyes began to whirl in the slackness of his face. Shocking Mark awoke from his stupor, lamenting, dying is utterly meaningless. Fury surged within him as he contemplated his unexpected downfall. Though the reason for his resurrection eluded him, he was determined to unleash chaos upon this realm, showcasing his formidable power to these inferior beings. Furthermore, it appeared he possessed a unique ability. With a sudden burst of energy, he shattered his restraints and soared into the skies. What the hell? The test subject has escaped? Sinclair, narrowly avoiding disaster, cursed in frustration. Cecil abandoned the bewildered scientist and hurriedly activated a portal to seek the Nolan family, as he now had no choice but to request their assistance. Emerging in a cemetery, he found himself at the hallowed grounds of the first generation of the Guardians. An extraordinary idea struck him. Although he was uncertain who had granted him the power of resurrection, he understood how to inflict harm upon those defending this universe. He let out a sinister cackle and flung open a coffin lid. "Arise, guardians of the earth. War maiden, crimson speed, dark wing, return from death." And awakened to this bewildering situation. Even death bows before me. Ecstatic at the validation of his newfound abilities, he commanded, "Eliminate Nolan and the version of myself in this world." Before he could finish his sentence, dark figures began to materialize in the air. "You really know how to stir up trouble," he remarked, surveying the bewildered faces around him. Failing to find any trace of Nyarlathotep, Mesa slapped him across the face, and he collapsed, reverting once more to his deceased state. Nyarlathotep, regrettably retracting its tendrils, realized the final opportunity had vanished. Crossing into an entirely different cosmic barrier was a formidable challenge. It caressed its aching cheek, lamenting the lost chance. Chapter 48. Sissel, Zombie Crisis? Not long ago, after safely returning Chris home, Mark first flew to the Lunar Palace. Following a series of crises and having listened to his father Nolan's heartfelt words, his perception of the Vitruvians, or rather Uncle Mesa, had undergone a significant transformation. His own experiences in recent times had revealed that many of the Vitruvians he encountered acted as anonymous superheroes on Earth. Notably, General Craig had been spotted intervening multiple times. However, it puzzled him that the woman accompanying him always bore a different face. Naive Mark struggled to comprehend this. His visit aimed to seek his uncle's aid. Believing that the incomprehensible technological genius Chris would be of great interest to the Emperor, Anissa, on duty, scrutinized Mark and refused him entry. His Majesty is occupied with important matters outside. The palace is under lockdown by the Prime Minister's orders. In fact, had you arrived a bit later, you would have witnessed all our kin gathering here. Upon receiving Mesa's orders, Minster not only urgently contacted Louise to stand guard at the Solar Stone, but also alerted all Vitruvians on Earth, anticipating Mesa's return might necessitate support. Why weren't my father and I notified? Mark sensed the gravity of the situation. The Empire's heightened vigilance indicated a serious threat. Anissa shot him a glance, but remained silent. To her, it was entirely normal not to inform two traitors of the situation. Though the Empire and humanity coexisted harmoniously, barely scraping by in terms of mutual respect, Nolan and Mark had once stood against the Empire. Which madman dares to invade the Empire? The war beast and conqueror strode into the palace. Having spent their days idly wandering, contemplating a future excursion to the Star Sea, with Mesa's long-standing suppression of anger now negligible, he wasn't particularly eager to find an equally matched opponent for a decisive battle. Upon hearing the call to assemble, Conqueror eagerly came to lend assistance. Driven by his innate love for battle, and who could deny that he was a citizen of the Empire? Everyone knew Mesa was his brother, and the war beast had resolved to bring his talents to the Empire, having already been honored as a Vitruvian citizen. Mark instinctively stiffened upon seeing the hammer held by the White Lion, which had left a profound impression on him. "There are no updates," Anissa replied. Though she didn't believe the Emperor required the aid of his kin, if a crisis did arise, she would willingly sacrifice her life, even if it merely delayed the inevitable for a few seconds. Dozens of streaks of light darted across the planetary surface, landing before the palace fortress. General Craig pushed past Mark and inquired of Anissa, "Is there anything of particular significance occurring in the palace today?" His Majesty met with a robot and another man before heading to the core, appearing rather grave. Anissa explained. General Craig ordered all kin to prepare for battle. The palace core served as the gateway for His Majesty's travels through the cosmos, indicating that Mesa was particularly invested in a world that likely posed great danger, to the extent that he did not even intend to deploy soldiers. Unfortunately, the strongest, Craig, remained on the planet Xerxes, and the Prime Minister had not indicated any intent to inform him. Turning to Mark, Craig commanded, "Return to Earth immediately. You are not to remain here." "Why?" "I am equally concerned for my uncle." Mark failed to grasp Craig's hostility. "You are not yet a member of the Empire. You have never proven your loyalty. Now, go home. If you truly wish to contribute to the Empire, as Nolan does, then focus on procreation. That is the best you can offer." Craig understood the significance of the Emperor's ability to traverse worlds. Should humanity become aware of it, unwise decisions might ensue. Through the Sophan's dispatch to Earth, he knew that the Defense Bureau had contacted Angstrom, but a mere weak human could not compare to the formidable Emperor. While Sissel could calmly handle Angstrom, it did not imply he could wholly embrace the Empire. The fragile relationship between humanity and the Vitruvians teetered on the precarious edge of necessity for reproduction. If the Empire had the opportunity to replenish its population from other worlds, Sissel could not help but worry about Earth's fate. In truth, the robot escorting Angstrom to the palace was also acting covertly, hidden from Sissel's knowledge. Mesa is my kin. He saved both my father and me. How do you perceive me? Mark exclaimed in anger. The Vitruvian Mark stepped forward, raising his head defiantly. When it comes to loyalty, you cannot possibly compare to me. Nor are you necessarily stronger. The Vitruvian Mark, comfortably nestled within the Empire's ranks, was initially unrecognizable to Mark as his counterpart. Numerous Vitruvians cast their gazes upon him, prompting Mark to retreat in dismay. The current situation left Mark feeling wounded. As a half-breed, the Empire's past hostilities bred distrust, while humanity's recent experiences with parallel world invasions fostered fear toward him. He first aimed to reassure Chris, urging him not to hastily trade technology or sell gravitational field technology. Upon returning home, he found Nolan seated on the sofa, cradling Debbie as they watched television. Noticing his son's troubled expression, Nolan inquired, "Mark, what troubles you?" Shaking off his tumultuous emotions, Mark recognized the validity of both sides' suspicions. "It seems something has happened to Mesa. The Empire has declared martial law on the moon." "Are you certain?" Nolan's eyes sharpened. Having witnessed Mesa's miracles firsthand, he did not consider this a trivial matter. He struggled to fathom what could possibly ensnare the Emperor in such a predicament. "Yet Craig forbids my involvement," Mark lamented to his father. "I simply wish to help. Mesa saved our lives. Do they truly believe I would repay his kindness with ingratitude?" "Oh, Mark, do not take it to heart. Craig is a general of the Empire. He must consider all worst-case scenarios. It is reasonable for him not to trust you, especially given your past intentions to assassinate Mesa. They are unaware of your true goodness and do not know you, the invincible hero. Nolan, I need you." As the blue portal opened, Sissel rushed out. "Jingy has returned to life." "What?" Mark gaped in disbelief. He had seen that corpse, and Jingy's head had been obliterated. How could he possibly come back to life? "I must confess, I made some alterations to his corpse, but Sinclair's technology should not have allowed for his revival," Mark admitted, his frustration directed at Sinclair, the criminal who ought to be imprisoned. The resurrection of the dead could not possibly be the work of Sinclair. "There must be some other factor at play," Sissel countered. "Moreover, I require greater strength. The current heroes fall far short compared to the first generation of Guardians. Had it not been for the unexpected betrayal of the all-powerful hero, the prepared first generation of Guardians would not have been so easily subdued. Now, my available strength is hardly sufficient. I must contend with an ever-increasing array of global crises while remaining vigilant against potential assaults from the Empire." He is aware that many serious incidents have been managed by the reclusive Vixens, and the favorable circumstances may not persist indefinitely. Upon closer examination, only the robot, the immortal hero, Captain Britain, and the Wolverine are truly capable. As for the Emperor, is he still residing on the moon? Now you remember Mesa. Weren't you planning to use Sinclair's works against him? Mark, filled with pent-up frustration, lashed out at Cecil. "This is not the time for you to argue with me. Nolan, Mark, I need both of you to head over immediately. The state of dread is quite unsettling." The reanimated corpses, grotesque and disfigured, reminded Cecil of the apocalyptic fantasies found in literary works. The zombie virus, and it is one capable of infecting Viltrum as well. Even more terrifying is the evident intelligence displayed by the undead horror. He must swiftly contain and eliminate it. If this state is indeed infectious, it would spell disaster. Chapter 49. Let me take a look. Minster paced nervously within the palace. She had never witnessed Mesa approach anything with such gravity. This could only be attributed to one reason. If the calamity instigated by Angstrom truly erupted, it could potentially obliterate the entire Imperial territory. Perhaps even parallel universe isolation would not suffice. Minster decisively isolated the Mohican universe, which had intersected with the universe of horror, and even considered abandoning the main universe. Clutching the Angstrom and the Sunstone portal, as long as Mesa remained alive, his long lifespan would eventually allow for a resurgence. She was entirely opposed to the Emperor putting himself at risk, but Mesa had made up his mind. Minster ordered her kin still in the Trisolaris universe to secure their retreat, and summoned the 40 surviving Vixens from the main universe to stand guard outside the palace. If Mesa were to return and be followed, she would ensure that the remaining individuals would converge upon him, even at the cost of their lives. As for the other two royal bloods, Nolan and Mark, she regarded them with little concern. Minster's ultimate mission was singular, to guarantee Mesa's life. She hadn't even considered informing the two, as their reliability in her eyes was exceedingly low. Though times had changed, with the Emperor's conciliatory policies restoring the populace and soldiers showing signs of leniency, Nolan had indeed transgressed imperial policy, unlike those who had been mandated to procreate. Having studied conspiracy theories extensively, she remained wary of Nolan's potential rebellion. Traeg was responsible for population assurance, since he had already gone to the planet Xerxes. He was likely fulfilling his reproductive objectives well enough. Not recalling him was a strategy to ensure the replenishment of newborns, even if this battle depleted Craig and the others. Traeg's progeny would fill the gap. Louise, beside her, pressed the hilt of the god of fire's sword, harboring a mysterious confidence in Mesa. Especially after hearing that she had arrived in this universe before the portal had opened. She was increasingly convinced that some unknown entity was watching over the man, those deities residing beyond the cosmos. The intelligence monitored by the Earth's GZ relayed that the Emperor had appeared in an American cemetery. She immediately ordered Craig, Anissa, and Tula, 3 vixens, to the location to ascertain Mesa's condition. Curiosity was hard to suppress as Minster gazed in astonishment at the Sunstone teleportation device, which bore no signs of activation. Had Mesa truly not utilized the cosmic passage? Mesa certainly did not require the Sunstone to traverse worlds. Death was omnipresent, and he was an unstoppable harbinger of doom. In the embrace of Telt, he could effortlessly navigate the rivers of the cosmos. And crossing the gaps between the horror universe and the main universe was but a mere push. It must be said that the current position of horror was quite convenient for Mesa, a cemetery where the shadows of death were palpable. With a thought, he arrived at the location, witnessing horror cackling maniacally after consuming a multitude of souls, lifting the coffin lid to awaken a throng of the deceased. Still rambling, he intended to wreak havoc upon Mesa's earth. A dim aura lingered around Horror's head, a remnant of Naya. With a swift motion, Mesa dispatched Horror and turned his gaze to the resurrected beings beside him, confirming that they had yet to be tainted by Naya. This group appeared to be the first generation of Guardians, likely slain by Nolan, leaving the worry for Cecil to manage. This time, I will ensure your death is thorough. The blue portal opened, and a familiar figure leapt forth, his dear nephew, the invincible hero. Suppressing his discontent towards Cecil, Mark dashed into the portal, with Nolan closely following. The reanimated Horror was no match for them. Yet, Horror had once again perished. Mark halted abruptly, noticing the familiar Emperor hovering above the ground. However, he was not adorned in his customary silver and crimson robe, but rather in a dark outfit with a splash of red across his chest. Uncle, Mesa has returned? Wasn't the Empire under lockdown just moments ago? The all-powerful. The battle maiden cried out in anger, her memories of being strangled washing away the confusion of her recent resurrection. The Green Ghost, Red Speed, and others also regained their senses upon discovering their nemesis. Nolan surveyed the gathered souls. You have returned? He then noticed Horror's corpse nearby. Did he still possess such abilities? Even dead, his influence lingered? Resolutely, he sought to eliminate the threat before it could act. My God, he is targeting the Guardians first. Cecil, wielding a laser gun, followed suit. The sight of old friends rising from their coffins left even someone as seasoned as him in disbelief. He had never encountered such a scene before. Cecil, how can you associate with this traitor, this murderer? The Green Ghost, equally incredulous, questioned whether the Director of Defense was still under the all-powerful spell. I will explain later. We must not engage in conflict now, Cecil soothed the agitated undead. He noticed the Emperor nearby and felt a weight lift from his chest, at the very least. The zombie crisis would not transpire. However, the Emperor appeared significantly colder than usual, addressing him gravely. Setting his gun aside to greet him. Thank you once again for your assistance, Your Majesty. The instigator had once again become a corpse. Now, how to address the potential hidden threats within his old friends worried him. It is not the zombie virus. I have resolved the source. As long as we do not encounter the root again, these individuals should pose no problem. Sensing Cecil's concerns, Mesa elaborated. 3 figures landed heavily on the ground. Craig examined them closely, confirming that they were indeed the Emperor, albeit clothed differently. He and Tula, Anissa, knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, the matter has concluded. I will instruct Minster to lift the alert. You may return without worry, Mesa affirmed with a nod, stepping back into the palace's core, where Minster anxiously awaited him. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Minster had also noted the Emperor's markedly different demeanor from before. Uncertain of what had transpired during this incident, she felt a tinge of concern. Mesa's senses had been elevated to an unfathomable level, perceiving the end of all things, witnessing the universe's ultimate closure, as if his consciousness traversed eons. This heightened awareness fractured his emotions into intricate nuances. I'm fine. It's merely a temporary state. He closed his eyes. The moment had come. Upon reopening them, Mesa found himself back at the river. Telt withdrew her fist from his shoulder, and that transcendent state dissipated. How do you feel? A close encounter with death isn't so bad, is it? She tiptoed, guiding Mesa to sit by the stream. I could fight for another 300 rounds, Mesa chuckled. In that state, he was terrifyingly powerful, a veritable deity within any card game. He even contemplated entering the Cthulhu realm to capture Naya's essence, delivering a forceful blow to sever her errant locks. Do mere insects dare to oppose me, a true immortal in the mortal realm? Come forth and perish. Regrettably, this extraordinary state was time-limited, and he cast a wistful glance at the girl. Not allowed. Telt crossed her arms, striking a playful pose. Very well. May I visit you often to chat? Mesa persisted, unwilling to relent. I'm not always here. My work is exceedingly busy, dreadfully so, always in perpetual motion, the girl lamented. Producing a comic book to flip through on her lap, casting a teasing glance at Mesa, her lips curling into a slight smile. Upon seeing the cover featuring a cartoonish mark, Mesa surmised its identity, igniting a pang of desire within him. You possess such a treasure? How peculiar. The Invincible Hero comic has quite the sales record, and the readership reviews are stellar. Of course, I had to check it out. The girl feigned ignorance of Mesa's eagerness, continuing to peruse the pages. So Mark is the protagonist of the universe? He reflected on his encounters with Mark thus far. Indeed, he resembled a leading character, which meant the Empire must be the antagonist. The girl offered no response, continuing her meticulous examination of the comic. Let me take a look. Mesa extended his hand. The confrontation has been laid bare. His intention is to observe. After all, what traveler through time lacks foresight? This cannot be permitted. Chapter 50. Mesa. I have always been diligent in my duties. Seated alongside Tert, Mesa perused a compilation of comic strips. In the vibrant illustrations, he discerned merely two words, getting beaten. Mark's life trajectory seemed to oscillate between one brutal beating and another, regardless of the adversary. He could always be counted on to endure a pummeling that left him bloodied. Mesa recalled his first encounter with Mark, who was perpetually bruised and battered, an evident manifestation of the author's will. In this comic, the protagonist's plight is indeed tragic. Logically, Mark, being a hybrid of Viltrum and humanity, should not only retain his physical prowess, but should also surpass purebloods in strength enhancement. The Viltrum genes would gradually supplant ordinary human genes as he matured, and given their remarkable similarity, this purification process would occur rapidly. Due to the brevity of human maturation, by his teenage years, Mark was already on par with typical young Viltrum beings. At the onset of his career, his capabilities were unparalleled on Earth, and he ranked within the top 1% of the cosmos. Regrettably, the strength of his intelligent atoms was susceptible to psychological influences. In the face of ordinary foes, Mark lacked the intent to kill, never exerting his full effort. His subconscious output remained low, resulting in a stable yet relaxed form, allowing even moderately powerful opponents to breach his defenses. The battles in which he truly fought with all his might were rife with malice. Even confronting a mere gang leader, he encountered one of the universe's top 2 warriors, the Berserker. This scenario is akin to a sect's true heir emerging to cleanse the black market of nefarious practitioners, only to find that the adversaries are none other than the notorious Chi dispersers, along with the formidable Demon Lord. Fortunately, the White Lion harbored no interest in slaying the weak, merely incapacitating Mark before departing. Otherwise, no one on Earth could have stopped him. Subsequently, Mark faced the Empire's elite, a sight that was nothing short of harrowing. As a fledgling Viltrum, he was forced to contend with seasoned warriors. The Imperial soldiers were all the more ruthless. Aside from Anissa, the rest reveled in slaughtering innocents as a means of intimidation, subjecting Mark to both mental and physical torment. Moreover, the once mad god Angus, driven to insanity by an overwhelming flood of memories, chose to exploit the vulnerabilities of the benevolent Mark instead of confronting other malevolent entities. Who could withstand such torment? After much struggle, Mark resolved to abandon his principle of refraining from killing, opting instead to weigh the consequences and accept necessary sacrifices for a brighter outcome. Ultimately, the alliance he chose was betrayed, burdening him with the blood of hundreds of thousands. The climax awaited him in the form of the Regent Trig, who had consumed the Berserker's experience package and ascended to dominance. At that moment, even the Alliance's strongest, Arlen, who had faced near-death evolutionary transformations, found himself unable to confront Trig. Although the Alliance was numerous, Trig, a golden-tier combatant, commanded an army that swiftly outnumbered them. Mesa, recalling Trig's resolute gaze when departing Earth for Circassa, felt a surge of respect. It seemed he was truly intent on fulfilling his destined journey to strengthen the Empire's lineage, a testament to his unwavering dedication to the future of the Empire. When Trig returned, would the Empire's forces have vastly increased? Even the less formidable opponents in the narrative posed challenges. The rogue robots had morphed into abominable forms, and the melodrama involving the Beast Girl seemed as if pinned under the influence of intoxication. What manner of absurdity was it that a girlfriend would betray her partner and bear a child with another woman, seeking to overthrow her boyfriend's reign and imprison her husband? Robots, hasten to Neon, where companies seek your talents to produce a farcical depiction of inept husbands. Only by the conclusion of the story did Mark finally align with his title, The Invincible One. Mesa closed the book, marveling at the extraordinary talents possessed by each character. He remarked to Tert, who was attempting to seize the comic, that one must possess a measure of merit to play the role of a villain in this world. Tert tucked the comic behind her back, declaring, "Everything has changed. Earth now lies in the hands of you, the malevolent Emperor. You cannot simply depart as Mark did. This planet is his, and Mesa is determined to imbue Earth with his own essence. Do you possess other comics from different worlds for me to peruse?" He mused about the now-opened portal to the DC universe, subtly probing Tert, aware she could perceive his thoughts. "That world? I have no clarity regarding it. Other universes are equally enigmatic to me, yet I am curious. Hurry, go forth so I may follow and explore alongside you." Tert leaned on her cheek, a look of bewilderment upon her face. Lying, Mesa detected the girl's cunning gaze. She surely held knowledge. However, he dismissed it. Tert had saved his life and consistently aided him. Secrets among friends are commonplace. Furthermore, he had become aware of the whereabouts of the remaining treasures in the primary universe. Mesa found great interest in Planet F, where the rapid flow of time could prove advantageous. Given the obstinacy of these beings, he would not hesitate to claim their resources. Additionally, he pondered the Enshu giants featured in the Berserker's personal publication. Though the narrative abruptly ceased, perhaps the author had taken a hiatus. The formidable swords forged from their nails promised substantial power, and his collector's instinct compelled him to ensnare both giants as materials to craft fine weapons for the Imperial soldiers. The starry racers and the beasts of Ragnar. Such treasures remained unexplored, igniting a yearning within Mesa. He had finally uncovered information about the blue sea cucumbers that had aided his awakening to traverse Earth. Yet, the clues provided in the comic were rather vague. He surmised that the blue sea cucumbers existed beyond the cosmic dimensions, belonging to the segment of the narrative involving mechanical divinities. As he contemplated the currents of fate, Mesa suddenly recognized a blind spot. "Wait, will I appear here after my death? To meet you?" he queried. "Do not entertain thoughts of daily suicide to procure valuable artifacts." Tert warned, narrowing her eyes. "I already have enough on my plate, dealing daily with countless souls. Should you dare to trouble me, I will plunge you to the depths of the river of time." All right, but I shall manage the Empire's affairs. The workload is immense. And it would not be surprising if I were to succumb one day. Do not think I am unaware of your laziness, delegating much to AI. Indulging in pleasures. Clearly a fallen monarch, Tert pointed a finger at Mesa's forehead. "Under my leadership, the Empire flourishes, a realm of peace. In time, I shall earn a temple title. Perhaps even that of a great emperor," Mesa retorted, evading her finger. The empire he governed was witnessing its finest era in millennia, with better days yet to come. Return. Tert, uninterested in his ramblings, pushed Mesa's shoulder. "Why do you persist in interrupting my work?" Chapter 51. The first day of aspiring for greatness. With a shove from Tert, Mesa found himself back in the imperial palace of the primary universe. Having lingered in that realm for an extended period, time here remained at the moment he had previously departed consciousness. Minster blinked in surprise as the Emperor reverted to a familiar demeanor. Louise leaped into Mesa's embrace, her legs entwined behind him, their lips entwined in a fervent kiss. "Your Majesty, I presume your earlier concerns have dissipated," Louise whispered, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. "Shameless," Minster grimaced, thinking how could the Emperor focus on his ambitions while entangled with such a temptress? The Empire's grand endeavors were jeopardized by this enchantress. Kissing the girl, Mesa caressed Louise's soft form, his tranquility shattered in an instant, the ambience starkly contrasting that of his interactions with Tert. The Amazonian demigoddess had a knack for igniting his passions. Cradling Louise, he halted her wild advances. "Minster, the compatriots can return to Earth. The issue has been resolved. Additionally, let the Berserker and Conqueror remain." The AI Prime Minister was quite pleased with the Emperor's unwavering focus on governance amidst the temptations presented by the Enchantress. "Yes, Your Majesty. Should I summon Angus and the robots?" To prevent any spontaneous actions from the duo upon Mesa's departure, she had dispatched 2 soldiers to oversee them. Both individuals remained composed in the face of significant matters, staying put in their quarters. "They may come. The terrifying universe has been rendered obsolete. It will soon vanish, devoid of any remaining life." Minster was taken aback as the Emperor uttered such chilling words in a casual tone. A universe? Completely annihilated. She understood that the terrifying universe, as a parallel world to the primary universe, was also an infinitely expanding realm. How could such a world be destroyed? Who had the Emperor battled against? It has all come to an end. The existence of individuals like Angstrom is such that there will be no opportunity for their return. Mesa observed that the Prime Minister appeared somewhat frightened and hurried to reassure his little AI. "I had never envisioned such a level of power." Minster had scoured numerous databases, but found no information of this magnitude. Naturally, the Emperor's nonchalance thrilled her immensely, as the Empire's future spanning the multiverse seemed vividly within reach. Louise gently nestled against Mesa's neck, overwhelmed by the Emperor's vast might, her hand slipping slightly. Mesa managed to suppress the impulse to rise. He had long recognized that Louise possessed a strong admiration for power and would bet that this version of Wonder Woman was certainly no ordinary hero. What editor would dare to design such elemental symbols for a leading hero, fearing the wrath of readers? He released the girl amid her dissatisfied murmurs, stating, "I must review this once more, and this time I shall bring a robot along." Mesa was indeed envious of that formidable machine. Even though it would be considerably weaker without the prohibited knowledge of the K-series, it was still a super robot. A Gundam. No man could refuse the chance to pilot a Gundam. Minster shot a resentful glare at Louise before setting about fulfilling the Emperor's directive. Upon seeing a V-Star nod at him, the robot departed, the cold voice of the AI echoing in his ears. "The Emperor wishes to see you." He relaxed his tense nerves. Ever since realizing the chaos Angstrom's reckless traversals had caused, he had been pondering solutions. Albeit with scant intelligence, he had not dared to delve into K-series literature, knowing only that such dangers were highly contaminative. The robot conceived a method, perhaps by segmenting the entire space and constructing a wholly independent microcosm, it could delay corruption. However, with the Emperor's return, it seemed the matter had been perfectly resolved. He noticed Angstrom also leaving the room, walking alongside him. The robot could be considered one of the most intelligent beings in the primary universe, with exceptional technological prowess. Had the Prime Minister informed him? It appeared the Emperor had made some discoveries that required our elucidation. Entering the core, the blue light of the sunstone continued to flicker, and the robot noted that the Emperor's battle attire had transformed to a deep crimson. Uncertain of its significance, he merely catalogued this alteration. "I need you to accompany me to that cosmic expanse." A colossal mechanical body lay dormant in the desolate void of space, the universe devoid of anything but this machine. Its emptiness was terrifying. This state of affairs, more so than the creations apparently fashioned by his own hand, astonished the robot. Within the visible range, there were neither starlight nor celestial bodies, suggesting that the universe might be reduced to this mere corpse. Angstrom remained within the armor crafted by the robot, gazing out at the lifeless world, guilt nearly driving him to despair. "I have doomed an entire universe. Had you not sought me out, you might have endangered many more worlds. At least now you have an opportunity to atone for your transgressions." Mesa guided the two closer to the formidable machine. This was a mech fashioned by the outer god, capable of withstanding his cataclysmic force. "I need you to study this construct. See if you can unearth replicable technologies within." The robot initiated a scan, a familiar technology, indeed derived from my concepts, yet slightly divergent. If I had followed my vision entirely, I would not have created a humanoid giant weapon. Perhaps a spherical design would be more scientifically appropriate. Without a humanoid form, it lacks certain charm. Yet a planetary shape could facilitate transformation. Mesa recalled a beloved childhood anime, Cosmic Star God Apollo, which was quite delightful. The gravitational field distortion technology here was ingeniously crafted, ensuring the mech's agility. Angstrom rifled through his memories. I am acquainted with the individual possessing this technology, the Gravitator Chris. He is a street hero in many universes. The mech had been modified by Eve, who perfectly constructed it from within. Thus, Your Majesty, the robot concluded, replicating a similar machine is entirely feasible. Excellent. It seems I am fortunate to have such talented subordinates, Mesa thought gleefully. However, its output could not match that of the original. Many guiding layouts were chaotic, necessitating adjustments based on my ideas. I believe these incomprehensible peculiarities are the very essence of the mech's formidable strength. The robot expressed its true thoughts. If you are capable of replicating the Outer God's technology, I would worry whether you too have been contaminated. Mesa paid this little heed. The robot was truly a genius. It was imperative to prevent any further descent into darkness. Let others handle the F-series, while he focused on the stable research of technology. If everything adhered to my specifications, it might not take long, but I require gravitational field technology. Researching this from scratch could consume excessive time, so mature technology would be preferable. No problem. The security of the Empire and Earth necessitates further assurance. Begin your research, as I am heartened to witness the emergence of a formidable weapon for decisive battles. It seems I must expedite the search for Chris to enlist his assistance. The robot and Angstrom exchanged knowing glances. Even with the backing of the Outer God, had not the mech been rendered ineffective by the Emperor? Such a foe, capable of threatening the entire universe, would not stand against Mesa. Could anyone truly invade the Empire? Given Mesa's level of concern, this was likely his grand plaything. However, the Emperor's evident enthusiasm was far more reassuring than a godlike figure. Moreover, utilizing the mech to bolster the standing military would be advantageous. Chapter 52. Sissel. Not a single blow struck now. This devastated world had become the tomb of the mech. In a state of embrace with Telt, Mesa had transcended sensory perception to witness the visage of death closing in on the vanishing universe. Uncertain of how long this grave could endure, he contemplated a suicidal inquiry to Telt. For now, it matters not. The girl whispered beside him. Oh, you Telt. How dare you surveil me? You have violated my right to privacy. Mesa inwardly cursed death, clearing his throat. Thank you for the blessings of the goddess of death. The robot continued to scrutinize the details of the mech, pondering which aesthetic style the Emperor favored. This machine evidently adhered to a bizarre aesthetic, rendering one dizzy, interspersed with various skeletal elements. It was likely the counterpart had nearly lost its sanity during its creation. Angstrom examined the mech, further solidifying his resolve to follow the Emperor. The multiverse was too chaotic, better to seek refuge with someone formidable. After collecting the necessary data, the robot nodded at the Emperor. Before Mesa could activate the Sunstone, Angstrom had already sliced through the green vortex, opening the path to the primary universe. They were remarkably deferential, Mesa mused. It seemed they had been sufficiently frightened by the destruction of the universe. Next time, anyone who dares oppose me shall be brought here as a tourist to this graveyard, and I shall ask them if their heads are hard enough. Upon returning to the palace, the robot took its leave from the Emperor. It needed to return to Earth to resign from Sissel. Angstrom, clutching the literary works from the three-body world that Minster had found for him, returned to his room to read. He had resolved to read all the fantastical works of the universe, treating them as narratives of a new universe. Regrettably, there were no counterparts in non-parallel worlds. Otherwise, he had intended to consolidate consciousness once more. Mesa perceived Angstrom's thoughts, considering him even more radical than in the comics. Another attempt might risk his head exploding. Louise noticed the palace had grown quiet again and prepared to undertake some actions. Minster preemptively interjected, Your Majesty, someone wishes to pay you a visit. He had previously come by, but at that time, it was under lockdown. Invincible hero. Mark had finally entered the palace. Nolan had intended to accompany him, but had been summoned by Sissel to meet the first generation of the Guard. He knew his father was currently in a state of denial, grappling with the fact that the comrade he had personally slain was now rising to cause trouble. Regarding the evils he had committed, Nolan dared not confront them. Yet sooner or later, he would have to genuinely apologize for his actions. Darkwing and Crimson Speed had once organized a birthday party for Mark. They were truly good people, genuine heroes. Mark Grayson, a familiar voice rang out. Belonging to the White Lion, accompanied by Conqueror. What brings you here? Mark felt he had little personal connection with the Berserker. I am here to remind you. On behalf of my Emperor friend, Earth under the Empire's leadership would be far better than it is now. You must face the future. The Berserker reminisced about his past campaigns. I once established a utopia on my home planet, helping my kin achieve happiness. I know far more about conflict and power than you do. You should support the Empire rather than humanity. Mark regarded the Berserker, whose wise gaze bore little resemblance to that of a lion eager for battle. I shall reflect carefully on this. Perhaps you could accompany us on a tour of other star systems, and you would understand. The White Lion patted Mark's shoulder with a meaty paw. Travel to other planets? Mark recalled the technological jacket designed for romantic escapades in outer space, uncertain whether the minor discord between him and Princess Lin had been resolved. Then there was his dear friend, the adorable Aelin, who had aided him significantly. Perhaps it was time to pay them a visit. As traveling at faster-than-light speed would take little time, and matters on Earth were likely to be few and far between. He might even spend a honeymoon with Eve. Though he suddenly remembered that his girlfriend was still in university, unlike him, who had fully embraced the life of a hero. I believe I should go see them. The Berserker licked its claws. I shall accompany Conqueror and will take you along when the time comes. With that, the group entered a chamber. Mesa observed the apparent closeness that had developed between Mark and the Berserker, their connection quite serendipitous. Uncle, I seek your assistance. Mark explained to Mesa the backstory behind Chris's creation of the gravity gun. He is a genius, though perhaps a bit unorthodox in his thinking. Chris? Is that not the individual Angus mentioned? Truly, the protagonist often finds themselves in peculiar situations. Mesa recalled that Mark had seemingly entrusted this matter to Cecil in the comic. It appeared that Mark now placed more trust in himself than even the Defense Bureau. His technology is precisely what I require, and I shall offer him generous compensation. Thank you, Uncle. Mark felt that the Emperor was acting out of familial loyalty, considering the Empire's status as an interstellar power. Though he was uneducated, he recognized the strength of this technology, even if he was unaware of its practical applications. Mesa, do you have something to discuss with me? The Berserker inquired. Indeed. I have come across some information and would like your assistance. Mesa then recounted the tale of the enshrouded giants. Upon hearing about such formidable creatures capable of regeneration and posing a significant threat, the Berserker could not help but extend its claws, brimming with battle fervor. I am more than willing to eradicate these two monsters. Witnessing the lion-like intensity transform into a bloodthirsty demeanor, Mark grew concerned about the safety of interstellar travel. Surely, they would not be slaying their way through the cosmos. Mark, I need you to inquire with Nolan regarding the whereabouts of the interstellar racers. Mark nodded in agreement. Knowing his father was likely still at the Defense Bureau. Back at the Pentagon, the beleaguered Cecil noticed the robot's return. Rudy, your timing is impeccable. The First Guardians will soon be operational again. My current plan is to reorganize the Guardians under Captain Britain. I have come to resign, Cecil. I have decided to serve the Emperor now, the robot interjected. What? Cecil's brow furrowed as he surveyed the empty room, wondering which villain sought to undermine him this time. He was utterly fed up with the relentless advances of delusional individuals against the White House. What is Cecil thinking? Why did he not react in time to protect me? A contingent of soldiers ceased donning their camouflage equipment, surrounding him in numbers exceeding 20. The president's heart sank as he recognized the familiar gear. Is this not the technology of the Defense Bureau? Could they have suffered an invasion, obliterated by a supervillain? The soldiers methodically parted, and Donald stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. Donald? What is the Defense Bureau doing? Bring Cecil to me at once. Cecil Stedman. Only this man could covertly mobilize the Defense Bureau and command Donald. The president, regaining composure, seethed with anger. Understand the situation, Mr. President. Your life is not in danger, provided you sign this document. Donald tossed a folder onto the table. The president bent down to retrieve the thin sheets of paper, his heart racing. The fewer the pages, the more significant the matter at hand. This likely constitutes a real rebellion. He pondered hopelessly, contemplating countermeasures, only to grimly realize that Cecil had crafted the Defense Bureau like a fortress, one that operated beyond scrutiny regarding its funds and actions. Now, at this juncture, There was no feasible solution. Resorting to force? Cecil commands the most formidable superhuman group globally, even if the Guardians may disagree with his methods. Attempting to suppress them with conventional military forces would likely lead to disaster. He needed time to assemble a cadre of elite troops, time for others to persuade the heroes. Surely, someone would discern the anomaly of the White House. The president straightened up slowly, brushing non-existent dust from the document, and with trembling hands. He retrieved his glasses from a drawer. Casually pressing the alarm button concealed beneath the cabinet, he sat down and began reading the document. As the words sank in, his complexion paled, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. The document clearly stated that he was to sign over all affairs to the Defense Bureau, which seemed normal enough. But what did it mean to surrender humanity to the rule of the Vitruvian Empire? Had Cecil truly lost his mind? Or had that wretched alien tyrant taken him hostage? This portrayal was entirely at odds with the man the president had known. Cecil was a hardliner who would stop at nothing to protect Earth. How could he possibly betray humanity? Donald observed the president's display of theatrics with an impassive expression. The Defense Bureau was well aware of the alarm within the cabinet, but he remained unperturbed. Please sign. Are you serious? The president inquired, his voice trembling. We are fully cognizant of our actions. Do not hope for an army to rescue you, nor to negotiate with nuclear threats. Donald glanced at his wristwatch. All launch silos are now under the director's control, and the military system is paralyzed. Previously, the Defense Bureau soldiers had performed poorly, appearing weak because they faced superhumans, but against ordinary nations, portals and stealth technology could easily dominate. Sign, Donald emphasized, enunciating each word. The president, in despair, closed his eyes, the pen hesitantly hovering over the paper, but gazing at the gun aimed at him. He realized that survival was paramount. Please remain in the White House and do not wander. There are many matters yet to be addressed. Taking the document from the president's hands, Donald politely instructed him, then graciously closed the door as he departed. The president collapsed back into his chair, the room once again reverting to its usual emptiness. Yet he felt as though unseen eyes were scrutinizing him. Whether that group of soldiers had truly departed remained an enigma. After crossing the line, he suddenly came to terms with the situation. Surely, a deposed president would receive some preferential treatment? He was determined to serve Cecil wholeheartedly, aspiring merely to become an ordinary affluent individual. Cecil, too, sat alone in his office, meticulously orchestrating the plan step by step. Within half an hour, the Defense Bureau had seized control of the United States. An hour later, the United Nations declared itself incapacitated. In 3 hours, the world had undergone a transformation. While most remained oblivious to the changes, the Earth had already fallen into his grasp. However, Cecil was soon to relinquish this supreme power. He activated the portal, donned his protective gear, and arrived at the palace on the far side of the moon. After concluding his battle with Louise, Mesa floated lazily in the pool, allowing the warm water to wash over him, entirely disinclined to move. Minster entered the bath, which was designed in the expansive hall in imitation of ancient Roman style, a preference of the emperor. She was aware of the developments on Earth through her synchronicity with the intellect. However, the flawless conquest would likely be better received if narrated by the compliant Cecil. Your Majesty, Director Cecil requests an audience. He brings good news. Chapter 54. As the sun descends upon the world, the leisure hours had come to an end. Mesa emerged from the pool, his imperial robe automatically draping over him through the biofield, the remnants of fatigue brushed away by invigorated cells. He was curious about Cecil's purpose. One of the most splendid aspects of becoming a superhuman was the boundless energy of the body, whether for pleasure or work. A perfectly healthy body was indeed a valuable asset. The weariness he felt regarding administrative matters was merely a psychological lethargy. In his previous life, as an ordinary human, he had to toil and strive. Now, as a superhuman, he still had to work every day. Wasn't that a futile transition? No matter how heavy the tasks, his superintellect could manage them effortlessly. Yet, it reminded him that it was time to relish in rest, and delegating some earthly trifles to Minster seemed a wise choice. He respected the conclusion of his superintellect. Standing tall beneath the throne, he awaited Mesa's arrival, bowing deeply upon seeing him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Why is this old rogue so humble today? Mesa recalled how he occasionally spied on the daily activities of the Defense Bureau, where he often discovered Cecil secretly devising various plans. Under relentless pressure from Cecil, Sinclair of 007 had been compelled to create a multitude of resurrected beings, even contemplating using the isotopic mark as material for an advanced version. The entire headquarters was laden with sonic emitters, and Cecil was tirelessly teleporting to recruit superhumans for his guard. The threat was all too apparent, an impending crisis from the outer cosmos, looming over Earth. Realizing that the robots should have returned to Earth, Mesa deduced the reason for Cecil's sudden humility. He was evidently intimidated by the formidable power of the cosmic Emperor Mesa, who could obliterate the universe. The shift from arrogance to submission was rather amusing. Mesa maintained a smile. Director Cecil, it appears you have managed the aftermath of the resurrection adeptly. Cecil recalled the resurrected guard, which he had yet to resolve. Though he had managed to suppress their anger towards Nolan, a task he would need to coordinate later. Such trivialities paled in comparison to his grander ambitions. After conversing with the robots, he had lost interest in that matter. After all, the guard was composed of good individuals. They would endure their fury and, sooner or later, would accept the omnipotent hero once more. Your Majesty, I did not come to discuss the handling of crises. Cecil produced a golden crown from behind him. Kneeling upon the ground, respectfully presenting it to Mesa. I have come to offer you the Earth. You are now its true ruler. I have cleared away the forces of resistance among humanity. Mesa gazed down at Cecil. Well, you, with your thick brows and big eyes, are the first to surrender. He had not anticipated that this man, who had been so vigilant of him, would so readily offer his loyalty. Minster, already aware of Cecil's intentions, interjected. To lay down arms and submit with courtesy, ensuring the peace and comfort of the citizens, is indeed a beautiful thing. Your Majesty, humanity reveres your virtues and admires your might. You descend upon us like the sun. The Defense Bureau extends a humble welcome to the King. It is your benevolent policy towards humanity that has enabled the Empire to effortlessly gain the allegiance of mankind. The Emperor's left fist represented virtue, the right, benevolence. Both fists combined embodied compassion and righteousness. I have a modest request. I wish to assist the Empire in negotiating with humanity to prevent any misunderstandings that may trouble you. Your Majesty, Cecil raised the crown high. I possess sufficient experience to gather humanity around you, transforming them into your third arm. Receiving the golden crown, Mesa understood Cecil's true intentions. If one could not conquer, then joining the ranks and becoming the Emperor's confidant was a strategic move, transforming humanity into the Emperor's most useful pawns. At the very least, it would ensure a bright future, allowing Cecil to navigate between Earth and the Empire, thus averting unnecessary casualties. Although Mesa did not intend to adopt a hard stance towards humanity, and the Vitruvians were thriving on Earth, seemingly satisfied with the status quo, he originally planned to gradually assimilate humanity. After all, the Vitruvians had long lifespans and highly invasive genes. He had the patience to see most of Earth's inhabitants transformed into Vitruvian bloodlines. However, Cecil had presented him with this opportunity, and he was unbothered by taking center stage in governance, accelerating his plans. I promise you, you are now the overseer of Earth. Manage it well, having joined my ranks. Let us together build a more splendid world. You shall not regret it. Minster was prepared, producing a report validated by the three-body world. Humanity is a vital asset to the Empire, and the happiness of every kind-hearted individual must be assured. These are the welfare requirements that must be met. Citizens must not endure excessive labor. They should be well provided for. The capitalist class is unnecessary, and resources and wealth should be uniformly distributed by the Empire. The technological level has reached utopian standards, with intelligent AI and automated machinery. Mesa, having read comics, knew that even the immortal hero could establish a utopian world on Earth until he was driven mad. Upon hearing the lengthy list of demands, Cecil realized that the Emperor genuinely intended to establish a utopian empire. He never expected that aliens would treat humanity better than humans treated themselves. Perhaps it would not require much effort on his part. A majority of humanity would eagerly rush into the arms of the Empire. Cecil could envision the announcement of policies leading to a throng of people surrounding the Emperor, their hands raised, weeping and rejoicing. Your Majesty, we have finally awaited your arrival. Understood, Your Majesty. I require some time for preliminary preparations. Soon, you shall arrive on Earth to enjoy the cheers and welcomes of the people. Cecil bowed and departed. Mesa examined the crown in his hands, then glanced at the golden throne within the hall crafted by Angstrom. He had now assembled a complete set. He donned the crown and took his seat upon the throne. To be fair, Angstrom's ergonomic design was quite impressive. It was exceedingly comfortable to sit upon. Even a millennium spent seated would not lead to fatigue. A millennium? He stood from the throne, sensing the inauspiciousness of such a notion. Now he was the emperor of humanity. In other words, Mesa was also an emperor. No. He must find someone to assist him in managing the Empire's affairs, allowing Mesa to focus solely on the overarching direction while enjoying ample leisure time. His curiosity about the multiverse was piqued. He yearned to explore every corner. He already had a candidate in mind. However, this individual was still far from the maturity and composure of the ultimate conclusion, with neither mindset nor strength reaching their zenith. Yet, the character of Mark Grayson destined him to become the invincible boy wonder. Chapter 55. Congratulations on achieving an accomplishment in the main universe. Within a small courtyard in the capital of the Vitruvian Empire on Earth, Mark was spending time with his father. I truly do not know how to face them. Nolan let down his defenses before his son. The Green Goblin and War Woman do not have the best relationship with me. I am not particularly concerned about their opinions. However, Nolan sighed. Darkwing and Red Rush have treated our family well. Yet the methods he used to kill Red Rush were so brutal. Red Rush, Joseph, was a Soviet, endowed with super abilities that allowed him to maintain speeds exceeding 400 miles per hour for extended periods, with reflexes far surpassing those of an ordinary person. To Red Rush, mere minutes felt akin to hours. On that fateful day, Nolan had grasped his head and crushed it. To Red Rush, such an end was likely more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Dad, you must apologize to them. A sincere apology, Mark urged. Evading responsibility will yield no results. They are all good people, and you have indeed committed a grave error. You are always right, Mark, Nolan said, patting his son's shoulder. You are far more mature than I am. Debbie leaned against the doorframe, holding Oliver's chair, observing the heartfelt conversation between father and son. Family life had returned to its tranquil harmony, reminiscent of the time before Nolan's betrayal, though the household superhero had transformed from the all-powerful man into the invincible boy. The portal opened, and Cecil arrived at the door, pressing the doorbell. It's Cecil. He must be here to persuade me to confront Red Rush and the others. Nolan opened the door. I will accompany you to meet them and reassemble the new Guardians. However, Cecil merely produced a document. Actually, I plan to disband it. Upon reflection, I've never found managing the Guardians to be a source of joy. He spoke candidly. The Empire has completely dominated Earth. What? Mark's pupils dilated in shock. The events were unfolding so swiftly that he and his father were entirely unaware. I assisted them, ensuring there were no innocent casualties. Even you think the Emperor's governance would be preferable for Earth? Nolan appeared unsurprised, given that Cecil had deduced he was the murderer, yet still maintained a facade of cordiality. Cecil handed the document to Mark. You should really take a look, Mark. Though I'm uncertain how the implementation will unfold. His Majesty Mesa genuinely has humanity's best interests at heart. Resistance is futile. It serves no purpose. Mark felt awkward. I don't have any significant objections. It just feels a bit strange. Perhaps due to recent personal experiences, he sensed that Uncle Mesa was a good person. As he perused the document, he exclaimed, "This is fantastic. Do I get to enjoy these conditions as well?" "That depends on whether you consider yourself an ordinary human or a superhuman," Cecil replied. Prime Minister Minster had decided to manage superhumans uniformly, allocating them to suitable roles. He would also select the most elite among them to form an army to address potential crises on Earth, and even in the cosmos. While the original Vitrumians would be promoted to the Imperial Guard, diverse superpowers are indeed a valuable asset. Vetrum's history likely witnessed a flourishing era akin to Earth's, though few could surpass today's hexagonal capabilities. These powers each possess unique strengths, some holding tremendous potential that could lead to technological breakthroughs. Mesa adopted Minster's recommendations, intending to capitalize on this. Cecil added, individuals like Bound Tyrant and Molten Man have already accepted employment. Both were forced into crime by financial desperation, and Mark had encountered them on several occasions. So, does this mean Mark and I are members of the Emperor's Imperial Guard? Nolan inquired. No, in truth. His Majesty has not specified your roles. After all, you both share royal blood and are relatives of the Emperor. What about my surviving counterparts? Mark recalled the fiercely loyal white version of himself. They should be part of the Imperial Guard. Those three have no attachment to their original universe. And it appears the Emperor is currently uninterested in parallel universes. I have come to explain all this to you. There is much more to discuss. Tomorrow, His Majesty will personally arrive on Earth. You must resolve your entanglements with the Guardians on your own. Cecil noticed that the father and son displayed little resistance. Can you truly accept this? He asked. Had it been Mesa who sent me to Earth instead of Trig, things would have been different. Nolan shook his head. There shouldn't be any significant conflict. The World Development Committee, Mark recalled the lies his father had spun to deceive him in his childhood. While Mesa was indeed eager to incorporate Earth into the Empire, his rule seemed genuinely advanced and tolerant for the underdeveloped world. Moreover, he had just convinced Eve to take a leave of absence to travel the stars with her boyfriend, experiencing the world firsthand. According to the White Lion, utopian realms are exceedingly rare. The following day, at noon, the appointed time with Cecil arrived. Mesa commanded the palace to rise from the ground, soaring from the moon to a synchronous orbit, officially declaring the Empire's dominion over humanity. Your Majesty, we adore you. In the midst of an ecstatic crowd, he descended from the palace to the surface. Your Majesty, I have awaited your salvation for so many years. I knew that the more advanced a civilization, the more prosperous society would be. What about Yi Wenjie? Mesa glanced at the speaker, relieved that the individual was unaware of what the Empire was like in the past. Otherwise, it would have been another collapse of ideology. Cecil disseminated information both online and offline, and within a single night. Nearly everyone learned of a superior cosmic civilization that had once emerged from Earth, now returning to guide their old comrades. He selected those who vocally supported the Emperor's arrival to welcome Mesa near the Pentagon. Floating in the air, Mesa smiled and waved to the crowd. Their raised hands and tearful cheers reminded him of the three sons from his past life. Amidst the multitude of lights, Cecil submitted a voluntary application for humanity to join the Empire, and with a flourish, the Emperor designated Earth as the capital of the Empire. Humanity had been separated from the Viltrumians for hundreds of thousands of years, and now they were as close as family once more. Mesa had not anticipated that merely delivering a few lines would persuade countless individuals to believe in him, viewing him as a symbol of salvation. Many clergymen even regarded him as the anointed monarch foretold in ancient texts, the returning Messiah. Cecil was an adept strategist, skillfully manipulating global public opinion. Dissenting voices found no opportunity to surface. Mesa was acutely aware that the current favorable situation was merely an initial facade. Yet he trusted that Prime Minister Minster and Administrator Cecil would manage the subsequent developments effectively. He had also achieved a milestone as a traveler, ascending to the position of Earth's leader. The various objectives of the main universe had reached a satisfactory conclusion, and upon Trig's return, he would venture into the DC universe to broaden his horizons. Batman, await me. I must acquire you as an external cerebral aid. Chapter 56. The Guardian's all-powerful man. How dare you come to see us? War Woman swung her metallic hammer, striking Nolan squarely in the face and sending him crashing to the ground, his bones caving in. We once believed in you. We considered you a friend. The crimson shadows encircled him, relentlessly pummeling his already bloodied visage. I am truly sorry. I feel guilt, Nolan offered, refusing to retaliate, finding solace in the brutal blows. Since witnessing the resurrection of the first generation of Guardians, a heavy weight had settled in his heart. Previously, he could hypnotize himself into forgetting the irreversible past, forcing himself to overlook his heinous deeds. But the return of the deceased shattered his fragile lies. Nolan struggled to open his swollen eyes, fully comprehending the fury, pain, and sorrow radiating from his old friends. His reflexes were swift. Even Red Rush could hardly keep pace with his accelerated speed. This time, Nolan chose to slow down the scene, immersing himself in the seemingly excessive onslaught of the Guardians. Just as when he had taken their lives, the Guardians were not employing their full strength to harm him. Otherwise, with the current state driven by uncertainty, the sentient atoms would surely be unable to withstand War Woman's hammer. Even after experiencing death, engulfed in boundless darkness and confirming his profound betrayal, the Guardians could not genuinely attack Nolan with the intent to kill. Cecil was correct. The first generation of Guardians were, in the secular sense, good people, and even when subjected to fatal harm, their inherent kindness could not compel them to wield the strength to slay a former friend. I am truly sorry for betraying your trust, Nolan gasped, struggling to rise, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Dad, Mark spoke, unable to contain his emotions. Though he knew his father deserved this fate, he still felt a pang of sympathy. Green Goblin covered her face with her hands, unwilling to partake in this catharsis, while Aquaman remained absent from the base, longing for his wife and the creatures of the deep, wishing to forget Nolan's past transgressions. Darkwing raised his hand and spoke. Stop. Let us end this. We cannot inflict bloody cruelty upon his father in front of a child. He noticed the tears glistening in the corner of Mark's eye. Darkwing had spent years in Midnight City dealing with various criminals, a city that had remained shrouded in darkness since its curse in 2002. He maintained order, having witnessed numerous acts of cruelty. Yet, he would never become one of the criminals. Everything Darkwing did was to protect life, even at the cost of his own. Even if Nolan had killed him, even if they had once been friends, close enough to be familiar with Mark, the betrayal of the all-powerful man still pierced his heart. I will kill him. That despicable coward. We thought he was under control. War Woman's fury had only intensified. Her anger stoked rather than quelled by Cecil's previous attempts at pacification. The elongated Martian extended her arms, while Red Rush caught the hammer, shaking his head in disapproval. Healy, killing him now will not alter anything. The immortal hero silently observed the battle, and the return of his friends illuminated his often somber heart. The female doppelganger beside him held his hand. He had no desire to engage in more trivial discussions with Nolan, especially after having fought him upon his resurrection. It was still hard to believe that the warrior maiden had dropped her hammer. Her memory of having her neck twisted was still her nightmare. Mark helped his father to his feet, while Nolan, with tears in his eyes, looked toward the crowd. I am truly sorry. I cannot say more. Nor do I dare to expect your forgiveness. We are finished, Nolan, Darkwing stated. Let the past remain in the past, but do not seek us out again. Do not show yourself here anymore. Your ties with the Guard have vanished. The Green Ghost spoke. Earth has undergone tremendous changes, but we will not join the Empire. We will continue to be heroes or retreat into obscurity. Having deeply understood how well a Viltruman can disguise themselves, we need more time to examine and convince ourselves. The heroes fell silent, their eyes signaling that it was time for Nolan to leave. Nolan nodded to his son and glanced back at the others. Mark lowered his head, saying, I too am sorry for what my father has done. No, Mark, this is not your fault, the Red Speed said slowly. I have heard the immortal hero speak of what you have done afterwards. You have done better than us. You are a true hero. Thank you, Mark replied, somewhat dazed. Never expecting that the first affirmation of his heroic identity would come from the very Red Speed who had perished at his father's hands. He had always admired the first generation of the Guard. Keep going, Mark. Your relationship with us will not be affected by your father. You are always on the right path and will ultimately live up to your name, becoming a true invincible hero. The all-powerful hero, and Mark flew away from the base. Darkwing decided to return to Midnight City to maintain the city and mentor the second generation of Darkwing. The potential of the second Darkwing exceeded his own, and the ability to access the Shadow Realm continued to show promising prospects. Although the curse of Midnight City had been casually broken by a passing emperor, sunlight once again bathed the earth, yet the city would always have need of him. The warrior maiden required time alone to heal, while the Green Ghost longed for her boyfriend, and the Red Speed harbored a similar yearning. He returned home, a place that had once been sold by his girlfriend in her grief after his death, but upon his resurrection, he purchased it back with money from Cecil. Olivia. The Red Speed embraced his tearful girlfriend, the experience of dying and coming back to life deepening his feelings for her. I want to marry you, Joseph, after you left. I cannot express how shattered I was. Of course, I want to be with you forever. The Red Speed held the girl tightly. He would not relinquish this hard-won happiness. Meanwhile, a black man looked incredulously at the reappeared girlfriend before him. Elena? It's me. I missed you so much. The Green Ghost dashed into the man's embrace, the warmth of their bond still intoxicating. I missed you too. Tears mingled with their heated breaths. How wonderful it is. At least the shocking events led to something good. Mesa quietly spied on the lives of the Guard from the palace. His extraordinary senses and the monitoring capabilities of his intelligence allowed him to perceive the minutiae of the planet with precision. The Emperor was watching you, he thought. The impact of the astonishing wisdom that shocking evil displayed before his death had more significance than his entire life. Nyarlathotep, I unilaterally forgive you for 1 minute today. The next minute, I will hate you, Mesa mused. As long as he ignored the contamination, the resurrection methods of the K faction were still quite commendable. Now, Nyarlathotep's influence and pollution were blocked by the cosmic barrier, effectively stalling the Guard's progress. Chapter 57. The The luxurious tour group sets off Mesa. A booming voice echoed through the palace, unmistakably belonging to the boisterous berserker. With one hand gripping his hammer and the other wielding a long sword salvaged from the warehouse. He declared, "I am fully armed and ready to set off. Where are the coordinates for the Insha giants?" The berserker had long been itching for a fight, yet here, there was no one willing to battle him. Mesa straightened up from his slouched position. The Emperor still cared about his demeanor in the presence of others. "The ship's database you used to contact the Empire contains the coordinates. You just need to tell it to take you to the giants." The White Lion smirked. "Good thing I brought it along. I've had it with me all the way to Earth, and it truly is my good fortune." Ever since he encountered the alien ship's AI, he had crossed paths with Viltrumite powerhouses like Craig, Anissa, Conqueror, and the Regent. Now, the AI even knew the address of the Inshu giants. One could only say that raiding that alien ship, which was originally meant to head to Earth, was the wisest decision he had ever made. "I promised it I would let it witness my glorious death. However, it seems it might have to wait a long time." Mesa scanned the berserker with a biofield. His rage was nearly stable and controllable, as long as he didn't encounter a battle that required him to unleash completely. The berserker could maintain this state for quite some time, no longer tormented by boundless anger. "In your current state, you can also return to Sok. Isn't that your home planet?" Sok, the berserker recalled the vibrant memories of his childhood, the beauty of the singing birds and fragrant flowers, as well as the ambitions that arose after the establishment of the nation following the end of chaos. Just before the raging flames drove him into madness, he chose self-exile to avoid bearing the pain of his homeland's persecution. After all these years, did his past still exist on Sok? He instinctively avoided the topic. "I promised to take Mark and his girlfriend on a tour through the stars. It has already been confirmed that we will go to Alan and Zach's planets. Are you planning to bring Mark and Eve along?" Mesa pondered the strength of the four companions. Conqueror was the third strongest in the Empire. Eve was a second-rate Dr. Manhattan. Mark was a legendary tank. And the Berserker was among the top two in the universe. This team seemed capable of sweeping through the entire star system. After a moment of silence for the two Inshu giants, Mesa brushed the matter aside. "You know, Sok isn't too far away. You can think it over." "I will consider it." The decisive berserker found himself caught in a dilemma. Upon hearing the name of his home planet, the warm breezes of childhood seemed to stir the fur of the young lion once more. "Dad, are you all right?" Mark handed an ice pack to his father, who pressed it to his face. His right eye was bruised and swollen. "I feel much better, though they have not forgiven me." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I shouldn't expect forgiveness. I will kill anyone who dares to hurt my father." His younger brother Oliver shouted. "Listen, Oliver, Dad has done wrong in the past, but that is far lighter than what I deserve. Do not speak such dismissive words about life," Nolan said sternly, educating his youngest son. Oliver's maternal lineage was from the Serkins, whose brief lives led them to be exceedingly indifferent to life and death, caring little for others and even less for themselves. "Everyone has parents, Oliver. I understand your desire to avenge Dad, but you cannot harbor hatred for others simply because he deserves punishment. You need to discern right from wrong," Mark advised. Oliver pondered deeply. "What about those without parents? Like the Moeller twins? I believe we need to have a serious discussion about your future education with Debbie." Nolan pressed the ice pack again, knowing his youngest son's personality still needed correction. "Please, Dad, don't tell Mom," Oliver pleaded. "Mark, are you ready? We are set to depart." The White Lion knocked on the glass by the window. Nolan instinctively looked up, wincing as the movement tugged at his wound. "When did you arrive?" Mark opened the door to let the berserker in. "I just teleported here. Are you all set?" Conqueror has already gone to start the ship. "I haven't gone to find Eve yet. Wait a moment." The White Lion was brimming with energy as soon as Uncle Mesa issued the mission. He could hardly wait to embark. "Why are you so slow? Warriors don't need excessive preparation. Isn't your girlfriend capable of crafting items at will? What else do you need to bring?" Indeed, Mark thought, realizing how wise the berserker's words were. With Eve around, it seemed he really didn't need to pack anything. "I'll go find her right away. Just head straight to the ship." The White Lion tugged at Mark's collar. "Enjoy your time with Eve." Nolan attempted to wink at his son, but the movement caused pain, distorting his mouth. "Wow, it's absolutely beautiful to see the outside from the faster-than-light ship." Eve pressed her face against the window, gazing at the spiraling lines of light. Mark wrapped his arms around her from behind. Agreeing to take a vacation to other planets is undoubtedly a wise decision. Time spent with you is always so joyful. Eve kissed his lips. The wild war beast meticulously groomed its fur, feeling a twinge of regret for bringing along the couple. No matter how the environment changed, they seemed perpetually enamored, their sweet nothings seemingly endless. Even the familiar expanse of cosmic space could elicit their admiration, despite their previous excursions beyond the stars. Perhaps it was time for him to seek out a female to satiate his biological urges. Conquest held little allure. As long as the atmosphere was vibrant and someone was willing to engage in conversation, his desires could be easily satisfied. Particularly during this period, Mark had taken to inquiring about interstellar knowledge, and the couple often expressed their admiration for his extensive experience. The Conqueror was indeed well-versed. Having captured thousands of planets for the Empire throughout his military career, having faced even the most peculiar of races, Mark caught the discontented grunt from the wild war beast and hastily consulted the star map of their spacecraft. We must head to Teniskia, Gerdalia, Sok, and the giant of Enshu. The AI responded, I await your demise. Although the Viltrumians spared you, your luck will not endure. It spoke bitterly to the wild war beast. The White Lion had slaughtered its beloved crew, and the AI held a long-standing grudge. Then you will have to wait. However, I never refuse a death match. You may pray that the giant of Enshu is indeed formidable. The wild war beast continuously flexed its claws. Mark learned from the AI that his encounter with the mob boss, Machine Head, had merely been a matter of misfortune. Machine Head had not originally summoned the White Lion. The adversaries had been annihilated, revealing that Earth harbored powerful beings, prompting the lion to follow the scent. We've arrived at Sok. Despite the AI's reluctance, it dutifully executed its commands. The White Lion stepped down from the ship, its paws making contact with the soft grass, a sensation that felt hauntingly familiar. Chapter 58. The return of Traeg. In the bustling heart of the city, under a clear sun, a colossal and majestic statue stood tall. With sparse groups of beasts frolicking nearby, the White Lion gazed at the familiar visage of the statue, a flood of emotions surging within. You are the cherished of the homeworld, the elder quavered, tears streaming down his aged face. I once thought you were but a legend after your departure. Driven by your thirst for battle, none have laid eyes upon you again. Without the wild war beast needing to reveal his identity, the elder could discern the immense power contained within his robust form, recognizing him as the destined savior blessed by the heavens, the architect of utopia. It is I. I have returned. The wild war beast felt the tremors hidden beneath his padded claws. Just as before, Sok remained enveloped in a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Everyone thrived, free from illness, calamity, and war. At least his initial choice had proven correct. Sok retained its beauty. In a nearby room, 3 individuals observed the scene through the closed door. Oh, I never imagined the wild war beast could have such a gentle day, Mark whispered to his girlfriend. He certainly didn't appear, so when he turned me into handmade meatballs. Eve shot him a disapproving glance, critiquing his fervent desire for vengeance. His wrath is a malady, yet it has granted him unparalleled strength. Regardless, this marks a splendid conclusion. He can relinquish his anger, and that brings me joy. Mark squeezed his girlfriend's hand. He had long since forgiven the lion for his past transgressions. On the contrary, he felt genuine happiness witnessing the once violent beast return to a placid state. Conqueror was already dabbing at his eyes. It was quite a contrast. Mark regarded him, surprised to find that this scarred giant possessed a delicate inner nature. Along the way, he had sought advice from Conqueror regarding combat techniques, and the elder had willingly imparted his wisdom, enabling Mark to learn many orthodox imperial fighting skills. Come, let us depart. The wild war beast pushed the door open. Are you not staying a few more days? Uncle has not set a deadline for our journey. We have ample time. There is no need to linger. This planet thrives even in my absence, and I am quite content. The wild war beast picked up his weapon. Now, I seek only to engage in battle. Very well, but first, I must rectify a past mistake made by my father. Mark picked up a sci-fi novel written by Nolan. Releasa being known as the Interstellar Racer. Within the synchronized orbital palace, Mesa rose from his bed, pulling away his pale arms that had encircled him. He glanced at the time. Well, it was already noon. After a brief moment of self-criticism, he quickly forgave himself. A late sleep ensured he remained energized for better work. Minster had been waiting outside for quite some time. She presented the Emperor with his royal garments while retrieving the most pertinent reports. Cecil has persuaded most of the heroes. They reluctantly agreed to allow Earth to become part of the Empire, but refused to serve the Empire immediately. These superpowered individuals continue to operate under their heroic identities. It was understandable. Altering the heroes' mindsets would require time. As long as they did not oppose the Empire, there was no need for punitive measures. Superpowered beings were valuable resources, and a benevolent mindset towards them was essential. Mesa stretched, easing his stiff spine. Last night, a swarm of squid-like creatures emerged, intent on taking control of Earth. Martian squid dogs? Mesa recalled the comic's details. They were relatively weak creatures, needing hosts with cognitive abilities to connect their consciousness. They had previously existed as pets for Martians. The Martians' fluid shape-shifting abilities were their natural enemies, and squid dogs could not parasitize Viltrumians, as they could not breach subatomic defenses. Mark could navigate among the numerous squids as if in uncharted territory. How did you resolve it? Mesa was not convinced these creatures could stir significant trouble. The Imperial Guard discovered their preliminary traces during patrols. Anissa and Craig captured the host, and robots completely drove them away using transmitters. The remaining ones were all exterminated. Minster presented the battle report. The operation had taken less than 10 minutes. Although they could indeed wreak havoc on ordinary planets while possessing a host, their simplistic thinking and lack of combat prowess limited their ambitions on Earth. 50 Viltrumians formed an impenetrable barrier for any who sought to cause trouble. Then came the communication from Traeg, who was on his way back to Earth, accompanied by a spacecraft. Minster reserved the most crucial news for last. He stated he has perfectly completed the breeding mission. In the pitch-black cosmos, a colossal vessel sailed along a predetermined trajectory, its destination set for Earth. Countless female mantids busied themselves in various chambers, tending to the wailing infants, gnawing on their fingers. Traeg rested his chin on his clasped hands. Seated at the helm of the ship, upon arriving at the planet, he initially believed he would have to exert considerable effort. After all, the Emperor had forbidden him from using force. However, progress unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. He merely explained to the Circassians that their offspring could enjoy lifespans of at least several hundred years, prompting many females to willingly mate with him. Wishing for their progeny to have extended lives, they sought to mate with him, even if they possessed only a year of life. In a short time, the number of newborns surpassed 1,000. Traeg observed these hybrids carefully. The Viltrumian genes rapidly enveloped the existing portions. In just a few years, they could become exceptional soldiers. Although Nolan had betrayed him, the mission of overseeing Earth and discovering Circassion had provided the Empire with an opportunity for complete resurgence. "Daddy!" A little girl called him from behind. "Uzar." He instinctively turned, embracing the girl running toward him, his first child. Beside her stood a boy, his eyes wide with longing. Also his firstborn, Orin. Traeg hesitated briefly, recalling the Emperor's methods. Perhaps a gentle approach would foster loyalty among these hybrids. He wrapped his arms around the boy as well. The two little ones nestled against his broad chest, their skin touching, warmth radiating between them. "Daddy, how much longer? It's so boring on the ship," Uzar yawned. "We will soon arrive at Earth. We will meet the Emperor at the earliest opportunity. You will become the sharp blades of the Empire, aiding the Emperor in conquering the multiverse." He stroked the heads of the two children. "We will perform exceptionally well, ensuring the Emperor's satisfaction," Orin whispered. Uzar grasped his finger, and Traeg held the children, gazing into the dark void of space. Earth had become the capital of the Empire. Mesa had taken the planet without bloodshed. And according to Minster, this even garnered gratitude from humanity. He had to admit, the Emperor's policy of conciliation might truly be effective. Chapter 59. The Flax Empire. We shall conquer Earth. The gigantic spacecraft slowly approached the palace, extending its docking port to connect with the passageway that jutted from the palace, then maintaining a relative stillness. "Orin, Uzar, follow me." Craig stepped into the corridor, accompanied by his two children from his firstborn, instructing the remaining mantids to stay aboard the spaceship to care for the little ones. Awaiting him on the bridge was General Craig, the current commander of the Imperial Guard. "Trig, you've returned. Are these your children?" Craig crouched down, affectionately ruffling the hair of Uzar and Orin. Trig had not forgotten that Craig had once betrayed him. "How goes your breeding task? You cannot profess loyalty while failing to produce offspring." "I have impregnated a dozen women," Craig replied. "But now I find myself entangled in how to make them accept one another." "Weak. How could you harbor such thoughts? Women are not a dilemma to resolve. Once they bear their children, lay your cards on the table. If they disagree, take the children and replace them." Trig was incensed by the troubled expression of his former subordinate. How could he be so spineless? Running a harem should not be approached with such hesitance. No, I love them all equally. They are my beloved, Craig protested, shaking his head. I cannot afford to lose any of them. Nonsense. Trig could hardly suppress his laughter, infuriated. The Emperor has been too lenient with these fools. Once I reclaim the regency, I shall deal harshly with these oblivious individuals. He took his children and declared, At least I have completed my breeding task far more successfully than you. Lead me to His Majesty. 2 children dare to claim superiority over my accomplishments? Craig raised an eyebrow, though he had yet to witness the birth of his own. At least he had fathered more than a dozen children, a significant number among all. Even Lucan had prepared to wait patiently for his wife to age before seeking another woman, unwilling to pressure her into childbirth. You have brought such a massive spacecraft from the planet Cirxer. What merits does their technology possess? No. It is merely that I have an abundance of children that necessitates such a vessel, Trig replied as he strode forward. What? Craig was taken aback, astonished by the sheer number of newborns capable of filling an entire spaceship. Trig had single-handedly increased the population of the Empire exponentially. No wonder he had once been the regent. Craig felt admiration swell within him, acknowledging that he had not taken a single day of rest since arriving on the planet. Still facing the insectoid creatures, seated upon the throne, Mesa looked down at the 2 children, who appeared rather unrefined compared to their comic counterparts. Despite the different timing, Trig had named his firstborn children Orin and Uzar. These 2 hybrids possessed extraordinary combat prowess, particularly Uzar, who could overpower pureblood Craig one-on-one in the final battle. Perhaps at that time, Craig's focus had been entirely on his wives, leading to a decline in his combat abilities. You have exceeded my expectations, Trig. You have indeed achieved your goal. Mesa was already aware of the thousands of infants and children aboard the ship, even though he had anticipated such a striking scene. Witnessing it left him at a loss for words. Endangered species? Worry not, for the kidney warriors shall intervene. These children will be cared for by their mothers and will be ready for training in due time. Trig knelt before the Emperor, outlining his subsequent plans. Orin and Uzar serve as excellent examples. Their combat abilities will not lag behind purebloods. The Cersarian lineage is vastly superior to other extraterrestrial races, even if it may not surpass the lineage of humanity. Mesa understood Trig's intentions and resolved to entrust him and his children with a long-conceived plan. I possess intelligence regarding a planet with a time flow significantly faster than Earth's, lurking nearby and poised to open the dimensional gate once more. Although there will be a reverse time effect, where 10 years there may equate to only months here, the comparative flow rates between the 2 dimensions remain advantageous. After 700 years on the planet Flax, only a few months will have elapsed on Earth. Trig's heart raced. He grasped the Emperor's intent. The hybrids of Viltrum and Cirxer would require mere years to mature into standard combatants, and the time flow on that planet would serve perfectly as a training ground. Earth was indeed a remarkable location. It seemed to offer all the conditions necessary for the Empire's revival, whether in terms of pure blood replenishment or military expansion. Nolan had once decimated them, but after such a long time, Flax must have regained its peak. The Empire needed this planet. Robots would provide preliminary policy guidance. Mesa resolved to dispatch Trig and the robots to seize Flax. The robots would attempt to resolve the planet's invasion tendencies, dismantling the oppressive forces of the Zaxar royal family to pave a peaceful path for their development. However, betrayal came from Amanda, the Beast Girl, who imprisoned the robot until she realized its perspective was correct. The Zaxar royal family would never change, only reveling in the enslavement of other dimensional races. Thus, she freed the robot to once again lead the oppressed Flaxians in overthrowing the monarchy. After betraying the robot, she had an affair with a royal woman, giving birth to a child that would unravel the robot's 700 years of effort. Following the robot's departure, the royal power was reclaimed, resuming the invasion for slaves. This series of events further radicalized Rudy's ideology, ultimately leading him down a path of cleansing Earth of dissidents and strictly monitoring humanity, darkening entirely. His first step into darkness was to eliminate the director of the Defense Bureau, Cecil, whose capabilities and authority could easily thwart all his plans. Since persuasion had failed with the Zaxar royal family, Trig would be sent to resolve the matter. The regent would ensure that these incorrigible extraterrestrials understood the meaning of suffering. Understood, I eagerly anticipated. Trig clenched his fists. Minster leaned down to whisper in Mesa's ear, "Your Majesty, the time is ripe. A dimensional portal has opened, leading directly to the planet Flax." The Zaxar Emperor was filled with ambition. They had suffered numerous defeats on Earth, the most devastating of which was at the hands of the almighty hero, who single-handedly obliterated the surface. The crown city of civilization, Klagia, had yet to recover. He understood that time was on their side. The technological prowess of the planet Flax far surpassed that of Earth. Regardless of humanity's strength, if they could regroup, they would surpass it. Now is the time. Raise the troops. This time, we shall utterly destroy human civilization, seize Earth, and reduce billions to slavery to construct the crown jewel, Klagia. Chapter 60. Plowing the fields and sweeping the holes. Warships and spaceships gathered densely as the Zaxar Emperor prepared to lead his tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Behold the formidable military might of his people, every citizen a soldier. The Flax Empire possessed only soldiers, attacking solely to capture slaves, who would build an even greater empire for them. Kill my brethren. Conquer my soldiers. Annihilate Earth. Enslave humanity. The more magnificent future of the empire lies just ahead. Onward. The Zaxar Emperor took the lead, riding his airship through the dimensional gate. The surging tide of his army crashed against the shores, determined to secure unparalleled glory. With fervor, they surged into Earth, howling with anticipation. Dozens of Viltrumians floated silently before the gate, gazing down at the cheering throng of ants rushing into hell. Clad in a red and white battle robe, Trig was restored to his regent status by Mesa, who permitted him to engage in state affairs. "These maggots are the natives of planet Flax?" he disdainfully remarked. "Apart from their accelerated time flow, there is nothing worthy of scorn. This planet is already mine. I shall bring my children there. Perhaps these maggots will serve as suitable training tools." Trig expanded his chest, broadening his already muscular physique. He plunged downward, unleashing a sonic boom that shattered the approaching aliens into a mist of blood. With a palm the size of a fan, he effortlessly grasped an alien cloaked in robes, heedless of its screams, crushing it into pulp. The Zaxar Emperor met an untimely demise. "Attack indiscriminately. Exterminate this horde of worms," Trig commanded. The Viltrumians surged forward, requiring no punches. Merely maintaining a certain speed caused the aliens to collide and burst into a mist of blood. No assault could leave a mark upon the Viltrumians. This clash, or rather the enemy's suicidal charge, resembled lambs rushing into a high-speed rail enclosure, instantly crushed into a dense, crimson haze that lingered on the small battlefield. The robots observed the advancing Viltrumians, astonished by their overwhelming might. Even having witnessed the Emperor's terrifying battles, this was an entirely different force. The brutality of their combat style was nearly eye-popping, particularly as these Viltrumians, driven by the desire to protect the battleground Earth, refrained from flying at full speed. The so-called low speed appeared as a gruesome spectacle through the eyes of the robots, vividly portraying scenes of slaughter. One could easily envision such a clustered army waging war across the cosmos without restraint, an absolute nightmare that would be etched into the memories of all civilizations. It is no wonder that a mere 50 individuals could command the entire galaxy. The Guardians of the Generation have also detected the invasion of extra-dimensional foes, gathering silently beside the battlefield, rendered speechless by the shocking imagery. There was simply no room for their intervention in this battle. The 50 omnipotent heroes wreaked havoc. As the Flaxians resembled rag dolls being tossed about, their initially disciplined military demeanor fracturing into a chaotic frenzy. The only source of frustration for the Visions was their inability to eliminate a sufficient number of enemies in one fell swoop after the foes dispersed. If Earth were to confront such an assault, the warrior woman shook her head. The Darkwing rasped, "There is no chance of victory." Fortunately, the Emperor has no intention of suppressing Earth. For now, humanity has peacefully joined the Empire. The Green Demon turned away, unable to bear it. "Oh God, this is too brutal." The Darkwing understood his teammates' compassionate sentiments, yet he concurred with the Empire's harsh retaliation against the invading aliens. The robot approached Trig. "Perhaps we require some of their technology to maintain this portal." "No need," Trig replied resolutely. "We shall simply charge in." During the conversation, the Regent crushed another panicked fugitive. There must be someone on the opposing planet capable of opening the dimensional gate. If we instill fear in them, they will naturally submit. There is no need for negotiation or extensive searching. All it takes is relentless slaughter. Kill, 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 until someone eventually yields and offers their most cherished possessions. This embodies the regent's philosophy of conquest. "I will accompany you. You must know that I am the Emperor's appointed ruler," said the robot. He realized that he could not communicate effectively with this individual and decided to invoke Mace's authority. "Very well, let us proceed." Traeg lifted the robot and charged toward a diminishing dimensional gate, heading straight for the enemy's stronghold. The war has come to an end. Cecil commanded the attached superhumans to clear the battlefield, collecting fragments of technology. He surveyed the city streets, which had only changed by the addition of numerous bloodied remnants, and strolled with his hands on his hips. These cosmic bumpkins, having encountered Earth on several occasions, were completely unaware that it was now territory of the Vitruvian Empire. Perhaps they were so ignorant that they did not even know who the Empire was. The Flaxian army had been entirely annihilated before they could even cause destruction. He treaded through pools of blood, with ordinary citizens curiously peering out from various buildings, many still recording videos. At least for now, Earth was significantly safer, he thought. In the palace, Mesa lounged on Louise's lap, munching on potato chips, entirely unfazed by the invasion of the Flaxian Empire. With 50 superhumans at his disposal, and the opposing side merely consisting of thousands of ragtag soldiers, there was little room for error. If they managed to fire a single shot, it would be considered sheer luck. He perused the information sent by Minster. Has Traeg already gone over? Wasn't he planning to take that group of children with him? Louise brushed her lover's hair. He probably intends to completely disarm the opposition before bringing the hybrids over, perhaps subconsciously not wanting the children to be harmed. Traeg did not allow the Cirxon spacecraft to accompany him across. Mesa crunched the chips loudly. It should be over soon. At this rate, Traeg has likely resolved the issue. Who else? Traeg bellowed towards the heavens. He had been slaughtering on this planet for months, and anyone daring to point a weapon at him had been cleaved in two. The robot, now accustomed to the chaos, realized that Traeg was indeed seeking a definitive solution on the Flaxian planet. The royal palace lay in ruins, and the defiant soldiers were nothing but bones beneath his feet. The boiling blood gradually cooled, and Traeg exhaled a mist of white breath. No Flaxian dared to defy his might any longer. "You go negotiate. Let them open the dimensional gate to welcome the Empire," he commanded, pointing at the robot. "So you finally remember me?" The robot replied reluctantly, agreeing. Upon arriving, he had suggested initiating communication first, but Traeg had disregarded him and immediately proceeded to the most prosperous city, beheading all royal family members. Afterward, he circled the planet, obliterating anyone who dared to attack him with a thunderous force. Now, only the trembling crowds remained, huddled on the ground. The robot began to articulate their intentions through various means, and eventually, a few seemingly sophisticated aliens, trembling, rose to indicate they had a solution. The dimensional gate opened, and Traeg nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. The task entrusted by His Majesty is successfully completed. From now on, Flaxian Star shall be the Empire's juvenile training camp." Chapter 61. Mark successfully obtains task item on Taniskia planet. "Oh my god, this person can really eat." Alan gaped at the green alien through the glass window as he voraciously devoured his meal. "You must understand. The interstellar racer has been confined by my father for several hundred years. It is a miracle he is alive at all." Mark gestured to his good friend Alan as they passed. "That gun of yours is incredibly cool. Its automatic targeting and invincible penetrating capabilities are truly impressive." Mark envied such superlative equipment. Unfortunately, the bullet velocity is too slow. Anyone with a modicum of skill could easily evade it. Not necessarily. He suddenly thought of a non-flying exception. The Berserker in space would definitely be doomed. The Berserker flared its nostrils, turning its eyes toward Mark. Sensing some sort of malicious intent, Alan sadly produced a small bug. Even in such hunger, he refuses to try this. "Oh, if it were me. I wouldn't eat this even if it meant starving to death." Mark felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the writhing mass of insects. "By the way, you are..." Mark scrutinized his friend's attire. "Oh, cough, cough. Ahem. I am now the Speaker of the Planetary Alliance," Alan declared, placing his fist under his chin in a mock-serious posture. "You? As Speaker?" Mark thought the remnants of the Alliance must have been driven mad by Mesa to elect him. The former Alliance had long since crumbled, and this planet now served as a refuge for its remnants, gathering numerous civilizations. Alan explained, "I am the strongest and was once a trusted confidant of TARDIS. The loyal faction wishes to endorse me, while other civilizations fear potential retribution from the Empire. They see me as someone who might be spared, capable of speaking on their behalf before the Emperor of the Vitruvian Empire. He scratched the back of his head. I know the Empire won't come knocking again. But to ease their concerns and allow civilizations to continue developing, I have to take on the role of speaker. Mark patted his friend's arm, observing that Alan, having seemingly endured a life-or-death crisis, had bulked up considerably, his biceps larger than Mark's head. This speaker role seems quite challenging. Are you planning to come for a sightseeing tour? Trust me, Tanaskia won't disappoint you. It boasts an array of unique industries. It is the most vibrant planet in the universe, Alan exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Mark's shoulder and thumping his chest for emphasis. Actually, we have many tasks to complete. We primarily came to see you and Zach. By the way, where is Zach? How is his relationship with Len? Well, Alan's face displayed an expression of unspeakable complexity as he leaned closer, whispering into Mark's ear, I truly don't understand. It seems they have come to an agreement to engage in physical infidelity while maintaining emotional loyalty. Mark was left speechless. The innocence he once held was shattered by such bizarre notions, making him want to plug his ears. I only found out after seeing Zach messing around with a girl from another race, Alan sighed. Their physiological interfaces are incompatible, making them a pair of star-crossed lovers. Mark suddenly thought of his girlfriend, Eve. If she were to lift her mental restrictions, wouldn't she be able to help reshape Zach and Len's interface? He shook his head vigorously to dispel the absurd thought. It was ridiculous to even consider such a peculiar solution. Currently, Len seems to be with another girl. Zach doesn't appear to mind much. I suppose they have stabilized into a three-person arrangement. Alan's yellow, fleshy face displayed an extraordinary complexity of emotions. They had long departed. He wondered if they had returned to Earth. Mark spent 3 days on Tanaskia, ultimately trying the Kanslock insects at Alan's persistent urging. To his surprise, he found the taste quite agreeable, though that night he was trapped in the bathroom with an upset stomach. These insects were terrifyingly potent. The four of them set out once more, leaving the interstellar racer with Alan, who claimed he would go directly to meet the Emperor. On Desolate planet, Mark carefully pulled Eve from a pitfall. On this desolate planet, devoid of any signs of life, they arrived in search of their ultimate objective, to bring back the Enshu giant, a creature with remarkable regenerative abilities and exceptionally sharp bone spurs. The imposing white cylindrical structure soon came into view, adorned with a peculiar head, its 4 eyes tightly shut. This is... Mark hesitated. He can't be dead, can he? The berserk beast sniffed. You can't fool me. You're alive. Wake up. The giant opened his eyes, exclaiming, how astonishing. You possess great power and wisdom. The berserk beast delivered a powerful punch to the structure, causing cracks to spread. Stop the nonsense. We know who you are. Face me in battle. The Enshu giant's eyes followed the cracks. Fool. I am the tyrant of the conquering empire, the ultimate terror known throughout the universe. It seems that after a millennium of being sealed, the cosmos has forgotten me. My reign of terror shall be reignited through your insignificance. He shook his massive form, shattering the structure. Mark raised his hand. The berserk beast shattered the very thing that sealed you for millennia with a single blow. Why do you believe you can defeat him now? The Enshu giant shifted his gaze from the white lion to Mark. Imbecile. What are you saying? Do you think, as depicted in Eastern martial arts novels, that this has immobilized you, rendering you powerless? Eve chimed in, curious. They seemed oddly distracted by peculiar thoughts rather than preparing for their adversary. Mark glanced between the conqueror, the berserk beast, and himself, unable to fathom how the giant could possibly overcome their formidable quartet. I will dismantle you, piece by piece. Then you shall know my glory. The Enshu giant was deafened by Mark's seemingly sincere taunts. Enraged, he resolved to eliminate this clueless insect first. Your opponent is me. Unleash your full power. The berserk beast swung his long blade, severing the giant's outstretched arm. Is that all you can do? You disappoint me. The giant raised his severed limb, grinning wickedly. You have no idea how strong I am. Such injuries I can recover from in an instant. As he spoke, his arm was restored, with 2 bone spurs emerging from his palm. I assure you, your demise will be most tragic. In the blink of an eye, the giant was reduced to half his form, collapsing to the ground, mouth agape and eyes closed, having been sliced to bits by the white lion. Lies. Your legend has long since warped. Such meager abilities hardly warrant the title of terror. The berserk beast tossed aside his weapon, finding this lackluster battle utterly tedious. When will a worthy adversary appear? The conqueror stood with crossed arms. He is indeed not formidable, His attack power is decent. Which explains why His Majesty wished for us to capture him alive. He picked up the giant's severed hand, stroking the bone spurs. This is indeed fine material. Next came the task of packing this fragmented giant for transport, placing him into a cage crafted by robots. Mark noticed something writhing within a severed intestine. Wait. What is that? A skull, accompanied by some internal organs, emerged. Help me. I am the heir of the Viltrumite Empire, Prince Salakar. If you kindly return me to my home planet, I assure you, the rewards will be substantial. The skeletal prince seemed to utter these words with great effort, repeating, please. Eve materialized a stretcher to lift the prince. Is he speaking the truth? I don't know, but what if he is? We still need to locate another female giant and capture her as well. According to His Majesty's intelligence, she resides within the Viltrumite Empire. I cannot simply ignore his plight. Mark stated, helping him won't take much time. Eve kissed his cheek. Oh, I certainly know, for you are. Her sparkling eyes shimmered with emotion. The Invincible Hero. Chapter 62 Mark. I knew it. In the primary universe, on Earth, Mizara strolled hand in hand with Louise through the streets of New York. With various trivial matters now on track, the meticulously selected Trisolarans had begun to settle into the Mohican universe, allowing the weary immortal hero a moment to breathe. The Empire's main body was situated on Earth, while Trig led mixed-race children en masse to the Flax planet, where they would spend their childhood in a dimension with a faster flow of time. The Regent personally trained these offspring, and the remaining lowly Flaxians, liberated from the oppression of the Zaxar royal family, collectively chose to surrender to the Empire, hoping for a sliver of survival. The Viltrumite Empire dismissed these trifles. Had it not been for the differing temporal flow from the primary universe, the Regent would hardly have been interested in invasion. They only required the Flaxians to periodically supply resources for the training of the children, leaving other matters to their discretion. The once oppressed aliens, accustomed to subjugation, found that their lives under the Empire were significantly better than during the Zaxar reign. They quickly adjusted their mindset, content to go about their daily lives under imperial rule. However, recently, Trig had been troubled by the lack of suitable training equipment. The slaves once captured by the Flax Empire were far too weak to match the hybrids. Now, he could only have them practice against each other. He conveyed his needs to the Emperor, and Mizara recalled the planet with immense gravity, home to the Ragnar monsters, which the Regent seemed to have domesticated later in the original story. However, without the Berserk Beast's experience package, Trig would likely struggle with the sheer number of Ragnar. With no other options, Mizara swiftly departed from the palace, racing to that planet to extract dozens of Ragnar frozen within ice blocks. Many years prior, these beasts had caused significant trouble for the V-Star exploration team, resulting in the loss of Conqueror's arm and eye, even though he had just recovered from a virus, leaving his defenses and strength severely diminished. This clearly demonstrated that Nolan was indeed the most exceptional and rare warrior of the former Empire, possessing wisdom. He devised a plan to obscure the sun's light with a solar disk of half a star's size, plunging the planet into eternal cold, turning all Ragnar into ice sculptures. Now, as Mizara used thermal vision to free these monsters from their icy prisons, they emerged, only to be met with Mizara's fierce assault. Although the Ragnar lacked intelligence and had not evolved brains, they still retained an instinct for self-preservation. They prostrated themselves on the ground, whimpering in submission. Excellent. We now have a training partner. Mizara instructed Angastron to open a portal and send them in cages to Trig. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Mizara began surveying his territory, starting with the bustling commercial street rich with entertainment, eager to enjoy a date with his girlfriend. A vendor cart began operating, and Louise, drawn by the sweet aroma, felt as if a cat was scratching her heart. What is that? An ice cream stand. Stopping in her tracks, Louise's eyes were fixated, and she squeezed her boyfriend's hand. Mizara couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that no version of Wonder Woman could resist the allure of ice cream. Even the film version of Diana seemed particularly fond of this sweet treat. Please, give us two. Louise received the cool paper bowl, wisps of cold vapor still rising from the perfectly round scoops. She took a small spoonful, savoring the taste. Her eyes lighting up. This is delicious. It's simply the best food in the world. You should feel honored for this accomplishment. She called out to the vendor. The merchant smiled at the girl in cosplay attire. It's my pleasure to serve you, madam, he replied, noting her ancient battle skirt. Louise was in high spirits, devouring half of her ice cream in one bite. This time away from Paradise Island had been a delightful surprise. Not only had she broadened her horizons and experienced an entirely different universe, but she also indulged in such delightful treats, with Mizara providing companionship during dull moments. Every encounter with the Conqueror, the Emperor reigning over multiple cosmic empires, thrilled her. The sensations of being conquered captivated her as well. Now that her appetite was satisfied, perhaps it was time to address some other small desires immediately. She playfully poked Mizara's palm with her finger, pushing the remaining piece of ice cream into his mouth. We should entertain ourselves elsewhere. Mizara's biological force field alerted him to a significant shift in the girl's psyche. Perhaps we could complete our day's date first? He sincerely proposed. Can we jump straight to the moment I overwhelmed you? Louise's eyes shimmered with anticipation. All right. It seems the Amazon demigoddess is not keen on the tedious formalities. I've had enough of tedious formalities. The berserk beast swung his long blade, slicing through the thorns along their path. That skeletal figure lied. This planet is clearly primitive. I only wish to leap to the moment of battle. That shouldn't be the case, Prince Soraka murmured. My kingdom ought to be advanced and prosperous. The previous security system code has also shown no response. Within the spacecraft lay several machine soldiers crafted by Rudy. Once the prince was aboard, he would be able to assist the White Lion in navigating freely. He noticed the berserker glaring at him with a menacing gaze, causing his heart to race as if it might leap from his chest. My people are living in dire straits, having endured generations of the tyrannical rule of the Overlord. I must liberate them, I beseech you. We must exercise patience. Came the response. He has been in the belly of the giant for quite some time. Any changes are to be expected. Mark interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of the prince. Berserker, you must temper your impulses. The monotonous scenery began to weigh heavily on the White Lion. Turning to Mark, he found their topics of conversation limited, and in the absence of anger, his emotions began to flourish. Conquest and Eve remained aboard the ship. After all, a giant still lurked within, and this planet was in a primitive state, necessitating vigilance against beasts that might wreak havoc upon the vessel. Prince Soraka peeked out. I understand your yearning for battle. The Overlord shall not disappoint you. Even if she cannot be vanquished, defeating her would enable me to save my people. And you would be performing a great deed. The berserker continued to carve a path forward, remaining silent. In truth, he is a good person, Mark whispered to the prince. You would never guess that he once brought everlasting peace to his kin. He gestured subtly. He merely lacks candor. Oh, kind passerby, please save me. I have fallen into a trap. A beautiful woman lay on the ground, clutching her foot that had been ensnared in a trap. She is of my kin. We can rescue her and inquire about the situation. Soraka noticed that the berserker seemed oblivious to her plight and quickly attempted to intervene. Mark observed the scene with suspicion. A wounded beauty emerging from the dense, shadowy forest seemed reminiscent of a fairy tale. Was it time for the tale's twist? Where the woman turned out to be a witch, luring passers-by. Yet, they must save her. What if she were innocent? Caution was prudent. Mark pried open the trap. Oh, dear, kind stranger, allow me to express my gratitude. The woman puckered her lips, attempting to lean toward Mark's face. Wait. Mark raised his hand to push her away. Do not move. I desire none of that. What? She exclaimed in disbelief. You are not captivated by my enchanting appearance? Even women are swayed. And those who are neither male nor female cannot resist. The woman appeared somewhat flustered. Very well, since you do not fall for my trap, I shall take matters into my own hands. Her beautiful visage aged rapidly, transforming into that of a withered and gnarled witch. She called upon magic, ready to ensnare the berserker who had dismissed her allure. I knew it. Fairy tales do not lie. Mark struck the old witch down with a powerful punch. Now, I ask you answer. Prince Soraka witnessed the sudden turn of events, nearly losing his composure. He glanced at the White Lion. Did you also perceive this as a trap? Not at all. I simply could not be bothered, as she is of no concern to me. Chapter 63. The Battle-Hardened White Lion Dark Lord. You are the Crown Prince Soraka. The bound witch gasped. Indeed, and you are? Soraka inquired, puzzled as he regarded the frail woman. Before those loathsome siblings seized power, I was the kingdom's grand sorceress. Heavens, you are Vagula. Mark stroked his chin, watching the two old friends recognize one another with excitement. So, have we gained an ally? Vagula, freed from her bonds, offered a contrite glance to the group. I apologize. I had no other means to replenish my energy but to draw from the unfortunate passers-by. However, I can offer a gift as an expression of my regret. I have heard you have captured that giant. The reason his kind is so formidable is their ability to regenerate from nearly any injury. I can forge his bone spikes into weapons. But first, my prince, allow me to assist you in restoring your former self. Green lightning surged from Vagula's hands, enveloping Soraka. He could feel his lost flesh regenerating. It worked. The berserker was intrigued by the weapons the woman spoke of, having long been in need of a suitable blade. He had initially thought to return to the Empire with his spoils to find a craftsman, but it seemed an opportunity had arisen. He signaled to Conquest, who remained in place. Minutes later, Conquest maneuvered the ship alongside Vagula's dwelling, breaking off the giant's arm to extract the bone spikes, ignoring its cries of anguish. Vagula took the spikes, employing her magic and the flames of the forge to craft a longsword, the eternal blade of Dracula. It was razor-sharp and indestructible. The berserker shook his fur, utterly satisfied, and swung the sword a few times, finding it perfectly balanced. Now that we know the way, shall we charge directly into the Overlord's stronghold and imprison her? Eve scrutinized the composition of the longsword with her abilities. Unfortunately, perhaps due to its biological materials, she found herself unable to replicate it directly. Mark turned to the sorceress, who was well versed in the current state of Fantania. She resides in the original royal castle. Vagula indicated the direction. Within the dilapidated castle, the Overlord savored the flesh and blood of the Fantanians, relishing their tender texture, having feasted on them for millennia without growing weary. Yet, she longed most for the royal blood, so succulent and delightful. However, the last prince had been consumed by her brother, and now such delicacies could only be savored in memory. Ever since sealing her brother with a cosmic nail, she had been indulging herself, and now, those daring to defy her reign had been devoured. She would begin with those who submitted to her rule. Once she had consumed this planet, she would set out to seek the next delectable race. Her hunger intensified, and she needed to feed, seizing the trembling figure beside her. Overlord, your cruel reign ends today, Mark shouted as he burst through the castle window. The sight of dismembered corpses strewn about sent a chill through his heart. Oh, you arrived just in time. I have yet to taste one like you, and I am famished. The purple giant chewed on a half-eaten Fantanian body, swallowing it whole. Mark had never witnessed such a scene of brutality. He clenched his fists. What do you consider life? He roared, throwing a punch. The berserker, wielding the longsword, entered the room. He could not fly, relying solely on running and walking, and thus arrived considerably later than Mark. A familiar body tumbled past him, and Mark collapsed to the ground, clutching his punctured body, gasping for breath. The white lion licked his teeth. I thought you were confident enough to take my prey. She is far stronger than that giant and can easily breach my defenses. Mark propped himself against the wall, attempting to push his intestines back into his abdomen. He had been careless, failing to evade the initial attack, but fortunately, such wounds were not fatal for a Viltrumian. Since she is that powerful, then it is all the more fortunate. The Overlord emerged from the shadows. Another one? I was just lamenting that the last one was not enough to satiate me. Her eyes caught sight of the longsword, and her previously grinning face stiffened. You killed my brother, the enshrouded giant, and fashioned a weapon from his bones. Impossible. No one can defeat him but me. You are woefully misinformed. Your brother is hardly formidable in the cosmos. The berserker readied himself. I merely hope you can live up to your title of ultimate terror. Blood and swordplay intertwined, and Mark watched, entranced. The intensity of this battle was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Though he had seen Mesa's overwhelming assaults, he felt those lacked any technical finesse. Entirely reliant on his uncle's peak statistics, denying anyone the chance to intervene. What lay before him now was a true warrior, having honed his skills to a razor's edge. Unleashing wild attacks, the berserker meticulously prepared a dish, understanding from Mark's demonstration that the Overlord's sharp bone spikes posed a significant threat. With a few well-timed sidesteps, he deftly evaded the chaotic strikes. It was utterly devoid of skill. With a calm demeanor, he began to dissect the Overlord's patterns, gradually wearing her down. Panic gripped the Overlord. She had not anticipated this adversary's level of proficiency. Although she could regenerate at an accelerated pace, her recovery could not keep pace with the damage being inflicted, and her already ravenous stomach cried out for energy once more. No, it is impossible for anyone to defeat me. In her flurry of panic, her defenses faltered. Perhaps in the past, the straightforward and even death-seeking lion would have succumbed to the Overlord's attacks, accustomed to trading wounds for wounds. However, in the present moment, the Berserker's patience channels a torrent of fury, augmenting his own abilities while maintaining a serene mind. His combat skills have ascended further after Mesa assisted in managing his uncontrollable rage. The extraordinary techniques birthed from his extensive battle experience are now fully unleashed, leaving the Dominator utterly defenseless. As bone spikes clash with the long sword, the Dominator, taken by surprise, manages to sever it. "Without this sword, you shall not harm me," he declares. Is that so? He twists the hilt, and half of Dracula's blade rapidly restores itself under the influence of magic, returning to pristine condition. In the astonished gaze of the Dominator, he seizes the opportunity to strike upward, cleaving her in two. Retracting the sword, he exerts force with his wrist, executing diagonal slashes that swiftly bisect the body, which succumbs to gravity and continues to be severed. A downpour of blood ensues, and the Dominator follows in her brother's footsteps. This truly is an adversary that poses a threat. He must remain vigilant to complete his quest. The Berserker drives a sword through the Dominator's head, pinning it to the ground, exhaling deeply. Dazed and bewildered, the sheer power and enigmatic technique are beyond words, leaving Mark in awe. Has the destruction of a castle wall marked the end? Somewhat disappointed, it seems this time he will not have the chance to intervene. Having previously promised the White Lion a fair duel, initially, he intended to swarm the Dominator with punches once the Berserker faltered, while conversation offers some relief from his oppression. Indulging in the occasional slaughter is also quite liberating. Eve points her finger, and a pink light glimmers as she stores the debris in an energy cabinet, anxiously aiding her injured boyfriend. How could Mark, even in favorable conditions, end up severely wounded? With Eve's urgent conjured protective gear, he hastily tends to his wounds. Sighing at his misfortune, at least every objective of this journey has been flawlessly achieved. I am truly grateful. Prince Soraka shakes Mark's hand, his body having fully healed. Alas, the kingdom is nearly in ruins, and I have no lavish gifts to offer you. Mark's pierced abdomen has also healed thanks to the witch's treatment. My people have endured brutal violence for millennia, and now scarcely a remnant remains. Even the technologically prosperous cities have been obliterated. Soraka is filled with sorrow. This is all my fault. I could have taken responsibility after my parents were devoured and led the remaining forces to retaliate. Yet I cowardly fled, and the general's disappointed gaze still pierces my heart. Without a leader, the army disintegrated, and I was soon betrayed and consumed by giants. Mark embraces the prince, who weeps for the past. My parents were still alive within the stomach at that time, expending their magical energy to transfer all royal life to me, ensuring my survival. I do not deserve to live until now, but now that you have avenged them, you have the opportunity to lead your people in restoring the kingdom. He reassures the prince, whose everything has been ravaged by the invaders. Mark suddenly contemplates, if the Viltrumite Empire were similarly devoid of humanity, would his fate truly be worse than Soraka's? The thought of cities collapsing and flames engulfing the sky sends shivers down his spine. I heard from Eve that you are also a member of an imperial family. One could say that the current emperor is my uncle. Mark, when the time comes for you to shoulder responsibility, you must step forward and not view yourself as an individual. Soraka's hand tightens. The royal family must consider the future of the empire. I do not believe any problems will overwhelm my uncle. I also did not think my parents needed my help until the kingdom collapsed. Prince Soraka embraces him one last time, waving goodbye. Thank you. Farewell, invincible hero. The spaceship departs from the surface, heading toward the starry sky. Chapter 64. The robot shares technological knowledge in the imperial palace of the main universe. A weary robot arrives, bringing with it a meticulously researched creation. Is this the final product? Mesa gazes in surprise at the metallic construct radiating a cold, fierce glow. The original damaged machine god incorporated many techniques inspired by technological jackets. An equivalent of my counterpart in the horrific universe must have stripped Zack's battle armor and meticulously deconstructed it. The robot explains its research approach to the Emperor. The technological battle armor concept from Gerdalia is indeed unique, enhancing the host's basic attributes proportionally. Simultaneously, a stronger host can provide feedback to the armor itself, enabling even the weakest of beings to transcend their limits. With a flick of its fingers, the metallic armor opens up from top to bottom, revealing its inner workings as parts emerge. However, ordinary battle armor has its limitations. According to my research, it can only enhance the host to the level of an elite Viltrumian. unless it is a more advanced type of armor. Mesa nods, recalling Captain Britain from another parallel world, who donned the ultimate technological Omega jacket to elevate himself to a level akin to the Berserker. Meanwhile, the atomic heroine of the horrific universe has restructured the Jordalian technology at its core, raising the armor's limit to an unfathomable extent. Today, I have supplemented some deficiencies using the Empire's past technological data. The robot has spent several years on Flaxia, compiling scanned data, apart from the incomprehensible knowledge of the Cray. He has mastered the fundamental technologies akin to those of the main universe. Now, he is ready to present his proud creation to the Emperor. Your Majesty, please don the armor. Although this mech appears small, resembling a reinforced combat suit akin to powered armor, rather than the towering mech that Mesa initially desired, it is still quite impressive. Starting small is acceptable. The various components seamlessly flow and coalesce around his body, fitting snugly without any discomfort. He attempts to walk a few steps on tiptoe, feeling no sense of foreignness. Mesa clenches his fists, sensing only a modest enhancement. He meticulously searches for changes and discovers a slight improvement in his physical attributes. The robot notices the Emperor's apparent confusion and awkwardly explains, "Perhaps Your Majesty's original abilities exceed the armor's limits. Nevertheless, this model can be mass-produced for all elite troops. And based on experimental data, the enhancements are substantial, ensuring that all ordinary Viltrumians will reach Nolan's level. Furthermore, even stronger warriors like Traeg, Nolan, or Conqueror will benefit from further enhancement after wearing it. At least the Regent was quite satisfied after trying it on." The subatomic manipulation of Viltrum can somewhat align with the armor's operational requirements, making it feel as natural as skin. The most crucial aspect is that it can protect Viltrumians from stellar toxins. The armor can isolate high-temperature plasma from disrupting and decomposing at the subatomic level. The lingering regret of not acquiring a towering mech has been completely swept away, and Mesa nods in delight. "You have done exceptionally well. This armor is remarkably suitable. In the past, even the strongest among the Viltrumians could tear through ordinary planets, but the sun's interior has always been their forbidden territory. Now, the Empire's most elite troops can withstand the sun's wrath. Moreover, it compensates for the elite troops' shortcomings in long-range attacks, as not everyone possesses abilities like yours, Your Majesty." Mesa's mind stirs, and the original mechanical wrist transforms into a laser cannon. Truly, the most intelligent scientific researcher in the invincible worldview. The robot Rudy has delivered a tremendous surprise. How long until completion? I propose converting Flaxia into a manufacturing base, dedicated to creating various equipment and warships for the Empire. By the next day in the main universe, Your Majesty will have a fully equipped army at your disposal. Minister Minster, who has been listening, glances at him with admiration. This human is indeed a genius. Now, even the forces to dominate the multiverse are complete. Not only that, seemingly anticipating the Emperor's lingering interest, the robot reveals its trump card, sure to capture the Emperor's heart. Simultaneously with the research, I have constructed an artificial satellite, as large as the moon, floating near Flaxia. This is a prototype machine god capable of perfectly replicating the form of the ghostly machine god, though it does not possess the same strength. Merely reaching the level of annihilating stars, the ghostly machine god can elevate its power to a level capable of destroying the universe, likely thanks to that forbidden knowledge. At least, the current knowledge framework does not permit me to make celestial-like alterations. Wonderful. Mesa's eyes brighten. Can it be brought to the main universe? The robot smiles slightly, knowing the Emperor would appreciate this. Of course, it is feasible. I have imitated Chris's gravitational field, allowing it to regulate gravitational fluctuations without causing harm to the Earth. Mesa rubs his hands together, suddenly finding the armor less appealing. Bring it forth quickly. He can hardly wait to establish his palace on this mechanical satellite. The spaceship sails past the sun, on the verge of returning to Earth, while Mark sits by the window, gazing at the azure planet. The words of Prince Soraka linger in his mind. He has consistently ignored the development of the Empire, seemingly unfit for his royal status. Perhaps he could protect the Earth on a broader scale rather than merely playing the role of a hero in a child's game. Mark felt a twinge of frustration. For a young man who had dropped out of college, this was rather complex. He could bravely step up as a street hero to confront imminent disasters. Yet assisting his Emperor uncle in guiding the Empire's development was likely beyond his capabilities. "Let me go, you insect, or when I emerge, I shall pierce your heart." The ruler continued to bellow from within the cage, as the two giants were separated and stored in different compartments, their life signs barely discernible. One must admit, their regenerative abilities were remarkable. With just a few nutrients, they managed to survive. Let us see how things unfold, my dear sister. Conserve your strength, and you might last a while longer, the slothful giant remarked. He had given up, probably believing he could not even defeat the young man before him. On the ship, there were two formidable foes. The white lion had already showcased its prowess, while the scarred brute's might was not to be underestimated. The berserker sat nearby, polishing the eternal sword, a weapon he adored for its indestructible nature, perfectly aligning with his combat style. Good heavens, what is that? Exclaimed Eve, who had been admiring the scenery. Mark quickly leaned his head toward the window. Let me see. A colossal mechanical satellite was orbiting the Earth in synchrony with the moon. The ship's identification system verified, and a cold, mechanical voice announced from the cabin that the entire solar system was under the Emperor's surveillance. Please dock at the Death Star. His Majesty wishes to see you. So, that mechanical sphere was called the Death Star? Mark felt as though he had stepped out and returned to a home that was now entirely unfamiliar. Chapter 65, Departing for Paradise Island. Mark and the others pushed 2 cages deeper into the palace. He truly had not anticipated that the Imperial Palace would change locations several times in such a short span. From the moon to synchronous orbit, and now relocated to the Death Star. The Star Racer crossed paths with him, just emerging from within. Invincible hero, have you met the uncle yet? Mark inquired. Indeed, His Majesty was quite curious about my gun. After learning about it, he let me go. The Star Racer's weapon was demanding of its user, requiring a calm mindset to pull the trigger. When one was desperate for it, it would not function. Moreover, it was slow, allowing those who could exceed the speed of light to evade it. Yet the beams were undeniably powerful, piercing through anything they targeted. Fearing the weapon's might, Nolan had spent 15 years pursuing the Star Racer. The robot had thoroughly scanned the gun, only to find it indecipherable, its structure entirely a black box. This weapon should not exist, and even the Star Racer could not recall how he had obtained it. Regrettably, the plans for mass production had collapsed. However, the green alien was a remarkably calm analyzer of friend and foe. Upon realizing the Emperor bore no malice, he voluntarily proposed to join the Empire. The biotic field indicated that this individual genuinely wished to rely on the Empire, and Mesa would certainly not refuse an addition with considerable combat capability. Upon parting, they reached the inner hall. Mesa crouched down to observe the 2 ailing giants. He flicked the ruler's head with his finger, provoking an outburst of curses. Well done, Mark. These 2 specimens will contribute their lives to the Empire's expansion. He intended to hand them over to the Molar twins, working under Cecil, for further study. They were indeed titans in the field of biology. Minster arranged for several royal guards stationed at the palace to transport the giants to the laboratory on Earth. Mark cast a few glances. He felt no sympathy for the monsters destined for experimentation. Their cannibalistic deeds filled him with revulsion. It would be best if they were subjected to torturous agony, unable to live or die. So, has this satisfied your thirst for battle? Mesa asked the berserker. The ruler is acceptable, but that younger brother is lacking. The white lion tapped the sword blade with its claw. Is this weapon crafted from their bones? Mesa observed with keen interest. The Invincible Hero comic depicted magic rather sparingly. Such spells that could extract the material's inherent characteristics were exceedingly rare. He maintained a cautious attitude towards conventional magic, as the price in the realm of American comics seemed steep, aside from blessings like those bestowed by Shazam. He was more inclined towards research rooted in technology, where there were fewer hidden pitfalls. Mark provided his uncle with a detailed account of their journey. Ultimately, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Your Majesty, I also wish to contribute further to the Empire. His uncle's desire for conquest was strong. Although he held goodwill towards humanity, it was unlikely that the multiverse was predominantly human. He could also adjust the Empire's approach to minimize casualties among other races. Kind-hearted Mark felt a pang of compassion upon hearing of the Regent's massacre on Flax. Oh, Mesa raised an eyebrow. Are you volunteering to work overtime? That is splendid news. You may work alongside Trig for a while. The Empire's strength has indeed ascended to a new level, thanks to him. Mark was somewhat perplexed by the rapid restoration of national strength, as he had not yet heard of Trig's achievements. The Empire's expedition was about to enter its next phase, with numerous worlds awaiting our exploration. Mesa noted the look of confusion on Mark's face. You can return home for a spell. I am sure you will discover surprises. Brother. A purple-skinned youth rushed toward him. Wait, you are Oliver. Embracing the young man's shoulders, Mark looked around in astonishment, mouth agape. His brother had scarcely been a few months old, and now he appeared on the brink of adulthood? I permitted him to attend the Flax training camp under Trigg's guidance. Oliver has been with his companions for some time. As you know, time flows swiftly there. Nolan leaned against the wall. The youngest son was still a child when he left, and now he has nearly reached adulthood upon his return. Mark felt a bit dazed. Had he fallen into a black hole? His companions? Yes, you are still unaware of why Trigg values Flax so highly. He has fathered thousands of hybrids with the Circassians, and there the time is ample for them to grow. Thousands. Mark began to feel disoriented. The image of the regent who had once knocked him down with an elbow was now altered in his mind. In truth, when he first returned to Earth, there were only a little over 1,000 newborns, yet Trigg had been tirelessly guiding his progeny day and night, and their numbers had multiplied several times. No wonder the Emperor claimed the Empire's strength had escalated. Once these thousands of hybrids reached adulthood, their combat power would be formidable. The regent truly deserved recognition for his hard work. You mean Mesa has allowed you to partake in imperial affairs and suggested you collaborate with Trigg? Yes. It was I who proposed the desire to contribute further. Oliver was likely to become your subordinate, yet was not your dream to be a hero? Nolan inquired, arms crossed. Mark smiled. This journey has broadened my horizons. Perhaps the definition of a hero transcends the individual. He thought of the berserker, who ended wars and self-exiled, of Alan, who intended to protect his beloved but became a speaker by chance, and of Soraka, who endured thousands of years in the belly of a giant, hoping to save his people. These individuals may have once, and still, are lauded as heroes of their races, yet their identities cannot merely be defined by heroism. My involvement may lead the Empire to a brighter future, Mark shrugged. A splendid idea. However, your current strength may not even surpass that of your brother. Nolan clapped his eldest son on the back. The Chief Science Officer's robots have developed a new type of armor, provided to all current royal guards. And Oliver has undergone rigorous traditional imperial military training. At this rate, I might struggle against armored Oliver. Oliver proudly puffed out his chest. His Majesty has bestowed upon us the most advanced equipment. We shall be the sharp blade of the Empire. As he clenched his fist, the metallic sheen of his white armor enveloped his entire body, dazzling Mark to the point of squinting. Cool. The instinct of a man filled him with envy. I reckon I will have one soon. Father, aren't you planning to work anymore? Neither humanity nor the Vitruvians hold me in high regard. I now wish to accompany Debbie to another universe and enjoy a period of ordinary life under a different identity. He estimated the Emperor would soon explore other universes with great speed. Nolan rubbed his chin, joking with his son. Perhaps I shall start a newspaper? Mesa stood before the blue door, gazing into the world beyond. With the Empire's military strength ample and all affairs stable, he finally had time to venture into another vast world. Minster continued to analyze their strength, her ambitions soaring. Your Majesty, the Empire is currently in the zenith of its glory, far surpassing even the mightiest forces during the reign of our predecessors. The universe lies beneath your feet. Mesa was acutely aware of the myriad formidable entities within the DC universe, devoid of the misplaced confidence that artificial intelligence often exudes. We require intelligence. We cannot afford to be careless. He began to reminisce about the days when he could procure comics from the grasp of death. Angus stood nearby, suggesting, perhaps we could commence our rescue from those simpler worlds. This was indeed a viable path, yet he pondered the true utility of these simpler realms. They seemed only fit for resource gathering. The DC universe harbored numerous wondrous treasures, from Kryptonian technology to Green Lantern rings, the power of Shazam, super speed, and Batman, among others. Moreover, the thought of death aligning with him brought him no concern. If worst came to worst, he could return and fish with the girl. Not to mention, he had already secured the Princess of Paradise Island, ensuring the Amazon tribe was on their side. Initially, there would likely be no danger. He resolved to embark on an adventure with Louise. However, he also felt compelled to engage the Empire in some endeavor, as relinquishing intriguing worlds felt wasteful. Fortunately, Angus was present to open portals. Mesa waved his hand to conjure another vortex, inspired by a show he once watched about a world that, despite its lack of combat prowess, possessed a remarkable potion. The world of the boys, notorious for its dark superhero narrative. At the Emperor's behest, Angus touched the vortex, which soon stabilized. Levi, he mused, the inhabitants of this universe are in a state of unrest, with oligarchic corporations ruthlessly manipulating superhumans to torment the common folk. This presents an ideal opportunity for us to intervene. Furthermore, it should pose little difficulty, he thought, to send Mark. For those oversized infantile heroes likely lack the strength to contend with the Vexians. Meanwhile, he and Louise would proceed as planned. The Empire's abundant military might need not be confined to a single world. Minster concurred with the Emperor's assessment, affirming that concurrently conquering multiple simpler worlds while exploring more complex ones was indeed feasible. Delegating daily affairs to the AI Prime Minister, Mesa stepped through the portal. Chapter 66, Amazon, Attack. In a realm of ethereal uncertainty, Death observed the shimmering light traverse the origin wall, entering a world she was intimately familiar with. She flexed her fingers, the cosmic membrane rippling like a water curtain, as she watched Mesa plunge into that extraordinary world. Most worlds unfolded as the populace was accustomed to, a Kryptonian orphan sent away by his parents just before the demise of their home planet. Carrying the hopes of an entire world, landing on a farm in Kansas, America, the farmers, a kind, elderly couple who had longed for a child, would step outside to cradle this future beacon of hope, cherishing him as their own, viewing him as a divine gift. With their unpretentious worldview, they would nurture him into a benevolent being, capable of embodying all the virtues of humanity's storied history. Thus, the true history of the universe would commence. He would fall in love at first sight in the city named Metropolis, face countless challenges to earn loyal comrades and friends, and resolve crises that only he could address. He would be adored by all humanity, not merely as an otherworldly deity, but as a confidant and a brother in arms, bringing truth, justice, and a brighter tomorrow to the world. However, not every universe is so fortunate. A myriad of minor details, once altered, can veer a world down a divergent path. In some worlds, the orphan does not land in America, but rather in the Soviet Union, and perhaps must face the loss of a beloved. Yet these remain within the realm of normalcy, their futures still promising. Beyond the more widely recognized multiverse, there exist some flawed creations that should have been obliterated by the architects of reality. These are the worlds hidden in the shadows of both positive and negative universes, the dark multiverse, forged from despair. The man now stepped into one of these. Earth numbered negative. Death smiled softly, her hands clasped. I hope he is unharmed. The consciousness swirled, the moment stretching into an eternity. Mesa felt his legs tremble. Dizziness enveloped him. Though he had traversed worlds before, none had ever left him feeling as nauseated as this. It was not merely physiological, but psychological, as if he had just swum through a mire. His complexion paled, and after taking a few deep breaths, the subtle fragrance of Paradise Island assuaged his lingering queasiness. My little prince, look at you, as if you've been battling me for 3 days and nights, Louise teased, her spirits high upon returning home after many days. This woman had a penchant for innuendo. Had he traversed a certain novel, the author would surely be ruminating daily on how to pass censors. I'm merely a bit carsick. And if I had truly battled for 3 days and nights, you would have been oblivious, merely babbling, Mesa retorted. Louise recoiled slightly. But the Amazonian tradition compelled her not to decline a dual invitation. She steeled herself. I am blessed by the gods. Do not speak of 3 days and nights. Even a week of battle would not exhaust me. She quickly redirected the conversation, surveying their surroundings. Ordinarily, the seaside would be bustling with girls at play. Yet now it was eerily deserted. Why do we not see our kin? They should have discovered us by now, Louise pondered, her brow furrowing. Never mind. Let us seek out my mother. The island boasts many unique activities that are sure to broaden your horizons, she boasted, eager to showcase the wonders of her home to her boyfriend, much like the novel experiences Mesa had introduced her to. Grasping Mesa's hand, she soared towards the center. Mother! She burst into the palace, astonished to find Queen Hippolyta clad in armor, her expression stern. No, mother, Mesa is not a villain. He is the man I have chosen. She shielded Mesa behind her, wondering if the man's arrival had incited her mother's wrath. Louise had not anticipated such a fierce reaction from her mother. Throughout her life, the queen had always been nurturing and gentle. She could not bear to see her beloved and mother at odds. This is not directed at him. Calm down. However, your timing is fortuitous. Noticing Louise's anxious demeanor, Queen Hippolyta interrupted her daughter's spiraling thoughts, momentarily finding humor in her recent rage. She shifted her gaze to the awkward young man. Greetings, Your Majesty, Queen of the Amazons. I presume you are the one who opened the portal? She continued, acknowledging the man before her. Since Louise has chosen you, I shall not voice further objections. I should have prepared a grand ceremony to welcome you. But Paradise Island is currently in unprecedented turmoil. Forgive my lack of hospitality. The queen adjusted her armor. Sensing the tension in the air, Mesa realized this could be an opportunity to bridge the gap between the Amazons and the Vitruvian Empire. Your Majesty, should any crisis arise, I may be able to offer assistance. Louise has likely mentioned that I hail from a universe entirely different from yours. And I am also an emperor of an interstellar empire. I believe I can resolve common issues. Queen Hippolyta regarded the man, whose previous awkwardness had transformed into commanding confidence, while casting a sidelong glance at her daughter, who obediently remained at his side. Truly, the one your daughter has chosen must possess remarkable strength, she thought. Letting out a quiet sigh, this matter may not be suitable for your empire to involve itself in. It pertains to the conflict between us Amazons and humanity. Humanity? Mesa replied, somewhat taken aback. His recollection of Paradise Island was that of a secluded haven, only disrupted when a stranded pilot descended upon it, thus igniting the tale of Wonder Woman. Those circumstances had changed and events had not unfolded as they had during World War I. It seemed inconceivable that they would be at odds with the outside human world. Mother, what has happened? Louise sensed the gravity of the situation. She rested her hand on her sword's hilt, prepared to demonstrate the might of a demigod if war were necessary. Much time has passed since you left. According to the outside world, it is now 1980. Last year, a pilot crash-landed on the island. 1980? Though aware that the flow of time differed between the two universes prior to the stabilization of the portal, Mesa was astonished to learn that so much time had elapsed in the DC universe, transitioning from the precipice of World War II to the 1980s. A pilot? Could it be Steve, the one Diana loved in the film? We not only rescued him, but also dispatched a warrior to escort him to the outside world. However, he turned out to be a disgraceful spy. He betrayed our agreement to keep Paradise Island hidden, revealing it to his nation, America, and even killed that girl. Queen Hippolyta trembled with rage as she recounted the events. What we received was not our returning kin, but a warship. Humanity has declared war on the Amazons. I shall not easily swallow this humiliation. My kin are prepared to strike. Therefore, I say your return is timely, Louise. We must make these despicable humans regret their actions. Queen Hippolyta unsheathed her long sword. Its blade, long untouched by blood, remained sharp and deadly. This time, it shall be the Amazons who attack. Chapter 67. Mesa teaches you how to defeat the invincible universe of America Death Star Palace. Minster was flustered, as a new task world had been added before the Emperor's departure, requiring her to adjust the plans. According to His Majesty's words before he left, the strength of the opposing Earth was not high. Damn Louise, she wished to accompany Mesa on her travels. Alas, the days of their duo were irretrievably lost. In a moment of contemplation, she summoned the science governor of the three-body problem, directing them to launch a Sun of Wisdom for preliminary reconnaissance. If the opposing universe possessed a high level of capability, the recklessly launched Sun of Wisdom could be intercepted. However, the Emperor was so confident in the fragility of the enemy that he believed even Mark Grayson would suffice to topple them. Thus, Minster was willing to heed Mesa's counsel. Testing the waters with a probe would be prudent. If the enemy remained oblivious, it would be a fortuitous circumstance. The Sun of Wisdom swiftly captured the necessary information. It turned out that although the Emperor's intelligence network was shrouded in mystery, it was invariably accurate. She recalled how Mesa had returned from the terrible universe and immediately activated the Eye of Heaven, declaring the need to locate useful artifacts from their universe. To Minster's astonishment, a significant portion of top-tier information from this world was readily available online, and the cybersecurity was so lax that it could be easily breached. The technological intelligence level appeared to be rather low as well. The majority of the superhumans were controlled by an American oligarchic company known as Watt Corp. They had disclosed detailed information about their most powerful superhumans online, complete with an exhaustive account of their abilities. However, the promotional interface was rife with hyperbolic praises. With a moment's reflection, Minster understood Watt Corp's strategy, creating stars to guide public opinion, thereby inflating product and stock prices, a mere sleight of hand. The so-called selection of superheroes was, in fact, a series of talent shows. The leading stars among them were known as the 7 superheroes. The leader was a patriot, a being with an iron-clad body impervious to arms, capable of soaring through the skies. These individuals bore a striking resemblance to the first global guardians. How could they be so similar? If Mesa were present, she would undoubtedly scoff, asking if they could not be likened, as they were merely replicas paying homage to the DC Justice League. Continuing her exploration of the internet, Minster discovered that this patriot resembled not so much the all-powerful man as he did Mesa. Enraged, she thought, what level of competence allows you to shoot laser beams from your eyes and challenge the esteemed emperor? Furthermore, she unearthed unsavory details about the patriot, hidden from public scrutiny. If His Majesty were to grace them with his presence, there was a distinct possibility he would be mistaken for a mere copy of this patriot, and the latter's unsavory reputation could tarnish the emperor's illustrious image in the eyes of the people. This was no ordinary fanatic. Decisive action was imperative. The sound of approaching footsteps resonated as Mark reached the door. Prime Minister, does His Majesty have a task for me? Mark had just received his mech and was eager to test it. However, a patrol around Earth had revealed no pressing situations, as the previously rampant villains had nearly all chosen to mend their ways in the face of the galactic military's pressure. The original 50 had frightened them into submission, and now the first batch of 500 elite troops had quelled any thoughts of rebellion. Upon receiving the notification, he promptly flew to the palace, eager to showcase his skills. Before departing, His Majesty established a stable cosmic passage, appointing you to handle the preliminary tasks. Your father once deceived you, claiming the Empire had a World Improvement Committee. That organization has now been formed, and you are its inaugural member. I need you to ascertain the inner workings of Watt Corp and demonstrate to those humans what a true superhero is. Minster accessed the dark web, feeling disgusted by the sordid content, needing to gaze upon several images of the Emperor to cleanse her eyes. She now felt that Mark was indeed a fitting candidate. Even she, an AI designed for warfare, deemed him a commendable hero. His image resonated well with the foolish Earthlings, potentially creating favorable conditions for the Empire's takeover. The humans of another universe had indeed lost their minds, allowing corporations to manipulate public opinion so easily. In the previous Earth, such actions would have certainly led to severe repercussions. Yes, Prime Minister, Mark responded firmly and seriously. Minster handed him a wristband. This is a portable device crafted by robots, mirroring the capabilities of Angstrom. The Emperor's Sunstone has too low a degree of freedom. While convenient for military invasions or resource exchanges, it is ill-suited for task-related use. This device will allow you to temporarily open a portal for your return. Go forth and let them witness the true hero, the invincible young hero. The humans of this universe had indeed lost their sanity, daring to launch an assault against a race under the protection of a Greek god. Mesa found it hard to believe at first, but upon reflection, it seemed plausible that certain individuals might indeed undertake such a venture. Steve would surely not receive detailed information. America might not even know that the Amazons possessed demigods and divine artifacts, likely perceiving them merely as a rare superhuman race ripe for exploitation. Queen, what is your plan? Mesa inquired. A full-scale assault, cutting a path to their capital and obliterating all obstacles. Such a reckless strategy. Paradise Island, excluding Louise, lacked the capacity to swiftly dismantle a nation. Many superheroes were active in American cities, and some versions of Superman had already begun their endeavors in the ADS. He was not particularly optimistic about the Queen's prospects. And then, will you take over the remaining humans? Queen Hippolyta looked at him with confusion. Of course not. Why would we take over humans? I will slay all the men along the way. You seem a bit extreme. The Vitruvians are far more peace-loving than the Amazons. Mesa remarked. To my knowledge, humanity has developed nuclear weapons, and I personally believe that ordinary Amazons would not withstand such mutually destructive nuclear bombs. Even if we succeeded in annihilating America, other nations might retaliate with nuclear strikes out of fear. The number of Amazons is not substantial. There is no need to risk too many lives in a single act of vengeance. Mesa activated his battle armor, projecting an image of a hydrogen bomb explosion. I have a more suitable proposal. Directly decapitate the White House in Washington, paralyze America, and proclaim the dignity of the Amazons to the world, warning other nations. A mere display of Louise's abilities would suffice as the ultimate deterrent. He patiently elaborated on his reasoning to the Queen. The required personnel are minimal, a mere dozen. Accompanied by you and Louise, would accomplish the task, with my support ensuring its success. Queen Hippolyta hesitated, turning her gaze toward her daughter. Louise assured her boyfriend, "Mother, Mesa governs an empire that spans multiple universes, and he has elevated a mere 50-member tribe to greatness. I find his strategy highly valuable. I am willing to test your suggestion first. If America remains unchanged, I would rather incite a decisive battle. The Amazons do not fear combat." The queen trusted her daughter's intuition, blessed by Athena. Mesa understood that capturing the president and high-ranking officials would almost guarantee success. Did he not already have a grasp of what America was like? After all, Cicero had once taken action. "Then I suggest we depart as swiftly as possible." Queen Hippolyta gestured for her guard to select 10 individuals. "We can set out immediately." Chapter 68. What does it mean when the battlecraft is shot down? Inside the White House, the secretary hung up the phone, hesitating before turning to the president at his desk. "Sir, the fleet we dispatched has gone missing." "Impossible. They are merely a group of primitives. How could they possibly destroy a carrier strike group?" "The fact remains, Mr. President. Unless you believe another nation silently attacked and eliminated the fleet. Did that country on the other side strike?" The plan had completely derailed, and the president's knuckles turned white as he gripped his pen. According to the plan, America would easily seize the Amazons island, capturing them as test subjects to study their wondrous powers. They could even desecrate the beautiful women described in myths. The thought of witnessing their terror ignited a long-dormant passion within the president. However, the first step had faltered. The fleet, distilled from America's advanced technological essence and boasting a glorious combat record, had vanished without a trace. Shouldn't that island be inhabited solely by a group of antiquated Greeks? In ancient Greece, the Amazonian warriors were able to carve out a place for themselves due to their extraordinary physical prowess. However, times have changed. Cold weapons were relegated to the annals of history over a century ago. America triumphed in World War II. What could they possibly do? Shoot aircraft carriers with ludicrous bows and arrows? Is the woman Steve captured still alive? She refused to divulge further information and took her own life. Even elite agents could not extract the truth from her. The future of super soldiers was within reach, so how could there be such a misstep? What if we were to launch a nuclear strike on that island, under the guise of nuclear testing? The secretary stared in disbelief at the president, who wanted to resolve everything with a nuclear bomb. While nuclear blackmail proved effective during the Cold War standoff, this would mean directly detonating a bomb. "Sir, our international situation is rather precarious, and once a nuclear bomb is released, that island will lose its value, and we will be unable to obtain the extraordinary genes. I propose deploying a special operations team to infiltrate the Amazons, seize a few samples for experimentation, assess the situation, or even decapitate their queen. The plan is feasible. Inform the team to research specific actions." The president nodded. Regardless, they must secure a ticket to the extraordinary world. This could lead to the development of a super army, bringing a definitive end to the Cold War and potentially extend human life. Upon hearing Steve's report about the Amazon's seemingly immortal life, he was assured that the nation would support him at any cost. Suddenly, an urgent notification rang through. The secretary answered the phone. "What? Are you certain? This isn't a joke?" "Very well, I will inform the president." "Sir, a group of Amazons has just appeared in Washington, clad in armor and wielding bows and arrows." The president couldn't help but laugh. Is this their counterattack? He raised his fist, mimicking an ancient battle cry. "Amazons, attack." Then, spreading his hands, he laughed heartily. "Did you think this was the Middle Ages? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. They are even more primitive than that. Deploy the National Guard. I want them captured alive." In the National Mall, near the Lincoln Memorial, Mesa took a closer look at the statue of this renowned American president, noting its striking resemblance to the invincible hero. "Who is he?" inquired a curious Amazonian warrior, drawing her sword. "What does it matter? Just another man," scoffed Penthesilea, realizing she might have inadvertently insulted an ally, and looked apologetically at Mesa. "I meant no offense. When will America realize? I seek vengeance for my sisters," Antiope declared, filled with righteous fury. "Our mobility is too swift." Mesa had initially planned to contact Minster for aerial transportation and some elite troops to assist. However, the queen summoned her Pegasus, mounted it, and soared into the sky, heading straight for Washington. Paradise Island indeed had mythical creatures. From above, Mesa spotted numerous giants pushing ballistae. The very army Hippolyta had assembled. Though he could fly on his own, riding a mythical steed offered a delightful experience. A father and son visiting the memorial were terrified upon encountering these unwelcome guests. The father quickly shielded his son behind him. Penthesilea swung her sword, only to have it blocked by Mesa's outstretched finger. Do not harm civilians. They have done nothing wrong. Mesa gestured for the two to leave quickly. With a forceful poke, Penthesilea's wrist went numb, and her sword slipped from her grasp, which Mesa swiftly reversed and sheathed. His speed was so great that the Amazonian warrior could not react. Penthesilea pressed her sword's hilt. For now, I will heed your words. A group of female warriors, Mesa sighed. He had never seen this fierceness from Louise before, but fortunately, they respected the opinion of the strong. The sound of wheels indicated the army's approach. They had arrived. Beside him, Louise's previously indifferent expression transformed into a bloodthirsty grin. The battle was finally commencing. Another urgent communication rang through, and the secretary answered the phone, her face paling as she listened. Her lips quivered, and her teeth chattered. Sir, the 1st Battalion of the Guard has been completely annihilated, and they only sent one person. The president's pen clattered to the pristine tiles, and his scalp tingled, akin to an indigenous person witnessing colonizers raising firearms. Aircraft, deploy the fighter jets for a sweep. And those heavy weapons, bomb the square to smithereens. Louise grasped the commander's neck. Bullets that had been flattened against her skin fell away as she held the head aloft, pulling it from the spine. Smoke filled the square, and bodies lay strewn about. She reveled in the unrestrained carnage. Hippolyta proudly observed her daughter's prowess on the battlefield. This was the treasure of Paradise Island, the future queen of the Amazons. The roar of engines echoed through the sky as a squadron of F-15s approached at full throttle. Just as Mesa was about to speak, Penthesilea drew her bow and loosed an arrow that pierced the clouds, striking the pilot's head with deadly precision. Alarms blared as the aircraft lost control and plummeted to the ground, exploding upon impact and igniting a fierce blaze. Other female warriors followed suit, their arrows taking down the president's hoped-for air fleet with pinpoint accuracy. Exaggeration. Mesa gasped. Was this the difference between comic book origins and cinematic portrayals? If they possessed such skill, the wolves of the wasteland in films would surely be decimated. The queen tightened the reins, her horse rearing high, severing the head of the Lincoln statue, which fell to the ground. Charge, my sisters, let us reclaim everything. Chapter 69. The Eternal Rock. Breaking news. Washington, D.C. has been breached. We are unaware of the origins of this army. Our proud government lies in disarray. Explosions echoed throughout the White House as Mesa strolled leisurely, never expecting to have the opportunity to personally confront America for a second time. Last time, Sissel had swiftly captured various strongholds in America and pledged allegiance to him. This time, the objective was to showcase the might of the Amazons by storming Washington. Moreover, the individual combat abilities of these female warriors exceeded Mesa's initial expectations. He had anticipated a level akin to Captain America's super soldiers, yet they could even take down supersonic jets. American soldiers, armed with guns, believed the era had changed and thought the Amazonian warriors were easily vanquishable, unaware that this was a universe of superpowers. The times have reverted, my friend. The White House is on the verge of capitulation, and yet another president is about to be captured. Ridiculous men. Penthesilea felled a bullet, bisecting a guard with her blade. Your Excellency, please retreat behind us. The remaining guards struggled to protect the trembling president. His eyes brightened as he spotted the incongruous Mesa and shouted, You are a man. Come protect me. You are also human. This is a war of races. Me? Human? Apologies, I am an alien. Divine Cleave. Mesa was astonished that this president would shamelessly seek his protection. He deflected bullets in front of Queen Hippolyta. The last of the guards fell, arrows embedded in their foreheads. Antiope withdrew her bowstring, her 3 consecutive arrows decisively ending the conflict. Queen Hippolyta placed her blade against the president's throat. Where is that girl? Where are my sisters? I do not know what you are speaking of. You are trespassing on American territory. Louise let out a soft grunt, tossing out a thorny lasso. Speak the truth. The president, terrified, felt his mouth moving against his will, spilling the details of how they had schemed to deceive and poison the Amazonian woman. Very well. Queen Hippolyta's hand trembled slightly as she severed the man's head. How reckless, Mesa mused. The Amazonian approach certainly appealed to those who reveled in terror. Thankfully, his armor recorded the entire event, which he could later transmit online. Though, wait, the internet might not exist yet in the 1980s. Perhaps the footage should be converted to film and disseminated instead. He could inquire if there were any masterminds behind it all. Typically, except for a few individuals. Presidents are merely representatives of interest groups. Could a president truly command a fleet of aircraft carriers? Roosevelt during World War II was about the only one with that kind of power. He kicked the cornered secretary. I suspect you know. My goodness. You should see this news. The invaders of Washington are Amazons? Is this not a myth? They are still alive? Could Hercules also be real? Discussions erupted globally. Countless reporters were awakened in the dead of night by their editors, demanding urgent articles. The fall of Washington sent shockwaves across the world. The Amazons' first true public appearance on the historical stage astounded the globe, marking a significant event that diminished the prestige of one of the two superpowers, America. The capabilities of these female warriors, far beyond human understanding, instilled both awe and fear in the hearts of many, particularly that solitary woman who single-handedly obliterated the National Guard. She has come to be known by a code name as the first publicly acknowledged superhuman queen. Numerous nations have begun to reassess what was once regarded as mere myth or the fanciful musings of ancient peoples, unearthing dusty tomes of legend. The world has never placed such emphasis on the extraordinary. At the Lincoln Memorial, Queen Hippolyta peruses the inscriptions. How intriguing it is, the liberator. I have proclaimed, as you instructed, that this is an invasion initiated by America, while the Amazons merely retaliate in self-defense. Once they send representatives to finalize the accord, we shall depart. After all, aside from Louise, we are only immortal on Paradise Island. Do you wish to accompany us back? The tribe longs to hold a celebration in your honor. The Great Purge has concluded, and many heads have rolled. Those who once hid behind wealth and power are now more fragile than ordinary folk when faced with irresistible violence. Yet, Mesa has found no evidence of other superhumans. Should not America be a stage for heroes and villains alike? Is there truly no one who serves for the sake of wealth? Setting aside the heroes, there are certainly many mercenaries within the DC universe. I have matters to attend to. Thereafter, I shall return to Paradise Island to formally establish the covenant between our peoples. Mesa shook his head, intending to search further in America, planning visits to Kansas and Gotham. Louise, with the severed head of Steve, the very spark that ignited this incident, hanging from her waist, surveyed the human skull. Louise's universe is vastly different, certainly not one he has witnessed on screen. Not only has Diana transformed into Louise, but even the personalities of significant figures have undergone profound alteration. And what of Superman and Batman? A foreboding sensation crept upon him. I will accompany you, Louise declared, disregarding her mother's venomous glare. You shall return with me. You have been away from home for decades. Queen Hippolyta rejected her daughter's pitiful gaze. Oh, my beloved. Good night, good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Louise raised her swan-like neck. She covered her face, secretly peering through her fingers with a forlorn expression at Mesa, knowing her boyfriend could perceive it. I shan't be gone long. I merely need to ascertain a few matters. Every moon waxes and wanes. Your love, like it, is ever fickle. She tugged at Mesa's clothing, lamenting in a sonorous tone. Hippolyta pried her daughter's reluctant hand away. Come, return home with me. Mesa watched as the two, riding off on a Pegasus, disappeared into the horizon. Had Louise been led astray by Minster? What peculiar television series had she been watching? Descending into the dimly lit subway passage, Mesa had traversed several days in America's grand cities. The familiar metropolises remained: Central City, Metropolis, and Coast City. He had surveyed them all. There was no trace of the Flash, Superman, or Green Lantern. Perhaps the narrative had yet to commence. It was possible that Green Lantern could find others in the cosmos. He recalled having seen that film featuring Deadpool. Remembering that each Green Lantern was tasked with guarding a specific sector. Now back in New York, he contemplated his next steps. He would venture to the small town of Smallville in Kansas to visit an elderly couple. Following that, he would journey to his final destination, Gotham City, to observe the Wayne family. After all, Gotham is renowned for its extraordinary individuals, mere mortals who confront superhumans with sheer tenacity. Thus Mesa saved it for last. Coming to New York also satiated a lingering curiosity from his previous life. Recalling videos set to a Welcome to New York soundtrack that showcased the absurdities of the New York subway. However, the entire platform was deserted. Even the passageway had transformed into a stone structure. Oh, it seems the extraordinary has arrived, Mesa thought, patiently awaiting. The train slowly approached. He boarded this clearly unusual service. And soon after, the train whistled to a stop. Mesa disembarked to find a quaint fortress standing before him. Following the passage, 7 plaques glimmered, depicting images of sloth, lust, greed, and wrath. At the end, a frail old man with a white beard leaned on a staff, beckoning him closer. Magic has chosen you. Child, step forward. My time is short. Mesa deduced the nature of this encounter. 7 deadly sins, and a wizard. This was clearly Shazam. Chapter 70. The Black Cloak. So-called heroes in the world of the boys. Mark Grayson pressed a button on his wrist to attempt to open a portal. The usual green vortex unfurled, and upon confirming everything was in order, he closed the portal. Now, he found himself alone in an unfamiliar universe. Golden waves of grain brushed against his body as he removed his armor, observing the components meld back into his attire. Cool, he whistled, the transformation of the armor never failing to captivate him. He strolled through the farmlands and politely knocked on the door of a nearby home. Hello, is anyone there? The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man gripping a shotgun, eyeing the stranger warily. What do you want? Calm down, I mean no harm. I simply wish to know which direction leads to New York. Mark raised his hands to show he was unarmed. That way, the man replied, still suspicious. Leave my home. Oh, all right, buddy, Mark shrugged, taking a step back. The inhabitants of this world were far from friendly. The man abruptly shut the door, turning to reassure his anxious wife. Just a passing kid, not from Vought. Vought. Mark's ears perked up. A mere door could not hinder his hearing, and he resumed knocking. Hey, don't bother us. The man yanked the door open, gun raised in warning. Mark flipped his wrist, revealing an ID badge. Actually, I am an FBI agent, here to assist you. His decision to filch some credentials from Cecil proved fortuitous, as it was quite convenient within a universe that mirrored America. The man laughed in disbelief, raising his weapon. Don't think I don't know. You're all in cahoots with Vought. Well, it seems that sometimes such tactics can backfire. The credibility of the American government in this world is sorely lacking. He produced another credential. That was merely my disguise. Look at my Asian features. I am actually a spy from Eastview. They have sent me to gather evidence against Vought, and you will be generously compensated. Mark displayed a small red book. The man hesitated for a moment. Come in. Come here, John. Madeline gently stroked the man lying across her lap, leaning down. The patriot squinted his eyes, savoring his mother's embrace. The scent of mother. The lamplighter is retiring. We need a new hero, Madeline spoke softly. Interacting daily with the most powerful superhuman in the world was her job and her greatest pride. Her acting was impeccable. She could genuinely embody the role of a mother. The reputation of the 7 could not be tarnished. Of course, dear, everyone will follow your lead. I don't care about that. I listen to you. The patriot buried his face deep into her lap, lost in the warmth of maternal affection, recalling Madeline's recent headaches concerning the threats from Vought. Perhaps he could assist and surprise her. Having grown up solitary in a lab, he desperately yearned to please his mother. He was about to storm the headquarters of Vought immediately. The sound of knocking echoed again. Mark opened the door to find a blond man draped in the stars and stripes, wearing a standard smile. Patriot. He recognized the most formidable superhuman from the Empire's dossier. Good boy, you must be my fan. It's me, the American Guardian. The patriot extended his arms and warmly embraced Mark's shoulders. I heard you have some troubles, and I never ignore the pleas of the people. He strode confidently into the room, hands on his hips, only to be met with the wary couple. Taking a deep breath, he flashed a grin. Come on. Do I look like a villain? You're merely a dog for Vought. The man brandished a hunting rifle. Get out of my house. The smile faded from the patriot's face as he picked up a photo from the cabinet. A beautiful girl, isn't she? Lucky to have 2 loving parents. He turned the family portrait face down and maintained his smile. Too bad she'll grow up in a lab to become an orphan. Without warning, a blinding red beam shot forth. In this secluded farm, he bore no hesitation. This man who dared to mock him had to die. However, the searing laser was halted by an outstretched palm. The patriot had not anticipated this turn of events. You're also a superhuman? You dare to call yourself a hero? Mark clenched his uninjured fist, fury bubbling like molten lava, nearly erupting. To recklessly harm the people, you aren't even human. It took Mark a moment to process that this individual could so nonchalantly resort to violence. He knew many heroes, but none had shown such disregard for life as the patriot. What is your ability? Indestructible physique? I must admit, blocking thermal beams is quite impressive. Listen, kid. Perhaps you think your powers are invincible, bold enough to confront me directly? Although I'm puzzled as to why the company hasn't discovered you. You will soon understand the vast chasm between us. The Patriot clasped his hands together and then spread his arms wide. It's greater than this. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as an unfamiliar hand pressed against his face, the tremendous force shattering his nose and sending his body flying through the open door, rolling across the farm. Dirt and broken wheat clinging to him, creating several deep craters before finally coming to a stop 200 meters away. Dazed, blood mixed with shattered bone gushed forth as the Patriot incredulously touched his mangled face. He had never even suffered a bruise before. How dare you? Anger trembled with panic. Chapter 71. The Black Cloak. The so-called invincibility. Decades ago, Nazi scientist Dr. Friedrich Vaught developed Compound V during World War II. He initially intended it for the super soldier program, but as Germany's power waned, he fled to America with his wife. After the victory in World War II, America initiated Operation Paperclip to prevent German scientists from falling into Soviet hands, and Dr. Vaught was among them. His invention finally found its purpose. He injected his wife, Clara, with Compound V, turning her into the world's first superhuman, Storm. As the compound matured, a hollow rich air caught the government's attention, and his perfect compatibility with the compound bestowed upon him immense powers, leading to the emergence of Soldier Boy, a key asset for America during the Cold War. Simultaneously, the company began using charitable hospitals to inject infants to create the illusion of innate superpowers. After Soldier Boy's downfall, his posthumous child became the company's prime choice. Namely the Patriot, Dr. Vaught's greatest creation. He was far more powerful than an average superhero, possessing an indestructible body, the ability to fly at supersonic speeds, and eyes capable of emitting lasers strong enough to destroy aircraft and melt steel. Conventional weapons couldn't even break his skin. Perhaps only thermonuclear weapons could bring him down. In this world, he was America's pride, the company's cash cow and military assurance, unparalleled. This isn't right, this isn't right. The Patriot mumbled through his disfigured lips, his words slurred. The sudden blow stirred a tempest of fear within him. He placed his hands on the ground, staring in bewilderment at the blood staining the soil of the farm. This isn't right. He was the Patriot, the greatest superhero, the strongest man on earth. How could a mere individual on a small, remote farm in Kansas incapacitate him with a single slap? John, a distant voice called. Reminiscent of the man he once regarded as a father, Dr. Vaught. He felt transported back to that cramped laboratory, where the white-coated figures pointed and whispered about him. More tests are needed. He had become that pitiful, helpless John, panicked and accompanied only by a white blanket. I am the Patriot, he roared, legs straining as he surged skyward. Clad in his blue-black armor, Mark didn't summon his battle suit. He merely accelerated, appearing above the fleeing Patriot. The Patriot's speed, which created sonic booms, was nearly insufficient to react to Mark's movement. He brought his fists down, sending ripples through the air, crashing into the Patriot's face. Now you think you're a superhero? You shameless scoundrel. Bullying ordinary people just because you have powers? Before the Patriot could hit the ground, Mark was instantly beside him, delivering a punch to his chest, the sound of bones cracking echoing as the Patriot's descent was halted, sending him flying sideways. The howling wind whipped around him as he finally plummeted to the ground. The earth was upturned, and the Patriot could hardly regain consciousness from the relentless blows. His combat skills didn't allow him to adjust his posture. He hit the ground head first, then shoulder, knee, and foot, rolling like a bowling ball. When he finally emerged from his daze, fear had completely obliterated his reason. Look at him now, his bones broken, his face unrecognizable. The impact from the ground couldn't harm him, but he couldn't withstand Mark's 3 attacks. Get away. He exerted all his strength to punch back at the approaching man. One punch, another, yet Mark merely twisted his upper body to effortlessly evade these feeble strikes. Where did you learn to fight? Go back to your mother's womb and drink some milk. Mark, now sideways, extended his palm, striking his shoulder. The shoulder bone caved in, and the Patriot was again knocked down by the tremendous force. As he barely lifted his head, a fist loomed ever larger before him. Stop! He struggled to raise his hand to shield himself. The fist halted against his flattened nose, the fierce wind from the punch tousling his blonde hair, and the remaining wheat around him swirled in the sunlight. Mark withdrew his fist, gazing down at the pathetic figure before him. Will you still call for a pause? His heart raced erratically, lungs torn with pain, blood oozing from his temple. Each breath felt laborious. Stop, stop! He spat out several blood-stained teeth. The bloodied fist loosened. And Mark, unable to continue, eased his strength, yet the Patriot still couldn't bear it. Even if he were the most despicable creature. Mark didn't wish to be the one to end his life. I concede. Return to Vought, and tell them I will be at their doors soon. Mark left the curled-up Patriot behind and floated off the ground. My God, he is also a superhuman. The wife covered her mouth. Would Vought also face internal strife? He was stronger than the Patriot. The husband's trembling hand still clutched the rifle as he stepped out of the door. To them, it seemed as if time had frozen at the moment they were about to perish from the laser. In the blink of an eye, the Patriot was sent flying. The once spy's clothing vanished, followed by a thunderous commotion from outside. It's all right now, ma'am, sir. Mark descended from the air, raising his hands. The husband instinctively pulled the trigger. The bullet, trailing smoke, struck Mark's chest. Oh, sir, next time you're nervous, don't place your hand on the trigger. You might accidentally hurt someone. Mark flicked the bullet aside, well versed in the panic responses of those who had just been harmed. He could handle it. You're not with Vought? Absolutely not. I might as well be an alien from the World Improvement Committee of the Viltrumite Empire. I came here to change the oppressive status quo of Vought and make Earth a better place. As Mark spoke these words, he scratched his head in slight embarrassment. Yet he felt a sense of pride in acting as his father had once claimed. There should be no more trouble here. After the Patriots' defeat, the company would likely be at a loss for some time. Thank you. The husband realized, upon seeing Mark's indifference to the discharged bullet, that the man before them was entirely different from all the heroes of this world. Mark rubbed his belly, feeling a bit hungry after sparring with the compatriots, and thought he would head to New York for a bite to eat. The couple exchanged glances. You are welcome to stay at home for a while. We can prepare some food for you. That would be splendid, he replied. I am not yet certain how to address you. Mark gestured with a thumbs up towards himself, proclaiming, I am a still-learning superhero. You may call me the Invincible Knight.